we are silenced. So I just want to get that out of the way. There isn't this magical thing in the US where we can just stand up and say what we want. We are screwed here as well. I also want to let people know how bad it's been in New Hampshire when it came down. And I'll get to the question because I know we have hands up. How bad it was in New Hampshire when the lockdowns were at peak. They weren't allowing people in any supermarkets or stores around here without a mask. They had police waiting in multiple in the grocery stores at the front to make sure that if you walked in, you were wearing a mask, and if you didn't, they would turn you away. No joke. That was happening here in New Hampshire. So we had people arrested at the front of stores like Shaw's, which is a popular store in our area, like Market Basket and whatnot. People would walk in without a mask, and then they'd say, well, I shouldn't have to wear a mask. I should be allowed to shop. And they got escorted out of the store, and some were arrested. So it was pretty bad. I got kicked out of my dentist office for not wearing a mask and refusing to have my temperature taken. I got kicked out. I'm not allowed back at my dentist office. And I wasn't hostile either when I was in there. So things got really bad here as far as restrictions and lockdowns and silencing. The other thing I wanted to say really quick about voting, and this goes back to what Global said. This goes back to, I think it was Global, Erickson and whatnot. This is a world agenda, and people are selected, not elected. Anytime we're voting for people that are being put in front of us. And that has been proven time and time again. People that are being put in front of us that are going to go along with world agendas. Because why in the hell would they ever put somebody out there to have people's vote for, then actually legitimately tally all of these votes and then put a person in there that's going to thwart what the world agendas are, when all they're telling you all the time is that we're uniting and that it's a world agenda. So it doesn't make any sense. My opinion on this, and there's nothing that proves this wrong in history, but my opinion on this is our votes have never counted. The numbers that you do see on the screen, whether, on the media and whatnot, and what the final quote unquote final results are, those are pre-planned, fabricated numbers. Those are because they're people that they're deciding to put in power to make decisions, to be a face for, on the TV and whatnot, and in front of you, and a voice in front of you. Those people have to be in line with world agendas. Otherwise, the whole system wouldn't work, which is why you're also deplatformed, WogPog and whatnot, and other people are deplatformed often, is because if you get big enough, they can't have your voice be that big. Okay. So last piece, so this is the solution-based question. I'm really sorry this is so long, and I'm sorry I'm a little bit disorganized. I was driving. Silenced, okay? We like, if I speak up about the injection damage, if I speak up about remdesivir, Veklury, I lost 2 family members in December 2021, my mother and my grandfather, due to being murdered in the hospital. My mother was only 56. If we speak up about this in my area, or I go on social media about this, I am going to be silenced, period. That's it. Or, as you guys stated, I will not be allowed to hit an algorithm, no matter what. I'll be deboosted. I won't be allowed to hit an algorithm. All these groups online continually get taken down over and over and over again every time they get big enough. These people that are trying to wake people up. What is your solution for this with your platforms? If WogPog gets big enough on Twitter, or if he gets big enough on another platform, I would put my money on it that no matter what, you're going to get deplatformed. What's your next move? And that's the same with MJ, if he has a platform, Global, Mike. Do you actually think that your platform is going to sustain and it's going to grow, and that you're going to be able to wake enough people up? This battle is fought on the ground, right? And we're being silenced on the ground, and we're being silenced online. So what do we do? And thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Well, there's many fronts to this war, this generation. as well too, right? There's many fronts. There's on the ground reality, up front and personal, right? And then there's this technocratic reality, this interweb of things as well too, right? It's here you could reach many millions just with a click of a button, to where you could only stand in front of so many people live up front. Depends on how many people are in that area at the time, right? So many different factors in this dichotomy. Online here, though, it's it's uh, it's its own nature as well too, because you could learn so much information instantaneously, right? So you could utilize both hand in hand as well. If the technocrats do decide to silence me, well, you evolve with it. There's other platforms you'd have to, right? And for those that are interested in true believers in this kind of movement, they'll just follow along, right? That's how populist works, right? So um, only time will tell what the outcome will be, but things are definitely moving at a faster pace. Every step we're moving forward, and the pendulum is swinging back more and more. More doctors are coming out of the woodwork now, saying, "Hey, we did something wrong here." And it's many little steps that are coming back now. So time will tell, I think. Wogpog, Zinc, you guys around? Y'all went for a lunch break without me?
Can I reply?
Yeah, go ahead, MJ.
Um, what I'm doing is I've got my own websites. I've got my own equipment set up for standby to be able to have text chats. Okay. I can go and set up an IRC server in about 10 minutes. I can, so we can have text chat. Okay. I can set up a VoIP server in about 20 minutes. I've got Jitsi Meet already on my VPS. Okay. It's secured. Okay. I can go and set up usernames and passwords for people, and we can go and have a chat on there without video. We can do video if we need to, but we don't need it. I've got backup plans and stuff ready to go on a moment's notice if it's needed.
So
I
would you say,
plan behind the
sorry,
scenes.
really quick, so would you say that it's all about controlling the controllable and saving as many lives on the ground as we possibly can through, because there's billions of people in this world, right? You're talking about
No,
text chats. We're talking about chats with a few people. Because if we are not allowed to get together, this is my issue. This is the solution I'm trying to find. Okay. If we can't get people together on the ground, because we're completely shut down when that happens, the police show up. It happens in my area in the US where we're supposed to be able to do a little bit more, right? If that's happening across the world and we're not allowed to get together on the ground, and we're getting deplatformed oftentimes online, and the voting system is rigged as we know it is, and the people put in front of us are system people, where do where does this end? And that is the biggest problem here, because we can't, how are we going to win this on the ground? That's the problem. I think we need to win it on the ground because we're not winning it in the courts.
So I just want to direct you to the pinned tweet and the comment that's in the pinned tweet that I'll throw in the nest called How to Build a Squad. I have worked very hard on addressing exactly the problem that you're presenting there. And it comes down to people building squads of prepped individuals that are aware of what they're up against, like you just detailed very well. And then engaging in the spreading of information like B-37 propaganda bombers of truth, going out into the streets with flyers that lead to Substack posts with all the relevant information to undermine the narratives, and then to use the network that is able to be formed in your local area from the other squads that are participating, which you can utilize freedomcells.org or peoplesrights.org to form. You can create a network of people that are going to, as you say, stand physically together when we are told that we're not allowed to leave our homes, or whatever existential threat or crisis is presented to excuse basically full-on martial law. That same network can be utilized for many things, as well as flash mobs, other tactics that can be used to push back. When they say that you can't do something and you have the right to do it, instead of just non-compliance, it's active defiance. You get a bunch of people together in those squads, in that network, and you go where they tell you that you can't go, and you prove that you have those rights regardless. And you bring materials with you, and if you get arrested, well, it's just the way it's going to have to go. We're going to have to, put everything on the line, and we're going to have to be willing to sacrifice. In those situations, we won't have any other choice. But the framework is there. It's a plug and play kind of protocol. You take the guide and you put your own resources and time into it. You tailor it for where you live and the threats that are the most pressing up against your community. You rally people around the facts that show that this fraud and this tyranny is occurring. You give them the baseline streamlined argument that undermines the narrative, and you spread it in a very effective way in your community. People's Rights has already shown that when you do this in your local community, especially in America where you can get the sheriffs on board, you can then go to your county officials, push back, and start to repeal this legislation that's being used in your community to enslave you. But when you do that, yeah, it might be a temporary pushback, but you're also rallying people around the truth that's going to make them stand with you when you fight the higher level of oppression that will come. So this is what we can do. So we focus on what we can do, and we stop focusing on the things that are out of our control or are too big for our little groups. But eventually, when we build these little groups, it will allow us to form and coalesce into a big group that can fight the larger things that are coming at us in the future.
And I understand that. I'm sorry. The last thing I wanted to say, follow-up question. Sorry, because it's kind of a loaded question, but how do you plan to fight it? Do you see what I mean? Like, how do you plan to fight it? Because we're not winning in court with this, and we're not my thing is we can get a bunch of people together, and I think that's great because you can save lives that way, right? Because you save family members because now they're more aware. Maybe they don't go to the hospital when they have like a sniffle. Maybe they don't, maybe they second guess themselves and they don't get an injection. Maybe they don't wear a mask the next time they go out and they set the right example, right? All of that is amazing, right? We can still save lives, and that's great. That's why what you're doing is absolutely fantastic. But in order to halt what's going on, that's what I think. In order to put maybe a dent in this and possibly save millions of lives and stop global agendas. My struggle is finding out how we do that. And hashtag Trudeau, the female that was speaking just a minute ago. I'm sorry that I keep talking and you put your hand down. It's my fault. It's been a long day. Let's put it that way.
Can I interrupt you on that point, actually? First of all, I'd like to say I'm really sorry about your mum. I lost both my parents last year, and I sympathize. And I think that what you're saying now is resonating with my point of view. Sure, I see it and there's, first of all, the people that are asleep. They're our number one. When I say enemy, I don't mean enemy, but they're our number one hurdle, because those numbers are basically what support the elite in their agenda. Those silent sheep are the people that are in our way, and they need to be converted. Now, the problem with converting people who are asleep, and I for one, was asleep at some point in my life. I started home educating my kids, and then all of a sudden my mind opened, and you're like, well, that's weird. And so there's something called the backfire effect. So when you go to somebody who believes something and you sit there trying to argue your point, it's like this thing comes down and it makes them believe what they believe even more strongly. So on the point of it, first of all, I feel like we're at war, and it's a global war. I'm not Canadian. I'm not British. The reason I decided to follow this today is because global citizen, that's what I feel I am. And one thing for me that has been wholly absent in this whole thing is debate. Peter McCullough has tried to set them up because they don't want to answer. The way to show the people who are asleep that there is an agenda is by having open debate. Trudeau and Klaus and whoever else is speaking will not be able to answer in a way that would make a rational person feel like they should still be followed. So for me, it's about things like the trucker movement, which inspired people to join because they felt like, on January the 17th, every single person who agrees with this is going to pull their Prime membership. The people with the pockets and the money are going to go, oh shit. I don't know whether I'm allowed to swear. They're going to say, oh dear, these people are forming, what do we do? And regarding the First Amendment, the way I see that being a good thing is it is in your constitution. Of course, it's not being used. They're abusing it, but you still do have it. Many countries don't have something to fall back on. So in Australia, I've made notes, but I never use them. In Australia, I don't know whether you've heard, what they're doing is they're proposing that people who have been vaccine injured, they go directly to their doctor and they sue their doctor. And in turn, those doctors will then go and sue their equivalent of the NIH or whatever we have in Canada. And that's the way to do it. There's slow drips of people going, oh my gosh, the agenda is being attacked. And it's that pronged attack. Sure, the meeting at the inns like the farmers used to do and go, let's discuss our ideas, that's gone. And platforms to me are almost immaterial. We need to, get people like McCullough and RFK and whoever's doing this to set up what we've got here, where they're talking to each other. They have bigger platforms. They have bigger people. We need them to do a Live Aid thing where they're not doing their small agendas like us, because we're little dots. We need to join, I don't know, like a shoal of fish that just come together and say, we're bigger than you think. And we need to attack them where it hurts. Money, share prices, things like that. Because otherwise, I love these platforms. I don't feel like I'm crazy anymore. I'm late to the game. Not the game of not being vaccinated or knowing it's a sham. I'm late to the knowing that there's more people out there. And another hurdle that I think we have is understanding that there were people peeking behind the curtains who weren't brave enough to come out. And that's where we've been important, and you've been important with your platforms. You've made people feel like, I'm part of a little bit of a group. I can say, you're right, I think this is terrible. And that's the first movement towards now getting a bigger platform. And that includes getting people like RFK, whoever can stand up together and give us, as the little people on the ground, somewhere to have a global place to, yeah, you know what I mean. My ADHD is coming in strong now. So I'll shut up now, but that's basically what I feel.
Fair enough. Regan, and then Paul, and then One by Land. Guys, you back yet? I have to go in about 20 minutes. I'll have to depart this wonderful space, but hopefully you guys will be back to host it better. Go ahead, Regan.
Hey, good morning, Mike, from the west coast of Canada. I hope you're doing well. I just wanted to hit on what I guess Break Programming was saying, as well as Trudeau broke Canada. I mean, I agree with what you guys are saying. I think you make some really good points. Just a couple of observations I've noticed lately. I mean, as far as if someone like WOG was erased, in my opinion, with the power in this room, we could easily bring his platform back up to what it is. So as long as we work together, and if one of us gets erased, we all jump on the bandwagon and bring that person back up and in. I think they'll have a hard time. It'd be like whack-a-mole, So that's one thing I wanted to say, especially if you've got contact with people like that outside of this platform. The other thing I was going to say is just, a word of encouragement as far as the message goes. I spent part of the morning looking at CBC, CTV, some of the mainstream media news stations online here in Canada. And what I'm noticing is they're getting almost no engagement. You know, you look at an article they put up a few days ago, and there might be 5 people that liked it and 7 comments, and 6 of those comments are people blasting that mainstream media station. So I'm just observing that the message that, you know, say WOG puts out a tweet, or Zinc, or comes into this room and makes a comment. I mean, we're getting hundreds of people engaging with what WOG has to say, whereas, you know, CBC Canada or CBC Vancouver gets 5 people responding to something that they say. So, you know, I think that the narrative is changing in the sense that I think our voices are getting bigger, and I think that the mainstream media's voices are getting smaller. More and more people are seeing through all the bullshit. So, you know, I know it's disappointing that, you know, nobody in the room here has 350,000 followers or whatever, but I think our voices are being heard. I think our message is helping to change the narrative. And I think we have to keep doing what we're doing. Now, I also think we need to do more. You know, I think we do need to say no and not comply to anything that they try to push down the pipe. And I think to some extent we should consider some civil disobedience at some point here. You know, non-violent, legal civil disobedience. So I don't know where the boundaries are. Some of these guys are smarter than me, and they can maybe explain to me and others where the boundaries are. I kind of know where the boundaries are. But the thing I wanted to say too is, you know, I sit here and I think, you know, like if Starbucks decides I can't come in, or maybe that's a bad example, but let's say my local grocery store says I can't come in because I won't wear a mask, so I can't go in there to do grocery shopping. Well, if I go in there and refuse to leave, you know, what's the worst thing that's going to happen to me? Maybe a cop will come and take me and throw me out. A lot of people in my neighborhood are going to see somebody that's not happy, and I'll have lots to say before the police have the time to remove me. And really, what's the worst thing that could happen to me? I could be charged with trespassing. Well, I don't have a criminal record. So a single trespassing charge on my record is not going to cause me that much grief in my life. I'm self-employed. I mean, the reality is the worst thing that a criminal record like that could do for me is maybe not let me travel across the border. Well, I'm already not allowed to travel across the border. You know, it might cost me a number of jobs. Well, those employers already won't hire me because I won't take the vaccine. So the one thing that has kept me my whole life to try to make sure I don't end up with a criminal record, you know, those things that have prevented me from being that guy are now already lost. Even though I haven't done anything, I've already lost all of those things. I don't have the right to travel to the States. I don't have the right to go and work for the government. I don't have the right to work for a big multinational corporation. Those rights or privileges have already been taken from me. So the one thing that's kept me from getting any kind of charge, like a criminal trespass charge, is, I mean, I've already suffered the consequence and I haven't even taken the action. So in my life, that equates to me taking the action. It's kind of like self-defense. If somebody throws a punch at me, you know, I can stand there and let him hit me in the face, or I can defend myself. And if someone's already hit me in the face
real
a bunch
quick,
of times,
guys. So yeah, just real quick. For anybody who doesn't know, down in the right-hand corner, this is just to keep the room moving and just keep, you know, boosting ourselves. So down in the right-hand corner is the comments section. Click it, go down there, top tweet there, like it, retweet it. Also down there, you'll see that this is being streamed on several things, right? That's out there on Twitch, Rumble, Twitter Live, YouTube. So, you know, like, follow, share it out there so that more people can see it and engage and all that. So yeah, if everybody could like and retweet there, that base tweet though, so that just so we can kind of spread it out there more. And yeah, just there's a lot of hands. So I guess, you know, land the plane there, Regan. Sorry. You can keep going, Regan, but yeah, just kind of get.
Sorry, I was retweeting the room there. No, I'm done. I'm looking for, you know, for anybody that doesn't know me, I am not always on point. But those are just some thoughts I had, and I'd love some feedback. So I appreciate it. I'm not telling anybody to do anything that they wouldn't otherwise do. I'm just a frustrated Canadian that's had a bunch of rights or privileges, depending on how you look at them, taken away from me. And I haven't done anything other than stand my ground and say, I am me, and I want my bodily autonomy. So I'm looking for solutions. But at this point, like I say, the things that have kept me from doing the things that I wanted to do have already been taken from me. So what do I do next?
Mikey, are you watching these hands or?
Yeah, we're gonna go with Paul, one by land, and then Johnny, and then Tim. Oh, sorry, 19-inch, Tim, Contro, and then Global. So, Paul, you're up the bat. Paul Lambert. Do you know how to operate the mic button there, Paul?
Bottom left.
Let's come back to him, Mikey. Go to the next guy.
Yeah. 19-inch. Go ahead.
Hey guys, Happy New Year. It's been a good room listening to everybody's feedback. So I'm originally from Alberta, born and raised, and I've been in the US since 2008. And I had plans to go back and visit family right when COVID hit. We had plane tickets ready to fly back and visit. And so I live on the East Coast now of the US, and everything hit, that those got canceled, and so it's been now years, haven't been able to go back and visit my family. And I guess the sad part is just watching. We all know how friendly Canadians are, and we see people, we smile, we say hi, and just the separation that this has done to everybody, where you see someone coming. I've been places where you're walking down the street and someone will almost cross over the street trying to walk past you if you're not wearing a mask. And it's just the division of society that they tried to do. Unfortunately, they've been successful in that piece. I do think a lot of people are waking up more so than they were. But I just worry how I would have been if I was in Canada and followed the crowd like we do as Canadians. We follow the rules, we do what we're told. And I was reading about a guy from Calgary whose pizza shop was shut down, and his neighbors were the ones that turned on him, and he tweeted something about it, and everybody's just like, well, you should have followed the rules. And it just makes me sad how people have turned on each other, and that's just never been how we are as Canadians. Like, we take care of each other, and it's just completely changed society. And I really pray and hope that we can get back to that place, and be the friendly Canadians and say hi to people as they walk past. And I mean, I never got vaccinated, I will never get vaccinated, I don't wear masks, and I got COVID, and it was like I've had a hangover that's been worse. So to shut down society and do all the damage that they have, I just really hope that more people can stand up. And we see what this could end like if we continue to go along with it, and it's scary. And I just I miss Canada, I miss what how I grew up and what it's become, and I'm just sad for everybody there. So that's kind of what I wanted to put out there, and I'm just trying to stay positive and hope that you guys can continue to stand up. I was so proud of the truckers, so proud of the Coutts border blockage, and I hope they continue to do more of it. So stay strong, my people.
Awesome. That's super duper. I like the fact that it sounds like you're in the medical healthcare worker as well, correct?
I am. Yeah, I am. And it's kind of hard because you don't really talk about it with people, because opinion, you don't know how their thoughts, you don't want to start a fight. And so it's been kind of like, I'm in management as well. So trying to express my feeling on it has been a little difficult, but you know, there's more people out there that understand what's going on. They just, you know, their livelihood is held up in a job or their family's life, and you know, trying to fight back is difficult. But I think there's more people that really do see what's going on.
Yeah, no, good point. Just a reminder, give me a follow back. I got a DM question for you. And then that goes for everybody in the room, guys. Make sure
Absolutely.
you leverage the network effect of following not only the speakers and the co-hosts and the hosts in case we're running another room, but because we need to grow, the algorithm is not growing us organically, so we can grow organically ourselves, right? So if we don't do that, then we're losing out. So think about even following the people down below in the listener position, because it does help us sort of stick together. So it's super important to do. And then we see that the room crashes, and then it's like, oh, where's that room? And you can't find it and all the rest of it. So just try to skip that. Mikey is next.
I believe John was next.
I wasn't paying attention, but okay. So great room. I don't live in Canada, but I spent a large part of my youth there in Nova Scotia. Anyways, I one of the things that I have to do in my condition is I have to sort of restrain my emotions, because if I let them run rampant over me, I'm not going to be able to see clearly. So my outrage at what's been done to me and what's being done to everybody, I just have to like kind of put that in my pocket for now. And I saw something that cued a memory in me. I saw a movie as a kid back in the 70s, and it was a science fiction film. And I know I saw it, but I couldn't really remember it. I got the basic storyline. So I queued it up today and I watched it again. And it's called Soylent Green. And it's like, it reads very differently now than a science fiction film. It almost looks like a goddamn playbook for the New World Order. And I noticed on other programs that I no longer watch, but I noticed that they're not too shy about, like publicly putting their game plan out there or something. I don't really get what that is, but I don't know. I'm just trying to take it one day at a time, and I have friends now that, like I told people before, they won't talk to me, but now the more I stay strong and I don't reach out to them, the more they're starting to fly back to me, and eventually maybe they can hear what I have to say. But if I get weak and lonely, which is another luxury emotion, if I start to miss my friends before the miracle happens, then I wasted my time here. So that's all I had to say. Thanks.
Hey, Johnny, you got a friend in me, brother. Forever.
Tim, then Contro, then One By, and then Rami.
Hey, good morning, guys. So I've been hearing, some things today, like got to hit these people in the wallets. Well, I've been hearing that a lot lately, and I'm not quite sure I really get the idea of how we're going to hit the wealthy people in the wallets, and how that's going to really help people. It sounds really socialist to me, and I think we just gotta have to do what we got to do to stand up for ourselves. And as far as all of the censorship that's been going on, I'd like to remind people about what happened to a web platform called Parler. It was maybe not that popular out there in Canada, but it was getting gathering quite a bit of steam here in the United States. And then on January 9th, after the so-called insurrection, the entire site was taken down. So, you know, that was not taken down by the owners of Parler either. It was taken down by Amazon because they played a part in hosting it on their servers. So they just decided to shut it down, and they had nothing, you know, like, as far as I'm concerned, I don't see any reason why they should have been able to do such a thing, but it happened. So if you think it's just going to be an issue where, you know, our buddy Wog disappears or something like that, and we just bring him back, yeah, maybe they'll play some games like that, but someday they can just turn these platforms on and off. And if we don't want to be ostriches burying our heads in the sand, I think you need to get onto some decentralized, Bitcoin-based social media, at least as a safety net. And so I did put a link to Twitch in the purple bubble at the bottom right-hand page. If you're listening here on Twitter, it's in the bottom of the Twitter account. What this does, if you're using that, by the way, is since we are the news now and no one's listening to CBC or CBS or CNN, they're not really, a lot of people are tuning out of that. What happens is when you're using a technology like this, the stuff you put out there cannot be censored or deleted by anybody. I mean, without an international court law order, which would, you know, you'd have to do something bad like child pornography or something like that for anything to happen to your stuff. But otherwise, your stuff's safe and sound, and you get paid for it. When people interact with your content, which you own, you make money. All right. How much money have you made on Facebook ever? Have you ever made a penny off of Facebook? No, they're making money off of you. How about Twitter? Same thing. They're making money off of us. Okay. There's promoted advertisements in these Twitter feeds like crazy. Okay. If you like ads, then you're going to love continuing to stay in the old paradigm. But if you want to get away from ads, move into the new paradigm, join Twitch is a good starting point for learning about other ways to use the technology, and get paid for your time, and leave a legacy too, because this stuff will be around for your grandchildren. Just check it out. That's all. Landing the plane.
Great on. Thanks, bro. There's an army of people out there, guys, that are trying to make different platforms that achieve sort of similar goals to what he's talking about, because we're fully aware that we're trying to like put hope out into this platform and see if it opens up and see if they open up the algorithms and all the rest of it. That's going to take time, and we're not even sure that they're going to get anywhere near where they should be getting. Already we see lots of broken stuff here, and there's going to be growing pains and all this other stuff, but we can't depend upon any one person or one platform to do stuff. So that's why we're, you know, currently streaming on Twitch, streaming on Rumble, YouTube, all these different things, right? So give subscribes over there, try to get the network effect going on with that. I'm not only as Zinc streaming it, I'm streaming it as well as a secondary backup. And like, if I did get booted off today, then I would just call up Zinc and he would farm me into the room through his hardware equipment. So we're going to move around this stuff. There's no way for them to stop the internet and to stop this stuff. So they can do whatever playing they want to do, but we still have the ability to adapt and overcome.
I would find it very comical if they censored someone like myself as well too, because I'm pretty I pretty much, you know, follow the rules within the guidelines as well too, respectfully so, because it is their platform, right? You know, it's kept me out of prison all my life, you know, learn the laws of the land and or any institution for that matter, and you could simply you know, coast under the radar, I think, because yeah, justification to cancel me and as a person, as a human being, this is my real name and identity there, so should be interesting. I've already been segregated multiple times in life, though, too, and I keep coming back, so that's a plus. Go ahead, one by, and then Contro.
Okay, I have to walk away from the traffic. Sorry about this. So I agree with much of what Trudeau and Break were talking about. And specifically to Break, I share the frustration. We're both in the States, we're not too far from one another. With the non-responsiveness of our elected officials and our inability to manipulate the system. But something I'm willing to get involved with in an organized fashion. The message is the problem because the media is complicit. And what I never see from Republican leadership is when they go to the microphone, I never see it. I know a few do, but McConnell should be there every freaking day. McCarthy, every freaking day. At some point, the media can't ignore it, or some enterprising journalist won't ignore it. And that's what we have to do as another arm. It's not a single solution, but we need to have organized free speech in the public sphere and talk about these issues and force the media to cover it. And that will help. I'm confident of that. But it's not happening now with the people that we have charged to do it. So I just wanted to add that. I'm sure it applies to Canada, but Canada is ahead of the States in the sense that the trucker convoy probably did more because it wasn't just on a social media platform. It was out there. You know, we had our nurses, and I'm sorry if there's anybody in the medical field, but we had our nurses dancing on TikTok. Granted, not all agreed what went on. Most were forced by mandate to take the vaccination. We had police officers and firemen forced to take the vaccination. There was one egregious case in Boston where a female police officer who was pregnant had to decide between getting the vaccination and keeping her job. And her husband was a fireman, by the way. She got some play on a conservative radio station, WRKO in Boston, but that's about it. And I just see the need for an organized an organized group of people in every locale taking these issues into the public and forcing the media to react. Thank you.
All right, Wogpog, Zinc, I gotta head out. Wonderful speaking to everyone. A couple days into the new year. Exciting times to come. All the best, everyone, and we'll talk to you again soon. Concho is next, then Johnny, and then Trudeau, and then Sheila. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks.
Perfect. Thanks, Mike.
All right. So, hello, everyone. Hello, ladies. Hello, gentlemen. I want to contribute in this speech, giving a different point of view, coming from Europe. Of course, probably you can already understand that I am not mother tongue English, but I'm from Italy. And I would like to give you my point of view. I have pinned a tweet. And this tweet, there is a picture that represents, or better wraps up, the situation that we are living now. Unfortunately, for all the lawyers or the fan of the Constitution, right? It's time to wake up. In this picture, you can see Mr. Woodrow Wilson, and behind him, there is the Cornell Mandel House. And what does it mean? It means that all politicians are controlled by the ruling elite. Therefore, if you want to change what we are living using the tools that they have established on top of us, you are either an idiot or you live in a cognitive dissonance, which means that you want to stay in a comfortable zone and to accept a lie because it's a sweet lie, because there are a lot of people around you that accept that sweet lie. But you need to accept, you need to go towards the truth, and the truth can be very difficult. And this path to the truth is something that you need to do alone, not with the collectivism, which means communism, but with individualism. I really appreciated what a gentleman said before break programming. He said, these people are not elected, are selected. And it's true. And this is something that you cannot change in few days. They have been building up this conspiracy for centuries. Mayer Amschel Rothschild sent in 1780 his 5 sons to run the Frankfurt Bank, the London Bank, the Paris Bank, the Bienne Bank, and the Naples Bank, financing governments to fight each other. So what we are living is a program that has been defined by the Fabian Society. We are under the Operation Mockingbird. What does it mean, Operation Mockingbird? The Operation Mockingbird utilizes social engineering techniques that are provided by the Tavistock Institute. So can you envision that these people have an institute that elaborates for them techniques for manipulating people? The biggest companies in the world that provide information are the Associated Press and the Thomson Reuters. These 2 entities, they belong to the Rothschild. So if tomorrow they say that there is a new variant in South Africa, all people, they will start to accept that there is this variant because media will convey this information. And you will start to talk about this in your rooms here. So it's really, really, really complicated. And I agree with people that said, if you try to create any groups, they will shut it down. And you do not have to follow these idols. There are also in Europe idols, these doctors, like McCulloch. There was the Nobel Prize from France that died. I don't remember now the name, but there is also another famous doctor in Italy. And if they are there, because they allow it in order to absorb the complaint from people, it's really, really, really difficult. Okay, so, but of course, I don't want to bring here negativism here, but I want to be realistic. You need to understand exactly what you want from life, how you want to live your life. Do you want to continue to leave your kids in the hands of the teachers that follow a program? Have you ever read the book Non-Dare Call It Education? What we are living is something that is very, very difficult to complicate. Only reading books and trying to connect all the dots, can provide you the truth. We have been deceiving for centuries. That's the real problem here. So, what is the heart of the Hydra? Do you know what is the heart of the Hydra? It's named usury. And nobody talks about the usury. They are afraid of what? That we can start to live all together in all countries without the money. They are afraid about that. That's the power that they have. That they have enslaved us using the money that they print out of thin air, and they feel like they are God. Because with just a piece of paper and a little bit of color that they put on top of this paper, they have enslaved all the planets. The Federal Reserve Bank, the Bank of International Settlement in Basel, an important city, because in 1897 there was the first Congress of the Zionist, World Zionist movement, and then the Mile Square. Can you imagine? They were able to create a country inside the country, because the Mile Square, also known as the city, is a small country inside the UK. And it's completely independent. Nobody can do anything there. It's under the control of the Rothschild family. And there are, of course, other families, like the Warburgs, the Massimo is an Italian family, the Rockefeller, famous in the US, the Morgans, and so on and so forth. We are talking about centuries of conspiracy that started in the 1786 with Adam Weishaupt, the leader, also known as Spartacus, the leader of the Illuminati in Baviera. They were behind the revolution in France, the revolution in UK, the revolution in America, and the revolution in Russia. So it's a really long, long story. And my suggestion is to defend yourself, to be very, very attentive, not to accept somebody that says, come, we can do a group together, we can fight. You need to be very, very careful, because in this situation that we are living now, I agree with what Break Programming said and another gentleman said, they can hurt you. They can leave you, remove you from your job. The problem is that, and then I conclude my intervention here, that we also do not have to complain about other people. I mean, other people, they have accepted to live in that way. You cannot do anything. This is a spiritualism war. It's not about money. Also in Italy, in a lot of rooms, I hear people say, yes, these pharmaceutical companies have gained a lot of money. What do you mean, money? Money. They are withdrawing money, not gaining money. This company belongs to the Rothschild. They are withdrawing money to leave countries in poverty. They are withdrawing money. They don't need money. They print money out of thin air. They control everything. That's the thing that we need to understand. This is a spiritualism war. They believe that they are in control of the world, and this is a war between them and Jesus Christ. It's a long story of centuries. Therefore, it's just defend yourself, take care about you, your wife, give more kisses to your wife, take care about your daughter, take care about your son. Of course, along the path, you will meet other people like you. But right now, the very first thing that you need to do is to take care about your life and to kneel to Jesus Christ. Thank you.
Hey, Contra, some good points there, buddy. Can I ask you quick, what country are you in, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, I am from Italy, but of course, in Italy, if you live there, you will not be able to survive because the average salary is 1,500 per month. I live in a country which is the only one available, or better, that is capable to give you enough money to live. It is Switzerland. But why? Because Switzerland is an oasis in the middle of the new URSS, which is the European Union. Why? Because in Switzerland, there are a lot of these entities, headquarters, like the World Economic Forum, the IMF, and the Bank of International Settlement. In 10 days, I mean, while we are speaking now, in 10 days, they are going to a city close where I live called Davos to plan how to reduce the population on the planet. And they have all the military, all the armies, all the police that are giving the shoulder to them, not to us. That's the problem. It's a pyramid structure that you have in front of your money called dollar, right? Where you have that is the symbol that was created by this guy called Adam Weishaupt in 1786. This guy created this plan, and based on that is now they are controlling all the countries. This is really something that you really think that you can toward using some sort of small group. They are meeting,
Hey,
they are
Contra.
gathering in Davos.
Hey, Contra, I appreciate your inputs, and I think you're right about a lot of what you say, but we've just got some other hands, so if you can wait a few minutes and then we'll come back to you. I just don't want anyone to leave because they didn't get a chance to speak, so thank you. All right, who's next, guys?
I think it was me.
I think it might be Amanda.
Oh, yeah, okay.
No, I think it was somebody called Johnny was next, and then it's me.
Johnny always skips the line. Go ahead, Johnny.
I'll make it quick. So I think it's important in the States, anyways, to realize that
Just give him a sec to grab his mic.
I got it.
You can't hear him, Regan. Drop down and come back up.
So I think it's important that it be stated that the swamp isn't a Democrat swamp. It's both parties. Just the way the mainstream media isn't, network news and CNN and MSNBC and all that. It's also Fox News, because every conflicting argument needs a boogeyman, and just like the war in Ukraine has Putin, and even Fox News. Fox News is starting to spin a narrative now. They're trying to get Speaker McCarthy elected because he's actually part of the swamp, who's going to go after the Democrats, but he is still part of the swamp, and he's 5 votes short because they don't want him in. Some people don't want him in there, but they're actually trying to bring back another proven boogeyman with Trump. They're trying to say that McCarthy's not going to get the votes, he's going to fall short, and that somebody's going to be named on the second ballot, but they're not willing to say who. So there's speculation running now. Oh, it's going to be Trump. But they're just using that because when Trump got elected, people were ready to pour gasolines over their head and set themselves on fire. And they know that. And they're just trying to reuse that and package it again. So they're not beyond bringing back an old boogeyman. And that's what's going on this week. So that's all I need to say. Thanks.
Hi, I think I might be on now. I'm not sure. One thing to say, first of all, is I think when I spoke the first time, I sort of said Twitter doesn't matter. I didn't really mean that. I meant in the longer game, Twitter is not the thing that's going to end up being defeated. It was a foot soldier on its way to maybe having somebody. And the other thing about the Italian gentleman, brilliant, loved all the information, but I don't agree with the love your family and just let it go and lie down and die. You know, it's kind of die fighting for me. And another point I wanted to address was by 19-inch, when she said about Canada and how in the past we were, I grew up here, and it seemed so civilized and citizens were so bought into citizenship. But now that I'm older, I look at it and think it is all about war. And they create wars, not just between countries, but between people. And we're on a war now of the other. That's how I feel. I feel now like I am other. I am something different. So in growing up, I guess, I look back and the people of the First Nations were our other. And that otherness united us as Canadians, I guess. And I sort of see that's how they do this through the world. The elites, the Rothschilds, the people in control, you know, they probably own Amazon shares and all of this. And I guess I'm not necessarily the smartest person in the world, but I kind of feel like this is like a game of chess. Everybody has an Achilles heel, and out throughout history, you've had David and Goliath, and it may be a myth, but it's one that I try to ascribe to, thinking, you know, there I am as part of David Collective, and we need to fight Goliath. And it's about strategy, and it's about looking at what their agenda actually is. And probably for the first time in history, with the internet, with its pros and cons, we are able to share all this information and start to get those people who are awake some insight into the agenda. And that might help us with our strategy against. Sorry, just got out of the shower, so don't have my notes. So thank you very much. This is my first foray into Twitter speaking. And another point I would like to ask is, after these sessions, is there a top ranking list of questions that have been addressed so that we can all sort of tweet our replies and our thoughts for people who haven't spoken? I'm not brilliant at Twitter, so I was glad to learn that by following all these people, etc. Again, thank you so much, and I wish everyone a really good day.
That's a brilliant idea, and that's what we sort of do, is we try to leverage crowdsourced ideas. So that's super valuable. Now, as us as the hosts and stuff, we're depending upon the crowd to sort of self-assemble themselves. So we do have some guys creating memes, creating videos, all this other stuff that are helping us out. But if someone's interested in sort of collating the main questions or the themes from this stuff, that'd be super helpful. And then, of course, our dream here is to sort of have a video editor to come through these videos that are produced as a side benefit of holding these spaces and cut out those great nuggets of wisdom, and then basically have like a clips sort of idea where the information, the greatest speakers that have spoken in, let's say, the last 2 hours, that's put out as a compilation clip and stuff like that. But we're just so busy running the spaces that we don't, you know, already it's sort of there's so much time being sequestered into these things that there's just no way that I can do that and run everything else that has to be done in my life. But that's a fantastic idea. So let's keep that at the back of mind. And if anyone's interested in sort of picking that up, then just DM us, and then we'll try to figure out a way to move forward. So yeah, fantastic.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so at the beginning of one of your, I don't know what even these are called, sessions, would it be possible to maybe ask someone if they wanted to sort of take minutes, go through them, formulate the top 10 questions or talking points, and then do that?
Well, what really needs to be done is what we call keyframing, right? So what we would say, it's a video editing term where it's like, okay, at the 1 hour and 2 minutes mark, what's her name had a good point or whatever, right?
Okay.
That would be one way of doing it. The other way that you could do it is that this thing actually spits out all of this stuff is translated into text for whatever reason, for
Like
closed captioning,
minutes?
ostensibly. Well, yeah, but it's basically, ostensibly underneath the auspices of like providing the deaf people a way to listen to the space. But in reality, it's because they're parsing what the subject matter that we're covering and all the rest of it so they can gather more data on it. But that can be removed from the thing. Basically, a transcript can be produced from these spaces, and then we could, that could be like a sort of a storybook. But what would be better is to have real-time sort of cutting of these things and produce them out as clips. So let's say if I cut out, like, let's say the Italian guy or whatever, right? That was just talking control, and he said something really smarty pants. It was like, oh, okay, let's take that and clip that out and put it out as a tweet in real time. What would happen is that then someone might hear that, and especially if it's retweeted and all that other stuff, goodies that we talk about, and then they may come in, right? But the problem is you need to collate. So let's say he's talking about the importance of family during the pandemic or something like this. Then we need to tag that clip with, family, pandemic, solutions, etc. And then that way we can, do you understand what I'm saying? So then we can produce a longer video. Yeah, so it's just collating and data management. But I mean, we're operating on a negative, $500 per month budget here. So that's, and we need to get those people. And we're sort of talking to some people. Some people expressed, what happens is that a lot of people have great ideas in the rooms, but it's much like if I ask for a retweet of the room, right? So right now, if I ask everybody to retweet the room, there's 56 retweets on the room right now. There's about 100 people in the room. Typically, we get 4 retweets on the room. So what we see is we see a lot of talking and not a lot of action, right? So we have to sort of, pool our resources, if you will, and try to figure that out. But yes, it's definitely on the radar. So I really like your idea. Thank you for that.
That's okay. I'm just saying that I would be a resource. I don't understand how Twitter works. So again, I know I'm asking. I'll DM you so other people can talk.
Very good. Yeah, no, all good. Is it Sheila or Global next? Well, you guys fight it out. Global, we'll just say let the chick go first. So Sheila, go ahead, and then we'll go Global and then think.
All right, thanks a lot. Hey everyone, I'm not from Canada, but we border Canada. We actually have had relatives in Canada, but great Twitter space, love it. Great suggestions. Thanks so much for your time, the hosts and co-hosts. Really appreciate it. I know what it takes. Got a huge tech background, 30 years, so I do video editing and all of that tech stuff. So I understand exactly what you're talking about, and the kind of time and energy it takes to do all that is super tough for one person. So there kind of needs to be a big group of people that would endure that that volunteer type of mindset. So I just wanted to hit on a couple of things. This is my second Twitter space that I've been talking in. I love listening to these. I think that if we in these Twitter spaces, I think good points are great, but if we can, get some agendas out there on planning things or getting things set up to do. It's great to talk about these things, especially right now when we've been silenced for so long. Everybody's feeling so refreshed and rejuvenated by being able to speak now and just be among the other like-minded people that have been out there fighting the same fight that they never met. It's fantastic. It's heartwarming and it's rejuvenating to the soul for sure. But I'd love to be able to see some good, amazing things come out of these Twitter spaces, some action items, some things that we can do to get things changed, right? So one of the things that I ran for school board here in Michigan. I won. It's a very small school district, but last night we had our discussion. The president, the former president, called me, and he's telling me that once the board votes in favor of something, we all have to support it. And I'm fine if it's not something that's detrimental to somebody else, like mask wearing. I won't support it. And after the vote is done, if it's a majority vote and it approves, I still won't go for it. I still will not wear a mask. So this group mindset type of thinking, even in voting, needs to really stop. And that's, I think it was the gentleman from Italy that was saying that type of thing. You have your own mind for a reason. God gave it to you for a reason. You have your own experience, and nobody should ever deny you your experience, ever, ever. They should never silence you for it or anything. But we have to keep Jesus in the forefront of our mind. I've said this on the previous Twitter space. Jesus is the truth and the light. And as long as we speak truth and light to others, there is no denying us. They can deny us all they want. They denied Jesus, and he ended up on the cross for it. We know that this will be the hill we die on. The other thing that I wanted to bring up is the next generation. The biggest thing that I did when the pandemic first started was like, oh, I got to protect my son. Not in the protection that like he can't he can't be out in public. It's like I don't want him to deal with all the craziness that's out there. And you know what? The truth be told, he needs to know the craziness that's out there. He needs to be educated about it. He needs to know what the truth is. He needs to know um, how he's supposed to be living. And that's what's been silenced for so long, is the truth. And the next generation has got to be educated in this. For so long, we've been like, oh, I need to protect my child. Oh, I need to protect my child. Oh, I need to protect. Well, no more. We can't. We can't protect our children anymore. They have to be in the fight with us. They have to understand what they're fighting for and who they're fighting for. The other thing that I wanted to say about the spaces, somebody brought up about following each other. The other thing that you can do is get phone numbers and emails for each other to make sure that, like, if anything does go down, that we have a way to connect with each other. We can't rely on the online version because at some point online will get taken down. It will. It's inevitable that it will get taken down. So we have to make sure that we're able to connect with each other. Getting in person in front of people is things that we need to keep in the forefront of our mind. We have to get in front of people and speak to them face to face. So much of this has been done online, and online is not reality. It's a false sense of reality, right? It's a mind manipulation. So we have to make sure we keep that in our mind, and then question people. Like, pose questions to them. Don't tell them things. Pose questions to them. Make them critically think, like you critically think, and get them to think critically and making decisions or making discussions about their topic. Really pose to them that type of mindset, that critically thinking mindset, because that's going to get them to wake up. It's what did it to me. I woke up in 2020. My husband woke me up, but it's because he questions me. He poses questions to me.
Yeah, like, is the world a globe or is it flat?
Yeah, well, that one we're gonna.
And clones are real too.
Yeah, and we're gonna decide that another day. But and then the last thing I'm gonna say is just for a little bit of help of the host. If you're not a speaker, if you can get back down to listening, if you've already spoken, that would be great. And maybe a reminder for each speaker as you end, just ask people to retweet the space. That would be helpful. Thank you.
Hey, thanks, Sheila. I'm now following you, so thanks for your comments. I think it's global.
Thank you, Regan. I just wanted to comment on what Contro was discussing. I fully agree with a lot of what he said, and there's not a lot of people that are that researched. Hopefully we get more to become that researched very quickly. But I disagree with the idea that we can't utilize our small groups, our squads in our local community in a big way. Everything that they do to us gets carried down to the local level, and it's the local facilitators of the oppression that are actually the ones that are affecting our lives. very little of what's being done at the top of the beast is directly affecting us. And they rely on the hierarchy of power and the centralization of power and control, and the fact that the head, one hand doesn't know what the other one's doing, with compartmentalization, to lead all of that, shit to flow downhill till it finally gets to us. And so it's the people right next to where we live that are the ones we can actually affect the most. And the best way to engage them is to inform the people in our local community of how those local officials are implementing an agenda that is hurting people, and then to identify those policies, name them, name those people, show the victims of their policies and exactly how they're being victimized. And then when you spread that information in their local community, you're engaging in what I like to call Solzhenitsyn's philosophy, except for instead of waiting for the situation where we have to make people terrified to come to our doors and take us away to camps, we're instead making them terrified to implement the policies that lead to that situation eventually over time. So when the people in your local community become terrified of their constituency finding out that they're implementing a foreign agenda that's causing harm in their community, that's when you cut off the feet of the beast. And you can do it without a single shot fired. You just need to make sure that they become aware that their neighbors may find out that they are unthinkingly or shirking their responsibility to their constituency to know what they're pushing through is positive policy for their community. To be worried enough that they're not just going to rubber stamp anything that comes through without reading it, because they're going to realize there's consequences that may come from this. My neighbors might find out I'm the one that put these policies through that killed their child, right? And so when they get that kind of terrified, you can stop it before it ever gets to that level where they have people willing to take a check to come to your door and rip you away and throw you in a concentration camp because you won't get jabbed, because the greater good is at stake. So we absolutely can fight back in those ways, but you are right about revolutions being controlled operations, all of them. I posted a video that I think everybody should watch in the Nest about the American Revolution and the New Atlantis of Francis Bacon and the Freemasons that founded the country, and how they wanted to create a Gnostic secular society of New Age enlightenment. But part of that was to lead us to where we are today for the implementation of a centralized New World Order. So just because those revolutions were controlled doesn't mean that ours has to be. And if you engage in small acts of revolution in your local community, then you can cut the feet off of that beast, and we can be the ones to dictate how it goes, so long as we're not falling prey to needing leaders to lead us. We need to lead ourselves, and to do it in a unified way, we simply need to lead ourselves by the principles that we hold true to with conviction. Thank you.
Break, go ahead.
No, thank you. I'll try to make this quick. There is a solution-based comment at the end of this. I agree with most of what Contra stated and Sheila stated, as well as Global. I think there's just a lot of great conversation in this room right now. I think something that hasn't been mentioned, and sometimes it's the elephant in the room as a result, is we are never, not one person in this chat is going to be allowed to have the influence of what the media, music industry, movie industry, etc., all of these influencers have on our youth. And our youth is the future. And we all know that. We'll never have the influence of a Cardi B or a LeBron James or a Stephen Colbert or a Rachel Maddow or a Neil Cavuto or a Bill O'Reilly or any of these people. And the system is designed that way. I want to give you an example of how far the programming goes on our youth. A lot of people in here may be familiar with NBA 2K. It's a video game. And there's a song on this video game that plays the majority of time when you get on it. And what it is, and this is probably the most popular sports game, period. They had over 10 million, I think it was almost 15 million people played it this year, and that's mostly youth. There's lyrics in this song that states, like, my life will return to normal once I get the vaccine. That is in the music. That is programming. That is something that, as a parent, and this is the solution-based portion, this is something that we need to combat. On Spotify, these kids are listening to songs by Alicia Keys, Cardi B, all of these artists and whatnot who are constantly speaking on world agendas, constantly causing division, constantly pushing the jab, pushing masks, doing all that stuff. They talk about masks in some of the most popular songs and injections and whatnot. And what's happening is our youth is being ripped away from our parents, and often our parents are programmed as well. Often they're suffering as cognitive dissonance, and they don't even see anything wrong with this. But the solution is we, and this is really hard to do on a global scale, but the solution is that we, like Sheila stated, we talk to our kids, we talk to our youth. We educate them the best we know in order to keep them safe, for them to understand what the media really is about, and that what these people are saying, these influencers who these youth are made to look up to, and they're forced to look up to these people because these are the people that are put in front of them. These are the people that they grow up with and whatnot. As parents, I don't have a child, but I've seen so much of this where kids are just completely wrapped up in this music, these influencers, and the outreach is incredible and the influence is incredible. We need to have these conversations with our kids, and we need to tell them what's right or wrong, because though that is our future. And the last point on this is it needs to be understood that Instagram and Facebook and Twitter and all of that stuff, 99% of the interactions, views, influence, all of that stuff are what the world leaders want our youth and adults, but our youth specifically, to be paying attention to be following along with and whatnot. And that is why it is so hard for us to combat this. Right? Because as big as Wogpog gets, he will get 0.00001% of support for his stances, for his ideas, all of that stuff, as somebody like Greta Thunberg. There was a post out there that stated that, and it was a great point, that Greta Thunberg, I think, what is she, like 19, something like that? She has absolutely no background in climate change whatsoever. She is a puppet. All she is an actor. She's a puppet spewing world agenda BS. She's fear-mongering. She gets millions of interactions daily on any of her stuff. She's the influence, right? But there's somebody who's been like an actual scientist for over 20 plus years, tons of experience, wrote 140 books, says the climate change thing is all a hoax, has all the backup to prove it, but she gets zero promotion. Nobody knows who she is. And that is a great example right there of what we are up against. Last thing I wanted to say, just to be caution, Ms. Sheila, I know you're going to be speaking again. I would caution against having people drop down after they've spoken, because remember, this is supposed to be a conversation, and we don't want people to think that once they speak, they have to like drop down. I'm going to drop down because I got to go in a minute. But I want people, like, these rooms should be about conversation. If I say something and then Sheila says something, and then I want to say something about what she just said, that's something that, is healthy. That's what we should be doing. Again, thank you for everybody's time. I'm going to stay in here for a few more minutes, but you guys are all great. So thank you.
Can I speak? Can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, and it's just going to be brief, and then I'm going to go back down. And I do agree with you. I do agree with you that we can stay up here. The only thing is I want to make sure that everybody gets a chance. Sometimes people are nervous speaking. This is a new thing for them. So just want to, my mind was from that point that I want to give everybody a chance to be able to speak. But I loved your point about the parents. The one thing that that keeps happening is the world keeps getting sped up, and it's by design. It's getting sped up because of technology. Things are happening so fast, and with the speed up, because parents think they have to have Like it's all interchangeable, right? Or all interconnected. Like they get this commercial on TV programming them. You need a new iPhone. You need a new car. You need a new house. You need to do this. You got to have this. You got to have that. You got to make the fake eyelashes. You got to have the beautiful, you know, best of everything. And you don't. We have gotten away from what do we really need versus what do we want. And so parents aren't engaged anymore because they're so busy working or taking Johnny and Joni and all these other kids to sports and doing this to keep up with the Smiths and the Jones. And so we have to stop. We got to slow it down. They've taken away the nuclear family because they know how important it is. They know the crucialness of having a mother and a father in the house and having the wife or the husband, it doesn't matter, whoever's going to decide to go out and work, that's one thing. But the woman is the nurturer for a reason, and the man is the strong one for a reason. That's by design. And so we have to make sure that I homeschool my son. I have for the last 3 years, and it has made a difference in our life. I'm not saying homeschool is for everybody. I'm just saying you can homeschool. We need to break down that system because you can homeschool. People have this mindset that they can't. I had that mindset, and people can. We can change the cog. We are stuck in this cog of we have to have this and we have to have that and we want to do, we should not be fulfilling our wants. We only fulfill the need. And so that's all I'll
Say the
say.
word television slowly.
Yeah, television. Yeah,
Say
they
the
know.
word. Say the word. Oh, they do.
Yeah.
Word television slowly.
Yeah.
Vision.
Yes.
Okay, thanks for that. Brian, go ahead, and then 19-inch.
Yeah, I was going to start with responding to what Global said, but I'm going to go ahead and give a little pushback to break here. You said we will never have that influence over kids. That's only if you give away that influence, because I'll tell you right now, every bit of media that my kids, who are 5 and 8 right now, consume, my ear is open. I'm watching, and I don't let that bullshit into our house. So
I
yeah,
meant how
we
many
let the
people reach, Brian. Brian, I think that's amazing that you're doing that. I agree with you.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's great.
No. Just, I'm a squirrel brain, so please just let me get this out. That is something that we do have control of 1,000%. And that goes to what Sheila was talking about, that need, that want for all this crap was all generated on Madison Avenue. And I have a pastor that broke this down beautifully, more than I ever could. But every human being has a hole in their heart, and it can only be filled by one thing that is going to truly fill that need. But Madison Avenue, the powers that be, they all want to fill that need with all that marketing and crap. And all these, you had a great point though, Break, on Greta. She's just a propped up little puppet. We need to be those influencers and to just keep it as brief as possible. That first 7 years of your child, you have that 7 years. That's your time to make an impact. They're going to branch out from 8 up to the next, to 15, 16. Their friends, their peer groups is what it's going to be. So, you have to be that first 7 years. You better damn well shape that next 7 years by surrounding the peers and the groups in your neighborhood, who you want around your kids, which comes down to, do you want them in those government schools, not shaming anybody if you can't afford to get out of it or do whatever. But if you can, make a difference there. And I'll just wrap it up like this with all these things to what Global said. Local is what absolutely matters. If you throw a stone, I'll just give you this analogy. It's been used 1,000 times. Throw a stone on a pond. It's that one closest, it's that ripple closest to that stone that's the most profound. That's where you can make the difference, and that's where they can make the difference on you. And I can tell you the same thing that Wog is always saying about the percentage of retweets in these spaces. Yeah, it might only be 1 to 3%, whatever it is, but that 1 to 3% makes a profound difference, because we've done it here in our local neighborhood. And when you actually say something, the other 97% are like, holy shit, wait, you mean we can actually do something different? So it wasn't a shot at you, Break. I just wanted to push back on that one piece of it.
Well, I think we actually agree really quick. It's all about controlling the controllable. And that's why I said there was a solution at the end of it. And that is what you're doing, right? It's taking care of your child and communicating with your child, especially in those years where you can influence them the most. My comment, and I don't think anybody disagrees with this on here, is my comment is related to reach. I'm talking about overall reach. I'm talking about people, these kids, and as a parent, you probably should, monitor some of their use or whatnot, or at least have conversations around what they're listening to and watching and whatnot. But every teenager, like over 90% of the teenagers in the world have computers on them. They have access to the internet. They're looking constantly at the front page stories, the stuff that's programming them. And that's the stuff that's so hard to combat. That's why we need to be local, like you stated, control local, and control the controllable with our families. And I'll shut up now so the next person can speak. But yeah, no, we actually agree. So
yeah, no, that's true, Break. And to that point, not only is it when I hear something that my kids might have come across on stupid YouTube Kids or something like that, not only do I say that stuff is not welcome in my house, but I have to take the time and invest the time to have them think through why that thing is not good for them, why that thing is not true. So I just thank you for reminding me about that little bit.
Hey, Wog, let me jump in for 1 second. I just wanted to say a couple things. One is what you were saying earlier about clipping these spaces and making it easy for people to get to the part that they want or that they heard and they want to rehear. So I think it's brilliant. I don't know how it's going to happen, but if I can help out, please let me know. The other thing I wanted to say is I agree local and so forth, like Brian was saying. I will say that you can have an influence on these kids. I'm not actively involved in my community in the sense that I'm not, I don't go to school board meetings. I don't go to city council meetings, although I think I'm going to start going. But I did have the fortune of coaching many, many kids in my community. So I coached both my son and my daughter at a couple of different sports. And in doing so, I met hundreds and hundreds of kids in my community. And many, many of them follow me on another platform where I've been quite vocal. And I've actually had an impact on some of these kids. Some of them have lost their fathers through different things over the years, and I see when I put certain things out that these kids respond. And some of them have taken a shot or two, but I know that several of them are no longer going to take those shots. In large part due to people like me that are influences in their lives that have been able to get the message to them and force them to sort of do a little bit of research and a little bit of critical thinking that they were being pushed away from. So, yeah, I mean, that is another way you can have an impact on your kids' lives and on their friends so that they then influence your kids correctly. And the only other thing is, I don't actively watch what my kids watch on social media, but I do speak to them about many things. And so sometimes the misinformation or disinformation that they receive, I'm able to talk through them and make some sense to it. And sometimes we disagree, and sometimes it takes them a while to come around or whatever. But I think if you're just engaged, my kids go to public school, but they're both, especially my oldest, I mean, he's free thinking, he has his own ideas, and they're much more in line with ours than with what the left has been pushing on them. So if you do raise strong kids and give them the opportunity, then they will see through the mess. Because unfortunately, once they get into the workplace, once they join a club, whatever it is, they're going to get these same leftist influences pushing on them. So not only, I'm not sure shielding them from it is the answer. I think letting them see it and then helping them navigate through it, in my opinion, that's how I've approached it, for what it's worth.
Hey, I think I was up next. I was just waiting to speak. Up on the piece with our children and families, and yeah, I totally agree. We can do as much as we can at home. We just want to make, do everything we can so that our kids take that out into their lives with them, and that they do have that critical thinking piece, and they, know how to ask questions and decipher right from wrong. My husband has a good quote. I can't remember where it came from, but it was basically that if you're not a liberal in your teens or 20s, then you have no heart. And if you're still a liberal in your 30s and 40s, you have no brain. It's just, they have completely gone sideways with their thinking, and, drag queen shows for kids, and, you know, I have a stepdaughter who's 15, and that's, I think, the toughest age right now for kids. They just have completely tried to brainwash them into, you know, what's happening right now. And it's scary, and we just need to stay strong and make sure that we, you know, remind them of at home, you know, what reality is. And, you know, I'd love to be able to homeschool my kids. Unfortunately, I don't have that option. So we just have to be extra vigilant on what they're watching and who they're listening to. That's it. Just wanted to add that.
Is it me? Is it Johnny's turn?
Go ahead, Johnny.
Okay. I'm sorry if I cut anybody. I didn't mean to. So it's I got 2:57 p.m. All right. I'm timing myself. I try to get myself centered and listen to people. And then sometimes they tickle something in me, and it makes me want to react, or it makes me want to tell them how I react. But I'm going to just say, this is how I react to certain things. And this is not about anybody in the room. So put your fingers away. I don't care where you put them. But if somebody tells me we need to do something, I'm okay with that. Somebody's telling me you need, somebody's lecturing me, I switch them off. I'm sorry. You're not getting through to me. Okay? What I need is, I need to keep listening, deflecting the things that I'm not cool with, but still keep listening so that some of this stuff hopefully sticks. And maybe I start getting a clue what's really going on. And I've done more changing in the last 8 weeks than I have in the last 8 years. And that's a lot for somebody who was comfortable being a comfortable tumbleweed to admit. And I'm gonna stop now because I don't want to get on a roll. Thanks.
Good point, Johnny. Is it Global next or is it Sheila? Sorry, guys, you guys decide. I guess women first, ladies first. So I guess we'll go with Sheila and then Global.
Thanks. I appreciate it. And thanks again, you guys, for your time. I really appreciate it. I really do.
Well, stop dropping down and coming back up because it's wasting my time. So just stay up here and contribute. Thank you.
All right. Sorry. So I'm going to speak from experience here. I have been going to school board since my son was in like 3rd grade. He's 13 now, 8th grade. And nobody goes to school board meetings. And I forget who it was that said the local level is where it's at. It definitely is. In the last year, I ran for school board. I became a precinct delegate. People don't do anything until it hits their front door. And so you have to make, well, I'm not going to say you. I'm going to suggest that you get involved because we have pushed aside so much of our time. Like, oh, you know what? It's going to take too much. It's too hard. It's too difficult. It's going to take too much time. You know, I got to run Johnny to 5 different sports or whatever. I'm not bashing sports. I'm just saying we have to set priorities, and the priority of the future of our country, actually of our world, is such that we need to make taking back our freedoms the priority. And to do that, we need to get involved locally on a local level in schools. If we want the schools to change, we have to be in the schools. We have to be the ones deciding what the curriculum's going to be. We're going to be the ones deciding and allowing or not allowing what kind of ideology is going to be allowed in school. There's so many times in the last 3 years that we've seen when masks were going to be put on the kids in the schools, parents were outraged they were just literally outraged, and we'd see them come to our meetings, either our school board meeting or our Moms for Liberty meeting. They would be there in droves. As soon as they took the masks off, everybody left. Nobody got involved. Nobody continued with the topic. And it's the same thing with people that don't have kids in school. They don't want to get involved because they don't have kids. Well, freedom is freedom is freedom. I don't care how you slice it. If we don't all take a piece of this pie is going to completely disintegrate. So that's all I'll say.
Awesome. Thanks for that. Stay up though, because you got lots of good stuff to say, and
all right,
we'll deal with the slots here upcoming. Okay, go ahead, Global.
Yeah, like what Sheila said there. I think Gnostic has some good information on what's going on with the school board fight now, though. The people that are behind the globalist agenda have their hands, all the way down to the local level, and they're putting people up in pretty much every riding for school board, for school trustee, and they're trying to block anybody that's got a pro-freedom stance. And of course, funding is also an issue, and just the funding barrier to run somebody, local trustee elections becoming an impediment, because the other side has endless pockets, right? They've got infinity pockets. Their wallets never end. So one suggestion is putting a group together that can put 2 candidates in every riding, and one of them will pretend to push the woke agenda and have a background that can't easily be identified as being fake and against the woke agenda. And then once you get in, you switch it and you become the voice of opposition. That's one tactic that could be employed. But based on what I've heard from Gnostic, it's basically become impossible now. If you want to hear what it's like, listen to him talk about his efforts to get people into school boards and what they ran up against and what it was like for them openly running candidates that were against it. So, but I just wanted to kind of trigger with that, because it's leading me to what I was up here to say in the first place, which is there's a space coming up, GFM space, in 2 hours, and the format is going to be point and counterpoint. And the goal is to take an opposing side, maybe it's this opposing side that you don't believe in order to go up against a point, provide a counterpoint for it, and we start to push through these topics and push through these solutions in a way where we're exposing through devil's advocacy or other mechanisms the flaws in our solutions, the things maybe we haven't thought of that we need to think of to better formulate our position in a way that can't be attacked without being defended well. So it's going to be a bit of a thought experiment, and I welcome anybody to join that wants to engage in that. And yeah, the goal will just be a 1 point at a time, 1 counterpoint at a time, letting people poke holes in solutions, no matter what they are, and finding a defense for them. And then I think it's going to help us all better our arguments and better our ability to defend our positions, as well, hopefully refine our positions to do away with any areas where we're using logical fallacies or poor critical thinking to defend them, when we could have something better. So just want to let people know about that, and in my timeline you can find the reminder for that space. Thanks.
Awesome. Thanks, Global. We haven't heard from you in quite a while, Chris. Did you have a comment on that? Hey, Chris, did you have a comment to what Global said, or we haven't really heard from you in a bit?
No, just a little busy right now there. Sorry.
Okay, cool. Maybe I'll drop you down as listener. And then, guys, I want you to request mics, and then don't feel bad if you're up here as a speaker. We got a pretty good combo going on. I think that we can keep it, engaging. If you have time, I know that a lot of people are busy driving, doing other stuff, but I see a lot of smarty pantses down there. Don't forget to retweet the room and all that jazz. We're also got cross-platform going on. I think we're on Twitch, YouTube, Rumble. There's Twitter lives going on. I'm sort of testing my Rumble channel on I'm not sure what's going on with the audio. So something strange seems to be going on with the audio, but I'm trying to solve it. So if anybody does end up listening to the Rumble channel there, thanks for listening on there, but also come back and report to me, because I'm not quite sure what's going on. It looks like a buffering problem or some kind of setting thing. So my first time streaming, but Zinc's stream is probably much better for that. But We're just sort of farting around with different stuff, seeing where we can gain traction and things like that. So if any of you have like really big Facebook followers, let us know, or whatever, DM us, and we can, even underneath different profile names, and maybe we can get you to squirt this out over there. We're not really going to do Facebook Live unless we need that tractionable network effect, right? Like we can engineer our own algorithm, essentially an organic algorithm, if we get our shit together. But
Yeah, Facebook, we can do it. It's just a pain. So unless we got people wanting it.
Yeah, and if you had like 10,000 followers or 5,000 followers, something like that, it might be worth it. But I'm not on there, and Zinc, we're very small fish on Facebook, and we don't really care about Facebook. But the idea here is that each little silo has their, you got your YouTube people that like to watch stuff on YouTube, you got your Rumble people, you got your Twitch people. So the idea here is just to sort of try to create those silos and capture those fish and those different things. So that's why we're sort of
also trying to stream out on Pornhub too. So keep an eye out for that.
Is that going to happen? I thought we were going to do OnlyFans, and then that way people could support us by watching on OnlyFans.
Hey, Wog, can I make a quick comment? One thing that I see that seems to be making it, as far as the network effect, something that seems to be working counter to the network effect is that, when you're running a room or Zinc's running a room and there's 150 people here, right? I'll get a few DMs in the background from people that we all follow, that we all trust, that are all pushing for the same thing, that are starting their own rooms at the same time. And then you look around and there's 3 or 4 different rooms with, 50 to 100, 150 people in there. And I don't understand why, like, is this a pissing contest sometimes between some of these people, or is it that they don't recognize we are having our room, or like, I'm trying to get my head around it.
No.
And I'm confused.
Well, because then they have a small room, then they can talk about their subject, and also, their rotation through those hands may be different. So there'll be different subsets. We're not jealous here. Like, oftentimes Zinc will have a thing going and I'll have a thing going. Sometimes we just don't communicate, and then we'll both be having, independent things. So it's not really a competition thing. I think it's the more the merrier, and that's why it's good to enable people to understand what's happening, and then that to understand how to do it and teach them how to fish, type of thing. So no jealousy there. But let's go back to I think let's get Control, so because he's got that Italian perspective. Let's go to Control, and then we'll go to new speaker Heiku.
I didn't mean you, Wog.
Sheila,
Sorry
break.
about that. I meant other people, not you guys. You guys are 100%. I'm on with you. I always come to your pages first anyways. You guys are the best. That's my opinion.
All right. So once again, thanks a lot, ladies and gentlemen. I have pinned another tweet. I had to research for this book for months. It's a very rare book. Of course, you can find it most likely in PDF, but I like to read it, to buy a book, because I like to highlight, to take notes. Now, this book was written in 1970. Now, why I'm now talking about this book? Because this book is very important, and is a report that was required by the Trilateral in the 1970, because the ruling elite, they forecasted what we are now discussing. So the crisis of democracies. Can you envision that? So they are at least 50 years ahead. They already know, because as I think Break Programming said, they steer the cattle to go towards a direction. Now, in this crisis of democracy, the report says that after a while, people everywhere in the world, they would have realized that the democracy is a hoax. Think about these parties. In all countries, we have basically the Republicans, the Democrats. In some countries, of course, the names are different. But do you really need these parties? I mean, what is the purpose of all these parties? Is to argue. But,
love you, babies. You guys excited?
Yeah, but
we're gonna see if they'll replace this broken one. But if they won't, we'll just get you both. Yeah.
Okay, so I think somebody has his mic on. So I was saying, if I have in common with you several things, we speak the same language, we follow the same tradition, we eat the same food, right? Why should we rely our life on parties that they create only horizontal wars? So they understood that with the passing of the time, with the increase of awareness, education, people nowadays, they go to university, they research, they would have found out that this is a hoax. So in the 1970s, and you can find this report complete report in this book, they said, okay, after 30, 40 years, we need to change. We need to go towards a new form of controlling. So they said there are two possibilities, either to do nothing, in which case the days of this ruling elite control were numbered, or to clamp down on democratic institutions, of course, beginning with the media, and ultimately dissolving this democracy with the technocracy. So we are already within a new form of government called technocracy. Think about all these scientists. Before the scientists in Europe, there were a lot of economists because of the crisis, because you spend a lot of money, right? The politician is slowly losing his, let's say, value, or it's not worth anymore. So I don't want to, there was a lady before that was saying, yeah, but she didn't agree with what I said, right? But probably I have to rephrase, okay? I don't want to be negative, but I want to show, to share to you my point of view. This is not, they are not attacking us. I'm 42 years old. They don't care about me because they know that they very, very quick, very soon I will have white hair, right? They are attacking our kids, the generation that has been living in this dystopic world. They are preparing them to accept to live like that. They don't care about us because they know that we are just a bunch of people. Before, one lady was saying, there are so many people that are not aware, they accept everything. That's the problem. And the problem is that we need to prepare to give a witness. They laugh at us. Think about those 5 million of people that were in Buenos Aires partying because of the World Cup. 5 million of people. And we are now here talking about small local group. We are afraid to create this group because they can shut down this group. They can hurt us. We are afraid to gather and think about, they laugh at us because millions of people, they just meet at the square celebrating the World Cup. They won the World Cup. And we are not capable to go to the CFR in New York, that stands for Council on Foreign Relations, that controls your country, and 90% of the people in your country are not aware of what the CFR is. So first, we need to educate, to teach, because we have been living with lies. And so therefore we need to teach who? Our kids. Because they need to do the war. They need to fight. We need to live, from my point of view, a witness. So it's a phase. We are in the middle of a phase. Unfortunately for us, we will not see the sunrise, but we need to allow our kids to see, or our nephew to see this. So we need to help them as Lady Sheila, Miss Sheila before said, we need to try to homeschooling, to vigilate. We need to do all of these small actions locally, right? But this is something that is not against us. It's against the kids. They are preparing a new generation that will come after us to live in this condition where they will accept to have under their skin the CBDC chip, and they will live in this enslavement without religion, without the tradition, without the role of in the family of the mother. And this is something that we need to consider. So you see, if you search and find this book, you will be amazed how this evil ruling elite was able in the 1970s to define a report based on this crisis that we are living now of all the democracies throughout the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Control. There's a lot of points that you've made that I resonate with, and that's a lot of harsh truths that do need to be acknowledged and revisited. And I just want to invite anyone new to Spaces or anyone new to waking up to this nefarious agendas, just, take it in doses as best as what is suitable for you. So that may mean stepping out of the room for a little bit and coming back, or being very careful with what you consume, in the media. I'm a big fan of the practice of putting sentinels at our senses, because that's access to our minds, and that is how the dominant narrative can access fear and the whole psyops. So I just want to add that little invitation, because it does seem like we have a lot of new folks, and just pivoting from that, it does take some expenses for technology, and no one has asked me to say this. I'm just pointing out that it does help if anyone is so generous to, do the buy a coffee. There's a link on the bubble. It goes to kombuchas. It helps some of the expenses. So if you're, especially like I'm an unverified account, it's not about the $8 a month. I can pay $8 toward this platform, and I prefer to do it for people who are making, very valuable contributions. I would love to actually give $100 a month to everyone that I appreciate here, but got to draw a line somewhere. And if the crowdsourcing, if everyone does 5, 10, 15 or whatever every once in a while, I think that could help. Just want to give a little plug to that. And then my last topic I wanted to share on has to do with kind of the topic that was cycled around a few speakers ago around parenting. I just wrote out a tweet kind of on that topic of being able to have the awkward and tough conversations with your kids. Whatever it may be. I mean, there's generally the hot topic items that we all probably know about might be that our parents, didn't discuss with us. And if we don't discuss them with our kids, someone else will. And that's where children are leveraged and preyed upon and weaponized and all the things, because, well, there's a lot of root causes to this, but when parents stop having the influence, it's the peers. And who are the peers being influenced? It's things like TikTok and the media and the celebrities and blah, blah, blah. And so I have found, so I personally knew from a very young age I was not going to have kids. And that's a whole other story, nothing physiological, but I knew from a young age I do love kids. I ended up being part of the tribe for other people, including raising my niece. So I do have some experience parenting, and that is something that she has shared. She's a millennial, that has been very helpful for her. The fact that I was willing to have awkward conversations, and sometimes it's about just, like behavior, or hey, this was awkward in that social situation, and how can we be more harmonious? I will also add to the tweet that I made a couple resources, a couple books or whatever, but it's mainly, listening, active listening, just prompting the questions, and keeping that conversation, keeping the communication channel open so they can approach you about various topics that they'll come to you about, instead of putting the peers and the media, the YouTubers, social influencers, whatever, before you. So that's my 2 cents, and I'll pass the mic. Thanks, everyone.
Hey,
Super deeper.
um,
Yeah, you're breaking there. Whoever wants to go ahead, Kate.
thank you for allowing me to speak. I just have a couple things that I want to say. Is the gentleman that Contro, the book that he was mentioned about, what was it, The Crisis of Democracy? I went right away and I looked at it on Amazon. It was over $300. They had one left. So I went to eBay. They had one. It was $160 or $70. That was the first thing, that was a real interesting, and I'm going to see if I can't dig around and find it somewhere.
Maybe you can find it on a PDF form for free.
Well, that's a good idea.
Yeah.
Also, it is terrible how they're indoctrinating the children, and I think it was either Stalin or Lenin from Russia said that a whole generation can be changed in 13 years. Look at how they're indoctrinating our children from kindergarten to 12th grade. They can change everything in a whole society. One thing that I'm appalled about is a symbol that God had made a covenant with Noah that he would never destroy the world again. And the promise of his covenant and the reminder is in the rainbow in the sky. My 15-year-old grandson spent the night with me New Year's Eve. And I asked him, I said, do you know what the rainbow is a symbol for? And he kind of hesitated. He said, well, I think I know. He said, I don't really approve of it. And I said, let me tell you what. So I told him the story of Noah. And I think it is such an abomination and a rejection to our Christ Jesus that is the symbol that they're trying to promote when it was God's promises. So anyway, I'll leave it at that. I've enjoyed this. I followed many of you on there. I'm fairly new I had Twitter a while, but I never really got on it until the Twitter files dropped. I'm learning, and I hope to learn more of you. And I'll spread and retweet anything and everything that I can once I follow up on it. Anyway, I'll land here, and thanks for hearing me out.
Yeah, awesome. So just as a little sort of, I could figure out you're sort of a new speaker type deal, but generally you come up as a speaker and you sort of put your hand up and then you wait. Of course, we hate hands, but it's the only way to sort of organize the room. But just a FYI for next time, but I could detect that you were a new speaker, so just go ahead there. We're going to go to break, and then Global, if he comes back up, and then Sheila, and then Ice Cream, and then Brian, and then, well, Regan's the co-host, so you just go ahead first, Regan, but let's go to break right after that.
I just wanted to clarify my last statement. My only purpose is that, I think maybe on certain days or at certain times, it'd be nice if we could all get together and try to blow up one of these rooms rather than fragmenting off into parts. That's all. I appreciate everybody's effort. I just didn't want to throw anybody on the bus. I know lots of you guys host spaces, and I think they're all wonderful. I just think part of the solution is all of us coordinating together so that our message is more powerful. That was my point.
Well, what we should do really is we should rotate through, organize it to say, okay, Zinc's going to have a room tonight at 8 p.m. Everybody pile in, have all the other spaces hosts pile in, do a short quickie, 45 minutes, something like that. And then one of the other spaces hosts opens up a room and everybody piles into that, because what happens is that if you have 200-300 in your room, the algorithm is getting hacked, right? Again, back to that. But we could coordinate. I've been trying to sort of get those, it's hurting monkeys, right? Because who knows, anybody can hold a space at any point in time. But yeah. And did you have a quickie, Brian, before we go to break? Or
Yeah, super quick. Regan, I think my idea on the multiple spaces is if you just visualize a Venn diagram with overlapping circles, that's where you get the benefit out of that, because then later on, somebody that was in one of those other ones that didn't follow somebody in this space is going to trip in here and get exposed to all these ideas. That's all.
yeah, good points. Go ahead, break, and then we'll go to Sheila Ice Cream, unless Global comes back up. He might be busy.
Thank you. I'm going to end this comment with a positive. I think we need a little bit more positivity at times in here and outside of, Twitter spaces and whatnot. I just want to go back to the conversation between Sheila and Global related to the school system. And I want to say, Sheila, I really appreciate you for, in a way, trying to infiltrate the school system and break the dynamic and try to, stand up for our children, not wearing masks, and stand against them being vaccinated and all of that stuff. You're a hero. You really are, for trying to do that. And it's the effort that I can really applaud, because a lot of people have trouble getting up in the morning, but you're fighting that fight. So here's the issue, though, and Global touched on it, is we're dealing with states and leaders of states that are compromised, and with the states being compromised, so is our law enforcement, right? So are our local businesses, so are our hospitals, and in turn also so are our schools. So it is a huge uphill battle where you may not ever reach the top of the hill, but in no way do I discourage you or anybody else from fighting that fight, because you need to do it, and we all need to try to help on our local level and in our homes and whatnot. But I want to give you an example of a case of this. So pre-pandemic, quote unquote pandemic, at the end, I want to say, of 2019, in the beginning of 2020, our biggest local hospital in my area all of a sudden was laying people off and doing a ton of hiring. And I think it was Control or Global, I can't remember who it was that brought this up. But a lot of these big hospitals in these areas, a lot of these schools, there are people placed in those systems that are going to follow along no matter what. And clearly, but this is by far the most popular hospital in our state. It's the most gone to, etc. But all of a sudden they were replacing the nurses. They replaced people at the top, all of that stuff. And I can promise you that in December of 2021, when I was speaking with the nurse, when my mother and my grandfather were being poisoned and dying in the hospital and their organs were being made to fail and all of that stuff, the nurse that I spoke with over the phone gave me a completely deadpan response to absolutely everything that I said. In my opinion, this nurse was probably hired recently. They made sure that she would go along with everything. And she was like, no, you can't come in and see them. No, you cannot enter this hospital. This is what's going to happen, and etc. So I just want to make it clear that it's not as easy, and nobody said it was easy in here. I just want to point that out. None of this is easy. Even being in this room talking about this is hard. Let's be honest. But it's the battle to actually infiltrate the school system, law enforcement, our hospitals, all of that stuff. They're going under the direction of the state. They're going under the direction of WHO, of CDC, etc. And all of this stuff was planned far in advance, as far as the restrictions, how they were going to handle it, how they were going to communicate on it, the actions they were going to take, etc. So now I'm going to go back to what Brian said about how he's handling, being a parent during all of this. And it goes back to trying to handle things locally, but more important, in our homes, like Brian is doing. We need to have those conversations with our kids, and we need to try to let them know to think, basically help them think critically, give them the appropriate guidance, basically kind of like let them know right from wrong, give them examples, all of that stuff. And it's going to be a much more successful process if we do that in our homes, as opposed to trying to infiltrate all of these the schools, hospital, all of that stuff that I've mentioned, specifically our schools, because that's where they're picking up a lot of this stuff as well, and obviously online. Here's the positive really quick before I drop off. I'm not going to drop off the call, but I'll probably drop the listener. Since I joined this call a couple hours ago, I think I've gotten 30 followers. That's 30 people that I can learn from, that I can, where they're going to post on social media. I'm going to be able to see articles maybe I didn't see before. I'm going to hear stories. I'm going to be able to be with them during this battle and whatnot. And they will be able to possibly learn from me if I post something, or they're going to be able to watch how I'm handling things as well. And that is the beauty of spaces, right? One thing that I want to caution against really quick is do everything in your power to speak your truth without getting deplatformed. And that means avoiding terms that are going to possibly get you deplatformed. That means, being careful they're like gold check marks now and whatnot for for NBC News or CNN or blah, blah, blah. Like, be careful quote tweeting stuff like that, or commenting underneath gold check marks and everything, because depending on what you say, you're going to lose all these connections. Okay, you're going to get suspended from the platform. Do everything you possibly can to speak your truth, but stay on the platform, because, like I said, I don't want to lose the 30 people that just followed me. So again, thank you again.
Yeah, let me jump on that a little bit quickly here. You can say pretty much anything with clever wordcraft on this platform, but if you use the trigger words or this and that, then you're going to get dinged. Okay, now I've never censored myself on this thing, but however, I do refer to C19 and VAC. That's my jam or whatever. So that's how I do it. I've always done it that way. On Spaces, I don't censor at all, and I'm sure some of you, the older listeners, have heard me tirade onto people or ideas and whatever. But on Spaces, I don't really parse it. Now, do I allow people to come in here and talk about there's certain subjects I don't want them to talk about, right? And I'm sorry, but it's my room and you can go to another room. But it is an open platform. I try to let everyone speak unless you're a known troll or whatever. But to your point of the network effect, exactly that. You gained 30 followers. How long in your normal profile, and just if I was to perv on your profile there while we're talking, so you've got 600 followers, right? So if we divide, so you had a 5% growth in your followers in one room. Almost all of my followers came from people in these rooms, right? Just because I was speaking, then I said, screw it, I'm going to start hosting my own rooms, because I didn't like the direction of the other rooms, right? I didn't like the directions that it was always sort of this problem, there's a new conspiracy, here's the shiny thing that everyone's talking about on Twitter today. It's like, okay, well, yeah, sure. Do I leverage that shit? Sure. Do I want to hold a room on Andrew Tate? Not really. Did we gain new followers and covered the subject pretty good? Yeah, we did. So awesome, right? Awesome. But then we also pivoted the conversation to what we're trying to cover. So it's all good in the hood, but yeah, you got to be a little bit strategic about what you're doing. So, and on that note, I'm still waiting for someone to come over from Rumble and just tell me what the hell's going on over there, because right now it looks like there's a 10-minute buffer zone when I'm watching it. So don't know what you guys are getting, but do tell if you can pop into the space and let us know, or DM me or whatever. I think it was Global's back up, so let's go to him and then Ice Cream and then Sheila, and we'll figure out the rest after.
Yeah, I just wanted to go way back about an hour ago. There was a discussion of creating a short list of topics that are commonly regurgitated. And I do think, I understand your point about giving people a place to find their tribe. is also about letting them spout off like they just woke up yesterday, and they want everybody to know what most of us knew years or decades ago. And that can be frustrating, right? But you still also want them to feel like they're having their say. So something that I think is missing here is kind of like an orientation. For example, if you go to a new job, you're given a brief orientation. They bring you up to speed. This is how it works here. Here's what we already know. You just got hired at McDonald's to flip burgers. We don't need you to reinvent the wheel on how we run the back end of the corporation, right? So not to minimize anybody, but those who just woke up yesterday, if we could hand them a list of, short form, here's the topics that are commonly discussed. 90 some odd percent of the people that come in these rooms are already very well educated on this, and we have limited time to figure things out and to get people together to fight the New World Order. So in order to not waste time having everybody repeat the same thing over and over again, here is a couple of pages that you should review, which have all the primarily the most common topics that are discussed in these spaces. Here's what 95% of people already know. If you're not up to speed on that stuff, we suggest getting informed. Here's some links that will lead you to where you can inform yourself. And then if you have any questions, feel free to take a mic and ask. But unless you have something to add to the conversation beyond these points, to just take a mic and go on for 15 minutes about these things that most of these people already know may not be helpful, right? But you can still also give them another reason to join. Come up, say hi, maybe explain how you woke up, how long ago it was, or whatever it is, and ask a couple of questions or something. But it would be great if we could do that, because then we can stop this, the endless stream, because we have people waking up every day, and then a lot of them are looking for their tribe, and this is how they're finding them. But we don't want to push them away. At the same time, we don't want 30 people every day spending 15 minutes each taking the podium to explain the same thing that everybody already knows, right? So
Yeah, right
Hey,
on.
Wog, your audio is fine on Rumble. I don't know if you have a way to make it turn up just a little bit, but it's probably at about half of the volume as it is on Twitter.
Okay, cool. Let me.
I usually set my audio coming from the browser source at -9 on Twitter Spaces.
Yeah, I'm at negative 10.4. But what about it sounds like the audio is different on Rumble. So is there any like setting in the Rumble thing itself?
No. Just trust me. Just turn it up a bit. Just turn it to the -9.
Disagree. Okay, yeah, done. Okay, cool. Try that and report back. Thanks for that, Tim. Ice Cream, welcome, and Sheila, and then we'll figure it out after that.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. I just wanted to go back to the points with Sheila and Break and Control about the parenting situation. I worked in healthcare and actually got injured from testing. I am definitely anti-vax and was in hospice for 13 years. Now, I have a little boy that I've been trying to homeschool, and when I went into effect of doing so as a co-parent, and this is just kind of a warning to those, and I'm in the States, if you don't have that other person that is going to co-parent or agree with you, that's on the other side of the coin. The family court system is a $50 billion industry that's controlled by the government. And if they are very pro-vax and very pro-mask, you're going to have a battle. And I've been in this battle now for since July. And I was the primary caregiver making all of the medical decisions to now being completely taken off of that. So, the judges can sign those papers pretty quickly if you decide that you want to homeschool, if you decide you don't want your child vaccinated. So it is very convoluted, and it's definitely a battle in every direction. And the lawyers are, it's kind of a brotherhood. And it's not even kind of, it is a brotherhood, and there's a lot of kickbacks that go along with that. And so it's easier for the parents that are able to be married or parent that is not co-parenting or not in the picture, but it's definitely been a battle. So I just wanted to bring that point up, is that it's thousands of dollars that have went out my pocket and went nowhere, to the point that DHS and CPS got involved, and they look at it as you are abusing your child if you want to homeschool them. It's gotten so out of control, and this is taking away your parental it's parental alienation at its finest. And especially when you've raised them, their entire life, and for the schools to make those decisions, and for the government to make those decisions on what they're going to hear. Yes, we can constantly talk to them about that, but ultimately, once you take a stand, they can get in your face and interfere with that. So just be really careful if you're co-parenting with somebody who's on the opposite side on how you attack that, because it's a slippery slope. So I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's you're onto something there. When we did homeschooling because of the mask nonsense up here in Canada, it basically all fell on my lap, but I'm able to make my schedule, work from home, and all this kind of stuff. So it did work out. We're not I don't have those problems of the co-parenting thing, but it's, as far as mainstream goes, it's like you start to look like a kook, right? And then it's like, oh, homeschool and anti-vaxxer, like what's going on over here, so I see that status quo, just to feed this into like the abortion debate. Like if the Republicans or traditional family value people are pissed off about the abortion situation, and the easiest way to quit to fix that is just get rid of the stigma of teen pregnancy and unwed mothers. And if you did that, then you can fix that. But unfortunately, it's an uphill battle to sort of get the status quo or the society, 50+1 to sort of get to that thing. So hopefully we can fix the family court thing. But like you said, it's basically a boys club, and it's basically come play with us, and the only one that wins in any kind of law situation is the lawyers, which is the thing to sort of remember there. So I think it's Sheila, and then I think I'll go Chase, White Rabbit, Noonie.
Thank you. I can understand I scream your point of view. Definitely, it is one that I hear often from people who talk about homeschooling. There are groups, at least in Michigan where I am, there is legal protection, and you can. I think it's like $100 a month, at least in Michigan, where you can have them as your protector, basically, for homeschooling laws and things like that. So that might be something to check into for that, to help keep you protected, and give you places to go for information. But yes, all of this is a lawyer's dream. All of this, because every time we are addressed with something, they tell us, well, file a lawsuit, file a lawsuit. Oh, you don't like it? File a lawsuit. So, and that's with everything. And they know that most people don't have the money to go the depths that these lawsuits need to go in order to be overturned. They know this. And so I don't have the solution for it, but it's just something to think about and address. So a few points I'm going to hit on. I think it was Global that said this, something about the school board, running for school board, and not and doing it in a way that's deceitful. Like you're going to run for school board as one side and then flip when you get there. I'm going to caution people, deceit is from the devil. Deceit is always going to be from the devil. And so if you begin the road of deceit, you will not be any different than those that you're trying to fight against. You have to stay righteous in what you are doing, and you will win. You will win. It's not going to be easy road. It really isn't. But deceit is not the way, because you can called out for being a hypocrite. on the homeschooling side, um, people think that homeschooling is super difficult. The biggest issue that we have as homeschoolers, and I did when I first started homeschooling, is that I'm going to fail my child. I'm sorry, but as a parent, you're never going to fail your child ever, because your love for them is so great that you will not fail them. You will do everything in your power to help them succeed. And homeschooling is full of fluff. The only reason I'm sorry, not homeschooling, public schooling is full of fluff. The only reason they have schooling from 8 to 3, 4 is because it aligns with most parents and how they work. The government has changed these laws and times to align with parental work. So you can, as a parent, homeschool any time of the day. You can do it in any way that you want. There's no guidelines, other than some states have some guidelines in what is taught, but there's nothing like to tell you that you can't do it a certain way. And then the college themselves are just indoctrination camps as well. It's been this mindset for God ever since I was little. You go to college, go to college, go to college, go to college. Well, you know what? Sometimes college isn't where it's at. Sometimes a trade school is a great place. Skilled trades are huge, big money makers. So we should never be doing anything that um, tells everybody that they need to go to college. It seems like there's a lot more activists that come out of college than actual workers. Um, don't The thing we have to be careful about our children is we can't be belittling our children. We have to teach them, we have to nurture them, and we have to realize that they're not being bad as they're growing up to be bad. They are navigating the earth like we did when we were little. They're trying to figure it out, and we have to be there to be their guide, not their friend, their guide, their parent, right from wrong, and teaching them on that. um, I also wanted to touch on this Twitter space. I tried to hold one yesterday. I'd like to talk about ivermectin because, I've heard from people that it didn't help them, and I've heard from people that it did. I think that is a good Twitter space to hold. I'd love to hold something like that where people come in and just talk about their experience. With everybody and having their own experience, it helps give all of us empowerment. It gives us knowledge, and when you have knowledge, you're empowered. So I think if we could do something like Twitter Spaces on those type of things to hear people's experience, I think that's super helpful. Um, and then I wanted to touch on the loss of jobs when people are being prompted to get jabbed. The fear of the jab is fearful for people. The fear of the virus is fearful for people. The thing we have to try and take away from people is their fear. We have to say, listen, you know what? I'm here to support you. Whatever you want to do, but no, you don't have to do this shot. I will help you. If you need a place to stay, you can stay in my home. We are the village, and we are going to be there in the end. When all of this collapses, we will have to be there for the village to help the village grow. This isn't a new thing. This has happened many times in history, and things have always been rebuilt. We are going to be the people that are rebuilding the foundation of the new freedom movement. And then the last thing I'm going to say about the online book, I'm happy to do that. I have an online, it's called Flipbook, and it's perfect for this because it can't be taken down by anything. And I'm happy to put together something where people can get this online book and see videos on there. I can put YouTube links on there to see videos, YouTube, just regular links to check out articles and things like that. So I'm happy to work with anybody to get that done. Thank you.
Awesome, Sheila. I just DM'd you the ivermectin guy to follow. That's the takedown or the pushing up of the ivermectin trial. You can check that out. And then on the other note I'll go about that in a second. Zinc, go ahead.
I was going to say, when you take the ivermectin, make sure you also take the zinc and the D3, not just ivermectin by itself.
Yeah,
If I just jump in for a second.
And on a full stomach. The other thing is that your absorption rate goes way up in a full stomach. It's I think it's almost double or triple. So I send you that, Sheila, for that stuff. The other thing I wanted to say to the Italian guy, he's not here anymore, the control guy that wrote that book or whatever. What we should do is figure out if he doesn't have
He's
a
still here.
yeah, okay, so you can come up again, Control, if you want to, but we should figure out if it's not available as like a download from Amazon, Kindle, whatever. You should figure out a way to make that into a PDF, and then let's get that going, and then we can, it might even generate some money for you, or at least set up a donation button or something, because I'm sure you have the text file yourself anyways, and we could probably help you crap that out technologically. So please come up, Control, if you are in the room, and then someone else wanted to do a quick interjection, and then because I want to get to the hands here, guys, we got a crazy thing going on. So who
Yeah.
was
If he wants to send it to me, I could put it in. Like I said, I could put it in that flip book, and we can put links on there and table of content and all that, so people can get to pages
Okay.
that they want to go to.
Perfect. So Sheila, I've already DM'd you. I want to get the DM going with you, and we'll create a little work group on this kind of stuff, so that we can collate all the tech savvy people, so it's not just all bearing down on Zink and I's shoulders. Okay, perfect. Thank you for that. Regan's a co-host. He doesn't really have to raise his hand, but obviously he's signaling me that he wants to say something. And then after that, I believe it's Noonie and then TR6 and Global.
I just want to say quick before we moved away from it, to the lady and to the people, that we're talking about, when you get divorced and the family courts turn everything upside down and then want to take your kids and jab them or give the other partner all the rights or whatever. I agree. I mean, I'm married 25 years and I'll be married for a long time, regardless of how things go. I got 3 brothers that are divorced, and I've watched what's gone on in family court. I actually represented one of my brothers, and it seems to me that all the courts are interested in is those lawyers making money and getting the government as involved as possible with your kids. So at this point, it's a lot more dangerous today than that was 5 years ago. But with that being said, well before Spaces, I used to be a radio listener. I used to listen to a lot of talk radio, and one person I used to listen to in Greater Vancouver was, I think her name was Rona Raskin, and she would do a show every Sunday on marriage and family. And so many people would come up and they would ask her this question. They would say, my husband's not being very nice to me and thinking about getting divorced, and I want some advice. And the first thing she would say to him, do you have any kids? And then they would say, yeah, I have a 12-year-old kid. And she'd say, okay, well, you have 6 more years to put up with your husband, who's a little bit not very nice to you, because when you had that child, you made an 18-year commitment at least, and you need to put up with whatever's going on, other than obviously, physical abuse and stuff. But you need to be in those child's lives for at least 18 years, because you and your husband should be able to work through this, or you and your wife. And that was the question she would always ask everybody. And I felt strongly before I ever had kids or got married that, for one, I'm going to be married for life. My wedding ring has 2 eagles on it. Eagles mate for life. And that's a lifelong commitment. But once we had kids, 100%, regardless, I will bring those kids into adulthood with my wife, and probably well beyond. So it's just my message to anyone. You don't want the government involved. You don't want what happens. And in my business, I saw a lot of people that got divorced, and they used to come to me for equipment that I sold that they would now need. And anyone that was thinking about divorce, I would always ask them the same question: do you think it's easier to deal with your one wife, or do you think it's going to be easier to deal with 2 ladies? Or as a lady, I would say 2 men. You want some other man raising your kids. So just a warning to the room, man. Like, if you haven't seen it, go to family court, sit there for a few hours, and then you know what you're going to be dealing with for the rest of your life if you and your husband or you and your wife can't work through your differences. So I love people, and I just thought that might be valuable.
I just want to interject real quick. Communication, my husband and I were headed for the road for the divorce, and communication is the biggest reason why couples get divorced. If you have got to figure out how to communicate with each other, because it's how you're going to get things solved.
Noonie, go ahead.
Well, good morning. How's everyone? I've been listening and doing some things. One thing that struck me when Zink was talking was I found it a very fascinating subject, is that while spaces are a fantastic forum right now and everybody's getting the ability to speak with other people again about these topics, I think it would be something to look into. That would be a good idea, I think, is hosting a lecture series where Zink could take the mic and do a lecture series on his topic, as well as other notable topics like the blockchain communications technology that Tim talked about, or even cryptocurrency for beginners, because a lot of people are at the beginning of that learning curve, as well as things like propaganda and various techniques on how to fortify your mind against it. In addition to that, homeschooling and the options available. I know Hillsdale College has a great curriculum package set together for K through 12. The Spaces Forum is new to everybody, and we see these great spaces popping up where people are being able to engage in conversation about topics that we were shut down about. Um, but I think that having these lecture type series would give us an excellent forum. And same thing with Global Freedom about what he's doing. And so if it was a lecture type thing, you could have all of the links and in the page where people could go to, and then afterwards you get the recording, just to bring everybody up to the same speed, because everyone's at different points in their learning curves about the various things that we must be aware of. And that includes the history of the monopolies that now control our world and how they do it, about the blockchain communications technology, cryptocurrency for beginners, propaganda, homeschooling, and other topics, especially about the great work that Global Freedom's been doing. I followed him for a while, and he's been at this. I mean, it only takes 10,000 hours to become a master at something, and I'm sure he's probably at that mark right now or very soon. But I'd like to see more of that. While I do enjoy listening to some people, I really have I know somebody set me off last night because for my own people, I have a higher standard of, I really don't like listening to people who are maybe on their healing journey telling other people what to do. Everybody has trauma in their life, and whether you've healed or not, that's up to you, because healing is a choice. As I've said before, I'm a residential school survivor, and I have gone through the healing process. And when I see people trying to degrade other people for the choices they made in their life, especially in the pursuit of freedom, I can't tolerate it. I will not tolerate it. And right now, the two groups I see most oppressed right now by mainstream media are the Christians and white males. And that is intolerable for me. I know racism when I see it. I know bigotry when I see it. And right now, there is bigotry against white males and the Christians. I am not Christian myself, but when I see that, it makes me angry. Anyway, got to get back to work. Nice listening to you guys. Next on Mike.
As a white male Christian, I do appreciate your comments. Thank you. And I'm sorry for your struggles. I can't imagine how difficult it would have been for anyone in Canada to go through residential schools. And I hope everybody does read about it and learn about it, because it's a travesty of justice, and all of those people deserve to have anger.
The thing about it is, I'm one of the Indians that got kicked out. I'm essentially ungovernable. If you want to tell me to do something, tell me I can't do it, and I'll prove to you I can.
Are we doing hands or?
I got chaos going on here trying to deal with this live stream crap. Yeah, you guys can self-organize yourself, but just go ahead, White Rabbit, then TR6 and Global Junior Dude, but just stick to it, guys. And after that, if all the hands are done, maybe you guys can just organize yourself in some kind of chaotic anarchy of some sort.
I know. I was just going to go on the back of what Global was saying earlier. I think it's a good idea to try and organize something in terms of the different topics and that kind of thing. Maybe even pre-room, somehow we can organize it. Just I've seen that a lot too lately, and what I'm noticing when I look at the like user, sorry, excuse me, I'm trying to remember the right word for it here. When I'm just looking at the users in a space and that kind of thing, and how many people are dropping off, as soon as we get somebody in that's kind of newly woken to it, they just want to basically like verbal diarrhea everything that's in their head, that they've been learning over the last couple months, that we've been like knowing for the last 3, 5, 10, 20 years. So if we had some type of PDF file or even a tweet that we could just constantly refer back to, throw it up in the nest and refer them to it before they come up and go on like a tirade for 15, 20 minutes. I think that's a fantastic idea, because like even there's been some spaces lately that I've gone into and I've just lost interest after like 5, 10 minutes, because I'll just hear one woman or one guy come on and just literally start talking about stuff that we were talking about 3 years ago, you know? So just to point, and just backing up what Global was saying. Guys, I think if TR6 or Global or Junior, I'm not quite sure who was next either. So
I think I'm next. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah,
oh
you
yeah,
sound good, bud.
Okay. I think that's a great idea, White Wabbit. If maybe that's something the host could do, is have something that's put up in the nest so that we can avoid those situations, because it does get a little monotonous when you hear the same thing over and over again.
well, I think if we could organize ourselves, just sorry TR6, not to interrupt, but like if we could organize ourselves just to put it into like a point form manner, that could even like we could continually add to it, and even possibly like add books or writings and all that kind of thing to it, so they'd have research stuff to go into if they wanted to, as opposed to just trying to lay it out for the crowd that's already heard it 1,000 times. So sorry.
Good idea. I just wanted to jump in briefly about the ivermectin for I think it was Sheila down there. I have a supply of, it's a liquid ivermectin. Of course, I know a guy that I get it from, right? We all know a guy, right? It's in a bottle with an eyedropper, and you take 10 drops into a spoon. Take that as soon as you think you need something, and then same thing an hour later and an hour later. So 3 times, and you do that 3 days in a row. And zinc's right. You got to take your vitamin D or zinc, and I take that daily. Vitamin C, vitamin D, and zinc. You got to take that along with the ivermectin. But I've used it twice now, and I'm telling you, it's a miracle. Within 1 day, I was turned right around. So I swear by this stuff. And at least the stuff that I've got, it's in a liquid form. And yeah, I'll never be without that. So I found good results.
I'll go since I am next. Just to respond to Sheila, yeah, I mean, that suggestion was kind of genuine and kind of just to trigger with the counterpoint point system I was talking about for the upcoming space. And that's because if you've heard Gnostic in here talking about what he went up against when he tried to do exactly that in an area of Canada where he had a group that was fairly well funded that was putting candidates in to run for school boards, and the resistance they went up against and the things that were done to them, the libel, the slander, the just the vitriol that was thrown their way, and all the things that were done to undermine their efforts. It's looking like even at that level of local government or policies or positions that could influence from the inside, it's getting very difficult to get anybody on our side into those positions, and those are the base lowest positions we could get people into. So I would recommend, if you ever see Gnostic in here, give him a follow and listen to what he has to say, because he'll tell the story. He's told it quite a few times of what we're up against. And, I totally agree that we should not compromise ourselves, but we also have to find a way to somehow infiltrate a little bit of this power structure so that we do have people on the inside. I don't exactly see how we're going to do that, following the model that Gnostic tried to follow. He was not successful. And if they couldn't do it, I don't see how anyone else is going to. But I just wanted to mention to people. I know there's a lot of people that might not be physically able, but there's a lot of people always in these spaces talking. And just for your own health and stress management, and to deal with any anxiety that's coming from any of these topics, make sure that you exercise every day. Get your workouts in, and if you can, get into nature. These are things that are often overlooked. A lot of people are spending almost all day on their phones, staring at little screens. You need your eyes to adjust to the mountains, the forest, look away from the screens, put it down for a while, and get some exercise in. It's nature's number one antidepressant is exercise. And the stronger you are for the times to come, the better off you'll be. So it makes logical sense. So I am going to go do a nice hard workout right now. And I'd recommend a whole bunch of people do the same thing as soon as they can, because you can't neglect that side of life. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Global. I couldn't agree more with that. I'll probably do the same today. Who's next, guys?
That's me. I like that idea, and actually I got a challenge from my cousin. We haven't gone at it since I gave him a concussion and a fractured skull with a 2x4 because he was winning. So this summer, I have 6 months to get in shape, and we're going to go at it. We're both crippled. He had a building fall on him, and I was disabled by a doctor, but we're going to go at it this summer. So black belt in Aikido, black belt in Japanese Jiu-Jitsu to see who wins. On the book list, having a book list for newcomers, the Unabomber Manifesto to explain the left, or the communists, or whatever you want to call them. All of them should be listed so that you can read them. There's audiobooks for free of that actually online. Also, PDF of that online. You get into the first, second chapter of that book, and your brain explodes, because it's crazy. It's exactly what's going on. They come in and we do. I don't come on very much because it's just stressful. It's triggering. It pisses me off, and I watch my kids suffer every day. But I do appreciate the people I've met on here and the support that I get. We should continue to do so. Answer questions, and continue to make friends. There's people you find out that are in your area or close. Go visit them. I'm going to do so very soon to a person in this room. Know who you are, bro. And just continue to support each other. I know it gets monotonous. If we get all this together, I'll help. I'm going to get more time hopefully after February. I won't. My wife may be a little bit better, hoping. But we got to help each other and teach these new people that keep waking up, and because they bring our rooms down, they want to ask a lot of questions. I agree with everything Global and Rabbit said. Give them a book list of these. Let them read the Unabomber's Manifesto first to explain it, so then they go, okay, now I know what's going on, and who it is, and what the fuck it is, and then work from there. I appreciate it. Thanks for all the support from everybody, and I miss coming on Spaces, but I can't all the time. I'm a family man. Thanks, guys.
Hey, thank you, and good luck to your wife from the room, man. I think Sheila's next, but correct me if I'm wrong.
Nope, I'm next. That's all good. You're doing a great job. Keep it up. So I'm just gonna, counterpoint things that are being said. So in terms of the Twitter space that we were talking about, where people come in and they just woke up. Like I woke up in 2020, and thankfully there wasn't Twitter space, so I'd be spewing out the mouth. But anyways, maybe having like a Twitter space on a weekly basis. Call it like I just woke up, or woke up 101 or something like that. Where people can come, because I think the biggest thing, like, you can give them information, but people like to just get it out of their mind, right? When it's stuck in their mind, they just got to get it out. And so I think if they can talk with a timed with a timer, right? And I think Twitter Spaces in general should have some sort of timer on it. But if we could put a timer on it, that will give them a chance enough to be able to say what they need to get off their chest temporarily, but then be respectful of everybody else's time. And then the question, when I was talking about ivermectin earlier and how I wanted to do a space, I know about ivermectin. I've given it to hundreds of people. I mean, I'm not a doctor, but people called me because they knew I was awake, and I have been very educated about all of this stuff from the beginning. So, but what I was trying to address is the what Global was saying in the point counterpoint thing, where maybe there were some people that didn't find ivermectin was good for them, and what happened, what was their experience with it, did they start it late? That type of debate and discussion, I think, is very valuable. And like I said, just having that knowledge, like and empowering people with that knowledge. So I'd still like to do some sort of Twitter space like that, but that's another day for a different talk. And talking about the school board stuff, if you go to the school board and just go there, and it is daunting. I totally agree. It's work, it's daunting, it's boring. But if you get in front of people and are talking, and if you're constantly there speaking, and you get in front of your neighbors and are talking, and you go to events and talk, and just start meeting people and getting connected with people, and eventually you will win that election, because you've been in front of enough people, you've made enough connections that people will then begin to know and trust you. I'm a real estate agent. Nobody's going to work with me usually unless they know and trust me, or unless they look on my reviews on Google and see that I have, great reviews. Every single one of them are great reviews, and know that they're going to want to work with me. People don't just know and trust people right off the bat. They have to get to know them. And it's the same thing with being a person on the school board. Ours was small enough here where our community is small enough. A lot of our church people live in Mount Clemens. I was there, and they know me, and they know how I think and how I live my life. Other people have seen me at Moms for Liberty meetings and at Republican Party meetings and things like I'm out in the community, and that's the thing we have to do. It's not going to be easy. It is going to take work. And the last thing I'm going to say is, yes, get your feet off, or get your shoes off, get yourself grounded. You need to make sure that you heal your body every day, because this is a spiritual, mental war, and you have got to make sure that you keep it rejuvenated as much as you can. And getting into the Word for me does that for me, and getting out into nature. So thank you, everyone, for your contribution.
Thank you. Go ahead, BG.
Hi guys, I was just on Jonathan Bing space, and I dropped the mic, and they kicked me out because I stopped their conversation about Andrew Tate and told them to focus on things more important, like the FBI or Fauci and stuff like this. Actual solutions, because Andrew Tate is not a dissident. He offers no solution. He just profits from weak men and exploits women, most probably. In my experience from being a Romanian, knowing how things work. I've been telling Zinc, and I know Regan downloaded my book, if I'm not mistaken. And Zinc, I know, has a book club. I mean, everybody's talking about a solution, and I've been telling people, what if it hit you in the face? How would you recognize it? Well, a solution must have a kind of structure to it, and it must throw a net over the people to get as much as possible. And the audience is quite small. Even if you talk to 3,000 people, they still have to believe, even if they hear the solution. Like I say, digital ID on elected officials, they don't understand the reason or don't believe in it. And the people go after ghosts in the sense that I don't know who said it, white wabbit or something, trying to infiltrate the system. Well, we already have Snowden and Assange, and nothing happened. I mean, this idea of continuously exposing the truth has no purpose, because when the truth is exposed, nobody pays for it. And it's just a thing of a perpetual inertia of having the desire to talk about conspiracy theories and stuff like that. So that's why I hope Zinc reads the book. It will take I don't know, 1-2 days of reading, and because he got a book club, and tell me what he thinks. I have about 8 people that I'm waiting a review from, and to move forward with an actual solution, and actually have even the capital ultimately to develop it by a cryptocurrency. So it is really important. I mean, if you do these spaces to find solutions, okay, you have to analyze them. And I gave a book. I don't talk to. No matter how much I would talk, people will have jobs. They need time. They need attention. And if a things can fly by without proper explanation and their importance, and that's why the book is the purpose that provides that freedom to analyze and not be interrupted. So I don't know if Zik is online, but I think you guys need to start looking at it. It's free. This is the last day of 5 days that I have every 3 months, and tomorrow is 99 cents, and I get 43 cents. So I'm putting a solution out there for free. So I'd really like you to look at it. All of you who really want a solution. If you just want to talk and be applauded by people, you can do that. But there's a point where things must be analyzed. Thanks.
Hey, BG, good point. I will admit I haven't read it yet, but it is on my list of things to do, so I do look forward to reading it. And thank you for offering it for free or for such a low price. It's nice to see people doing something constructive. You know, even if you don't have all the answers, at least you're giving some solutions out there in writing, and people can take them and do with them what they want. I see we lost Wog. You want to come up, Wog? Are you sitting there, bud? I'll bring you up if you want. Anyways, looks like there's no hands. TR6, Happy New Year. I haven't talked to you. I hope you're doing well, bud. How are things out your part of the country?
Well, today it was a beautiful day here. It was sunny and probably, I'm going to say, about 9 degrees, so close to, I don't know, about 45 degrees Fahrenheit. Everything's still kind of green, but no, doing well. I'm planning on hopefully heading to Florida here the middle of January. I'm going to make a run for the border. I'm hearing people are getting across. So we'll see. I'm going to try, and if I get across, I'll hopefully be gone for a couple months. But problem is you can't make any reservations until I get across the border. But I've got family there in Annapolis and in Florida that I'm going to hit first while I try to make arrangements.
I don't know for sure, but I've heard the easiest way is to drive across and then fly from a U.S. state to another U.S. state. But let us know how it goes and let us know what you do.
Yeah, I'm going to drive across because I want my vehicle. I'm going to be gone for a couple months. I bring my golf clubs, my bike, and everything, right? So.
Good for you. I'm jealous. Have fun, bud. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I was just going to say, BG, I downloaded your book. I haven't read it yet, but I did download it. I like free stuff, so I look forward to reading that. And Regan, what happened since my phone crapped out on me? I see it's and UFOs now. We got some bonus stuff here.
Sorry, one more time. I missed that. My daughter was talking to me.
Yeah, we got Fixing Canada and UFOs. What did I miss here while my phone was doing a brain crash on me?
That must have been Wogger's Inc. I didn't even notice. But yeah, if anybody's been abducted, let us know. We'd love to hear the story.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, did that make sense earlier, Regan, with like the idea of a Venn diagram with the overlapping circles? I think that's how I ended up in here with all these Canadian rooms, was like some other people that were in here but happened to be in another space, and et cetera, et cetera.
No, and it does make a lot of sense. But I'm wondering if, like, maybe once a week on a certain day at a certain time, we can try to bring everybody together. I just feel like sometimes we're pissing into the wind, and it bothers me that I can go to a room and see 3,000 people talking about crypto, but we can't get 500 people into our rooms. So I just think sometimes people look at the numbers, and if they see us together and the numbers are higher, that will bring more people in just naturally. So yeah, I don't know.
That's a good plan. That's a good plan, maybe to consolidate like on one day, 1 hour or whatever, where we're going to do that and make it at like a prime time when people are going to be available. Because yeah, the crypto stuff's nuts that it can pull that many people in, and it's nuts that Mario can pull the crowds he does with his wishy-washy shit. So
yeah, I don't know what's up with that guy. He looks like he jumps from subject to subject. I mean, I'm pretty singularly focused. I mean, I've never run a room. I probably never will. But as far as what I don't know how you spend days and days and days talking about whatever his name is, Tate. I mean, I don't see how that gets us anywhere closer to a solution. So it's a little frustrating that a guy with a platform that big needs to spend so much time talking about Tate. And I've seen his tweets. Well, I don't really have a side, and I don't really care. I just think I'm trying to open the discussion. But yeah, it sounds like a distraction to me.
Hey, I think if we can maybe and maybe we do it now in the lull of the conversation, but if we could get some topics to do spaces about, I think that we could, because one good one coming up is the vaccine injured Twitter space that's coming up on the 6th, and she's given enough time to, and she's really retweeting the heck out of it and tagging a lot of doctors and things like that. She's really doing a good job on spreading it. But if we could come up with, some sort of list of spaces that we'd like to see, because like a crypto one is not my cup of tea. I'm not into that, but maybe my husband would like to listen to it. But having those things that we could discuss or gain a lot of new followers from just based on that Twitter space topic, maybe. Over.
Yeah, it makes sense. And I think sometimes maybe planning a room, a week from now or something with a specific topic, and then giving us the chance to really promote that for a week to try to bring the numbers in. Maybe that is a good approach. So good idea.
100%. And then, like I said, retagging people.
And I see that is part of what Mario does. So it seems to be working. Obviously, I think the algorithms work better in his favor than in, say, mine, but that's all right. I think it's Junior Dude. Go ahead.
Also helps if everybody in the room shares it. And if we have a planned room, and people want to
Junior dude, you need to get closer to the microphone.
hold on 1 sec, it's my Bluetooth.
Yeah, tap your mic or something, Junior Dude. We can't really hear you right.
Is that better?
A little, not much.
Is that better?
Still pretty quiet.
I'll be right back.
It's up to you. If you want to drop down, I will bring you right back up if you think that'll help. Thanks. So go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, hey, so I guess I was thinking if some of you guys who speak regularly want to get together with me sometime, I would really like to take you guys through a bunch of interesting crypto things one-on-one, just to give you guys some basics, because we can have some pretty incredibly fun spaces, and even utilizing the stuff while we're talking.
Yeah, I mean, I do think there is something to the Bitcoin, the decentralization and so forth. So there are some details that people do need. Sorry,
I
my
mean,
phone.
I've got a little bit of I have a little bit of extra available, like that I can like send out test amounts basically to you guys that allow you guys to do the same. So basically, we can actually start playing around with it and learning about it hands-on together, and then we would have to have a space in the future that could be a little bit larger, not too huge, but like maybe up to like 200 listeners. And with a few of us kind of knowing what's going on, we can really do some fun things with the whole room.
No, I agree. There's something to that. Probably would be a good space. I wanted to say, with respect to the new people coming in, I like Global's idea or whoever's it was, where we do have something that we can direct them to. But the only thing you guys didn't touch on is, I hear people come up, and I mean, I've been guilty of it too, and just releasing this emotion and this trauma that they've been carrying for so long. So I'm not saying that we always have to use our rooms to allow that, but I think it is an important part of these rooms. There are people that finally find this and finally realize, wow, I can have a voice and people think like me. And it's quite overwhelming to someone that's been convinced by the mainstream media that, they're off on an island. Nobody thinks like them. They're going crazy. They're going to lose everything. Fear, fear, fear. So, we want to bring people to our side. So we've got to be a little bit careful about pushing them away. That's my only thought about that. But maybe we have different spaces. Like maybe we direct them, we have a space on Monday at 5 that is all about bringing people up to speed. So you should be there. But why don't you drop down a listener and just hear what we have to say or something, trying to do it diplomatically because we don't want to push people away. I've seen that in some of these spaces, and it's not the solution, clearly.
That's 100%. That's what I was talking about earlier on, people need to be heard. They feel like they need to be heard, especially when they just wake up. My first Twitter space was with Brian G, and I felt like, oh my God, this is amazing. This is the best thing in 3 years. So we have to make sure we keep that in the forefront of our mind, that they are just waking up and that they need to be heard. But we have to be very respectful of everybody's time.
Yeah, exactly. It's a fine line. I totally get it. Hey, Chase, I'll come to you in a minute, but we dropped Junior Dude down because his mic wasn't working, so we'll go with him first and then to Chase.
So as you plan a space, everybody that wants to join should share it. And then when the space starts, at least share it a couple times on your page. So it gets out there. It brings up the algorithm. If you share it during the week a few times, everybody shares it. People will see it. There's less shadow banning, but there's still obviously, if people like Jeremy McKenzie can get his account back, puts 3 posts up that didn't really say anything to be banned again, it's still happening. So we just need to try and fight against it. And yeah, we can have a space where everybody vents, and there are freakouts. We all did it at a time. I didn't really freak out on spaces because I already knew all that by then. But there's times I freak out. Like somebody talks about pedophiles, I kind of go off because I fucking hate them. But like we direct them to that space, and we also try and help as many people as we can. And
I just had a thought. I think that makes a lot of sense, Brian, or is it Brian or no, Junior dude? I don't know, maybe one day we get, just the top 10, 15 guys here that know the facts, and maybe we actually have a recorded space that is dropping all these, that's dropping all these bombs for little guys and girls. I'm sorry. Dropping the bombs that the guys that know, and I don't mean me, but like some of these people like Zinc and Wog and the people that can articulate and quickly get to their point and give that critical information. And then maybe what we could do is because people are lazy. So rather than having them look at something and search something or read something, maybe we can just give them a really concise 30-minute space that brings them up to speed, and then ask them after that to come back or before they come to their next, stay here today, but before you come to your next space, spend a half an hour to listen to Wog's pin tweet or whatever it is. And then when you come back in the room, you'll understand where we are, and then you can add to that or something. Because my experience is people are lazy. They don't want to go read a bunch of stuff.
It would take about 8 hours to explain everything, because when they wake up and they fall down the 17 rabbit holes, so just the basics would, maybe 30 minutes, and then they fall down the 17 rabbit holes. But when they figure out that everything's in, the World Bank and that controls everything, they're going to freak out. So 30 minutes for the basics, and then they're probably going to go in and ask about 500 more questions. So maybe 5 spaces of 30 minutes, because holy shit, when they fall down the rabbit hole and figure out that all the politicians are paid off, and they're going to get really fucked up. Like, it's crazy when they actually wake up. And then they'll wake people that actually go out and listen to still listen to it. I don't get it. So, it's a great idea, but sharing these spaces will fight that algorithm and give us something to focus on. I like it.
Yeah, I agree. Go ahead, Chase. Let's hear what you have to say, bud.
Hey, how you doing? Thanks for having me up. No, I like that idea of having more structure to these spaces. I think that's really productive. We have spent, I think I've been using Twitter as a resource for a few years now. I just think it's fantastic if you find the right people on Twitter. I think it's one of the most valuable tools that I have in learning. There's a lot of good learning, but there's so much bullshit to filter through, and you really got to be careful, because there's people here who speak very confidently and eloquently, and they can be pretty convincing, and I'll just listen to some people and I'll be like, oh boy, I don't know if I agree with anything that person said, but it plays well to the room. So it's really good to follow up on things that you find interesting, and then go and verify information afterwards, right? But these spaces are just invaluable. I love it. I like the idea of adding some structure. I particularly like the idea of figuring out decentralized systems to be more anti-fragile in our own lives. One of the things that I've come across recently is, I think Jack Dorsey is working on a project called Nostr. Has anyone heard of this? Nostr, I think I heard. It's different from Mastodon. Some of the circles I run in, they were looking at Mastodon as an alternative to getting deplatformed from Twitter. But it was really just another centralized platform on a server that didn't mind hosting these people who might have different ideas. But at the end of the day, as we saw that, I don't remember what chat group got totally kicked off Amazon Web Services, but even that's not resilient enough. This Nostr seems like a bit of an interesting idea, but it's hard. It's not. It doesn't sound like it's going to be easy at all. But if there are people in the room who are interested in exploring it, I haven't touched into it yet myself, but I guess the crux of it is that you use a number of relays that you keep your messages on. And so it's not all in one spot. Your content isn't in one spot. You just keep adding it to relays. And if you get dumped, then your content is still alive on another relay. It seems like an interesting thing to have a look at. I heard a number of times people talking about worrying about getting deplatformed, and this might be an actionable item that could help. It may not be perfect, but better is good.
Hey, good points, Chase. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, and following that up, I think we all talked about all the different outlets that even the space is going out to, but like all the content I create, I make sure I have backed up on my own devices. I try not to keep it rooted in just too much of one platform. Like, for instance, I actually organically put video on Twitter instead of just copying YouTube to Twitter so that somebody can't pull one domino out and kill everything. But I love that idea of, if it's 30 minutes, 60 minutes, whatever, Regan, but doing that catch up, space where we know who they are, Zinc and Wog and everybody, Global, whatever. Just get them in there and hit the main points. So it's like, here, you just took the red pill, you're awake, have a drink of water with this little space right here and come back,
I'm not
Yeah,
sure I would try. Not sure I would trust that Jack Dorsey with any of my data or platform.
Yeah,
well, TR6 is, you're not trusting Jack per se. You would use a number of relays. He doesn't have to control any of them. Anybody can run their own relay. It would be like you'd spin up a node, and then it's like, I've not looked at it, so I don't know exactly what's going on. But you use just PGP encryption to the public-private keys, and you just verify what's yours, and you host wherever you can host it. It's in more than one spot. So Jack Dorsey would not be able to delete it if he wanted to.
Trust your gut there, TR6.
Hey, let me say one quick thing about what Brian was saying there. I am no techie, but I will tell you one thing that's really helped me on these social media platforms, allowing me to sort of get anything that I see out, is I added a screen recording button to my iPhone. If anybody doesn't know how to do that, it's pretty simple. Once you do it, like you say, you can be watching a YouTube video and get to, a small 20-second segment that you really like. You can hit screen record. You can record that. Then you can, cut off the top part, bottom part, and you have your own little, 30-second video that you can then dump onto whatever platform you want. And then the other thing I was going to say is, I was pretty involved with Instagram before I found Twitter Spaces, but I got tired of everything being, having something over top saying, what I was telling was false, or what I was saying was wrong, or it's been disproved and all that shit. And so I was pushing Instagram pretty hard, and they started to push back. So I went to my page and I took a screenshot of every different post that I'd ever made, any video I'd listed, everything, because I was pretty sure they were going to take it all down. So yeah, if you've got stuff you have on platforms that you're afraid they're going to steal, make sure you do make up a backup, because I'm sure at some point they will try to take everything we have down if they can.
It's called Bill C-11.
If you want to get banned from
Yeah.
Instagram or Facebook, start talking about how bad Israel is. You'll be gone in about 5 minutes, and you won't ever have to worry about them scumbags ever again. The people that would be awesome for that podcast would be Rabbit, Chick from Ontario, TR6 guy, Zinc, Wogpug, Global, White Rabbit, Marvel, Rafin, people like that. You get them all in one space, record it with all the information, talk about everything that we all know for like 2 hours, and everybody that wakes up and listens to that will freak the hell out, and we could just post it to, pin it to every space that we hold, and they'll be like, wow, crazy. So thanks, guys. Have a good day.
Yeah, well said. And I would add Apothecarol to that list for sure. Anybody that's not following her, I would suggest you do. Who's next there? I think we've got Cape Breton guy. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna speak to something else, but I mean, this come up, and boys, let me tell you something. For those tech dinosaurs out there like myself, iPhones are, I will never own another one in my life. Never again will I own an Apple product. I had an Apple phone, an iPhone, and I had an iPad. And unbeknownst to me, those two things were, of course, my daughters are always, oh, it's Mint. You can do this, you can do this, you can do this, you can connect this, blah, 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 and you can do this. It's Mint. So left my iPad for my daughter. And unbeknownst to myself, the tech dinosaur, apparently my phone was tethered to the iPad while I was pursuing the whole online dating thing. Man, let me tell you, I had some very hard questions to answer to my daughter. But I mean, how in the name of God do you, if I have two devices and they want to link, I don't care if someone linked them, I don't care if someone physically actually linked those two devices, there needs to be an alert like, hey, bud, do you really want this on two devices, or would you rather keep this private? There needs to be an alert. So, I mean, I was done. That's it. My iPhone, turf that, done. I went to a BlackBerry after that for security, like that's because I just never, ever, ever, ever want to have this issue again. But ever since then, yeah, Apple products, man, guys talking about taking screenshots and screen audio, and yeah, that's why I hate all that shit. I had one little incident, and it was, you know, a private message that apparently was tethered to something else, which my daughter was reading real time. And how is there no alert on that? How does no one say, like, dude, do you know this is like going to another device in another province? Do you know that's other people can view this? Anyway, that's my my awkward never own another Apple product in my life story. So if anyone can learn from that, God bless you. Don't go through what I did.
Hey, Cape, you make some good points there, man. And I don't like what Apple has been doing in the last number of years either. I do have one, but my contract with my provider's up soon, and I am probably going to go to another phone. I may even go for that deep platform Google phone that WOG talks about. So yeah, I think we got to be careful, not just where we spend our money, but you know, even those of us that have a little bit of tech, you know, savvy, not that I'm one of them, I still think there's a lot going on that we don't even recognize. And by the time we figure it out, you know, it's already done. So yeah, I appreciate your points there, but
it was more comedy, but it was a
No, but
comedy of errors, but there's some lessons to be learned there. Yep. Don't do what I did.
Yeah, you don't have to be too tech savvy. There is a good YouTube video pretty much for any problem you might have in life, and that's one of my first go-to places. I'll just check into YouTube. I think you might have been talking about, Reagan, buying a Google, wiping it, and putting something like Graphene, a new operating system, on board. I think we're all going to be forced with that kind of thing, because Apple's already proven that, you know, if they don't want your application in their store, they just won't run it, right? So like having phones running these other companies' operating systems is a weak point in decentralization, I guess, in being a sovereign citizen that makes their own choices like a grown adult. You might have to learn how to just wipe your phone and then install your new operating system on it, and just go to YouTube. Don't be intimidated. I mean, everyone starts somewhere, and it's just a learning journey. We're never done learning. But that was a great story about your phone getting linked. I had one in the opposite way, where it was my son went to a sleepover, and he was 8 at the time, and so his buddy's mom, she is talking to me and my wife when we go to pick him up in the morning. She's like, I just gotta have a conversation with you guys about last night. And his Google searches were tethered to her phone, unbeknownst to him. And yeah, it was interesting. But so I feel for you there. I don't know if I got caught with my own problems when I was a teenager. But anyway, there was someone who made a comment earlier in the room, and I just wanted to, you know, I agree with it and push back on it and maybe look at it with a different light. I do believe in trusting my gut 100%. I think I have a good intuition, and it's really served me well. But don't trust, verify things that you're interested in, or verify information you don't know about. Don't go with your gut on everything. Sometimes when you hear something and it bothers you, you should try to figure out why as well. Maybe it challenges your own narrative and you don't like it, but maybe there's something to the point that you're hearing, So, listen to your gut. You have your own relationship with it. Mine has been pretty good, but verify all the time. You know, you can't trust yourself even, anything. Double check.
I think Regan bounced global if you want to go first.
Yeah, I was just going to say what Chase is talking about there. I'm definitely interested in learning more of that. I had a couple developers on board trying to figure out a way to kind of do the same thing, creating multiple server points and then being able to point to that with kind of like a landing page that'd be anyone could host from their own server that would then be able to point to any other server that's actually hosting the database, and that could also be used as a communication network. One of the issues, though, is that it's very difficult to be able to allow anyone to make entries and be able to stop bots that are being programmed and then put up on GitHub to just be replicated. And you get 500 people trying to make a submission as a bot, and they cram new information in. So then you have to make it uneditable, and then you can't use it as a communication network. So there's a barrier there that it would be great if we could have people get together that have that kind of knowledge, and we can start to explore ways to effectively create the same sort of thing. Because what we need is a database that can be independently hosted in multiple places, and then we need a landing page that can be replicated and ran from an independent server that somebody can run from their own house. Put up a VPN firewall and just have multiple points of access and multiple points to refer to point towards different databases that are all containing the same database that gets updated. So what you basically need is a script that's going to allow all databases to be updated together, and then you can include messages in there so we can still communicate with people and effectively create our own internet outside of the internet, which then you could use CB, ham radio to run communications across. You could use many forms of wireless communication to keep the network able to be connected and update. But I think we're going to need to build something like this, and obviously hard to simplify that kind of complicated system in just a quick couple of sentences, but it's something that people could build themselves, right? So if we start pushing for that and creating something like that, even if it's just a bare bones version to start with, I think we should.
And maybe that's another one of those standalone spaces that needs to happen and be recorded is just tech savvy in the overlord world, right? For all these different options and everything else. I think it was a junior dude said something made me think, I'm going to give it a shot just to see if it affects the numbers. But I've seen that Mario does schedule his spaces days out at a time. And I'm wondering if that gets that initial ball rolling on it. Obviously he's got the audience and stuff, but I'm wondering if that helps. And then as far as the iPhone, I'm not going to stand here and defend it because they've done some bad things, but I think there's some things coming. I saw an article in passing that I think in Europe they're going to have to open up the App Store in like 2024 or 25 due to some lawsuits. So that'll be an interesting turn if that's a real thing. I'm not even sure. Like I said, I saw it in passing.
Hey, Global, I sent you the link in messages. I also threw up a link up to Noster in the Nest. Yeah, I wouldn't mind, like, say if there's like 5 people in this room that just want to geek out and learn on it together. And, you could, what's important is building your communication networks, right? And building our tribe. Like if Twitter were to go away in like 6 to 12 months, but we built something somewhere else, then people here can go and still have people to talk to. I think these networks are super important just for getting stuff off your chest. It's been, a hell of a year, and I've seen a lot of people really do well in these spaces, and it's important. It becomes very important to them. I mean, we keep coming back here and talking to each other every day, like we're here every day. So
Yeah, that's what I've been hearing throughout the day is that we need to stay, well, let me watch my trigger words here. But, certain organizations that have done well avoiding big governments have always been very cellular in nature. So, you're not invested in one thing if they kill one cell. 15 others pop up. So, taking that to the tech sphere, that'd be a cool thing to investigate, see what this Noster's all about.
And just about Mario, I find his spaces are interesting. He came out of nowhere for me, although he was pretty busy before, I guess, in crypto shit or whatever. He might have been like in promotions of some capacity. I think he was selected for in some kind of a way. His rooms got really big really fast out of nowhere, but the kid also is talented at keeping a room. I'll give him that much. But unless you really understand the subject matter, there's a lot of bullshit that gets passed around in his rooms, and you need to know the truth before you go in there so you can discern what is real and what isn't. I think he was selected for by VCs, and he seems to be kind of working his way up on the bigger news things. And I don't think it's necessarily good or bad. Just be aware of it. And I wouldn't necessarily believe. You need to verify everything that you hear in those rooms and check into it for yourself, is all I think. And I think it's a waste of time. The stuff I've seen him do, some interesting stuff, but then it became a waste of time as well. So it's your time is your own.
And I'll add to that. What are the odds that every single major freedom influencer guy wants to go through his spaces to bring the truth bombs, right? And what are the odds that the day before Tate supposedly gets arrested for human trafficking, which turns out not to be true? But the task force that came in to take him down was named Greta. And the day before, he's in a Twitter war with Greta. I mean, they're mocking our stupidity with these kind of things. This is not coincidence. And it's not coincidence that every single big name has to go through Mario Spaces. It doesn't matter who the host is. These people have big enough names. They could draw massive crowds without having to go through him. And he's not really providing anything much of value other than just being a neutral voice who just passes the mic back and forth, right? So obviously this is all being controlled and orchestrated, and it's not organic.
Like, what's to me the stupid part or whatever is like, what's the better use of our time? Did we learn anything after paying attention to Mario, or could we, or should we have, a few of us just been fucking around with Noster and trying to learn some shit that would be useful?
Well, here's the other thing: is it Chase or Chasse?
Just don't call me late for dinner, but Chasse.
All right, Chasse. Here's the other thing: like even the Twitter drop files, which is where I first came across this spaces, they were just reading tweets that we could have all gone and said, "Oh, okay, we're going to go over these tweets as they come out." And honestly, after seeing how a lot of these spaces have been run, probably would have seen a better job done with it. So yeah, and I've got no grievance with somebody being big. I think my thing that I haven't even been in one of his rooms in a while, but it's the same damn people up at the top. And, whether that be Sebastian, Gorka, and all those guys, and, oh, what's her name? Tara. And just like, I see their tweets and it's just so thin, so surface that I'm just like, yep, okay, not for me. Maybe it plays a role for infotainment. I don't know.
That's exactly what it is. It's entertainment, right? I wouldn't even call it infotainment. It's entertainment. Yeah, I just lost my point. Sorry. Yeah, there we go. I think a good filter to determine whether it's a waste of your time or not is, are they talking about people? Are they just gossiping in the space? Or are they talking about ideas that you're interested in, right? If they're talking about ideas that you're interested in, then maybe it's a good use of your time. If it's just gossip, it's absolutely a distraction. And that's an easy way to, say, hey, I'm gonna do something productive instead.
Yeah, that's perfect, because it was gossip. Now you said that, the last one that I went into when it was about I think it was Tate, but whoever it was about, they were just jumping to all these speculations, and then they'd cover it with, but we don't know. We'll have to wait and see. And it's like, you're just telling me a bunch of nothing. Um, so I think maybe that's part of the development of spaces, though. You've got that area. You've got the area I first saw, like when I came into spaces, which was just a bunch of people smoking weed and talking about crypto. So, like, this thing is shaking itself out to whatever it's going to be. And then you've got these awesome spaces. So,
Like think
yeah.
about how politicians do interviews. Like, when was the last time that the common person got to actually ask a question of a politician on a live broadcast? Never. Because they have to control the narrative constantly, and the exact same thing's going on with what's happening with Twitter drops and spaces with freedom influencers. The questions are programmed. There's never the opportunity for somebody to get in some kind of truth that they don't want to talk about, and everything's controlled in that way. So they're releasing the flow of information drop by drop the way they want to, and they're not allowing people with certain questions to get microphones. And it's the exact same gatekeeper activity that happens when politicians are taking questions. They never take certain questions, and certain people never get to ask them. So just to also mention, Zinc, you don't have any co-hosts, but I'm assuming maybe you're asleep. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I saw one the other night. Can you guys hear me?
No.
Okay.
All right, you hear me?
No. I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah, I got it now, Joker. So I heard Grant Cardone in one of the Twitter spaces. They had a huge amount of people in there, and it was utterly ridiculous with them talking about Fauci and truths and things like that. So yeah, we have to be super vigilant. I forget who was saying it, but you have to make sure that you're researching the information that's being shared with you. You can't just take what everybody says. This is how we got into this mess. Is everybody trusted what everybody said and believed everybody because they didn't want to do the work. They wanted to take the easy way to get to the end, and we can't do that. Like we have to make sure that we are researching the information and really coming to our own conclusion. I don't believe everything that my husband tells me that he's researched on. I go and look at it, and then I'll come to my own determination of what I think. Like, the earth is round, it's not flat. And things like that. But you know what I'm saying? Like, you can't just listen to everybody and what they say and take it for gospel. You have to do the research yourself. And then going back to the organization of the Twitter spaces, it's how things will stay engaged on hot conversations. When we have good back and forth debate conversations, I think those end up having a really good interaction, and that's when a lot of people would tweet out something like, hey, they're talking about this particular thing, versus somebody that just rambles on. So just my thought.
Sheila, a couple things. You need to tell your husband to get a profile and hop in the space, so that we can hear what he's trying to say through the
I know.
background.
Everybody
Um,
they have for 36 years,
He
so
said
you know.
he said everybody's gonna laugh at him. He call him crazy. I used to call him crazy, like literally, like 4 years ago, 5 years ago. I used to say, "Shut up! People are gonna call you crazy, dude. Shut the hell up!" And yeah, I
yeah,
had to, eat my words.
but the other thing I was going to say real quick is I think the magic of Twitter, like even from years ago, is there is the possibility of actually talking to people that you would never talk to in real life. And I'll give you my worst example of that. And that's when Alec Baldwin decided to cuss me out years ago. So, it's like that was a good time for me.
Um, Getting off topic of that's hysterical. I'm happy, like I said, if people want to send me, just to start up so I can show you what this online book would do, just to have something where we have reference for topics, even Twitter spaces that were recorded, things like that. If you want to send me links in DM, follow me, send me links to DM. I'll throw them in a book, and then I can share them to some of you guys, and you guys can, let me know what you think, how you want to adjust it, things like that. I'm happy to do that type of thing, just to get the word out. We need to be organized. It can't it can't be chaotic all the time. Things get done when there's some organization to it. So
So back on kind of what the conversation's been revolving around for, I guess, the last hour or two. Just a thought here. Wog, earlier today we were talking about, or you guys were talking about all the different groups in Canada that have seen to pop up, like for different freedom movements or whatnot. We've got like the veterans group, we've got the police group, we've got the Global's got his, the Global Freedom Movement, we've got the PPC, we've got like all these different ones that seem to be doing a lot of infighting or arguing back and forth with each other. And I think the hard time that we're seeing is we're having that difficult. There is a common underlying goal for everyone, but they've got their own ways of seeing it, right? So what if we put together a website that had links to their sites, to everyone's? You may or may not agree with their ideas. Like, I don't necessarily agree with all of Global's ideas, but I agree with a lot of them. I don't agree with all of some of the other groups' ideas, but I agree with like little points here and there. So for coming together and trying to organize everyone, what if we just had like a website, like a link tree that had everyone's website on there? Then and almost had like a forum in there as well to allow people to like civilly discuss and have civil discourse, as opposed to just these constant pointing fingers at, well, my idea is better than your idea, and so on and so forth. And that way people could go in, see it, and find some of the information that they're looking for. I don't know, I'm just throwing shit at the wall right now, but I think that might be one way of us trying to organize that we've been talking about for the last 3 years.
and that's kind of what I was saying with this online book. The thing with the online book is that it's it's not going to have the SEO because it's in a particular software, so it's not going to be flagged, right? It's not going to be flagged by somebody or something or any. Nobody's going to try and take it down, right? So that's kind of where I was thinking, like, doing something like that, because it does the same thing. Like, you can create links, videos can be embedded into the flipbook and things like that. We could create links to groups. Like, it's a vast amount. Like, you could have pages specifically for Canada or specifically for Alberta, Edmonton, like things like that, specific to US. Like, it could be this very vast knowledge base of information where people can go to. So just my thought.
Well, no, and I agree with that. And that in and of itself could be another link within. For people that want to learn about Bitcoin and decentralization, or decentralization of governments and this kind of thing, or voter reform, we can have different links set up, like I said, almost like a link tree or something like that, just on one website. So there's one resource for people, I guess, quote unquote, on our side, to go to, and that way they can make up their own mind and follow down their own resources instead of really having to search it out all the time or try and find one expert. If we could somehow try and, I know centralize isn't a word that everybody likes hearing, but if we could somehow centralize it in one location, and then a lot of us that are in these spaces, like when we've got 200-300 people in here, we could have these links on our own page. So like, I'd be more than happy to have that as a link, so that people had a resource to go to when they went to my profile, right?
Hey, White. Yeah, you got me thinking about something here. So at my school library, and it's not a Nexus search, but one of the searches, you put a topic in there and you get like this heat map of all these links and documents and everything else. And this goes to what Global was talking about with like it being on all these different machines. So I think you just struck some gold here. If it's just that map of links, it comes together. And what that makes me think of is, you said, you don't agree with every point from this or every point from that. And that's kind of the whole cellular idea, in that every cell that makes up an organ isn't exactly the same. It's not trucking the same route, but they're together doing a job that goes towards a single purpose, I think. So I I'll have to find a picture of that thing I'm talking about, but it's really cool because you can drill down into it. It's image-based linking, and everybody could have their own websites that have all those different things, and it's kind of tied together that way, if it makes sense.
We centralize the rabbit holes.
And
Well,
that's
at
what I'm
least
talking about too.
the links, right? So it's like every actual article or thing or group or whatever the hell it is or recording is all over the place on the net, but at least the map of links might be somewhat centralized and could be passed along.
Well, almost like a Wikipedia type thing where you could add things into it. I don't know if that makes sense or whatnot, but you could have search terms, you could have that kind of thing as well. I'm just literally like brain farting here right now, just throwing stuff out there. But that was kind of when we started talking about just putting links to try and shorten time and spaces. It linked up in terms of looking at it from the how do we organize. And because I think that's part of how we can get people not necessarily always on the same page, but at least give them the information, especially if they're just waking up to this. So they can go down their own rabbit holes, but we can kind of have a lot of those in one spot, as opposed to them having to go to YouTube and do this search, that search, the other search, and get a whole pile of not so great information versus some of the information that they're really looking for. I don't know. Like I said, I'm just kind of throwing stuff out there, but
No, brainstorms are great. I think, yeah, that's going somewhere. Go ahead, Rebecca.
Good evening, guys. I popped on. I've been listening to a lot of what you guys are saying. I can't stay on too long tonight, but I wanted to just point out one of the challenges that I've been facing. And I'm not sure if anybody will agree with me on this, but I'm finding challenges finding people who are authentic and genuine, who are not about gaining popularity. They're about, making sure that the truth gets out there. My challenge is there's so many people that you can follow on Twitter. There's so many spaces you can join, and as it was said earlier, when you join these really big spaces, all the big guys don't ever let anybody else talk. It's about listening them talk for hours on end and hearing themselves speak. And so, I mean, I want the truth more than anybody. I'm sure you guys all do, but it's finding that those rare people that are truth seekers who are not giving misinformation, that are being able to kind of steer people in the right direction. Waking up to this new world is very scary. So trying to push opinions on people who were on one side and now on another, it's a huge shift in their world, right? So I don't know if you guys have suggestions on that. Like, I have a Facebook page. I've had it for over a year. The following has been really good. I talk about everything and anything. I used to talk strictly about COVID and my own experience as a nurse, talked about, a whole bunch of different aspects, but then I steered it a little bit and started talking about this and that, and just different things that people wanted to hear. And one of the things that, I had comments on is that I was authentic in the way that I was approaching my ideas and my thoughts. I had people come on to my lives, and we were all just kind of talking together, sharing and spreading information that we knew to be truth. So are you guys finding these challenges too? Is this kind of an area that we need to kind of grow on, is kind of weed the bad from the good? Because I've started noticing that a lot of these spaces are getting almost too big. They almost seem very scripted. And it seems like these individuals who maybe were going the right way at first is now deviated into another path. And I just don't really trust anything that they say anymore. And I'm just trying to find my way through, I guess, the Twitterverse of, the truth against, the misinformation.
Yeah,
Thanks for
Rebecca,
letting me
I think,
speak.
yeah, I think we were kind of talking about that earlier. Maybe you weren't in here, but Regan was talking about, well, I see all these people starting all these different spaces at the same time, like this one's going. And well, you can see what you're talking about. WOG has absolutely zero ego about it, right? It's not about anybody that's running one of these, and then you get that overlapping network effect. So I think the first thing I would always check on any spaces is ego involved, and if that's not it, if truth is a priority, having 100 of those is very valuable.
Yeah, and I enjoy Wog's space specifically because I've gone on several of his spaces. He would probably recognize me. Same with Brian. They're very authentic. They speak their mind, which I appreciate. I get attracted to spaces where I know there's no bullshit, excuse my language, where I feel like other spaces are just feeding into everybody else's ego. It drives me crazy. Like there were some really big spaces lately, and I was like, I am not even going to even attempt to go on them. Number one, I'm not really interested in it. I'm sick of hearing about Andrew Tate, first, secondly. And thirdly, I try to find spaces that are more directed on my own interests, which I presume everybody would be when they're looking at a space, right? So I heard a little bit of the ending of that. But it sucks because I feel now Twitter is now evolved even more than it did prior to Elon Musk coming into the picture. And I just feel like everyone is just trying to make a name for themselves, but they're doing it in the wrong way. And it's actually, for me, it's turning me off, even following them directly. Like, as I appreciate Mario, I feel like he says all these big things to attract people to his pages and then never delivers on what he says.
Yeah, I don't think you're alone in feeling that at all.
We were talking about earlier, and I had brought into this subject, creating, and it was all based on, just getting spaces up and going so that we could get more people engaged, like us, like people that are seeking truth and authenticness and having these organic conversations. But the thing that I had seen recently was somebody that was vaccine injured. She very much is, she has it scheduled for the 6th. She's really promoting it. So I think that if we can get an agenda of topics, because like I said before, I'm not into Bitcoin, knowledge or anything like that right now. That's too overwhelming for me. But I like the medical part of this whole situation, and really digging into it and getting knowledge based on that, and hearing people's experiences. I think that's a huge thing. When people can speak their experience, it helps them. Trauma people need to be able to speak. So, if we can get a list of topics that people want to talk about, and then promote those in Twitter Spaces, and have, I think it was, I forget who it was, but he said, make sure you follow everybody that's in this Twitter space, and they'll follow you back. And that way we have our network, right? That network of people that can promote the Twitter Spaces. So I'm happy to take down a list right now of ideas that people have for Twitter Spaces.
I know Rami had his hand up, and then I think I was next, and then TR6 guy, but I've got something I wanted to throw in there as well. Rami, go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm good. I forgot my thought. Thanks.
All right. So what I was going to say, just to what Rebecca was saying and to what Sheila's saying here as well, is I think that's part of the point, though, is yes, there are going to be these false prophets or false players or whatnot. That's going to happen in any organization. You can't get rid of those. It doesn't matter how hard we try, that's always going to happen. So what my suggestion is more along the lines of a decentralized, centralized platform. So by what I mean by that is no opinion. So if like a lot of people have an opinion on the group Wexit, right? So that are out west, and some of them are good and negative. A lot of people have an opinion on PPC, whether it's good or negative. A lot of people have an opinion on the global freedom movement, for example. I'm just bringing that up because he was in the space and it was relevant. Now, whether you think it's for them or not is not up to us as authors of the website to decide, is what I would say, is more just have the information there so people can make their own choice in terms of following or not following who they want to. But as long as we're still trying to get the word out there and still trying to organize somewhat, I think that's kind of the point of the exercise, don't you think?
Yeah, I was going to jump in. My comments are for Rebecca. I'm not sure that I've come across you in a space before. I just looked at your profile. and it looks like you've got a big account on Facebook. And I see that you're a nurse and your back's injured. Did we lose her? Oh, I think she's having troubles connection.
Yeah, she dropped down. I will get her back up.
But I just wanted to address it to Rebecca that if you see any of the four amigos, be it Zinc, Wog, Mike, or myself, running a space or in a space, you can always be assured, and this is for everybody, that you will be given a mic. If you want to speak, you just request it. We're only allowed to have 10, but you will, in our spaces, and Brian's been helping out lately, and you will be given a mic. That is not that's not up for debate. Okay. What I'd like to say, and I hope she's not gone. Oh God, I guess she's gone. I did give her a follow back. I saw that she was following me.
You
but
told
I
her
would
you were
love
scoping her profile.
no, yeah, maybe. No. I look at a lot of people's profiles right on here, but I would love to hear more of her story, being that she was a nurse, and obviously we know the nurses were forced to take the vax to keep their job. And
Yeah, I'm trying
just
to bring her
wondering.
back up right now. TR6. I don't know if you've had this trouble before, but it's jamming up on me here.
Well, it could be her connection, but I would love to hear her story as to not particular ins and outs, but how is she still working, and how did the other nurses, her colleagues that she's working with, how did they react to her situation? I feel for you, Rebecca, for anybody that had to take this to keep their job and then were injured. That is the most horrible thing that could happen to anybody. And you're just trying to put food on your table for your family, and you don't want to do it, and you do it, or you did it because, maybe you believed in it at the time, and then end up injured. So my heart goes out to you, Rebecca, and I did give you a follow.
Thanks,
Oh,
TR.
she's back up here.
Yeah, sorry.
Rebecca, you were in that nurse's room that Wog had, weren't
I
you?
was one of the three nurses that were talking, and yeah, my story is very, very big. And I mean, I have no problem spreading awareness, because the challenge that I'm facing right now is nobody believes that I'm an vax injured nurse. Not only do they not believe that I'm not vax injured, but they also do not believe that I'm speaking out against the vaccines. Losing my job last year was quite disheartening, but it was the best thing for me because it's leading me down a different path that I need to be. I don't believe in our healthcare system in Canada anymore. I see what's going on. I hear stories. My colleagues are telling me, stories who are in the forefront. I'm not ignorant to think that we're, in an amazing healthcare system, because we surely are not. Nurses face different challenges. Not only are we being, threatened daily with our licenses, but we're also being told that we're anti-vaxxers. We are, the capers of misinformation. We are this, we're that. Like, I've been met with so much hostility. People are telling me that I should never be a nurse again. I should lose my children. I should be in a loony bin. Like, it goes on. Only because I said that this vaccine, and I don't even like to call it a vaccine, I just don't know another word for it, jab, shot, whatever, is hurting people. And because I'm saying that, I'm going against the public health narrative. So yeah, my story is very long, it's deep. And, my popularity on Facebook grew because I spoke out, and people were like, holy crap, like, number one, who is this? And why is she saying all of this? But then when I was backing it with people coming onto my lives and saying through Facebook and saying, yeah, what she's saying is true. Here are the people who are all injured. It's a whole bunch of stuff. So again, I look for authentic people to follow, people that I think are really genuine. Again, I don't hate anybody for what they say. I pity them a little bit, but it is what it
Hey,
is.
Rebecca, I got a question for you. I live on the flight path to the airport here. I'm in southwestern Ontario.
Yep.
And since the vaccine came out, the medic helicopter flies over my house. During the summer, it was daily,
Yep.
multiple times. It's still flying over my house, picking up
Yep.
people and taking them to London or
Yep.
Toronto. And it's at times it's nonstop. And being a nurse, and we all see that the hospitals are full of RSV and everything else. Do the nurses themselves not see that all the people that are coming in are vaccinated and they're having issues?
They do, but we're not allowed to talk about it. That's the point. So as a nurse, I can't sway public opinion against something. I can advocate, but I can't sway public opinion. So if you were my patient, okay, and you had a surgery coming up, okay, as a patient, you would want to know all the information about that surgery, correct? Am I correct in saying that? Right? You would want to know, okay, what are the risks of having the surgery? What are the benefits of having the surgery? As the nurse and the doctor on your team, or doctors or nurses, depending on, we would need to be able to explain that. The doctor would come in, do your initial consultation, give you the information. They typically leave, and guess what? The nurse now stays back and says, do you understand anything that the doctor says? A lot of the times patients will say, not a bloody word. Okay, now I'm going to sit with you and talk to you about it. Then I'm going to say, do you have any questions? You're going to say to me, well, I have concerns about this, this, and this. As a nurse, I have to say, you know what? You need to talk to your doctor about it. Even if I've seen 100 of those surgeries and I know exactly what you're talking about and I know exactly how to answer that, I am not allowed to put my own opinion or my own thoughts, because if that sways you from not having the surgery, that is now against my practice as a nurse. So using the vaccine as an example, because public health is saying to the health professionals, both doctors and nurses alike, you need to follow public health guidelines, which says if we say to the public they need to wear a mask, you need to tell them they need to wear a mask. If we tell them that they need to get their flu shots, you need to push the flu shots. If we're telling them about getting their 4th or 5th booster, you need to push that on your patients to say it's for their own betterment and for their own safety and health and for the community. I didn't agree with any of that. I said, no, it's an informed decision. If my patient says, Rebecca, can you tell me what are the risks and benefits surrounding the COVID-19 vaccine? I'm going to say, I have no clue, because I don't know. And
Okay.
so nurses like me are getting punished, reprimanded, investigated, and they want to shut us up because we are not following the narrative. Because for me, I'm about patient safety. I'm about letting you guys know all the information that I know that I can tell you, so that you can go in there and say, no, I understand everything 100%. I know my risks, I know my benefits, I know what could happen to me. Now you're making an informed consent. You're making an informed decision. That is my role as a nurse. They're telling us we can't do that anymore. And so I'm like, no, that doesn't fly with me. So this is my current life right now. I'm like the kid in the corner with like the little dunce hat on all the time.
Well, you're not alone. I feel that way quite a bit as well. So I think that Brian's dog is really itching to do a counter narrative here, because I think we'll just let him go here. Brian's dog is very eager. He needs to go out for a pee. What would you like to say, Brian's dog? Going once, going twice, 3 times a lady. Okay, go ahead, Sheila.
So I applaud you first and foremost, Rebecca. We need more of you. We need people standing up to be able to be speaking truth. And I applaud you and everybody that speaks up, that's risking everything. You're my hero. I'm speaking. I think that if we can take the knowledge that you have and regurgitate it, of course, after we see facts, because like I said before, we have to make sure we're doing our own research with things that we're hearing. So if you can share those pieces with us, that's helpful. But I have found that just speaking from truth, speaking from the knowledge that I have gotten from other people, from doctors and things like that, is helping other people trust me. And just like I've seen you or heard you have done through Facebook Lives and things like that. That's how we're going to spread like wildfire, is for those of us who are going to continue to just speak truth and authenticity. If we show anything where we've lied, where we've manipulated, where we've done anything that's it will be counterproductive to what we're trying to do. So we have to make sure that first and foremost, anybody that's in these groups, if we see that they're lying or they're manipulating anything, that we let others know, because we have to make sure that what we're continuing to do with the truth is we're keeping that group together. We're not going to we're not going to have others intersecting that and screwing that up for us. And then second, I'm gonna throw in, I don't know how to do it into the nest, but I was just gonna put an example type of flipbook up there just so that you can see. It's just an example. It's just very basic, but just something so that you guys can see what I was talking about. So, and then I'm gonna get off of here.
All right. So before we do any repartee for Rebecca there, I like the flow of the conversation here, but we do need to get retweets, guys. I think I bugged you guys a long time ago, and we haven't really gone up from there. So try to get some more participation for mics as well. Please come up and do that. But just go down the lower right-hand bubble thing, hit that, and then hit the old heart. That's always good to give it a like, and then just retweet it. If you've already retweeted it, then hit the little green thing, and then it'll give you the option to quote tweet it. So then you just put in I love Wogpog's velvety voice, or something to that effect, or we miss Zinc as he snoozes away and we run the room. And then what that does is that pushes us up in the algorithm. And then while you're back in the room and you've already retweeted, because I see a few people already have, thank you for that. The other thing you can do is follow the speakers, guys, and follow even some of the listeners beside you down if you're in listening mode. If you are in listening mode and you want to speak, even if it's your first time, we'll guide you through it. There's no mistakes here. We'll just sort of keep it an open platform. I'd like to get to 10 retweets, so we got about 6 to go. But yeah, no, it's been a great space so far. Zinc's sort of MIA right now, so it's Brian and myself as the co-hosts, or the what can we call it on your journey on a boat here, your first mate and bosun here for our voyage through the intellectual galaxy of ideas. And what we're trying to do is crowdsource ideas and solutions is sort of the aim. Bitching and moaning is also welcome, because we need to understand our present situation or what we've gone through in the past. It's okay, because we will get through it. And I'd like to remind everybody that that is one of the biggest useful things that comes out of these rooms, that it is sort of like a support group of like-minded people. And like, oh, I thought I was all alone in my city. I didn't know anybody in real life that thought this way. Well, it was really hard to put your hand up on Facebook, so kudos to Rebecca for that. I'm not on Facebook anymore. I left when they introduced the algorithm many years ago, because I could see where that was going to go. I could write a 8-page post on Voltaire and I would get 1 like, and then some chick with a cute face and some skin showing in her profile would put her breakfast up and get 500 likes. So I knew where this algorithmic stuff was going to go. And it was also the idea of introducing that negative post in your feed, and then you would designed to get you to react, and then next thing you know, you're getting that negative engagement, which is basically just a appeal to your autonomic nervous system, or your chicken brain or monkey brain, or whatever you want to call it, the same thing that is in charge of your breathing and your blinking and all the things that are just sort of done in an animal like fashion. So once they hacked that, they were going to create division, and that's why we see that no Republican dismisses anybody who's Democrat, and vice versa, so that we don't have that crosstalk. And then this is where we end up years later, is that now we have a divided population that basically just comes into the room and will either troll you like Brian's dog just did to us, won't speak when you ask them to speak and just try to be disruptive. I mean, this is not the way of adult like conversation. And just on TR6's thing, yeah, we always give everyone a mic, but the quickest way to get blocked and removed from these rooms is just to keep track of trolls, essentially, is to do disruptive stuff. That's just childish, and we want to hear your opinion. And I know that you have multiple alts, and I know you're probably back in the room, but that's okay, because come up and say your piece, and let's talk about the ideas. We're more than open to debate, but you know, childish behavior is just not going to get us where we need to go. So
Point of order here, Wog.
Yep.
You went nautical with your description of our roles here. I thought we were OnlyFans tour guides. You kind of sold me a bill of goods here.
Well, nautical. I was trying to think of, like, you know, maybe we could have you could be Sulu and I would be Spock, or maybe the reverse. I don't know. Actually, you could be Chekhov. I think you're more of a Chekhov.
Chekhov. Yeah, I'll go Chekhov. That's cool. Yeah, I sent
And
you.
then I'll be Bones. I'll be the doctor.
I'll just be one of the red shirts.
Yeah, you're one of the red shirts. We already knew you were one of the red shirts for sure. And then what was the other guy there? She can't take much more of this, Captain. The dilithium crystals are almost kaput. Yeah, Scotty for sure. Beam me up to Mars. Elon Musk. I'm just kidding. Not gonna do any fanboying in here.
You got to look at that one video from Paul Stamets, where he was talking about they'll kill me if I tell you about these portobello mushrooms, and then they go into that whole Star Trek episode where they actually named a character after him, and the ship was traveling on this mycelium network. It's the weirdest damn video I've ever seen.
Oh yeah, DM that to me or put it up in the nest, or both, because the nest is, of course, clogged.
Speaking of the Matrix, and just as long as we're on the Star Trek thing, have you noticed the similarities between the United Federation of Planets flag and the United Nations flag?
No, I didn't notice that. Is that the new Star Trek stuff? I don't watch the new stuff.
It's eerily similar. Give me a sec. I'll throw it up in the nest.
Yeah, okay, go for it. So just for those people that have never retweeted a room, you just go down a little bubble down at the corner, right-hand corner, says 87 beside it right now. Tap on that. Tap on the little two arrows square box thing, sort of the two arrows coming in on each other, and then just give that a retweet. So looks like we got quite a bit of retweets, so thank you guys for that. And then don't forget, this thing's being streamed on Rumble, YouTube, Twitter Live, and Twitch. So Zink's got all those links in the top of the comment box too. So I think that Rebecca wanted Rebecca to come back at that, but that she had to go. So let's go to Sheila, Dakini, and Robin.
Real quick, guys. I don't know where the nest is. So I'm just trying to put that thing up in the nest just so people can look at it. I can put it in the comment too, but I didn't.
Okay. Do you see the nest right above the speakers there, right above Zink?
I
and
do.
My profile? Yeah. So when you go to tweet, now that only in speaker mode can you do this, you can share the tweet to the nest. It gives you an extra option when you're a speaker in a space.
Okay.
So you can go to any tweet, your own or someone else's, and then when you go to hit the share button, the three little dots connected with a sideways V there, then on that tweet, then it gives you an extra option to say share to Zink's room or whatever the title of the room is, Fixing Canada and UFOs. So that's your solution out of that one. And then also, just as a side note, while we're teaching people about this stuff, so the nest permeates while we are in the space. After the space closes, the nest is gone, but the little comment box thing will persist. So sometimes it's good to do both if it's super pertinent information or whatever. But I think that what we should do is we should really have some better data collation, and like we should actually have a tweet about this after and just sort of say, okay, well, this is what I got out of it, or see what other people got out of it. Have like an after discussion thing might be a way to sort of start that idea. Personally, what I'm trying to do right now is I'm going through about, how many gigabytes am I looking at here? I think I'm looking at about 10 gigabytes of data of my past spaces that I'm trying to figure out where that the big famous doctor guy spoke in it the other day. And it's a nightmare, dude. It's a nightmare. It's hours and hours and hours. This is like one of the things that just eats time in my day. So I'm trying to find that so I can make a Rumble video so we can catch up where that is. But the way that Twitter spits this out is absolutely nightmarish. So it's
I
very
was going to ask you
difficult.
about that, Wog.
Yeah.
Like on the recorded spaces, I saw one that I watched and it had a clip button in there, but I couldn't do anything with it. Is that not working with these spaces, or?
Well, you can disable that, so you'll still see the pair of scissors at the bottom. But on the recorded,
Right.
you get a little pair of scissors at the bottom, so you can just hit that, and then it clips like the last 30 seconds out, and then you can share that out as a tweet. So someone says something fancy pants, you hit the scissors, and then it prepares the audio while you write your little tweet, like, oh, here's Brian talking very smartly, and then you tweet it out, and it's a little sound bite from the thing, but that only happens on recorded spaces. What I'm trying to do here is go through my Twitter archive. So what that is when I host a space and it's not recorded, and this is why I discourage foolish talk in these rooms, because when it's not recorded, i.e. it's not a recorded space and you can't go back to it and replay it, what happens is that it is recorded, because when I download my Twitter archive every month, I have all of the spaces that that have happened. So so they're all recorded is the point there. And then what we're working on in the background, a couple people have worked on this and we think we have a solution, is a way to collate the audio file with the transcript file. So we can match those up, and then we can spit out the transcript file all as one big text file, and then we can parse through and sort of see where our fancy pants speakers are. So that is the idea there of what we're trying to do to speed up this data collation. But I've listened to about an hour so far, and I cannot find it because the files don't appear to be ordered consecutively or through time. I'm not sure how Twitter is doing it, but anyways, that's the reason why you don't really want to say anything dumb on here, because it's all recorded. And I was just listening to one thing where this guy was sort of being a dumbass, and I had to correct him and say, look, guy, you can't say stupid shit on the internet, and this is dumb to even do it on an open platform. But you know, there he is, and here it is again, me listening to it, and me listening to him, and then me listening to myself pee spank him. And the other problem with me doing this is that I do not like listening to my own voice. So it's highly irritating for me to go through these hours and listen to my inane observations when the speakers are saying such great things. So it's a double-edged sword here, but I really want to find this because I want to spit that out, because it was one of our bigger rooms that we've had lately, and I think we would benefit greatly from hearing from this guy. So I'm going to put in the time on it, but it's a lot of gigabytes to go through here. So anyways, I guess we go back to the thing. Sheila, why don't you talk about something else? That was just a Twitter question, and then we'll go to Dakini, Robin, Marley.
Actually, I'm good. You know, there's a lot more people that have stuff. I've said my piece today, and I really love you guys just for continuing to talk today and take this time for everybody. But I'm gonna get off. You guys have a good night. One other thing. Who was doing the Twitter space tonight for the debate?
I don't know if there's a debate tonight. Was that global? That was global.
Global. Okay.
Yeah, I
All
think
right.
it's called Global Freedom Movement or something like that. We're
Okay.
going to try to, we'll see how long this space goes, but we're going to try to stream a different thing tonight, which is a neuroscientist guy who is teaching us neuroscience. So it's we'll see. I'm not quite sure if that's going to happen or not. I'm waiting on DMs, but yeah, I think Global Freedom is going to do that. Just a quick point counterpoint, which is what we're doing. We're trying to figure out different ways to hack this. I'm sure there's some way to utilize these spaces which we haven't thought of right now, and in 2 years they'll be like, oh, we should have thought of that 3 years ago. But at this point we're just sort of muddling our way through it. So very good.
I think if you can watch what the big people are doing and mimic that, like I said, with that Vax Injured, Silence Vaxxed, I think is her handle, and then what Mario's doing, and they're promoting it, without using ads, right? They're promoting their Twitter space, and they're tagging people in it, and our network of people we should be able to do that.
Yeah, we could mimic what they're doing. I find their space is actually quite pedantic. They're very low skilled Twitter hosts as far as I'm concerned, because we've been doing this for thousands of hours, me, Zinc, and Mikey, and TR6, and we sort of, I mean, there's a different way to move things along, but I'm not saying that Mario's a shitty host. What I'm saying is he sort of surrounded himself by some problematic people, i.e. Kim.com, who's blocked both me and Zinc, so I can't even go into those rooms if he's a co-host. I don't think Tara Bull is really a good sidekick, or Ian Miles Chong as well. So
Right. I wasn't talking like that their hosts. I don't find them good hosts. I'm saying what they're doing to get their spaces out there and just promoting them, I think in general is a good tactic to get people in there.
oh yeah, gotcha, Sheila. Yeah, no, good point. And then, but the other, just so people understand what's going on with these guys, they're moving over from Clubhouse to Twitter Spaces, because Twitter Spaces is where it's at now. And like the nascent stages, like Mario's first few rooms, I was in them and they were very small. And basically he just started giving away Ethereum in those rooms. They were mostly about NFTs, crypto, that kind of stuff. And I think they get around like 10,000 per thing, but they sort of lured people in, and you had to follow the people to get the thing. And they were hacking the network effect so that they could be exactly in this position. So they clearly have a like Sheila said, they have a marketing program. But again, signal to noise ratio, we want to be more signal oriented than noise. And I think that with what we have going on concurrently or parallel to what they're doing, we started snaking some of their doctors and some of their followers over here. So we're employing sort of a different thing, because I don't really want 1 million followers that are not engaged. I'd rather have 5,000 engaged followers, for example. And that's why I'm saying to people with small followership, even though you can kind of, poo-poo yourself because you only have 200 followers, for example, those 200 people are probably seeing your tweets. They're probably paying attention to it. They're probably part of your tribe. And that signal to noise ratio is very high. Once you start getting, if you get if I get a popular space for whatever reason, and I get 700 new followers and 1,000 people came into the space or something, it doesn't mean that those will be actual tractionable followers, if you know what I mean. So numbers sometimes are deceiving, but to get to that bigger reach, we've got to sort of have our P's and Q's together, and that's part of it. So yeah, thanks for contributing that, Sheila. That's good observations. Who did we say was next? I think it's Dakini, Robin, and then Marcos or whatever he was, but he's stinked off. So Dakini, go ahead.
Hey guys. Oh, it's getting late over here, so I want to thank you. I'm always enjoying these spaces before I go to rest and to sleep. I've been in the rabbit hole of European history again, and I just wanted to share a small part of the manuscript with you guys before I go to bed, just to bring something in different. So this was written on the walls of very old burghs, and they started documenting these writings 560 years before Christ. And there is a text about the primal history, and yeah, it's just another piece of the puzzle, right? Because it starts similar as the Bible a little bit. So here it goes. Ralda, who alone is God and eternal, created the beginning. Time began, and through all things, the very earth herself. Earth bore all grasses, herbs, and trees, all cherished and all despised creatures. All that is good and cherished she brought forth by day, and all that is evil and despised she brought forth by night. After the 12th Yule feast, she bore 3 girls. Lyda from glowing hot, Vinda from hot, and Freya from warm substance. As they lay naked, Ralda fed them with his bread, so that mankind would be born to him. As they matured, they became fruitful and dreamed of pleasure. They received Ralda's oath into them, so they each bore 12 sons and 12 daughters. Twins each Yuletide or Yuletide. I don't know what that means yet, but anyway, last sentence. All of mankind has come from these. So the Yule Fest is now what is Christmas. And the 12th day after Christmas is when you have 3 kings, right? So there is okay, they're talking about 3 women or girls being born, but there is a connection somehow, maybe with, like a winter date, something. Anyway, it's a completely different part of history that has been hidden for us, and I wanted to share it with you guys.
Oh, I love it. I love old stuff, especially that old. Like this book I sometimes pump in this room called Wisdom of the Desert by Thomas Merton, written basically a collection of stuff that was written about the ascetics, the monks that were involved with base Christianity, like Moses and a bunch of other these guys, basket weavers that lived in in caves, and that's of course where the Dead Sea Scrolls were found, which provides us the ancient text that all that stuff is based on. So super neat book there as well. But old stuff. There's another great book that I quote quite a few times is The Art of Worldly Wisdom by Balthazar Gracian. Those are two great reads for anybody that likes to sort of have their mind wrapped around old knowledge. Another one that comes to mind just while we speak of this divide and conquer theory that is often called Machiavellian, because of course Machiavelli wrote a book and I think it was the 1500s called The Prince, and what it was a rule book for rulers, because he could tell that the king was going to die and that his 12-year-old son was going to become the actual king. So he wanted to write a book so that when that kid was old enough, he could read the book and then understand the principles of how you rule people. And one of the principal tenets of that book was you have to know how to divide and conquer the populace so that they attack each other instead of attacking the king or the aristocracy. So there you go. Welcome, Robin. What's up today? How's it going?
Hey, it's beautiful. I follow you. You know I do that. And and the spaces are great. But you mentioned something about Facebook, and I was like, because I don't really go on Facebook myself anymore. It's like Facebook is on my phone, Twitter's on my iPad. But I went and got some. You got new messages on Facebook, and that's just people saying Happy New Year to me. And of course, I am basically, I'm conservative, I guess. You know what I mean? I don't believe in what's going on in the world. I think, we all need to be free, and I don't like what they're trying to do and whatever. So I speak out. So I go in to Facebook to try to say, Happy New Year to me, to you. Thank you very much. And what's my Facebook doing? It's printing Chinese. I don't even know what it's printing. It won't let me print Happy New Year. It just comes up in this sign language, and it's I'm like, what the hell? And with my iPad, this is the 4th charger that I've been putting into this iPad because it wouldn't charge. And I didn't know why, because it's only just a year old. And anyway, but I just want to say, I mean, I think Elon Musk by opening up these, spaces, but now I see, so many spaces that I've been in, and we're all having a good conversation, and nobody's, hurting anybody. And then space is just gone, just like that. So I was just wondering, I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist, but I'm like, there was people that infiltrated, other people. And sometimes I wonder right now what's going on with spaces and how we're losing each other and we're not getting to, you know, um, see tweets and everything else. Like, is Elon just another, Democrat, whatever, trying to, and he's coming in and saying, oh yeah, we're all free, but all of a sudden he sees us all talking and all of a sudden we're all getting shut down. Like spaces are getting shut down so many times. And so I'm waiting for him to DM me again because he did one time. So I'm waiting because I did DM him again and say, what the hell is going on? So I'm waiting for him to get back to me and say, are you really true or are you just a mole in the system? Because I think you, and I know from listening to you and to listening to other people here in this space, I know that you're true. I know that you're real. I know that you believe. And so, and you're probably like me. Like, I go out in the world and I go out and, I listen to, like, I like the books and all that there, but I like sitting down with the seniors and listening to them tell their stories about their past and because then I know it's the real truth or whatever. So I try to go out in the world and say, and smile like my grandmother told me at 93, whatever. She said, go smile at the world and the world will smile back at you. So I try to do that in my life and in my day-to-day life. So anyway, thanks for letting me speak. But I understand about your Facebook thing. And and right now, here's Twitter again. Like blocking my, you know, not letting me see what's going on. Like it just does it all of a sudden. And I don't even know, I understand, I can't comprehend it. Like, why are you not letting me see everybody in this room like I was just doing? But anyway, I just wanted to thank you very much for inviting me in and let me speak because you know I'm not a bad person, and I feel like we're all on the same page. I feel like you're on my page. Like I would listen to you all day long. Like you know what I mean? And that's all. And thank you for that.
Yeah, no problem, Robin. Long time no speak. Yeah, the virtual landscape is strange, and strange things will happen, but we just work around them, use it as a tool while it's useful, and if it becomes not useful, then we just dump it like a hot turd. But let's get Brian up here before we go to Rebecca. I see your hands up, but I think he's sort of a new eager beaver speaker. Welcome, Brian. Where are you from?
Hobart, Tasmania, the little island in Australia. I'll let you know, you were talking about the Bible a moment ago, and I posted a document on on the page, the number 7, God's Divine Number. It was done by Michael Hogarth. Very interesting read. I'd get there and suggest you have a look at it.
Very good, Brian. Obviously, you're new to Spaces because you were very short and quick and to the point. We're not used to that. Usually people come up here and talk our ear off. So let's go to Rebecca. There's no other hands up, so we just take our time and relax in here, keep things cruisy. Apparently, Global does have that other room going on if someone's interested in going into a debatey type of quick point, counterpoint room, apparently. But go ahead, Rebecca.
Oh, I won't take up too much of your time. I just wanted to just reiterate with respects to Facebook, the only reason why I'm getting the numbers that I'm getting is because I'm monitoring the algorithm very carefully. I know when certain videos are gonna not do well. I can see when I go on live how many people are viewing me. And I know when I'm censored because I'll have people message me saying, I didn't even know you were going on live. So I've started seeing a slight pattern in the algorithm. I know it changes all the time, and I certainly am not the smartest person when it comes to that type of stuff to really understand this is exactly where the peaks and the lows will be. But I see what I need to say. I do a controversial topic, and then I let kind of it die for a little bit, and then I talk about something completely random and untoward, anything, just could be like online dating to I had a conversation about pooping, for example, because as a nurse, I could talk about that all the time because, you know, bowels are important. But, and so then I shift the way I talk in order to then get the audience back. And then when I start seeing the numbers of live, like, so when I go on live and I start seeing more people go like join, I'm like, perfect. Now my page is now kind of on the low. And then that's when I start talking about controversial things. So I'm kind of going in an up and down pattern in order to try to not necessarily trick the algorithm, but certainly try to keep it where I'm not gonna, my page won't be completely closed down. I have tried to get my followers to join me on Twitter because I told them this is kind of where the new, you know, the new discussions are. A lot of them are still really against Twitter. I don't know why. Or they're like, well, we don't have Twitter. And I'm like, well, then download it, you know? So again, I think it's trying to shift Twitter in a new direction and saying to these people like, hey, Twitter has changed. Come on, join it, see for yourself, see how the spaces are. And I guarantee that would actually probably convince a lot of them to stop using Facebook. I personally want to stop using Facebook. I want to download all my pictures, everything that I've ever done, because I've been on it since 2007. I want to get rid of it, but at the end of the day, it's the only platform that I can spread my message still. And until that time comes where I can't, then obviously I'm going to keep it. But you know, I would much rather have a good Twitter following because spaces like this allows a lot of people to come together. I think it's just for the betterment personally.
All right. Well, are we at the self-assembling point here? Anybody want a mic? Come on up. Otherwise, it just.
I just want to say, Rebecca, I love what you just said, and guess what? I tried to give you a heart, and I don't want to be rude, but Twitter wouldn't let me give you a heart. I mean, I was pushing, you know, to give you like a thumbs up, and it wouldn't let me. So I turned on my mic to see if that would work. So I'm just gonna say that sometimes that's what I mean with Twitter. It's like, you know. And anyway, so I'm turning off the mic again because I want to listen to everybody else, and I don't want to be rude. But I mean, this is what happens with me on Twitter. It's like I'm trying to give you a thumbs up, and it won't let me do that, and I don't know why.
Yeah, that's interesting. I was able to give you a heart and thumbs up, and I can do all of that. So I actually don't know why you're having difficulties with that. I haven't had any.
I think sometimes you have to go into apps, go into Twitter, and then you'll see where there's a spot to force stop. And also there's a spot there to clear your cache. So if you haven't done that on a somewhat regular basis, you try that, especially if you never shut your phone off. So that might have something to do with it.
See, here it won't let me. I was pushed it 3 times. No, see, this.
Yeah, it's happened to me many times too. Just so you know, it's common, I think, but I don't believe it's nefarious.
So many vectors for things to go wrong with all the different models of phones, all the different updates, this, that, and everything else. It's hard to say.
If you're sovereign and you have dominion over everything, that means that every drop of oil that comes out of the ground, a certain percentage goes to you. Every 2x4 that gets cut, a percentage goes to you. Every fish that 40 catches and gets sold, 40 gets a piece of that pie. We were given sovereignty over, we were given dominion over everything on earth. So if we, but I think that's where we have to go. We can't.
There's a fancy room going on. We
You
can
doing
stream
some
that
hot
room
mic?
into this room. So that's a taste of Global's room, in case people want to Tweedledee over there. What were we talking about?
Oh, I don't know. Just phones being difficult with people, apps, all that good stuff.
How's your green screen going? You got that all figured out?
Yeah, I haven't figured out the flying dildos yet, but I'm working on it.
Right on. Okay, anybody wants a mic? Uh-oh, Christo's back. Christo with his weird hat, guys. Make sure you vote in the poll on my profile about this weird hat. Okay, Christo's up. What's up, buddy? Did it work for you? Let's see if this thing is gonna work for me. I might have to reboot the phone. You got it there, Christo?
Hello, everyone. I'm back. Yes, I do. Wogpog, thank you very much.
I'll just go for it. I'm not going to enforce any hands. You guys can just talk freely. So what's going on, Christopher? Any weird observations of the day or whatever's floating around in the interwebs?
Weird observations or anything floating around on the interwebs? Not really. It's just kind of weird seeing so many conservatives come out on Twitter now. I mean, there's so many and not just conservatives, I mean also like far left viewpoints, just like the complete lack of censorship, which is fantastic, obviously. But it's just different, you know. Twitter used to be so well, what's the word I'm looking for? Controlled, and now it's just, you know, a bastion of free speech. It's wonderful. I mean, I can walk around with this profile picture on Twitter with this beautiful bonnet, and I don't get banned. I mean, it's fantastic.
Hey, TR6.
Yeah, what's up? I'm here.
I know Wog's in and out. I got to roll out to work. It's been good talking to everybody, but I'm assuming when Zinc comes up, if your co-host mood suits you, that thing's going to open up here for you in a second. But just want to say goodbye to everybody.
Okay, well, I can try and keep things going until either Wog or Zink comes back. It will just be basically flying solo. So thanks for everything, Brian.
Yeah, I didn't want to disappear and, do all that good thing. I figure you guys, everybody seems to be well behaved today, so have a good time.
Okay, so with that, anybody down there that wants to grab a mic? Oh, geez, I'm not even sure without a co-host. I'm not going to be able to bring anybody up. So those of you that are speakers, White Wabbit, Christopher, or Christopher Roberts, Tim, floor is yours. You don't want to hear me speak for hours on end. So
I can only speak for just a second. I'm in the middle of making like my 7th or 8th pan of old-fashioned mincemeat cookies. So yeah, the operation is getting near to the end of the dough and near to the end of my mincemeat. So I'll be back with you guys. I've been listening and enjoying it.
mincemeat cookies, never heard of those. My mom used to make mincemeat pies through the Christmas holidays.
With the same stuff, but these are from a 1966 Better Homes and Gardens book called Cookies and Candies. And it's very old-fashioned but delicious. My grandmother used to make them.
Oh, very cool. Nice to see traditions continue. I haven't had a mincemeat pie in years, but we used to have them as a kid. Oh,
Can I tell a joke? Is that allowed on here?
sure, go ahead.
Okay. So an English teacher tells three of her students to make up a sentence with the words liver and cheese. And the white kid says, "My mom made me a liver and cheese sandwich, and it was so good." And the black kid says, "My papa told my mama to go to the market to buy some cheese and liver, so she did." And then the Mexican kid says, "Some cabrones are trying to look under my sister's dress, and I said, hey, putos, leave her alone. She's my sister."
There you go.
No.
That was funny.
you got a good accent for it.
Oh, I speak fluent Spanish. I have dual citizenship, Mexican and U.S. citizenship.
Oh, cool. Where are you at in the U.S.?
In San Diego, beautiful San Diego.
I was there once years ago. Went to see a Padres game.
Oh my goodness, the postseason for the Padres was insane. It was the most incredible. Ever since the stupid Chargers and Dean Spanos left us, the Padres are all we have left. And yeah, them making it to the postseason was just outrageous. And then them beating the Dodgers, like that's a once in a lifetime for us, I think.
I stayed in Chula Vista for about 12 to 14 days, listening every night to the Border Patrol choppers trying to hunt down the illegals coming across.
Oh yeah, people are crossing every single day. Doesn't matter where you're at the border. I remember because I went to school in Mexico. I was living in the U.S. side, cross every day to go to school, and I'll be waiting in line to get across the border with my mom in her car, and you'd see people like just jump the gate like right in front of you. It's just so porous, so porous. It's like worse than what you could possibly imagine.
I had in that 12 days, I had 3 earthquakes happen. It was back in 1986, and it amazed me how the general population they weren't even phased about it. They were like, oh yeah, then we had a quake, yeah. Just it amazed me because I've never experienced one, and the strongest one that I was exposed to was pretty intense. I felt like I was surfing in my buddy's apartment. So, anyways.
Yeah, there was a really big one. I think it was around 10 years ago or something. It was a 7.2, and it was just southeast of San Diego. And yeah, that was scary, 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 scary. I remember I was in a residential building, and you felt like you couldn't even walk. Like it's just you're paralyzed. Um, not because you're too scared to walk, but because just the movement was so weird. You couldn't like get your bearings. But yeah, it's really scary to be in a big earthquake.
Mine was 5.6, and it was centered 50 miles away in Oceanside, I believe is the name of the city. And my buddy had a collection of shot glasses on shelves like all around his apartment. And I remember waking up, I got thrown off the couch, and then I was surfing, and all the shot glasses were chinkling together. And I started yelling for him. He's like, "What the hell's the matter?" I'm like, "Earthquake." He goes, "Go back to sleep."
Yeah, no, it's like glasses and stuff banging against each other. That's normal, but when you can't walk, then you start getting scared. Like, what's going on? And yeah, I'm really familiar with Oceanside. I went to a military boarding school just south of Oceanside in Carlsbad. And my friends and I at the military boarding school on Sundays, we wouldn't eat all day, and we'd go to a sushi place called Han Sushi in the evening. It had an all-you-can-eat sushi buffet. And so me and all the teenage all boys would go stuff our faces at this all you can eat. After a year of us doing that, they banned us from the all you can eat menu. They'd force us to pay for each plate.
Yeah, my buddy was former Navy. He's left that area now. I can't actually find him because he's he was a commander in ICE, but now he's something else. And in the attempts to find him, I get slapped down because there's too much of a target on his back, so I can't locate him. But anyways,
An ICE commander, you say?
yeah,
Very cool.
he came back. He came back when two brothers died that we were both very, very good friends with. They both died very close together. They came back for the wakes and funerals, and that's the last time I saw him. But he's a good dude. He's a huge dude. He's tearing out of his skin. I think he's all roided out or something. I don't know what he's doing, but he's a pretty intimidating individual, but he's a super nice guy.
Yeah, ICE is definitely one of the more effective departments down here at the border. It's unfortunate the war that's been waged against them. But yeah, I'm a big proponent of ICE.
You guys ever notice any weird animal behavior prior to earthquakes?
What do you mean, like sheep running around in a circle?
Yeah,
No, I mean,
you do see
yeah, any kind of weird animal behavior prior. They say that animals can predict earthquakes. That's what I was hitting on.
Yeah, so in Mexicali at least, before we had the big 7.2, and I don't think it's they can predict it, they just start feeling the tremors or like perceiving the tremors earlier than we can. So it wasn't like way before, but like 30 seconds before, like birds were starting to like take off and fly and crap. So yeah, you definitely saw that.
Birds would what?
Yeah, so when I was in Mexicali, when the earthquake happened, there's a lot of fields by my house, like with a lot of pheasant and doves, and all the pheasant and doves just like took off like 30 seconds before the earthquake happened. They all started flying at once.
Yeah, I believe in the early civilizations. People took their cues from the livestock and their animals about weather pattern changes and all this stuff because they recognized that the animals were on a different frequency and they could sense changes in micro amounts better than the humans can. And I think that's why the sheep I mentioned, I think they're trying to capitalize on something like that, stuff that's been probably forgotten over the years, but I think the New World Order scientists are just showing off for their friends when they start making animals walk around in circles like that. That's all.
Well, Johnny, my only question is, what were you doing with these sheep all alone during the earthquake?
I saw them on TV. I was never with them. I never touched that sheep. I used to work with guys on a construction crew years ago from upstate New York. They had a whole different view of sheep that I didn't share.
Never trust a New Yorker around a sheep. That's truth.
You know, I not to belabor the sheep, but you know, we were growing up. They were cloning Dolly the sheep there, and I think they do a lot of funky stuff to sheep and probably stuff that we'll never know. But I have no problem making the leap that they're behind what's happening there.
Hey, forgive me for this, but this is something funny you got to listen to. Hang on a second. Let me see if I can get this rolling. Okay, this is Ted Nugent's message to the vast sheeple.
I can't hear anything if you're doing something.
Oh shit! You guys couldn't hear that?
No, you got to keep your mic open.
Well,
you can't play it in the same device as what you're playing.
yeah, I was trying to do that. Well,
Yeah, it has to be a
I posted
separate.
it into the.
It has to be a separate device.
Okay, I posted it down into the little bubble there. Speaking of sheep, it's
Did you
Ted
say
Nugent.
Ted Nugent? You said Ted Nugent?
Yeah, you'll get a good chuckle. It's down there in the little purple bubble, and it's Ted Nugent being interviewed by some television reporter.
Yeah.
And he's talking about that the television reporter says, "Do you have a message for the people who got the vaccination?" And Ted Nugent has a great response.
Okay,
You have
let
got
me
to
let
check
me
it
let
out.
me play it. Don't ruin it. Don't ruin it.
Okay, yeah, I won't.
Wait a minute. So where? So it's in the chat bubble.
Yep.
I was in the front row at the old Boston Garden at a Ted Nugent show, and
Can
during
you just DM it to me, bro? Because I won't be able to find it there. There's 100 things in there. But
Okay.
yeah, go ahead, Johnny.
during his rendition of Stranglehold, he hocked a big loogie and soaked out the whole row that I was in with it.
What a
I was,
fucking
I was
dick.
happy about that.
Was that the last
shared it
concert
with
you
you.
went to of his?
What's that, Wag?
Was that the last concert you ever went to of his?
Yeah, of his, but not the last concert I went to. Many, many more. I was at Live Aid on July 13th, 1985 in Philly.
Holy shit.
So anybody that I hadn't seen prior, I pretty much checked off all the boxes then. But I've been to a lot. I've been to a lot of live music. A lot. Some I can't even remember.
Were you the chick magnet back in the day?
It is a worthwhile. If you have to say you were a chick magnet, then you weren't.
See, that means that you were a chick magnet. Okay, here you go, guys.
Would you speak to the people who believe it is a worthwhile vaccine and it is saving lives? Are they just dead wrong? Are they been fed a line from the federal government? Tim, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to the people that went ahead and got the jab. I speak their language. I would speak to them thusly.
That's funny.
The people that got the shot, they're just stupid? Yep. Would you speak
Well, I mean, come on. They were utilizing trust capital. Okay, that's what was happening there. We trusted our government. It's like a guy you trust him to come over to your house. I'll tell you a little story about trust. My buddy, and he had a bitchy girlfriend, and I was always fucking with her because she was cunty. And then she and I hooked them up. I was like the guy. I was the matchmaker. I got them together. They were perfect together. But anyways, so Buddy leaves he's one of my best friends. So he leaves his dog with me for 3 weeks. He goes on vacation with her. During those 3 weeks, I took peanut butter and I put it on my finger, and I'd say peanut butter, and then the dog would come to it. Then I eventually started holding the finger close to my crotch, and then I'd say peanut butter. The dog would come over, and then eating the peanut butter. And then eventually I got to the point where I had the peanut butter. I had my finger sticking out of my jeans. And then I would go peanut butter. Now, you guys think where this is going, but I was just training the dog with a new trick. Anything else ever happened with this. But then so he comes home from his vacation, and he's just putting out his bags, and she's putting out her bags. Like, she's like, how did the dog do? All overly dramatic, like everything else in her life. And I said, oh yeah, the dog was great. I taught him a new trick. And she's like, oh really? What is it? So I unzipped my my zipper, and I said to the dog, I said, peanut butter. And the dog came over, and he never did this before. And he stuck his whole muzzle right into my jeans. And I was like, oh Jesus. And I had to pull away there real quick. And the look of horror on her face was unbelievable. But you can teach an old dog new tricks. There was nothing untoward that ever happened with that dog, by the way, just as a disclaimer on that story. But peanut butter, I still tell that story. Yeah, she doesn't like it when I tell that story, but they broke up shortly after that, so maybe that had something to do with it.
I've tried training my wife to do that, but she hasn't done it yet.
No, right. Well, try teaching your boyfriend. No, so the point is,
My wife had a nut allergy.
Well, yeah, in more ways than one, right? So here's the point of this whole thing is that what I'm trying to say is that if I lend you my dog and I come home and I go to pet my dog when I get home and my dog's eyes close and he puts his head lower, that means I know that you beat my dog while I was gone. Maybe I thought I could trust you, and then after that happens, it's like, oh no, I don't have zero trust for you anymore, right? So what the government did is somewhat similar to that, right? You trust someone with something, and then they you don't expect your buddy to rob you or whatever, and then if your house just happens to get robbed while he's house sitting, and there's no police report made or the cops weren't called, then it's like, well, maybe I'm just not going to let you into my house anymore. And that's what we see here. It was trust capital that was utilized up by the government. But I don't know if they are so smart and have all these smart psychological warfare things or whatever they're trying to do here. I don't understand why they wouldn't think that we would just smarten up to it and not trust them on the second go around. They've tried it with monkeypox. They've tried it with the nuclear war with Ukraine, and they tried it with dirty bombs over there. That didn't work. They tried firing missiles over to Poland and saying it was the Russians. That didn't work. Like, we're collectively getting smarter, but the problem is they're using up their trust capital. Or if the government came up with a vaccine tomorrow, even if it was a great vaccine that actually worked, and just disclaimer here, none of them work, but would we even take it, right? Even if, and see, this is the situation that we're in now, is because they've used up their trust. That's the guy who dinked your, oh, sorry, I made it with your girlfriend while you were away on business. Like, it won't happen again. It's like, oh, well, I'll just let, Jimmy come over and, water the plants with Justine while I'm away on business, right? It's never going to happen again. So that's where we're at. They used up trust capital and they don't have any left. So if there is any 3D thinkers in this operation, the only thing that they're 3D thinking themselves into is the dissolution of pertinence of government, because they seem to be trying to actually down the pertinence of government worldwide. I mean, as a non-American observing from Canada, I can tell you that downing the relevance of the petrodollar doesn't seem to really have an upside as far as I can see it, unless they're way smarter than me. And I'm not I'm not saying I'm smart here. I'm saying I'm sitting in a lawn chair in a snowbank up in Canada running these spaces to try to figure out what the fuck's going on with the world. What I'm trying to point out is that why would you relieve yourself of the pertinence, and how could that be strategically important? Well, I'll tell you one thing. If I wanted to down the relevance of the United States, your own government itself doing this, mind you, it's not an external force, I don't believe. I think it's the internal wokists or whatever they're trying to do. They're doing it internally. What can you not have in that case? There's one geopolitical area that cannot be strong during that time period: Western Europe, right? And you can't have Western Europe be strong. So it would be nice to relieve any kind of possibility or negotiation key that might allow the Russians to negotiate a peace, which might have something to do with the pipeline, or we might have some inklings about who did those kind of things. So just some stuff for you guys to put in your pipe and smoke.
One of the strongest things in our favor, and they can't even see it, is that their arrogance was always going to be their undoing.
I have a far out idea on that. It is kind of far out, but it's just an idea, and we'll see how the hell it goes. But if you look back to Trump's inauguration speech in 2016, he said he was going to give the power back to the people. And I do believe that, the left side and the right side is probably two wings of the same bird, so to speak. So if there was ever any massive programming going on of any sort, like on a massive scale, which there are many people who have, who claim, and they're knowledgeable that might be true. So anyway, if there is ever such a gigantic, enormous operation, PSYOP operation, it would be Trump, and then a fake election with Trump trying to fight his way through it, And then everybody's shocked and awed by the fact that he can't even fight his way through it. We're shocked and awed by the fact that his Twitter account was taken away from him while he was still standing as president. We're shocked and awed by the craziness that goes on under Biden. Meanwhile, it's waking us all up, and things are happening the way they are happening right now. And then somehow in 2023, Trump, during his campaign, pulls off a successful, enormous red wave that we've been hearing about for years now. And it actually happens, and Trump comes back into power. And then all of a sudden, there's a new form of government unleashed where the people are in control. Just a thought. We'll see how it goes.
Well, there is only. Oh, I can't hear anybody. I got to back out and come back in.
No, dude, no one's talking. Just
Yeah,
don't.
Johnny. No one knew what to say. So go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So
he's blowing his own horn here. He blew our minds, and there was no.
yeah, well, there's only one swamp. It's not left and right swamp. It's one swamp, and Trump got in, and the Democrats are furious with the platforms about it, and that's why they were never going to let it happen again, and that's why he lost the last election. So whether he can win another one, I don't know. It depends on how much control they can take away in a short period of time from the large influence that's being perpetrated on the public. So that's all I got.
I was hoping somebody would have some other comments on that, because I'm sure I could talk more, but I'm not going to dig the comments too deep.
Well, can you say it in such a way where dumb people can understand it, so that I might be able to figure out what to say back to you? I'm multitasking big time in the background here, so.
I don't know what to say on that. No, I don't really know. I just think, learn about computer science. Look at Stornetta, like Scott Stornetta. Scott Stornetta and Stuart Huber. They invented the blockchain a long time ago. The government obviously knows about it, right? So like, there is no way in hell that these guys aren't capable at a high level of understanding what awesome things you can do with it, and the amount of crowdsourcing you can do as far as information and even governance and stuff. So I think just learn about Scott Stornetta, Stuart Haber, and when they invented the blockchain a long time ago, and then listen to them talking in Washington, D.C. With the legislatures and stuff, and talking about what they're planning on doing with it. And it's positive, by the way. It's not the negative shit that you're used to hearing. And then think about light, transparency. What happens when you shine light everywhere? What happens to the darkness when there's light shined everywhere? I guess it can try to go underground, but people are going to go back to living in caves if they want to be assholes, I suppose. But yeah, check these things out.
Any comment there, Krista? No comment. All right, you solved. I think that you've won. I think that's what that means, Tim. It means that you just won. Tim wins the internet today. We've solved all problems. We need to move on. Anybody down below wants a mic, come up and grab one, blah, blah, blah. Otherwise, I'll diatribe you all and kill you all with kindness with my sweet little voice as I try to come up with some kind of a smart things to say. Like
maybe I'm
Maybe I'll make some more cookie dough, and that might bring the energy back to the room. Apparently, that was working real good while I was making cookies.
Yeah, you're gonna do your occult idea there to bring us back up, bring our level up. I see some smarty pantses down there. This IGJB here, this profile picture is quite trippy. She's got a whale twisting around in the ground here, which looks quite cool. Very good. I think that earns a follow. Anti-Comintern Pact, the official agreement against the Communist International, was an anti-communist pact concluded by Germany and the Empire of Japan. Interesting. Now, she's got a link here to learntherisk.org. Let's see what this is about. Learn the Risk, knowledge, action, health, the reality of our health. Okay, so we see sicker than ever. We spend a lot of money on healthcare. The U.S. healthcare system is a leading cause of death. This is nuts. Let's read this out loud. A 2016 report from Johns Hopkins School of Medicine shows that medical errors in hospitals and other healthcare facilities are incredibly common and may now be the third leading cause of death in the United States, claiming 251,000 lives every year, more than respiratory disease, accidents, stroke, and Alzheimer's. Moreover, a 2014 study found that prescription drugs are now the fourth leading cause of death in the United States. The Harvard study reported 2.74 million serious adverse drug reactions per year from properly prescribed drugs, and about 106,000 people die every year from drugs prescribed to them. In addition to pharmaceutical drugs and the medical error, vaccines are put into the mix. Vaccines do not create immunity, they create customers. It's the best business model in the world. It keeps people coming back for more forever. Now, this is true. Okay, my position, and it's an extreme one, and I realize at some point I may have to be proven wrong, but I do also agree that there is no such thing as effective vaccines. The more I go down the rabbit hole of human immunity and the vaccine wormhole, but I'll keep on reading from this website. This is actually fascinating. I didn't know about this, so look at that. I just perving on one person's profile by curiosity inside of this room, and it becomes fascinating. There are multiple toxic ingredients in vaccines, some known to cause cancer and autoimmune disorders. These toxins create health issues that in turn create customers. The best defense against disease is a healthy, strong immune system, not overloaded with toxins from food, water, air, and pharmaceutical products. And then there's a little infographic that vaccines contain toxic ingredients that should never be injected. So we've got aborted fetal cells, mercury, aluminum, E. coli, polysorbate, animal parts, spermicide, insect cells, latex rubber, sorbitol, pig blood, monkey kidney cells, genetically modified yeast, formaldehyde, barium. Now that's an interesting one. I hadn't heard that one before. Okay, so what does this organization do? At Learn the Risk, we realize that nothing will change the system until more people understand the harm it is doing to our health. We are dedicated to educating and empowering people to step outside the system that profits off keeping us sick. Then change will follow. We believe that action is more important than words. We focus on educating, motivating to find real health, those who then take to the streets to educate others and save lives. So yeah, pretty cool, man. LearnTheRisk.org.
Well, I ran some numbers earlier today, actually. Nearly 80% of Americans are on prescription medications, and nearly 60% of Americans are on 4 to 5 medications yearly.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's amazing. I mean, I've had, like I've told the story before, I was misdiagnosed or whatever at a young age that I had asthma, prescribed a ventilator, and I never took one ever in my lifetime, and I'm much older than that now, so fascinating. And then my mom was a 30-year veteran nurse, and we walked into the doctor's office because I was young. She was with me during the whole time, and she goes, "Well, what do you think? Do you think you have asthma?" And I said, "No." And she goes, "I don't think you have asthma either." And she said, "Are you going to fill that prescription?" And I said, "No." She's like, "Yeah, I think that's the right decision."
That is a sweet story.
There's an interesting concept in informed consent, though, that the fact that I was 12 years old, but my mom was asking me what I felt about the diagnosis. She didn't put her experience and stuff forward. I just told her that I didn't feel right about that diagnosis, and that's sort of what happened in my. So that bred distrust in me from a very young age.
I think you need to get that to a screenwriter for like the Hallmark Channel, because it is really a sweet story. Actually, it's really super sweet, bud.
Yeah, well, you should. I should get the dog story to the peanut butter story to the screenwriters. Okay, so now we're going to do this. This is going to be a new feature in all of our spaces here, guys. I'm going to pick another random profile and see if I can learn something from it. And this is why I keep on encouraging people to sort of follow some of the listeners down there. So that was very good from IJB, who I think is gone now. But let's see if we can find something smart on someone else's profile. Okay, let's see here. We got Adam Clark down below. Apparently he's a 23-year-old British man from Haslemere, England, born on June 30th, 1999. That's pretty ballsy. Put your well, I guess the whole thing's pretty ballsy, really. You got your name up there and your birth date, so that's coming from an Anon account, though. So he's got a little post up here from Tech Burrito. Let me share this to the Nest so you guys can see what it is. This is a UNIVAC, which of course is our first mainframe computer. UNIVAC looks like a floppy disk, but of course it's not floppy. Possibly not even a disk, but this is your first data storage unit, and that thing would be holding 2.2 megabytes in 1966. This might not be the first. Let's come to think, I think the first one was called ENIAC.
Vacuum tube technology.
Yeah, and then this is UNIVAC. So I'm not sure if that's related to the ENIAC machine, but very good. I like that tweet. So let's keep on going here with the perving in the audience. Oh, we got some requests here. We got political CIA guy who wants to talk again. He seems to drop down and up quite frequently. So if you get up this time, buddy, just talk right away while I try to find some nuggets of wisdom or maybe some nude pictures down here in the audience. Did he get up there, guys? You guys see political?
Oh yeah, here I am. Thank you, Wog. Hey, Christopher, down on the border, how did you use Mexico during the pandemic?
Hey, Christo, are you there, buddy? Can you hear political science there? Oh, we got IJB up as a speaker. Okay, well, just hold that question political until he gets back from placating his wife and being obedient. I think he's isolating from COVID right now, so he might be deathly ill. He hasn't sounded ill the last 2 days, but perhaps that something bad will happen to him. We'll see. IJB, what's the story with the learn the risk thing? Are you involved with that, or did you just retweeting it or whatever?
Yeah, I was kind of involved. Brandy, you misgendered me, first of all, in that. It's he,
sorry.
him.
Sorry, ma'am. Go ahead, ma'am.
No, yeah, that was learn the risk. Brandy Vaughn. Unfortunately, she passed away, died in her sleep, right before
because she didn't get vaccinated. See, it all comes full circle.
No, it was right before this whole scamdemic thing happened, and her son, she was a single mom. Her son found her dead in her sleep. It's pretty fucked up, actually.
Dead of what? Give us some details. Now you're making it sound all cloak and dagger.
Yeah, I mean, she was kind of I don't want to say paranoid, but she was worried about her life. Basically, she said the pharma people were messing with her. Supposedly it was natural causes, something inside ruptured or something like that. I don't know the full details, but I had met with her previously, and my daughters, she's a single mom. My daughters were helping her like pass out these flyers. She was a vegan, and I had issue with her being vegan, so we kind of we didn't argue, but I just we talked about it. But she was doing this vegan event, and it was pretty cool. But next thing you know, she's gone. Kind of fucked up, to be honest. But yeah, she was doing a pretty good work with this Learn the Risk, and one person can make a difference. I know everybody thinks, well, I'm just one person, what can I do? Well, one person can make a difference, and they do all the time. Robert Kennedy, she was making a huge difference, doing a lot of good things, good work. So yeah, it's not insignificant, whatever you're doing. If you're just one person, we're all just one person, but she's gone, so I don't know what if it's cloak and dagger, like you said, but supposedly natural causes, but I it could be. She was worried about it, so she was worried about stuff. So
Now, did you find her attractive?
She was single. She even put out that she was kind of looking for somebody, but I was at the time in a relationship / marriage. But yeah, I didn't really try to hit on her.
What was his name?
Her name, the founder, Brandy Vaughn. Yeah.
No, I mean your wife's name. So this means, so if I've misgendered you, then that means that you're. So now I'm talking to a lesbian, a man that identifies as a woman who got married to a woman. So then you're a lesbian. How am I going to say this correctly? So you're a transgendered woman, which would make you a lesbian to have married your wife, correct?
Well, I don't like talk about my personal relationship so much, but
I don't want you to. I'm just joshing around. And I know you are. I don't either. So yeah.
No, I was just fucking around too. Yeah, no. Yeah, it's he, him. So not they, them, but it could be but it's yeah.
Kind of like a he, myself, and I.
But yeah, I mean, she's doing a lot of good work, and I tried to get involved. I was involved, semi-involved, but yeah, she was doing good work, and I met up with her once, and I've been to a few events and stuff. So, but yeah, it's kind of sad. She's just gone, and her son, I don't know. She had moved out of the country to Spain, so she pretty much just got back from Spain. Didn't like it there. She moved back to California. And yeah, this happened, man. I think it was in Santa Barbara where she was living at the time. Kind of messed up. But yeah, she's gone.
I love Santa Barbara, man. So what you're saying is you never got romantic. You guys never hit it off in the bedroom.
No, she was nice. I just met her that one time. I kind of felt like
I'm just making sure that we're getting an unbiased story here. Because
no, I wasn't looking for carousing women. I just wanted to help out the cause and stuff like that. And I
remember you told me you had that thing for older ladies, but I get it. It's all good. So no, that's a cool thing. And so you weren't really involved in the thing itself. You were just sort of on the periphery.
I'd let's see. Well, I don't know how you get involved per se, but I mean, I guess you could donate or per month, or I was somewhat active. I wasn't like real active. I mean, I went to a few events, even with the mask thing.
How active with her were you?
Yeah, I wasn't really active. But it's sad. She's gone. So I don't know if they took her out before this whole scamdemic or what, because she was making some noise, and they definitely didn't like her. So the pharma, they are like a mafia, they so I'm not saying be paranoid about these guys, but they're pretty much, if they can get Trump to go from basically anti-vaxxer skeptic to pushing the shot, something's wrong there, something's wrong. So
Hey, Wog.
Mm-hmm.
You know my story. I was supposed to be twins when I was born, but my pronouns are still I and me. I probably should identify as a they them, but I'm not giving up control ever again.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was a funny story. And it was funny that we had an OBGYN in the room and you could actually ask your questions because you were sort of curious about that stuff. So super interesting that had actually lined up. There's lots of stuff you can answer in these rooms because we're not leveraging, like, as individuals down there, especially if you're not talking, right? Then you can leverage like individual experience like so hard, so crazy that just that mere thing of me perving on IJB's thing there. So some other guys came out. Didn't you have a question for what's his name? Christo, are you back yet? I think Christo's still on sabbatical. Let's go to B.
He's probably in a cytokine storm.
Yeah, he's it's that hat. He's got to get that hat off to let the cytokines out. So Beanaru came up before Tamara. So let's go Beanaru and then Tamara and then Seek. Or maybe not. Let's go Tamara, Beanaru, Seek.
Hi, sorry, sorry, Awag. I was trying to put something in the nest. I don't know if it made it there. It's about, oh, yes, not. It was about Vanguard dropping their climate fiasco stuff. So the reason I thought it was interesting is because it seemed, and what's his name? Rampart kind of noticed it too, because I think to me it indicates that they're starting to realize that the jig is going to be up soon. So remember when we were like talking before, months ago, years ago, whenever, like because of everything that we know, we expected things to change quickly, but nothing does. It always takes longer than it should, and all those things are connected, like scaring people into thinking that we're destroying the planet, and the best way to stop that from happening is to kill everybody, and then the planet will survive and we'll be gone and it'll all be good. And all this speculation about, was this all about population control or and I just came in prior to first thing I heard was, wow, yeah, we just cured the internet. Thank you. Everything's good. And then WOG said you were going to have to diatribe something, and you invited me to speak. So I thought, wow, you must be desperate if you invited me to speak, because you know that I just kind of ramble and I don't really end up anywhere.
Perfect. That's perfect. Do that.
Is it? Oh, okay. You just want me to kill some time.
No, because I'm trying to do stuff in the background and I always have to come in, and you can be my unofficial host with opinions.
Right.
Like go on your diatribe. Go on your diatribe. Just wander within your own head. It's perfect.
Yeah, like a steady stream of consciousness. TR6 is your co-host, I see. Anyway,
He's not even here. He's probably taking a bath or something.
Maybe
I'm putting on my Ben Gay, WOG. Leave me alone.
Say that. Maybe you're like filing your heels.
He has to put in your heels? That's why it takes him so long every time I call to him, because he has to put his dentures back in.
Yeah, but at least he's not stuck at a circumcision appointment.
Yeah, stuck literally in a circumcision appointment. That would be funny. Okay, I'm trying to find this. Jeez, can't walk and chew gum like I used to. Okay, it was in Reuters. Vanguard quits net zero climate effort, citing need for independence. So, so you were reading things, WOG. Vanguard Group is pulling out of a major investment industry initiative on tackling climate change, the world's biggest mutual fund manager said on Wednesday, explaining it wants to demonstrate independence and clarify its views for investors. Top investors, including Pennsylvania-based Vanguard, face mounting pressure from, there it is. I knew it had something to do with the change in the House. Pressure from Republican U.S. politicians over their use of environmental, social, and governance ESG factors in picking and managing securities. One focus of criticism has been the effort known as the net zero asset managers. There we go. initiative launched in late 2020 to encourage fund firms to reach net zero emission targets by 2050 and limit the rise in global temperatures. Anyway, it goes on to, say some numbers and get more specific, but I mean, it was just a snippet, and I have a tendency not to look too deep into things. Like, I basically read the headlines, and if it grabs me, I'll read a little bit more. But to me, it was a positive sign, because that's one of the things we've been, like, one of hundreds of things we've been waiting for, to indicate, illustrate, just throw us a bone, like any kind of indication that things are, gonna change, like maybe get back to normal. There's something that will show that we're not crazy. We were on the right track, thinking that, that the people or some of us elected, are going down the right track, a wrong track, trying to do things that are not for the greater good. On the contrary, in fact, I know I've said this before, but I knew that something weird was going on when when I heard about, like, they were talking about carbon emissions, like, years ago, whenever this whole Gong Show started. And I'm like, well, what do they mean by that? What do they mean by, carbon emissions being bad? And then somebody said carbon dioxide. And I'm like, what? We need carbon dioxide. That it's not a bad thing. And Patrick Moore, one of his book is in The Nest. One of the first things in The Nest about invisible threats of doom and invisible enemies, because you can't see carbon dioxide. It's easy to demonize. You can't see nitrogen in the atmosphere. It's easy to demonize. Probably not many people know that 78% of the atmosphere is made up of nitrogen. So it's probably there for a reason. So what would be the point of, reducing it? You can't see polar bears. So anybody could say that their numbers are shrinking, and people go, oh yeah, it's true. They have no ice floes to float on. So anyway, let me know when you want me to stop rambling.
I have a friend who would call that proof of social media.
Call what proof of social media?
Oh, just things like saying that carbon dioxide is the big problem, or that the polar bears are going extinct. It's just like, you can put anything out there on the internet, and some monkey is probably going to pick it up and run with it.
Well, it wasn't on the internet. I mean, this has been in the news, mainstream news, forever. I mean, as you know, Al Gore started it with the global warming, and said by the year, what was it, 2000, 20 years ago, we'd all be underwater because the ice caps were melting. This did not come from social media. Social media just, picked up where mainstream media left off, because less people are paying attention to mainstream, so they had to find another what do you call it, a vehicle or a carrier pigeon to keep promoting this. So something like, well, I'll try to put it in The Nest. But anyway, I really don't have much more to add. Sorry, Wog. You have to pick on someone else.
I call Al Gore the original inconvenient boob.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, and he's just one of those people that, made out like a bandit at the expense of all of us. Yeah, but speaking of, somebody was talking earlier about vaccinations. I read about them after I had 4 kids, and they all had their childhood vaccines, like 2, 4, 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, and then I had my 5th. And I read, or somebody hipped me to, this real story about mandatory vaccinations, like MMR, like all the ones that they give to babies and kids. And I read about it, and I'm like, holy shit. So I'm not doing that anymore. So I didn't vaccinate my youngest, and the older ones didn't get any more after that. So I've kind of known about this for a while. Well, now I guess it's 24 years. But like, if you go to other countries, you need to get a vaccine for yellow fever, malaria, or whatever it is. So I guess my question would be like, not a question really, but I guess at the end of the day, we really all just have to keep doing our own research always, and never assume that the people who are telling us to do things are telling us to do things for the right reasons. They all have their motives, and I think one of the hardest things for people to accept will be that politicians and doctors and big pharma do not actually care about you. So I think that's going to be the hardest pill to swallow, because we all need to believe in something. I think there's probably some songs written about that, but it's kind of scary to think that you're on your own and there's really nobody you can trust. I mean, who can you trust? Yourself? We enter this world alone, and we leave it alone. We leave this world alone. And all through the middle of it, we just have to be left to our own devices. So I'm going to stop talking now because I see a hand up, and in the absence of any of the hosts.
Oh, I'm here.
Okay,
Hey,
TR.
I just want to
You just
comment and
love
wish you
listening to hear me talk, right?
Oh yeah. No. I just wanted to jump in and wish you
Aw.
a happy New Year. And it's
likewise.
I see it. It's finally nice to see what you really look like. I like your profile picture. You're a very attractive lady.
That's a caricature, TR. That's a Bitmoji. That's what? That's not a real picture. Did you
Oh,
think that?
that's not you. Oh,
Well,
I think I knew that.
well, I guess
I did see a picture of you once. You had a picture of you and your family on your profile or
I
something.
still do. Yeah, the one now is of my second. The other one was of my son's wedding. This one though is of my daughter's wedding, and the first time you said it, I said, "Well, how do you know which one is me?" And you said, "Well, process of elimination." So I guess yeah. Anyways, happy New Year to you too, TR.
Yeah, thank you, and nice to see you back on Spaces here. I don't think I've seen you in a while.
I haven't. It's true.
Yeah. Okay, CQ.
Hey guys, happy New Year. Well, I got to complain about you. Hey, you didn't give me a follow back. That's why I get a long time to get my mic requested accepted. So, yeah, if you give me a follow back, then you will know who am I, right? Anyway, yeah, everyone just happy New Year, and I just wanted to say hello. But I'm just looking at the listeners, and I have found an interesting ID. We have a guest from Japan as well, and like I'm one of them. So that's the other one is the ID from Yukino, and she's from it's Fukuoka. That's an island in Japan. In Japan, there are 5 islands, main islands. One we call Hokkaido, then mainland Japan, then Shikoku, and the other one is she left, I guess. She didn't like it, I guess. Anyway, so how's everything going on? And I just wanted to say hello, hi. I just came back from my wife's hometown. We had like New Year over there. Nothing to do much. It's just a mountainous area, and her house is on top of the mountain, so pretty cold over there. And yeah, but well, if I have something else, I'll say it. So thank you very much, anyway, guys.
Thank
CQ,
you,
you sound
CQ.
like you're in a submarine.
Well, because you know what, I lost my YouTube charger. You know, the Bluetooth. One of the things I hate about the Bluetooth chargers is that ear pods. You know, So you need a charger, a special charger, and for some reason I dropped it somewhere, and now I cannot charge my original Bluetooth because if I don't have that specific charger, because I cannot just hook up with anything now, because they have like when you have that small case, the charger case, you put it in with the magnet inside it, and just connect everything. But now I lost my charger, and I'm using some. I'm sorry, no offense, but Chinese-made Bluetooth probably is not a good standard because I got it free using some of my shopping points. So that, well, when you get something free, you get what you pay for. So and that's what I guess I gotta say this the mic is. So yeah, but I'm just thinking how to maybe Walt can help me. How can I do some engineering stuff with the charger? I know all I need is a cable somehow to hook up with the two. If you have Bluetooth, then you can see you have two metal connected uh, electrodes on your Bluetooth, two metal points where the power goes in. So I just somehow to do some wire connecting with them, then I can use my charger, Bluetooth, the real ones again.
Okay, I think we're pretty much open for whatever anybody wants to talk about. I know the topic up there says fixing Canada and UFOs. I don't know what the UFO thing is about, but anything you want to talk about is up for grabs. I don't know whether Trudeau is back from Jamaica yet, but I'm pretty sure he's heading off to Mexico to meet up with the Mexican president and Biden. Funny, Biden was down in the Caribbean too at St. Croix. So I wonder if they'll go right from there to Mexico, but then I'm sure they're all taking off for Davos, Switzerland in January, because I think all the big boys are meeting in Davos to figure out when they're going to release Bill Gates' next pandemic. So it'd be interesting to see what happens. So anything you want to chat about? The war in Ukraine, what your plans are for 2023. Is anybody going south? I'm hoping to head to Florida in 2 or 3 weeks. I'm going to cross the border into Detroit unvaccinated. I'm hearing they're not asking, so I'm hoping that my unvaccinated ass can get across. But I think I also heard that somewhere around January the 8th, Biden either has to renew his rule to keep unvaccinated Canadians out or let us in. So, but I hear they're not asking so much. So we're going to try it and see what happens. I got a request here, so I'm going to, anybody just jump in and start talking that has a mic.
Well, good luck on that border crossing. That is, hopefully that's the case. I mean, often, like for example, you can, as an American, you can go into Mexico and with a driver's license and cross back without a problem. It's not advertised. It's, most people think it's illegal, but they're not going to stop you as a citizen. So hopefully they're not messing with Canadians coming in here, which would be ridiculous. But I'm concerned Biden will re-up because he's done that so many times whenever the emergency authorization comes due, because it gives him additional powers. But hopefully you have smooth sailing into Florida. I guess Florida's always been a favorite place of Canadians, and maybe now it's more of a refuge for the draconian policies up there for everybody, actually, in the U.S. and Canada as well.
Yeah, you see now there's the big scare of people from China coming to the United States. They want them to have a negative test and everything. So I'm hoping he's not going to use that to renew this thing at the Canadian border. Even though Americans can come freely into Canada, we cannot go freely into the United States, which again shows you that the whole thing is a bunch of bullshit. So we're going to try it. The worst they can do is turn me around. The only issue I have is that I won't be able to book any accommodations till I actually get across. I will be driving across with my golf clubs and my bike on my bike rack and enough clothes and stuff for a couple months. So hopefully they won't be asking. I have relatives in Annapolis that I'm going to stop at first in Maryland, and then I have a brother that lives south of Kissimmee, so I can go down there, and then while I'm there, I can find accommodations. I may look around Kissimmee. I play a lot of pickleball, and there's a lot of pickleball in that area, so I don't need to be on the water. And that's not all that far from St. Pete's Beach, Florida, which I like to go to as well. So I could always take off there for a week. I don't want to be too much in the touristy section. That just get me into trouble as a single male. Go ahead, see. Oh, wait a minute. We got John Fisher, and then we'll go to CQ.
Good evening. Happy New Year. And funny you should mention Florida. I'm in it right now. I'm in Tallahassee. Actually, I'm up here for the governor's inauguration. He's getting inaugurated tomorrow. And I live in Boca Raton, which is about a half hour north of Fort Lauderdale. So, come on down and buy a property. Live down here. Live the dream. Love Florida. I wanted to touch on something that I heard in the previous a previous speaker mentioned, and I've been bouncing in and out of this room as well as a few other rooms, spaces, excuse me, throughout the day. And something I've been hearing a lot of is like the negative stuff about mainstream media and how mainstream media is brainwashing our country, your country, and how destructive that is. I've mentioned this a few times before. Some of you may have heard me say it. Fox News, which is the big boy on the block here in the United States as far as mainstream media, Fox News bragged just recently about having 1.7 million viewers, and you would look at that initially and say, "Wow, 1.7 million! Oh my God, that's a lot of people," And then, so that means the others are below a million or just above a million. So if there's 5 or 6 others, including Fox, to make a total of 7, that's 7 million people. There's over 330 million people in this country. So the major majority of us are not digesting this crap, this garbage from mainstream media. So I always like bringing that out as a positive ray of sunshine that all is not bad. All is not, the fear factor is not that great, and we shouldn't be fearful. There's enough level-headed Americans, level-headed Canadians that think clearly and are not going to allow these evil things to happen in the future. So I'm a firm believer in that, and that's what I wanted to interject with. Thank you.
Thanks, John. I was looking through a website about the young globalist leaders, and there's a website that I had tweeted out. There's 108 pages of all these people from all over the world, from all different countries, from all different walks of life, politicians, bankers, medical people, Supreme Court people that have all attended this thing in Davos. And I was surprised to see that the one lady from Fox Business was on there, Maria Buddha-Charo or whatever her name is. I was actually shocked to see that she had attended and is a young globalist leader. So I don't know. CQ, go ahead.
Oh yeah, thanks to Mike again. I've got a question. As you mentioned that you're planning to move to USA. Well, for my 2023 plan, the most important plan is inshallah that probably I'm flying with my family to Canada come spring because my wife, Bob knows about it, that she is already enrolled in Georgia College, Barrie, Ontario. So until like last year, summer, she was doing online, but after that they forced all the students to come back to campus, but I couldn't do it. So we just couldn't fly at that time. So maybe you are coming to Canada in this April sometime. So I just have a question, like if you are living in Canada and you wanna bring your vehicle to be used in USA, then you can just cross the border and you can just start driving over there. Like if you want to move over there, though, you can bring your car or any kind of vehicle to USA.
Well, if you're vaccinated, CQ, you can drive across the border into the United States from Canada. That is the law of your country, even though an American unvaccinated can come into Canada with no questions asked. But I'm hearing that it's hit and miss at the border. The border guard will either ask you or not ask you. So I'm just hoping he doesn't ask. If he asks, I'll have to say I'm not, and then I'll likely get turned around. Beanaroo.
So if you just say that I'm vaccinated, then are they gonna check it somehow? They're gonna do. Are they gonna check some paperwork or something like that?
Yep, we'll have to show our vaccination records.
Oh, like the what do you call these? Vac pass? The vaccination pass?
Well, we don't really have that anymore. We had this ArriveCan app that they've kind of scrapped, but most people were given a paper record when they got vaccinated.
Uh-huh.
So somehow, if you, I'm hearing if you say yes, they won't ask, you'll just go through. But then if you say yes and you've lied and they ask for proof, then I'm hearing you get banned from the United States for a year.
Oh wow.
You never want to lie to a border agent.
No, you're right, exactly. Because that can cause real big shit trouble. I know. So if you're living in Canada and you want to go, if you want to move to USA, you can just go there and just start living there, or like you have any kind of an agreement between US and Canada that any citizen of any country can just live in another country.
I'm having a hard time hearing you, CQ.
Yeah, because my son, I'm sorry, both of them, they're watching YouTube. That's probably the background noise.
Okay, well, I think Beanaroo had her hand up. Thanks, CQ. Go ahead, Beanaroo.
Oh, thanks. That's better timing anyway. I just stuck a potato chip in my mouth the first time, and it was a big one, so it's going to be a little too crunchy. Anyway, taking off
Hey,
on...
no flirting, you guys, you old boomers, TR6 and Beanaroo.
What did I say that in any way, shape, or form?
A potato chip. That's, maybe maybe that potato chip was in the shape of a heart. I've seen those before.
Oh, maybe. I didn't notice. I just bit its head off. Anyway, what John Fisher was saying about Fox News and the fact that, they're bragging about their minuscule readership, suggesting that people are not following mainstream. Well, yeah, and the other thing I noticed all along is that they, mainstream government in each other's pockets, bedfellows, that kind of thing, they used the human need to belong all along, like trying to convince you that, what is it? 90% of people are vaccinated. So, if you want to be part of the club, you better do that. So yeah, they really used every possible tactic that they could have to, make us want to belong to that group. And I don't know if any, I'm sure, actually I do know some study will be done about this time in history and what was it? Why did some people, and I'm still wondering this, I've been wondering it for 3 years almost. What is it that made some people see this for what it was immediately, like literally immediately? And then others, it took, a while, however long, a month or two. In fact, I did a Twitter poll, like, and I can't remember how it ended up. Like, when did you realize that this wasn't real? Or, I mean, I'm not saying it's not real, but it was somehow manufactured, immediately, 3 months, 6 months, whatever. But because the thing that I find so curious is that it doesn't seem to matter your age, like which generation you came from, your gender, your ethnic background, your level of education, how you were raised, who you were raised with. None of it seems to matter. And so what are we left with then when you remove all that? The only thing you're left with is something in your genetic makeup. Like, some people are, good at music. Others are good at, putting things together, math, art, etc. So it's, and I guess it makes sense because we all have different traits and personalities. Yeah, I guess it makes sense because the people that normally wouldn't go along with something like this, maybe they're just really super nice people, and so they did it because they believed that doing something like what they did would, stop other people from dying, which is noble. I mean, that's really nice. But then I'm wondering, like, did you pay attention in school at all? Because that's not how it works. That's not how viruses work at all. And how, like, none of what they wanted us to do made any sense at all. Not from the beginning. It still doesn't. And they keep changing their story. So, anyways, going back to what I was saying about them, they've been preying on absolutely every facet of human nature. And, we've all heard, articles and influencers talk about how they, who are they? They know exactly what they're doing and what to say and how to say it and when to say it and how to roll out all this stuff. But 3 years in, I'm still confounded because like some of the people that were starting to catch on, and you're like, great, awesome, welcome to the club, and then something else happens and they fall for it all over again. So anyway, it's just an interesting observation of human nature. So it looks like I spawned some hands. So how does that go? Off to you, TR6.
Yes, over. Hey, so
Yeah.
so now
Over to
you can
you.
go.
Yes, over to you.
Now,
Yes.
now you can go back and get your dip for that chip too, eh?
No, they're barbecued.
No.
We don't need anything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So just as a follow-up to that, Beaneru, for myself, speaking for myself, I take zero medication. I don't get the flu shot. I knew from day one that this was a bunch of bullshit because, and I'll tell you why, we went all through 2020 with no vaccine, right? I didn't get sick. I didn't see people dying around me. I do it now. I do now that the vaccine's here, right? So if you, and I even told my friends that were drinking the Kool-Aid, I said, hey, listen, wait for a year. He said, oh, my daughter wants me to get it. I said, well, lie to her. We've gone through all of 2020. Did you get sick? No. Well, then what makes you think you got to run out and get this never been used vaccine before? But that's, and you know, today, and I'll get to the hands here in a second, just today to give you an example, after, we're in here 3 years. I play pickleball pretty much every day, and I'm playing indoors now. There's a lady there that sits there while she's waiting to play with an N95 mask on. She's the only one in there wearing a mask. There must have been 45 people in there today. She's the only one sitting there with the mask on. When she gets up to play, she takes it off, puts it in her pocket, and she's got a little tiny squirt thing of alcohol in her pocket that she rubs on her hands and before she plays. And as soon as she's done the game, she pulls that out again, rubs it on her hands again, and puts her mask on. So here, 3 years, she's this lone wolf out there doing this. And you got to know she's probably got 5 shots in her. So it's like, I laugh. It's like, okay, you're really living in fear. But that's what we got. It's still happening here in Ontario anyways. I go to the grocery store and I see tons of people with masks on. It's just, they all got vaccinated up to the eyeballs. So, okay, so I've lost track, but I think I'm going to go with Tim, Johnny, and John.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Hey, I think Johnny was ahead of me, but I bet he don't mind. I think the pickleball lady there, I think she's into role playing. I think that's what it would be. She's into role playing, and maybe you should bring out a fly swatter when you go out to play pickleball next time and do some role playing with it. But I was going to say regarding what Bina Rue said, I picked up on this shit pretty quick, and it started out at first being like, oh my God, that's a little bit scary, seeing the videos of the Chinese people falling over. And then, I don't know, within a month, I was kind of like, yeah, let's see what's really going on here. And I started to really dig in and do my research. And then I learned about how to stop this quote unquote virus just using chloroquine phosphate. And then shortly after that, our President Trump came out and said something about chloroquine, hydrochloroquine. And so that kind of confirmed something that I had found before he said it. That was kind of cool. But I'll tell you one thing that really, it really seals the deal for you. If you have any friends who are still thinking that this pandemic might be some kind of actual thing that they need to be even slightly concerned about it, I would tell you to point them into the direction of a movie from 2011 called Contagion, and it starred Matt Damon, Jude Law, Kate Winslet, Lawrence Fishburne, Gwyneth Paltrow, and another one that you might recognize a name is Dr. Sanjay Gupta. Now, some of you are saying, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, where have I heard that before? Well, he is a news anchor on CNN. And he's supposedly this medical expert, but yet he played doctor on the movie Contagion, which came out in 2011. And if anyone hasn't seen this movie yet, spoiler alert, it is exactly the shit that we've been going through, like 100% to a T. So just check out Contagion 2011 and make sure you know about that, the parallels between that movie and what has happened in 2019 through now, because obviously the whole thing is a fucking show. Sorry for the language.
Oh no, as what Wog says, there'll be no saying sorry. But yeah, thanks, Tim. I'm gonna look that up. It's probably on Netflix or something. Give it a watch. So I guess it's Johnny and then John. Johnny and then John.
Thanks. Yeah, Tim, I was talking to somebody about this exact thing where the film community or whatever, they're releasing stuff that's like strangely familiar to what's what is it, art imitating life or whatever, or it's life imitating art. But it's called, I guess there's a word for it, it's called disclosure. And I'm not sure how it it's almost like they're so arrogant that they're gonna like show you something as science fiction, but in reality it's just part of their playbook. And I watched a movie earlier today because I couldn't remember watching it back in 1973. It was a science fiction film called Soylent Green, and it's a damn playbook. I mean, there's not any aspect of that movie that from homelessness to subservient women and all this other stuff. I don't mean women in here. I mean the sex workers or whatever that are, and whatever you want to do with your life is fine. I'm not saying anything derogatory towards them, but it seemed like in the New World Order, women are relegated to servicing positions, so to speak. Anyways, yeah, check out that Soylent Green thing, and the other movie is probably the same thing. I've seen TV shows that discuss these exact topics like linchpin theory and the letting Pandora out of the box virus and stuff like that, and or things along that line. And it's weird. It's like you almost like watch it and you go, wow, that was pretty on the money. But I believe it's all by design through something called disclosure, and I guess it's just more red herring stuff to make you look like you're nuts if you talk about it. So that's all I got to say.
I wonder if it's like if you show it to like if like 5 million people see the movie and then kind of like forget about it, and then 8 years later some shit comes up, they just have this like vague idea of how to follow a narrative that they don't even really remember, but it's the only thing that's familiar to them in that scenario. I wonder if that's the plan with it.
Yeah, I think it's something like that, Jim. But I'll tell you, if you watch that Soylent Green movie, you're gonna be like, "What the hell?" And I don't know. Basically, I believe that there's another movie. What the hell is it? The Time Machine. Remember the Time Machine? We went into the future, and there was surface dwellers that were not too bright, and they were servicing the Morlocks, the underground dwellers. Isn't that where we're headed? Kind of. There's underground complexes all over the world. Bill Gates got one. He lives in where is he? In Seattle or Washington? I don't know where he is. Up Pacific Northwest people would know better. But yeah, that's stuff that's been built already, and they want to keep the surface pristine to grow food, and have the people, knock down the population to take care of it. But they're going to be, they're going to be living underground, safe and sound in their little bunkers, getting serviced by underage sex slaves. Thanks.
Hey, I just tried to find that movie on Netflix and it's not there. So I Googled it and it says, why is Contagion removed from Netflix? It says Contagion, which was released in 2011, is being removed from the streaming platform in the UK after a year of horrifying viewers with its similarities to the coronavirus pandemic. Isn't that interesting?
I should tell you guys that in the movie, I think it was Jude Law's character, he's going around telling everybody, like, look, the cure for this thing is right there. This is plant called Forsythia, and you can use the bark of it to make tea, and it'll cure you. Well, it turns out that the bark of the Forsythia plant actually has the active ingredient that chloroquine has in it. So it's It's just insane. Like, it's too ridiculously on point that you can tell that the whole thing is a scam.
Yeah, it sure is. Okay, John Fisher, and then Gone Under.
Yeah, thanks. Just to touch on something you said earlier about the masks and masking. I had a Japanese film crew come and do an interview of me in my own home. It's going back a few years ago. And we did the interview, and afterwards I just shot the shit with them. And I said to them at one point, I'm curious. It's been my experience that way, way, way before COVID, I would notice, and I didn't know whether they were Japanese, Chinese, Korean, whatever. I just said Asians. I would notice Asians at the airport wearing masks. And this is way before COVID. And I asked them, is that part of your culture? And they laughed, and their lead guy said, it's yes and no. He said, even now, during COVID, not everybody wears a mask in Japan. He said, and before COVID, what you noticed is it is part of our culture that if you're sick, if you're symptomatically sick, you wear a mask as a respect for the rest of society, that you don't want to share whatever you got with others, you know. So I thought that was interesting, that it is part of their culture, but they don't, if they're healthy, they're not wearing masks, you know. The other part that I wanted to share too is DeSantis, Governor DeSantis, Florida, where I am right now. Tomorrow is the inauguration. I'm going to it. He came out just recently with a round table panel discussion on COVID, the vaccines, everything, the whole shooting match, and he has appointed a grand jury to investigate, fraudulent claims of anything along the lines of the vaccines, the mandates, anything to do with COVID. So I thought that was pretty cool, pretty bold for a governor to come out and start going the other way. I'm curious, do you guys in Canada have any high-ranking government officials like a DeSantis that we have here?
Not a one. Not a one. We have he was a MPP, so he was provincially, which would be like your state. So he was in basically our state legislature. His name is Roman Baber. He came out against a bunch of the stuff. He got thrown out of the party. He ran in the federal leadership of the Conservative Party and didn't win. But other than that, I don't think we have any politician that has put their ass on the line and come out against this stuff. No, certainly nobody like DeSantis.
I gotcha. And who were you referring to? Who is it that I always see going toe to toe with Trudeau in those debates in the part? What is it you call it? Parliament?
Yeah, Parliament. That's Pierre Poilievre, who just won the leadership role of the Conservative Party of Canada. They're the official opposition to Trudeau and the Liberals.
I like him.
The NDP.
Do you like him?
Well, no. I think he's fake as hell. I think he's fake as hell. And you can see from my profile, it says "fuck PP." That's Pierre Poilievre.
All right, cool. Thanks. I'm good. Thanks.
Gone Under.
Hey, TR. Everybody, Happy New Year. I just looked at the top of my Twitter, and I joined Twitter in 2013. I don't know why I did, but anyways, must have been a reason for it. I can look back, and I think it was 2019 when Keenan Bexte brought up the military games in China and all the members coming back to Canada, and then how many were sick, and then they were all told, yeah, no problem at all, return to unit. So things like that started it. I remember at my workplace, I was doing a commissioning project. There was a lot of working by ourselves and stuff, so there wasn't, you weren't spending time going for coffees and whatever. So we were spending more time on the computer, learning and researching. So maybe that was a time when learning more about this. Also, it's still being thrown out there. in my humble opinion, I still believe the Winnipeg Biolab is involved in any way, some way, shape, or form. The Winnipeg Biolab is involved. And after this is all said and done, if they are involved, that thing needs to be, everything needs to be pulled out of there safely, whatever they're going to do, or killed. And then that thing needs to be burnt to the ground and made into a memorial for all the people that have passed away, something like that anyways. TR, all I can say is if you're heading to Florida, giddy up, get going. I think this door is Skippy when he gets back here. They're planning something, and I think they're going to close the door again. The wife and I went first time to Mexico in 2 years, back to our regular place. Fantastic, greatly enjoyed it. We got out of Canada, no issues. Got back to Canada, no issues at all. Lickety split through the immigration, custom, blah blah. If you're gonna go, go, and while you still can, I think. I just 100% I believe that they're gonna try something, and the door is gonna close. Anyways, thank you very much. Take care.
Thanks, Gone Under. And I looked at going away over the holidays and looked at Cuba. I've been to Cuba 3 times, I believe, and looked at Mexico. Mexico, you can go with no questions asked.
I'll tell you right
Cuba,
now,
it's
if you go to Mexico, Cancun, anyways, you don't fill out forms anymore. You walk in, you put your passport down, they give you a stamp and a smile, put a little signature on it, away you go. If you're gonna go anywhere, in my humble opinion, I would go either, as bad as they are, WestJet or Air Canada. I wouldn't, definitely not do Sunwing or any of the other things right now. Things are getting worse and worse, and they're not getting any better.
yeah, Sunwing stranded a bunch of people in Cancun, I believe. But as far as the COVID shit, Mexico's wide open. Cuba, they don't require a vaccination or a PCR test, but they may randomly check you when you get to the island at customs.
And when we went into Mexico, there was no issues at all, nothing like that at all. I work with a guy, and him and his wife live in Puerto Vallarta. He flies back in and out every week from Canada to Puerto Vallarta. Doesn't use WestJet or Air Canada like that. Actually, I'm trying to get his itinerary to see what he does fly, but I can't remember what he flies from Vancouver to Mexico City. I'll find out for you. But yeah, he does it. He does this.
Well, I didn't end up going because I would have had to drive to Toronto, and at that time period, it was like $3,500 a piece for 1 week. I wasn't going to spend that. I was going to go to Cuba until I found out that they may randomly check at customs, and there was no way I was going to go to a communist country because, first of all, I'm not vaccinated, and no one has ever stuck anything up my nose, and I have never tested, and I never will. So I didn't want to get to a communist country, and just my luck, they pull me off and say, okay, we got to stick this up your nose. And then what happens if, those
Except
things
for
are
one
up?
time at that college party in your dorm.
Hey, Wog
Just
woke
talcum
up.
powder, buddy. It's just try it.
Wog woke up. Go ahead, Beaner.
Yeah, you can always count on WOG to interject at the most opportune times. Like, I'm surprised you didn't mention circumcision.
We did that earlier
Anyway,
today.
yeah, sorry I missed it. It's always good for a laugh. John Fisher, you were.
I'm sorry, I just caught my name. What was that? Hello? I don't know if I'm blocked. I can't hear anybody.
Nope,
No,
I can hear
I
you,
can
but
hear you,
he's
John.
not speaking.
Oh, okay. Hey, just to throw in a little joke or something funny in reference to what was just said about putting something up your nose. I just recently saw a video, and I've heard him say it before, but I just recently heard him say it again, that Elon Musk, he got the most Twitter likes on Twitter from a tweet that he did, the most tweet likes out of any human being on the planet. And he said that he was going to buy Coca-Cola to put the cocaine back in Coke. That's it. Thanks.
That was worth the price of admission. So anyways, I guess I had turned my mic off. John, did you hear me say that you had said something or asked if there's a Ron DeSantis type in Canada?
Yes.
Yes, okay. And then TR said there isn't, and I know TR, you know about her, but you wouldn't.
Yeah, Daniel Smith.
Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, I forgot about her.
That's okay. She is definitely the Ron DeSantis of Canada right now. She's a trailblazer. I've been following her for about 10 years. She's a Margaret Thatcher, Ralph Klein. He was a premier we had in Alberta. Oh, how long ago was that? About 20 years or more. He didn't have to stand up to the federal government like Alberta does now, because we didn't have a hostile federal government back then, but God knows we do now. And the other difference about the US and Canada, I mean, there's differences, obviously. I think we have a lot in common, and I've really noticed that in these spaces, like how we think. But the Prime Minister of Canada has a hell of a lot more power than the President of the United States does. Or at least that was the thought. But Danielle Smith is pointing out that the federal government here in Canada has no more power than the provinces do. I mean, obviously they're responsible for certain things, but provinces do have jurisdiction over their own stuff in their own province. And that's what Danielle Smith is just putting Trudeau on notice and saying, stay in your lane. We are going to develop our resources, and we're going to find a way to get it to market. And you can't stop us, and he can't. And some people are actually, getting their panties in a knot about that and saying she's a dictator and she's trying to override the democratic process, and which couldn't be further from the truth. It's unfortunate because we've all just gotten so used to being told what to do, and we can't think for ourselves. So, in other words, yes, mention if it ever comes up, or if you're interested in looking it up. Her name's Danielle Smith, and she's the Premier of Alberta. She wasn't elected in a general election. She became the leader of the party when Jason Kenney was forced to step down, and she'll be going up against a socialist party in Alberta called the NDP in the springtime. And I don't know. I guess all we can do is hope. But anyway, that's who it is. Danielle Smith is the Ron DeSantis of Canada.
Great. Thank you very
Or
much.
not.
I appreciate that. And I've got another question for you Canadians, but I see CQ's got his hand up, so I'll wait.
Oh yeah, hey, thanks for the mic again. Yeah, I got to respond to John Fisher about when he was talking about like some crew came to have some interview with him, and he was mentioning about the masks. And yes, I live in Japan, and I've been in Japan for a long, long time. And just before this pandemic, I love this word scandemic. So scandemic, sorry. So before this thing, like I know that this is true that mask is a cultural thing in Japan. Unfortunately, after World War II, most of the Japan was completely flattened. They didn't have any houses to live in, so they needed some sort of a quick fix, and they needed a lot of wood to build their houses. So they have a tree, Japanese cedar. So what the government did was that they planted that tree all over Japan, and the one thing is that it grows very quickly. So they used that tree to build the house, but the downside of that tree was that it caused the problem of the allergy, the pollen allergy, which we call a hay fever in Japan, kakunsho, and it's the it's been for almost 60 years that Japanese people are having this hay fever. And just because of that reason, that just in spring, it happened in spring, in March, February, April kind of stuff. So lots of people are seen with masks on because they get the burning eyes, running nose, sneezing, and all that stuff. So yes, mask is not a new thing in Japan, and people have been wearing masks all this time, especially in these 3 4 months. At least 30 to 40%. Even my wife has hay fever. But unfortunately, this whole thing just turned upside down, and this pandemic thing happened, and everyone was wearing the mask. And that's one thing I always say, that I have an impression that mask is that, as you mentioned, John Fisher, that it's a culture that if you are sick, then uh, for the in the respect for the other people's health, you don't want other people to get sick, so you protect other people by wearing the mask, so that other people could see that, oh, you're sick, and it's kind of an alarm or a sign that, oh, this person is sick. So maybe if someone is kind of sensitive, then he or she shouldn't be close to that person who's wearing the mask. So this is one way to tell someone that I'm sick. But after this mask, I always say that it just the concept of mask completely changed, because the mask was supposed to protect other people from the one who was wearing the mask. But now it means that you have to wear the mask so that you are protecting from the person who is sick. Like, it's completely the definition of the mask. The medical science suddenly changed, because that's what the mask is, right? Like the medical point of view. Sorry, my son. So yeah, I hate this thing. Like now, and to be honest, like in Japan, it's 99% are wearing masks now, but still they're very high. Now even in just using just the corona, lots of people are having like corona, but people are wearing masks, but it's not doing anything. Sorry, I just had to mention you. You're right, exactly with the mask thing.
I think that it's Gone Undercover's turn to speak, and then John wants to ask the Canadians another question. I hope I'm not overstepping my whatever's you non-existent co-hosts.
You're doing fine. We were speaking about Danielle Smith. That's one. Rachel Notley right now. She in Canada. For those that don't know, she's the leader of the NDP party in Alberta, and they are just going after Danielle hard. And there has to be a team. There is a massive team working on behalf of Rachel Notley, hammering Danielle Smith and everything that she's going after. And I am doing my best to let people know that Rachel Notley actually works for the federal Jagmeet Singh. I'm bringing in Wab Kinew in Manitoba. I've just searched out the leader on Saskatchewan for the NDP and BC. Like, I know everybody, I don't do Facebook. I don't do all the other stuff. Twitter's my only thing I do. But I do take and forward different things off of Twitter and send them to different people to try and help bring them on board. But my home province, Manitoba, we're as communist as it gets. And I didn't realize how close it was that Manitoba could swing back to NDP, and oh my God, people aren't going to understand what hit them if we get an NDP party back in Manitoba, especially right now. Like, I don't know what it's going to take to wake people up, but I'm doing my best. That's all we can do. Anyways, thank you.
Yes, you're absolutely right. It's just important that you do something. But the other thing that I noticed is that, like, I don't know what happened to the actual conservative politicians, like Pallister in Manitoba. He was a quote conservative. Doug Ford was, I'm saying was. I mean, he started out as a conservative. Jason Kenney was a plant in Alberta from the federal government. Somebody, I don't know what the plan was with that guy, but I'm happy that you know about Rachel Notley in Alberta. Yeah, they're just horrible.
I
Like,
work in Alberta.
part of me, sorry, part of me wants things to get so bad for people to wake up, but my fear is that they still won't get it. Like, somebody could be shitting in their shoe, and they blame it on the far right, like the Bible thumpers or something. It's really unfortunate, but I don't know. I guess when things get really bad, you try to find the silver lining everywhere and anywhere, and I guess there's enough out there to keep me going. Anyway, sorry for interjecting. So the next person would be Crow.
I'll just have a, if you don't
Welcome.
mind, a quick rebuttal.
Yes, of course.
Way back when crying Brian Pallister, because he cried because he took away our Christmas. Close friends of my wife and myself, actually, when he came and he was running for the leadership of the Conservatives in Manitoba, they dragged our asses to one of their events. And we vote Conservative anyway, so not knowing anything way back when, we actually did vote for crying Brian. What caused him, and I don't get it, there you got a guy that's not poor, lives in Costa Rica, owns a good business. Money is not a thing to him. What would cause that man to physically break down on TV? I don't get it. I really don't get it. There's a guy that stands 6'7", 6'8", basketball type of guy, not a football player by any means, but there's a big man, worked hard all of his life, did very well, excelled, and they made him cry. Makes you wonder.
What was I missed that. What was he crying about on TV?
Crying about taking away our Christmas back when he made everybody stay in their home and not go out, not socialize, not get together. And he cried about taking away the Christmas. And
he cried because he took away.
Well, he was the guy that was telling everybody not to go visit their families, not to get together for Christmas and stuff, right? So he cried. So now I call him crying Brian Pallister.
Yeah, no doubt. But so that's a really good example of cognitive dissonance. I mean, they seem to feel bad about what they did, but then the question has to be, so then why did you do it? Like,
if he,
if
he ever gets in front of my wife, I feel sorry for that 6'8" man. My wife will rip it.
Yeah,
wife will rip his head off.
Well, he would fall over in a stiff wind. I mean, I saw that he's very tall, but I mean, I guess the other thing that doesn't seem to be working is wealthy people becoming politicians, with the exception of Trump, of course. But they just don't get it. They just don't know what it's like. You know who I'd like to see as a politician? A farmer. But I mean, they don't have time. They'd have to, I don't know how they could do it. But those people are the salt of the earth. They're the original stewards of the land. They know, where the rubber meets the road. That's what I'd like to see. Farmers become. I don't know. Let's start a movement. WOG.
Well, if you already are,
okay, sorry.
if you look at the top, if you click on me or whatever, you'll see at the top of I don't even know what you call it, but Keystone
Your
Part,
profile.
my Keystone. I follow the Keystone Party of Manitoba now, and
Okay.
they're farm based. They're in the rural areas, and they have a big row. They have a lot of work to do, but
Yeah.
you know, I think I'm also a maverick kind of a guy. I'm a Western separatist, all those kinds of
Yep.
things. I think we got to get away from
Yep.
the East,
Yep.
but you got to start somewhere.
Exactly. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Um, I'm already following you. I don't know if you're following me, but I mean, I believe that if all the people in these spaces have a lot to offer, and I know it's been discussed. If only there was some way we could, kind of, like, I don't mean organized and like to overthrow the government kind of thing, obviously, but yeah, there's something that we could do. I'm on the side of farmers. Like, I think we need to support them more. They need to have a bigger voice. I'm gonna look at what's on your profile, Keystone Party of Manitoba, for sure. The
I've been following
first I've
along
heard.
TR Zinc. A lot of the people in this room for a very long time. James down there too. I visit his
Yeah.
site sometimes, or quite a bit actually. And nope, I've been here for a long time. I know I took Christmas off, but I need to get back to work.
Yeah, me too. Okay, so co-hosts, are you here? Are you monitoring?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we got Crow, and then Resident, John, and Farmer.
Hello. Just seeing if this is working. Anybody? Hello.
I can hear you.
Okay. I'm just asking because first time I've been on here. Been listening to these spaces for I don't know about a month now, and Zinc actually on the Twitch channel got me. So I'm on PC, and I don't really want to talk on the phone or have a phone on the PC kind of thing. It's kind of a pain. But he got me working with this BlueStacks thing, and apparently it's working. But yeah, somebody asked about the.
Nice. Are you on Mac or Windows with that?
Windows 10.
Nice.
Yep, it ran. Yeah, very easy. I just had to change the BIOS setting, and it fired right up. Worked perfectly. But yeah, someone asked about the vaccine. How whether a bunch of people kind of took it hook, line, and sinker, and I pretty much was one of the one in whatever the few that were just like, what the hell is this? And, like, almost immediately. Little background: I've military background. I'm from the U.S. Retired in 2019. I missed the COVID bullet by about a year. Thank God. I did 20 years Air Force. So pretty much from the get-go, I just immediately saw this, like with the media especially, just as a power grab. And basically, as time went on, you could just see it's like they wanted to. It's almost like an experiment to see how far people would go. All you had to do was instill a little fear, use the media, and just kind of see exactly what you could get away with. And it's astounding. I'm actually a little ashamed in my country that fucking we're supposed to be the leaders of the free fucking world. Sorry, free world here. And your guys' trucker movement was phenomenal. I was so proud of just seeing somebody stand up to their government like that. And then obviously got shut down. But I mean, just seeing that, I was a little pissed off that it wasn't like, why are we not doing this? Why are we not right now not doing this? I'm a little pissed off at that, but just stay on topic here with the immediately seeing through the vaccine bullshit. I pretty much had it. I had it immediately before we even knew what it was. When it was a respiratory virus, I had it like late February, very early March. Weirdest, like I hardly ever get sick kind of thing my whole life. I'm 42, and I'm just one of the people. I've been maybe dog sick once in my life and in the teens, and ever since that, I'm never sick. I'm just one of those people. And it was the weirdest sickness. Everything, it ran through my whole family and friends, and everybody had a different symptom kind of thing, but the same subset. It was very weird. Nothing like it, So, but it wasn't bad. It was just like, what the hell? It was more of a, what the hell is this? I had that long cough for like 3 months kind of thing, and that was the worst of it. But it was looking at the media and actually having it, and realizing they gave it a name a couple of months later. It was just nowhere near as bad as the media was showing. And then it got to the point where you started seeing just media in general was just like nothing but reaffirming my suspicions, basically. We had, I don't know if they had it up there or not, but we had states with lotteries where if you would get vaccinated, they would give you a ticket with your name or whatever the hell, how they tracked you, and put into like $1 million lottery.
Yeah, we had that here.
I couldn't believe it. I was just like, people are falling for this? It was again astounding is the only word I can keep coming back to with some of the
we
things
were offering kids ice cream cones, and a 12-year-old could get vaccinated without parental permission.
Ooh, wow, that's I had not heard that. That's insanity. Like I knew you guys had some craziness going up there, but that's wild.
And then the vaccine centers had superheroes all dressed up in there for the kids and everything.
Wow, I thought it was bad down here. As far as I know, we didn't quite go that, but like lotteries and the way they were pushing it was just like insane. But like that's crazy, like mind blown shit right there. I'm just like right now, that's crazy. Wow. But I mean, I'm sure you guys had the same thing. You had daily death tolls to scare the populace into compliance. Everybody was terrified. And again, it was like 99 point. I mean, that's still the number. It's like 99.7 or so. It's like, yes, a lot of people got hurt or died from it, but it's no more than like the flu or less. It's insane. But you guys are going crazy with the vaccine. And they still are with some of the vaccination stuff. I think a lot more people are waking up, but it's nuts. Like, I don't think people are getting boosters anywhere. I don't know what our percentage is now, but like in the media here, you don't even hear the word COVID. It's just poof, it's gone away. Now we're back to flu season. So I don't know when that happened or whatever, or when the flag was, or the lever was pulled to stop using the C word. I don't know, but we barely hear anything about it now. But I think and my last thing, I think when they literally changed the definition of vaccine in was it Merriam-Webster.com or whatever, I literally just sat there because I had used that as an argument. Like literally, I had a screenshot. I would capture that and send it to someone like who were like, "Oh, the vaccine is this, and my one picture reply would be the definition of a vaccine. And I went back to get that screenshot because I'd lost it. I think I didn't use it or something. And I went back and they had changed it completely into some generic, well, it's something that kind of helps, but not really, but they try. It's like, what?
The WHO changed the definition.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, straight up on Merriam, like our dictionary, they literally went in and changed the fucking definition of like probably 100-year definition of a vaccine or whatever to some generic bullshit just to meet a narrative. And I'm just like, yeah, hands down, this is garbage. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, thanks, Crow. We got a lot of hands up, so I want to kind of move through them quickly. But thank you for coming into the space, and thanks for letting us.
Thanks for fixing me up here because I've been listening about a month, so.
Okay, great.
Really talk, so
if you could shut your mic off, there you go. I think it was Resident.
Hi, everyone. Happy New Year, first of all. I heard the conversation you guys had about traveling to Mexico. I'm a travel agent by profession, so I thought I mentioned something else. If you're looking for flights to Mexico and you live near Vancouver or Toronto, you should also consider Aeromexico. They have direct flights to Mexico City, and from there you can go pretty much anywhere in Central America or other parts of Mexico. And in some cases, their tickets can be like half the price of WestJet and Air Canada that they offer on the direct routes. So whether you're looking, to make your own package or you're just deciding to fly there for a long term, look up Aeromexico. They were very lenient. Even in the times when we had the vaccine passports, they weren't asking for anything. So keep that in mind. I just thought I'd throw that information in.
Oh, now she tells us.
Oh, sorry, I haven't been in this
I
spaces.
know, I'm just teasing you. Thank you for that.
No problem. I just thought I passed the information. And Sunwing, if they ever give you a Sunwing for free, do not take it. And trust me, that's coming from a travel agent. We like free things, but I'm not taking Sunwing ever. Okay,
Yeah,
you can.
they've had some issues of late.
Oh, they've
I
always
think,
had issues. It's been like that forever with Sunwing.
yeah.
I would,
They fly to Mexico out of Windsor. And
they almost
pardon me,
let
not
me in the
Mexico,
Dominican.
Cuba.
They almost left me in Dominican Republic with my child, but luckily because of my travel agent discount, I was able to book a cheap return on WestJet to come back home. Otherwise, my return was going to be delayed by 2 days, and that was the one and only time. And I said, never again with them. So, okay. Thanks, TR. Nice to see you
Thank
guys.
you. John, and then Farmer and CQ.
Actually, Farmer was before me, and it was interesting because he popped up when somebody was talking about, I think it was Beener that was talking about farmers should be the president, moving a farmer into the president's spot, and that's when I caught Farmer pop up. So he or she is before me.
Okay, go ahead, Farmer. Sorry.
I just was busy doing something else, but just more to what Gone Undercover was saying, and Brian Pallister was doing one of his speeches there, and they asked him about ivermectin, and he couldn't even say the word. And he talked about the rain gods helping farmers, and I mean, like you say, what the hell do they have over this guy that he can't, obviously can't say what he thinks. He has to come up with some goofy shit to distract us. It's just amazing on what control somebody has over the guy, because he's a very secure, confident man, but not what it
I wonder if some of these politicians, their families weren't threatened or something, because Doug Ford's at times looked scared as hell when he was saying stuff.
Well, I mean, I don't know if I believe this, but supposedly he fell jogging in Costa Rica there one time, and he got pretty battered up, a broken arm, and ended up in the hospital. And there's some people that say he got a little bit of a shake in there to know who's boss. And I mean, it could be possible that, and it was shortly after that then that he started acting weird, and then he got the hell out of politics and kind of.
Hey, we still don't know what happened to Barry and Bonnie Sherman.
Well, right, exactly. Anyway, I just got undercover. I was just gonna ask him a question, but I realized when I direct messaged him that we've been talking before, and I actually don't live too far from one of the guys that's working on this Keystone Party, and he's a good guy. Like, he's just a farmer like me. He wants to do some change, but problem with those kind of guys is they're not groomed to be politicians. And like, I mean, when you start from a party when you're not political people, God, he is like, I mean, I don't do much to help him because I just kind of hate politics to begin with, but he's trying, and good intentions there. I hope eventually, I don't know how long it can take for them. I don't hear many people talk about him, and I mean, in our area, it's like they say, you put a dog with a hat on, and usually he'll get voted in if he's conservative. And to start a whole new party, you won't get the people that think like you moving over, just because they're just hard to change a course like that. But our riding here has been conservative for I don't know how many freaking years. Anyway, I just lighting my stove and my sauna. We just put it up yesterday. I kind of put it on. I tweeted about it. My wife built a barrel sauna, about 10 feet long, 6 feet around, We got a little wood stove in there, and we kept the fire going all day yesterday. Her and her friends are in here. Kept her at 60 degrees. Didn't burn all that much wood. We were just really impressed, and we're gonna light it for tonight again and get some people over. I'm just doing that right now. So over and out.
Yeah. Hey, farmer, I did see a picture of that. Your wife built that?
You bet. She took a long time, but I mean, she's a perfectionist, and she kind of copied. The neighbor had bought one. Like these things are about 10 grand now with an electric heater, but we didn't really want to go electric because I don't know. We just kind of like the fire thing, and so it's working really good. A guy just builds these little stoves as a part-time work in his garage, and paid $400 for the little wood stove and a bunch of rocks on the top there, so we can throw the water. And I mean, there's no electricity or nothing in here. It's off grid, so I mean, it doesn't matter how much water we splash around, and you get the humidity up. And holy crap, does that ever hit you when it's 60 degrees in here? When it all once the moisture starts hitting you. It's kind of cool. I never had much to do with a sauna until this year, but I kind of like it.
Well, enjoy it. Just don't drink too much wine in there.
Well, they say keep your fluids up, so isn't that?
Yeah. Okay, I think it's John, back to John, and then we'll go to CQ. And I'm trying to bring you up, Gone Under, and WOG or Zinc, if you're there. I'm having a hard time bringing people up. Go ahead, John.
I don't see him requesting, so it might just be a artifact or something.
Yeah, thanks. And I was going to say to you guys, if you got somebody down the on the listener bench that's wanting to come up, I'll drop down. Just let me know. I've said enough.
No, we got plenty of spaces. Just for anybody who doesn't know, you can have, one host, 2 co-hosts, and 10 speakers. So if you don't see like 10 speakers filling in the slots, then yeah, there's spaces.
Gotcha.
We got 5 up, so we got plenty of slots. If anybody wants to come up, and just real quick while we're in here, if anybody hasn't yet, down in the right-hand corner, go down and like and retweet that base tweet.
Awesome. Hey, I just wanted to reach out to Crow. First of all, thank you for your service to our country, brother. Really appreciate that. Also, too, I agree with you wholeheartedly. Kudos to the Canadian truckers. Wow, what they did was phenomenal, and we did try it. I know people out in California that tried to put it together, and I think they did actually put one together, and it fizzled out when it got to DC. The DC law enforcement clamped down on it and pretty much shut it down. As far as other similar type rallies in the United States, I too would love to see it. And what I think happened to our country is after January 6th, that kind of put a foul taste in anybody's mouth, and that was by design. This whole January 6th commission and everything they've done, these prisoners that are still in jail. I mean, I think the country is people like-minded people like us have looked at that and have gotten a little fearful. And as far as getting big rallies like that together again, I would love to see a January 6th revival, an annual every year to come back. That was just, I was there, and it was phenomenal. It was over 2 million people. I mean, the civil rights demonstrations of the 60s pale in comparison to what I saw on January 6th. So that's it. That's all I got. Thanks.
Thanks, John. CQ and then Jeff.
Oh, hey. Yeah, I'll tell you something about the beginning of the COVID thing. All this happened. I'm working at before, in fact, not anymore because of the scamdemic. I was looking at the airport, the second biggest airport, Osaka. You probably have heard of Osaka City Kansai International Airport. So we have like 90% flights coming from China. So when this thing happened, and when people started to hear about this, some sort of virus or disease outbreak in some city, then we had literally flights coming from Wuhan area, Hubei provinces, and I was right there receiving the flights because my job is if you ever flew that you know that there is there's an airline employee waiting at the door, the gate open, and you see one of the just welcoming. So I was there, and I was receiving all those people coming from China, and so it happened from 2000 like 19 November, October, for almost 4 or 5 months when people were not exactly knew anything about Corona at that time. And I was there right in the middle of that Chinese tourist thing, and this thing outbroke in China. So my company asked me to wear. Speaking of the mask again, like the mask, I'm like, no, I would not wear the mask. Sorry, if you think you want to fire me, you can, but I'm not gonna wear the mask because I don't believe that I'm scared of this thing, whatever is happening. And I swear, like I worked there for 4 months until like March 2022, and I never put on the mask on. And all this time, the people coming from China, and then of course the traveling restrictions were being imposed on gradually. But yeah, I just wanted to tell you that I was probably the frontline effectee during that time. Like right, like we had like thousands and thousands of Chinese tourists. Like the whole airport would be completely packed with Chinese tourists at that time. But no, and then of course all the flights were stopped, and literally the whole airport was deserted. Nothing was, I swear, nothing was there. It used to be like over 50,000 people, 100,000 people a day, and no one was there after like a few months. So yeah, I just wanted to share some of my thoughts about it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, C. Jeff, good evening. How are you today?
I'm great, thanks, TR. How are you?
I'm doing okay for the old guy starting out 2023.
There you go. I feel, yeah, about the same. I'm going to get into the fixing Canada side of things here. And I'm getting really upset with the number of CPC people out there trying to browbeat people who have decided to vote PPC, saying that we're the problem. Well, I see it totally the opposite. The CPC hasn't offered anything outside of being slightly fiscally more responsible than the Liberals, but nothing else would be different. They didn't oppose anything. They didn't stand up for anybody's rights. And I can't figure out why people are so gung-ho on the CPC right now. Like, it's mind-boggling to me. I don't think we'd be in any different position over the last few years. They're right in the Ukraine thing. They're right in the WEF thing. They won't even talk about the real issues facing the world. It's all attack Justin. Well, yeah, Justin's a goof and that's easy to do, but offer some solutions to the real problems facing us. Don't just be a complainer. Like Max is the only one out there talking about real stuff. And the CPC people are like, you PPCers are going to screw it up so we can't win. Well, who cares if you win if you're no different? Like, give your head a shake.
Jeff, I couldn't agree with you more. Well said, my friend. I've been hammering PP and these CPC people for the last couple of weeks. You can see I changed my profile pic to fuck PP. PP was interviewed the other day about this whole issue with Chinese coming into the United States, and a reporter asked him point blank, "What do you think?" Well, he wavered all over the place. Well, I don't know whether, well, we're going to make them test or whether they're going to have to be vaccinated, blah, blah, blah. Because he's just sitting on the fence.
Well, that's because they're not leaders. And our
No.
political system is lacking leadership. They're all outside of Max. The rest of the parties are all followers of public opinion. Instead of saying, here's what I believe and here's why you should follow me. And here's why what I believe is what you should be voting for. All they do is poll what the public thinks and then waffle on everything, instead of taking a stand and convincing people that their stand is the right stand.
Yeah, I get a joke that I say that he's just running cover for Trudeau because all he talks about is just inflation and the cost of Canadian housing, while he lives in a luxurious house and has $9 million in the bank magically. So that's just running cover so that Trudeau can do all this other stuff that he's doing, right?
Yeah, and they wouldn't cut down on the funneling of money to the Ukraine. They're all on board with that. He's still yakking about immigrating a whole bunch of people to fix our healthcare system instead of hiring back all the people that unjustly lost their jobs. To me, he's so far out of touch, it's not even funny.
Yeah, I had one of his supporters say, I would vote for a monkey if it meant getting rid of Trudeau. And I said, well, that's what you're voting for, a monkey, right? So anyways, no other hands up. Wow. Okay, I got 4 requests I got to try to get through. So go ahead, anybody that wants to talk.
Circumcision.
Disagree.
Hey, Zinc, I'm having trouble putting people through.
Hello? Yeah, I got him. I got him.
Okay.
Hello?
Who is that? Go ahead, whoever
This is
was
Chris
just
from
speaking.
Adopt a Trucker. I was one of the organizers in Ottawa. Yeah, I had my bank account frozen for 39 days. I talked to Pierre. He seemed to feel sorry for me, but I truly believe that Pierre has been put in to bring in digital ID and digital money, and his script is something like what if I would have wrote for him, and he's a phony. And if people buy into what he's going to do next, it's going to be worse than what Trudeau and Doug Ford has ever done.
Absolutely. So I gave you a follow there, Adopt a Trucker. I think other people should too. Help you build that account.
Yeah, like I said, I was froze for 39 days. I raised over 745,000. I got to spend about 198,000 at the convoy before they froze my account. I wasn't able to put $1 on my mortgage. It wasn't for people in Canada coming to my home and taking care of my 7 children. I can't imagine. People don't have no idea, and I'm not trying to toot my horn, but when we go digital, guys, I mean, you guys helped me out during the time, right? The Canadians, but if we can't help each other out, if we're all on digital, like, I don't know how we're going to stop it, because when it comes, it's going to come. It's going to make the Arrive app, the vaccine passport, look like a joke. I know what it feels like to be out of the monetary system for 39 days. My insurance on my cars were canceled, my house insurance, because the money couldn't come out of my account.
Hey, Adopt, were you in Ottawa with your truck?
Actually, I'm a trucker, but I didn't have a truck. I ran with, I had Danny Beaufort was my security. Tom O'Connor was in charge of the medical. We had about probably 1,300 volunteers, and we took the truckers in and fed them and brought them around and gave them places to shower and meals. And
Okay, because a good friend of mine from this area, Romanian fella, he was one of the guys got the hell beat out of him.
You're kidding.
He was in Ottawa. Saba, his name was.
Yeah. Well, now what's happening right now is there's 60 of us going through a $400 million lawsuit, class action lawsuit. And if that goes through, it's going to change the face of Canada, because any group that you're part of, it be a church, an organization like this where people donate money, if the government or somebody doesn't like it and they feel offensive, they can do a class action lawsuit. And by the way, he's trying to put the 128,000 donors on his $400 million lawsuit, but nobody even knows this because nobody wants to talk about it on the media, guys.
Yeah.
Well, just
And
don't settle. That's what he's mostly trying to do, is to get settlements, because people get afraid. Because, yeah, he has no leg to stand on. It's such a ridiculous lawsuit, so just don't settle.
Nobody wants to settle.
That's,
Nobody's settled so far. Not one of us. He's tried to.
yeah. Well, that's entirely what it's about, is they're going to drag it out. They're going to frighten you, because, like, even they know, like, even as bad as things are up here, like, it's such it's, yeah, like, well, like you said, with the like trying to put all the donors on there, it's such an incomprehensible, like, lawsuit that, like, yeah, there's just, like, it's not even manageable in any way, right? It's so ridiculous.
It is. And the only person that's helping, actually, there's two people pro bono, is Jim from the New Blue Party. He's helping me. He's a lawyer. And then I got Daniel Neymark. He's one of the top litigator lawyers in Canada that's doing pro bono right now for me. Otherwise, I'd be done. Nobody wants to touch it.
So, if I remember correctly, the Adopt a Trucker program was like one of the only ones that got funds to the actual truckers, correct?
Exactly. Yep, that's right.
Because when we look at the money graph, I'll try to dig it up and put up in the nest there for people, but nest may require some maintenance there for clarity. But yeah, very good job. Cheers to you, by the way. And it was very notable in the graph who actually got money to where. So if we wanted to be controversial here, any opinions on the Bitcoin dudes or the other actionables? I'm not trying to bait you here, but if you wanted to talk about it, you're more than welcome.
On BJ on the Bitcoin stuff?
Well, I mean, there was the Bitcoin side of it, yeah.
Or even just the other money funds, the GoFundMe and all that stuff.
Yeah, like my buddy was the accountant, right? Chad Eros. He's my best friend. I'm the one that phoned him and told him to come to Ottawa. We can tell you all about the money, right to the penny. But yeah, like right now, there's like 3.5 million. Adopter truckers got 500, almost 500,000 that's frozen. And again, that was because the lawyers decided to freeze it. But I thought we should have fought it.
Okay, so I just slapped her up in the nest there.
Yeah, they're unfortunately, like, I mean, you guys must see it. Do you see the division, what's going on right now in Canada?
Oh yeah.
Okay, can I tell you some stuff without trying to be negative? And I'm not a person that lies, but ever since JCC and Keith Wilson has taken over the Freedom 2022, because I was a director, they ran our Facebook. I was the only one that never signed a retainer because they wanted to own our story. We weren't allowed to raise any money. Me and Chad ended up getting kicked off because we didn't do as we were told. Good little boys. And then they raised $1.7 million to help fund the truckers, but they're not using it, guys, for the truckers. And that's my story. And I can back that up with emails, texts. I'm sorry to say
No,
this,
I
but
trust you 100%. Keith Wilson is a slimy son of a bitch. So
okay. And again, I'm not one that bashes people. I can.
no. You're very nice about
100%
it. So I'll say it straight up. Yeah, Keith Wilson is a slimy, slither little piece of shit. So I do not doubt anything you just said, and I would even believe far more and far worse.
And the saddest thing is they've taken Tamara on for a ride, and when you feather somebody and you give them stuff and tell them all this stuff, and that poor girl's being taken for a ride. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Yeah, because there's myself, BJ Dichter were kicked off, Chad, and then even the president of the Freedom 2022, which is he quit. He's seen it all. He finally seen it all. We kept trying to tell him. So this is where we are now. We need people like yourself who are fighting that can really see the truth. And we need to stick together and have these platforms. And we do need to fix Canada.
Yeah, no, agreed. So we've interviewed BJ a bunch of times about the money stuff. about the Bitcoin, about Keith Wilson. We've had other people that have done rooms with Keith Wilson, and we had I don't know if we didn't have Daniel. It's maybe we sort of talked to the periphery of all these guys. Tom, what's his name? Daniel Bulford, I think, was in one of those things. And I mean, if you could like sum it up, do you think that because this thing was gaining momentum, that a bunch of dudes showed up and just sort of took over the management of the thing, and then sort of drove it into the ground a little bit, or what's your take on the
Okay,
whole overall?
I'll spend like 2 minutes here telling you my backstory. So I have a website called warroomcanada.net, and for about a year and a half, I was going around interviewing all these people: Jody Ledgerwood, Action for Canada, Canada Unity, and such and such. And then they ended up pulling me in on one of their Zoom meetings. Tamara, Chris Barber, Pat King was there, Bridget, and they asked me if I would set up Ottawa because they weren't happy with the MOU that Canada Unity had. And I said I could do that, but I'm going to need at least 50 grand to get porta potties and barbecues. And we didn't know how many people were coming. I was just guessing, right? So they phoned me back 2 days later and said they had no money. It was frozen. And that's where I came up with the Adopt a Trucker theme. And my theme was to be able to shuttle these truckers around, feed them, give them food, whatever they need at barbecues, and raise money at the same time. And Pat King had me up on his show, and he promoted me, and Tamara promoted me. And because of that, I was there 6 days prior, worked with the police, gave them all the names and emails of the captains. I got all the streets, I got Coventry, I got maps. I was there before anyone and set it all up before the truckers even came. Again, I'm not tooting my horn, I'm just telling you what I did. So I was there right from the start, and they wouldn't even let me go up and talk about it at the commission because it changes the whole narrative. I got texts, I got emails from the police I was working with. They helped us. I don't even know Ottawa. They helped me get into Ottawa with everything. I could have never did it without the police. And this is like, you didn't know this, did you?
Well, we sniffed it out. We watched the whole commission and live streamed the whole thing, and there was lots of stuff saying that there was, the police. One of the guys there was the Chief Slowly guy was sort of the. Anyways, there was a whole bunch of stuff in there that's indicating there was lots of cooperation to try to make this thing work, so it wouldn't be a total shit show. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But that wasn't broadcast out there.
Yeah, Danny Beaufort came on board under Adopt a Trucker. Tom O'Connor took care of the doctors, and then what happened was I paid and flew the lawyers in, and which they didn't know. And then when the lawyers got there, that's when everything changed. Tom Marazzo came out of nowhere. But see, I didn't know that they were making deals prior to February 5th when we weren't even a corporation yet behind our backs with Danny French. Who knows? It could have been Doug Ford too, and the mayor.
Well, the tip-off was Eva Chipiuk or whatever her name was, the chick that came in that used to work for Doug Ford or whatever it was. I can't remember what the name was.
Oh, that was Dagny. Dagny. I have an email where one of the conservative guys emailed me to ask if she could come in because she was doing the media under Adopt a Trucker, and I didn't even know who she was. So it was taken over. You're right.
So you're you're buddies with that accountant guy that got on the plane and flew in there.
Yep, best friends for 12 years. I'm the one that got him in. I'm the one that flew him in.
Because I've seen the interview with him, and it's pretty much buried. I can't even find it anymore. But he did an interview about the whole process and why he got
Ordinary
in.
Joe. Ordinary Joe.
Yeah, I think that was it. Yeah.
And he could back everything he said with emails and everything, man. I'm not lying. I've watched.
Let's do a space. Let's do a goddamn space dedicated solely to you guys and give your side of the story.
Yeah, no, Adopt a Trucker. Follow us because we're always running these spaces. Me and Wogpog.
Okay, because man, I'm telling you, we've been there since day one, going through it all, the torture.
No, it sounds like, and then like I said, yeah, there's a lot of people who like you said, like that are sketchy that we've seen come out of this, and so. What you're saying, like I said, I mean, you got the, but what you're saying matches what we've kind of sniffed out, as Wogpog says, right? What we've kind of sensed from the edges here. So yeah, if you could help to fill us in there, it'd be massive.
And you know, it sucks. I hate to say it, but truth is truth, man. Like, I'm here to fight for you, me, myself, my 7 kids. I don't want to be a hero. I just want to win. You know what I mean? Like, I don't care if my name ever gets mentioned. I just want to win. And when these people come and do what they did, it hurts my heart. Because Ottawa, I mean, was amazing. It was the best time in my whole life.
Well, what took you so long to stick your head up in our rooms, for God's sakes?
Well, I got a podcast called Adopt a Trucker and Friends on Anchor, and I tell my story. It's hard. Like, they wouldn't let me speak at the inquiry. They would not let me go up. I phoned them ahead of time, and then what happened was Keith Wilson had me on the list. And then when I wouldn't sign his retainer so that he owned my story, then he said he wouldn't represent me no more. And that's when I got Jim from the New Blue Party to be my lawyer. But then I couldn't get standing. So I actually went to the inquiry when BJ went up there, and he actually told the judge that I was there, that I was giving my standing to them. That's why he was able to ask questions. But no one wants to hear my side of the story because it's a different narrative, right? How the mayor knew we were coming. I got texts from the police. They were giving us all these places because I said, I'm not from here. They gave us Coventry Road. They gave us Armpire. Like, I worked with the police for 6 days to set this up before the truckers got there. But that paints a different story, doesn't it? You know, we didn't take over Ottawa. We didn't occupy Ottawa. They gave us Ottawa with a smile because they said they wanted this to work out. I said, well, so do we. We want to be kind. We want to protest. We want our voices to be heard. We want to be loving. And what did we do? We did everything perfect as far as I'm concerned.
Well, there was
How do you
that
put
other guy
hundreds of
in-
thousands? How do you put hundreds of thousands of people together in one spot and not have one fight?
Well, there was that other guy that testified in the thing, and I think they brought him up because they knew he was going to be a bit of a wild cannon. But there was that guy that said that he was driven around by the chief or whatever, the liaison guy of the cops, and pointed out stuff.
Yeah.
What was that guy's name? Do you know that guy?
So you're talking about Tom Razzo or like?
No.
No. What was his name?
Shit. I don't remember.
Because like the only guys that were really round in my show, I call it the round table. There was 12 of us. Was Serge, his wife, Danny Bulford, and then he always had an extra police officer that was there. Tom O'Connor was there, and then I
No.
had my. Go ahead.
It was another guy. He was like one of the only guys that show up in like just a normal shirt or whatever. Zink, maybe you can try to figure this out in the background while we're talking. But he was at the tail end of the last 5 days there, and he said he had been driven around by the police and then he was coordinating with them and whatever. He was another guy that said this similar story to what you're saying. I think he was sort of in a Pat King circle of stuff.
Really? Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't know who that was. Yeah, Pat King didn't come over to the hotel until his account got frozen.
It's not that Bowder guy you're talking about, Wogpog, right? Or
Yeah, about it. The only reason why, because I mean, again, I don't want to bash people, but if you look at his website, you know, again, it's like I'm the CEO, I'm the leader, I'm the chief. Everyone follow me. Well, I don't want to be that person. I want everyone to be the chief, the leader, and do whatever they can, like they did in Ottawa, and just be organic. Because what did they do? What did they do to leaders? They crushed them.
Well, you gotta lead this one. You gotta lead the counter narrative. Too late. You're stuck in the job. But see, that's what you see with people that are true leaders or true people that should be in politics. We're not getting those guys, right? We're not getting guys like you. We're getting guys that want the power and all that crap, right?
I know, and I don't want the power. I just want to give back. I want people to be able to have a fair life, and work hard. My dad always told me, you work hard, you can have things, right? I didn't come from a rich family, but I work hard. I got 7 kids. I have no mortgage, 58 years old, volunteer fireman, contractor, and I just work. Put your head down and go, man. And when this 2 years thing happened, this COVID, I almost lost my mind. And I'm still fighting. Like, I mean, I'm doing whatever I can, but again, here we go. Rebel News, True North. Do they want to hear my story? No, because it goes against their narrative, what Keith Wilson is talking about, what Tom Marazzo is talking about. It goes against the narrative, guys.
We already
They're
sniffed
making
out that
money.
Rebel.
Like Derek Stallone's making money off of Tom Marazzo. Like they've missed the whole point. Like, have they lost their minds? They do not realize what's coming next. They're worried
Well,
about. Hmm?
they're worried about their own asses and they want to politically angle. That's what's going on.
Yes.
But we already sniffed out that Rebel News wasn't doing this stuff because we want confirmation that that guy that got trampled, not the old bag, but the other dude that got trampled at the protest. And all we have is a 2-minute informal clip from one of the live streamers from Ottawa that had interviewed Alexandra Savoy or whatever her name is.
Yep.
And she said, "Oh no, he's fine. I interviewed him, but he doesn't want to come out of the woodwork." I'm like, "Well, where's the fucking interview? Why don't we, like, what is there nothing here?" And it's like, that's the only proof that we have that this guy's okay. Like, what if that guy's dead? That destroys this narrative. Like, that should have been in the commission for one thing, right?
Yes. Oh yes,
So-
definitely, 100%.
So you're a huge vector, dude. I mean, unfortunately, you're gonna have to leverage and do this media shit, and we can try to
and,
help
you know,
you.
like this Christine Anderson's coming. Hey, that's great. That's awesome. But I don't want to pay $500 to go see her at a dinner table. If she was coming here, I mean, I know she's got enough money and she was raising funds for this fight with us. Hey, that would be awesome. But I mean, again, like, you know, she's flying off our coattails, what Canada did. We did something special. Now, if she wants to come here and promote us and maybe fund one of our causes, but, you know, for us to give her $500 to go have a meal, I mean, I'm not trying to be mean, but can you see my point?
No, we got it. You should be
You know?
a guest of honor in this shit. I mean, this is what we find with all this stuff. The more that we dig on this, and I mean, we've been digging, I don't know, since the convoy, we've been running spaces, right? We've been trying to illustrate this stuff, but I'm starting to realize there's more and more captured wieners. We're surrounded by captured wieners that are like, oh, you know, Wogpog's an asshole, blah, 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 or this and that. Or if we start to gain traction with something, that people come in and sort of down our ship, sort of, you know what I mean?
Well, I know, and you guys are just telling the truth, and you just want to expose things so we can move on. I know it's frustrating. Like, I've been going through this since February 14th. Got to remember, the Attorney General froze my account, Tamara's, Chris Barber's, and BJ Dichter's on February 10th with a restraining order. And then on the 14th, we went under the Mariva order. You know about that, right? The Mariva Junction, when they froze all the rest of the money because they were the class action lawsuit. You there?
Yeah, I'm here. I just had to put on my crappy earbuds.
Okay. So then on top of that,
Let's go.
JCC allowed $100,000 of that donated money to go to Norm Groot. So then when we asked them about it and said, well, you know, you said you were going to pay all of our costs and that you're raising all this money, can we have that $100,000 to put in our account? Well, no. And then that's when they flipped out because my accountant friend, that's what he's trained for, red flags, right? And that's when they lost it. And Keith said he was going to quit. And oh man, we have a story that would just blow the airways. Like, Keith is no hero. I'm sorry to say, he hasn't did any justice for us at all. I mean, even the Peckford case. Okay, again, I'm not a lawyer, but my lawyer told me that he could have put in prior to I think it's called the mute. He could have put that in prior in the case, saying, look, you can't mute this. We're going to fight this because of what you did. And did he even go to court? And how much money did he raise? How much money did you give for that cause? And then when I went on my tour called Adopt a Trucker and Friends, and I was giving out humanitarian awards, I went from Ottawa to Vancouver, and I spoke in Vancouver. I met up with 16 groups. And again, I'm sorry to say, Rocco Galati, I don't know the guy. I'm not going to bash him. But they were told that they raised all this money for him, and he was going to be the hero, and he did nothing for them. Again, that's 2 lawyers now that I know of. So, what do you say?
I partially disagree.
Okay, no, go ahead. I'd like to hear your story, sir.
I agree with some things and I disagree with other things. I agree that, yes, weaning things out, getting these things seen and put into the light is very good, and we can structure a better system ahead of ourselves. But I disagree that I have to bow, beg, or borrow any kind of my human rights in myself. I do not need to protest it. I do not need to get caught up in a whirlwind of emotion, because there's more emotion in that crowd than there is logical thinking on what needs to be done. And if you can see carefully that if you really want to know where the other is coming from, where that mystical, theoreticals, nobody knows ghost government that everybody's looking for, look at dictators. Dictators are sowing through democracy. The oligarchs follow the money. See how everything gets manipulated. Look at the wave. First it hit America, then it came up into Canada, gave them excuse to put a Nazi sign in the crowd, to give an excuse to why Putin needs to push forward and become, as dangerous as he is now. So it's just them against us, out of control of a person having human rights and a new Genghis Khan of the world that's just going to try to take over control. And it's even stated they wanted to re the West. They wanted to redo the new world order. And that is a real thing. People call it conspiracy or whatever. You can watch the evolution. And the next one that's to be set to be the new world order is China. And that's predicted in the predictions, but it is going to be China, because now we have the West going against Russia, and then China is going to have to be the one that decides who they're going to back. And Russia can't do it without China, but the West is screwed, and they've sown into our politics. They've gotten to the weakest. Like, we put Trudeau in a room with men that are trying to rule the world. We put a little boy in there, and he looked at them and said, "You love your family, right?" So he's going to listen. And then they got to follow along with this whole rule book of what they got to do to construct the planet into their own favor. They got to come out on top, secure their throne, and make sure that your energy is put towards their cause. But if we really want to wean out the things in ourselves, we need to see how it's infiltrated by these these people that are controlling these mass minds, these mass groups, and trying to make sure that they're compliant, they're listening. You can see it in the way China kind of observes its citizens. You can see it in the way that Russia just takes the information and adapts their own technology. So in the West, where you're further west, we are, through the influence of the oligarchs that's sown through our system to put businesses together and plans together. And it made everybody addicted to this. And then they're trying to mash in religion in there, because once they get these things in there where you're believing you're doing a good cause, they're laughing. They want you to come there and riot. They want you to make a stink of it, because it's like, again, I said before, it's their sandbox. So they don't care what your ideas are, because the overall picture isn't being looked at. And as long as everybody's not seeing that there is these really, really rich people that think they're entitled, and they push and move things around. And unfortunately, some countries get used on how to make new weapons, and other countries get used on how to go skiing and have a luxurious day. And me personally, myself, I see our system as Canada, whereas you're going to get that confliction with people because we want to be humans being human. And that's not going to work with the cynical aspects of the technology that comes with it. So I disagree with having to beg for my rights, because my rights are sown in as soon as I'm born. And I agree with the fact that it did happen, even though, because yes, we do need to get people to see that something's happening. But to where that's going to go, I'm not in agreement with just ripping the control out of its seat without any idea of what's going to be placed there. And I feel that all the good things that we could choose are actually blanketed across all parties. And then there's a negativity in some of the parties, and there's a positivity, and they've unfortunately spread. It's like the real religion is a little piece of every religion. You know what I mean? And they do that in the politics too, within the parties. And as long as they get you jumping from one foot, and yeah, he's the best, and they're our enemy, that's the divide thing. And then they're just playing a game with the average citizen to keep you divided, anguished, stressed out, having to pay your bills, and then added to it, now make a decision because I'm your hero. Because everybody that comes in is their own hero. And every hero has to have an enemy to go towards. So that real truth towards unification isn't there. But if we were to able to take all the parties, become logical enough to get into office, and not let people like some of the Republicans to get into office, because we're opening back doors for those dictators to influence to create that dictatorship. And then once our democracy becomes that dictatorship, they can start adjusting the rules to make it look like Russia. And then now those true democracies start to go out the back door without you paying attention to them. And then now all of a sudden I want this. And then that becomes a dictatorship for someone else. So I'm not down for slavery. I'm not down for all these things of the past, and everybody's trying to blame something. Like I just watched something earlier the other day, and it was blaming genocide for the natives, for those girls that died at the dump there. And
Oh, at the pig farm. At the pig farm?
no, not Picton.
Oh.
No, this was the natives. This is a new one where they're finding bodies at the dump. I think that's really wrong, but I think that's a serial killer. It's not genocide towards the natives, even though the natives have a reflection of genocide throughout history with the assimilation of, the queen and everything.
Okay,
And
well, let's give
and
Dr. Trucker a chance to just sort of unpack what you just threw out there, because if
okay,
you
yeah,
go
please
too
do,
far
please do.
down the road there, then no one knows what we're talking. Okay, go ahead, Dr.
Yeah,
Well, I
no
mean, also
problem. No.
Dr.
Yeah.
Frank's been waiting a bit too.
Yeah, well, let's get the doctor. I mean, okay, well, up to you. Dr. Trucker, you
No,
want to
that
wait
was
for
that was
Frank, or you
good.
want to go now?
I mean, you know what? I'm just going to tell you, I'm a Christian, and I'm born again. That's what changed my life. And I believe that this is all playing out. I mean, it talks about in Revelation where it says that no man will be able to buy or sell unless they take the mark. And to me, the mark coming is global dominance, digital ID, and digital money. Because once you go digital money and digital ID, we might not even be able to do this, because you might need digital ID to have a phone, to have an identity. So I think it's going to come so quick that people are going to just buy it. Almost like I'm thinking of advertising. Get your digital ID now and you'll get so many points, which will allow you to go to Florida or Mexico. And this will help protect so no one can steal your
They'll have
children.
a lottery just like the vaccine.
Exactly. That's what the whole
So you guys to
vaccine
get
set
ice
was.
cream.
It was a setup. And look how many people complied. And I get it because they sold it as a vaccine. I'm anti-vax because I almost lost one of my children to a vaccine, the MMR, 16 years ago. He had a grand mal seizure for 20 minutes. So I've been researching that for 16 years now. But we won't get into that. To each their own. But I see it all playing out. And I do agree. I don't want to be a slave. But if we don't drop our egos and come together, I mean, I have no problem coming together with people who don't even believe in Christ to fight for freedom, because if we fight for freedom and against these people, I mean, yes, they got all the money in the world, but when people show up, it changes everything. When
But
people
we're
work together with
fighting.
one mind, it changes everything.
But we're still fighting. We're still caused in a loop of fighting. And then we turn and look at each other and get opinionated. And then once that happens, we keep continuing the cycle of a fight and thinking we have to beg for our rights, which then gives us a hierarchical power that has control over us, laughing at us.
Well, yeah, that's why I don't want to be the leader. I want your voice to be heard like mine. I want the guy beside me to say, hey, I'm here. That guy over there to say, I'm here. So that when we hear each other's voices, it gives us strength.
Much respect.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah, because your opinion is just as important to mine. That's what I did when we were in the Swiss hotel. I made sure that everyone that spoke, that their opinion was just as important as mine, because I said, I'm not here to tell you guys what to do. You're adults. I don't micromanage people. If your heart is in the right place and it's for freedom, and then I know you're going to go down the right direction. I'm going to be able to follow you. You're going to be able to follow me. I'm going to be able to trust that, that you are fighting for the right things.
But we got to make sure we're not just fighting because of fighting, and we're actually fighting for a real reason and where those things are coming from, and to actually solve it, not just say we're trying to solve it or call it a solution.
Well, how
but
can we get people
actually,
to call it this digital ID and this digital money? Because, I mean, I got $37,000 in fines too because I wouldn't do the ArriveCam app when I came back from my daughter's wedding in Florida.
it's predicted to crash, so I don't know if it's worth saving.
I know. Well, the democracy fund's taking care of it again, but I had to let them interview me in order to do that.
Fight the good fight. And I mean, like, if you can't fight the good fight and you're an average citizen, get out of the way. That's all that's all I can think of. And then if it burns and it all goes to rubble, then then come back from the outskirts and try to rebuild. But remember what happened.
Yeah. Well, I'm
guess-
trying to tell people not to get to have hope, to trust in each other, because we did it in Ottawa again, and we're not going to do another Ottawa. This has to be something different than Ottawa. Ottawa will never happen again. It was a one-time, the most amazing thing, but we can bring it up a level.
Open truth.
Yes, open truth. That's why I truly believe if you just tell the truth and you continue to tell the truth, you can feel good. You don't, because when you lie, you got to keep lying, right?
Dr. J, go ahead. Dr. Frank. Dr. Frank, go ahead.
Maybe he's muted himself.
No, I was carrying stuff back out to the workshop. Very, very glad I was had a chance to listen to the drop the Center fellow. The sad part is when you talk, people trust you, and you're a natural leader. So if we can figure out how to wrangle up some funds to get you to that table that you didn't want to pay $500 to, that Christina Anderson, if we could just scratch that together, whatever else you need, would you go?
Yeah, I would go. I'll speak. I'm not afraid to speak now. I was for years, but my heart burns to get up there and tell people the truth.
I'm not a tech savvy guy. That's where Wogpog and Zinc and those guys come in. So we might be able to find a couple of funny colored,
You know who's actually backing that is Bethan. She was my main stage person up in Ottawa.
Who is that? Bethan?
Yeah, Serge was my main computer guy for Dr. Trucker. I can get you her number, but I mean, they're being quiet with it right now, and I understand because once you pop your head out, you know what happens, right?
I'm gonna follow up with Wog. There's got to be a smart way to do it. After the whole season bank account thing, I think everyone's a little apprehensive, but if we get the right way to do it, I got money burning a hole in my pocket.
Now, do you, I was going to say, yeah. Do you guys have my contact? Like, you can go adopt a trucker 2023 at gmail.com. That's my handle, my email. Adopt a trucker 2023 at gmail.com.
Okay, perfect. We'll be in contact. We got you here on Twitter, and then we've got all that stuff.
And then we'll talk on the phone. I'll send you my number and we'll talk.
If you follow us back and then we can DM you.
Perfect.
Yeah, awesome. We're stoked, dude, because this is sort of the inside intel that we've been.
Okay, which one am I?
We've been floating around.
Am I doing all the co-host or just the host?
Just
Zinc,
follow all three of us.
Yeah, Zinc, Wogpog, and
follow you
TR6. First three guys, yeah.
Okay, I just followed you guys.
Hey, we've done fundraising spaces before, so I'm sure we could easily come up with some money to get you to that dinner.
Mm-hmm.
You have 7 children. You're the bravest man I've met yet.
Yep, and my wife stays home, and I've been the sole provider. So it does work if you live within your means, right? Yeah, I've learned that. I've learned how to be proper with my money. I'm not when you got 7 kids.
I just know if I had TR6's money, I'd just burn all mine.
Yeah, I'll tell you. There's some really cool stories. I bought 24,000 hot dogs. Could you imagine that for Ottawa? Because we were giving out free hot dogs. We wanted to make sure everyone here's a story for you. So I'm in the hotel, and I get an email from these people, and then I got a phone call saying these people need toothbrushes, they need socks, they need underwear. Some of the women need some of the women's stuff. And I'm thinking, and they're saying, can you get this for me? And I'm thinking, oh no, where do I get this? So it wasn't 2 seconds later, I got off the phone. I had 2 people phone me, come to the hotel, and brought me carloads of socks, underwear, toothpaste, toothbrushes. So we gathered everyone up in bags and we went around and gave everyone new toothbrushes, socks, underwear, deodorant. Like, oh, man, there's so many stories I'd love to tell you guys. I want to write a book, but the 10,000 people that donated and the 1,300 volunteers, they're scared. They're scared to tell me their story. They're scared to tell me what they saw or what they felt or who they had in their home. Like I got so many stories inside me. Like I want to get them out.
The world needs to hear these stories. That's where
I think it brings
big
hope to
problem
people,
is.
right?
Everybody needs to know they're not just living in their own head, and everybody feels the same. It's been awful. You watch people just suffering right now.
I know, and I want to tell people how amazing they were, that if it wasn't for all these beautiful people that landed in Ottawa or donated or stood on the bridge or cried at home and did whatever they could and prayed. I mean, these people, they're my heroes for what I've seen. They inspire me to keep doing what I'm doing now.
You know, a lot of this is by design. We had John, this guy from Florida, in here earlier talking about the J6 and how they brought down everything there, and then how what Trudeau did in Ottawa. It was purposely to scare the shit out of people to keep them silent. Nobody wants to come out and do anything. Like, I will never give any money to a Give Send Go or Go Send Me or anything. I would gladly e-transfer some money, but I'm never going to go through a platform.
Like, I met with that guy, the owner of Give Send Go. I'll have to tell you a side story about what he did for me, but because we're live. But that guy's solid between me and you, and it was Stripe Canada that froze the money, not Give Send Go. Stripe Canada.
Yeah, but the problem is our government is going to control these people.
Well, yeah, they didn't control him. He gave most of all the donor money back that Chad told him that he could in the States. Thank God for that. But anything that was frozen in Canada, they kept it. They don't want us to have the money. Do you know they dropped all my criminal charges against me, but now they want to do civil charges so that I don't get a penny of the money because I can't. So I won't do anything good with it. There's $500,000 sitting there. Did you know that the Ronald McDonald House kicked a family out because they weren't vaccinated? And I know these Dutch Mennonite people actually started up a Ronald McDonald House. I'd like to donate some money to them.
Oh yeah, we've been boycotting McDonald's, Tim Hortons, the rest of them.
I know.
Yeah,
me too.
Carhartt. We're working on maybe trying to create an app or a website where you just tap it in and say, okay, I want to go to such and such, and then it will just give you like a green light, a yellow light, or whatever, right? To try to figure out, because we got to keep track of this shit. You know, it's not right? It's not right. That's the end result of this stuff. Hey, RE, do you have a quick? I got a comment there.
Yeah, I hello guys, and thank you for letting me on your talks. I mean, you guys amazing, and I just hope I bring something insightful. I'm Romania. Our first interaction was on a stupid date subject. I unfollowed everything since, because it's a distraction, and you all know that we don't want to talk about it. But in Romania, I was born here, raised here, and I was 15 years old when our revolution came, and I don't know how many of you got the chance to live under a real dictatorship. So I don't know how to say it, but people can go very low. So this is what you should expect. That if you don't do something, if we don't do something, the crowd will go very low. They will so much bullshit, and so until you starve, until you freeze, until you can only imagine how low can people go. So it's up to you, it's up to us to change that. And I don't know, it's just trying to tell you that you're doing the good stuff, and I don't know. I mean, I cannot wrap my mind around all the subjects, because all the talkers here, it's all the I've donated for the truckers here from Romania, and I've seen the both sides. I was American resident for 10 years. I lived in Boston for 2 years. I've been in Toronto for like, I don't know, 10 times. And I really do appreciate, like, from here out of the pound, I do appreciate what you're doing. And if something's gonna have to come up, it's gonna come up from you guys. Okay, so that's what I wanted to say. If you have question, I can answer, but this is my input, and I only want you to remember that people can go very low with their rights. Thank you.
Yeah, good points, Ari. The reality here, what we're dealing with is the temperament in Canada was completely different prior to the convoy. We all thought we were the only crazy people in our community. Of course, some of us had groups and stuff that we would go to and weren't paying attention to any of this lockdown nonsense. But there was other people that just didn't have anybody. And still to this day, even on these spaces, we have people come in and say, oh, thank God I found you guys. Like, there's no one in my small town that whatever, because they can't find each other, because you can't go on Facebook and say, hey, I think this is bullshit, because as soon as you do that, everyone jumps on you and beats you up basically on the social media. So the trucker convoy was not only a lightning rod for Canada, it was a global lightning rod. So cheers to all the people that helped out on that, all the truckers, everybody, even the people that supported, even the people at home just cheering it on. I mean, the honk that was going on out here was incredible. I mean, people were just driving down the highway for no reason, just giving the honk. And I saw someone flying flags, I'd be honking at them. I mean, it was what we needed at that time. And it was what we needed worldwide. Now, we were in the depths of it, right? Like, Canada is the PSYOP capital of the world. Australia is the bullying capital of the world. And New Zealand was the COVID zero tryout. So, it was absolutely key and critical that we had the truckers convoy. And, we can argue about essences and philosophy all we want, but that was a critical turning point for Canada. And I think that we have to embrace that for what it was, which was a global triumph of the will, peaceful, beautiful, hot tubs, it's street hockey, Canadian style, cleanest streets that Ottawa's ever had. There was no crime in downtown Ottawa during the convoy. None. Zero. Because those guys, who's going to pull a crime with a bunch of tough ass truckers around, right?
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, this is for you guys, because we learn what dictatorship can be, and we can smell the bullshit like from far. We cannot do much. We can just sit, neutral somehow, because we cannot do much. We are like a piece of America here, like on the border of a conflict, and we can talk loud about it. I mean, there's nothing to praise about. And this is all like a construct again and again, but that's a different story. But I also don't want to, Soviets, they did a lot of crappy things around here in Balkans in general. But, it had to be a Romanian to make our life as a nightmare. It wasn't a Soviet guy, it wasn't a Chinese or an American, it was a Romanian that did our life miserable. So this is my warning to you, and keep the fight. It's a good fight. And then maybe we can keep contact, and there's a lot of inside stuff I can, mention, not like I'm know something that but just like in a perspective that Romania is one of the less vaccinated countries in the world, and and we're fine. Nobody gives a shit here around about that. Not even the authorities. We have other problems like small crowd corruption, blah 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 blah. But still, when it's about the big deal, we can smell it, and I think our experience can help you out, guys, because you are turning onto that direction, and that on overlapped with the technology control, it's even worse than I can even imagine.
Thanks, Hari. I think Esther has been up before and went down, but go ahead, Esther.
Yeah, can you hear me? All right? I'm on cellular, so I'm just hoping it doesn't cut. First of all, I love hearing Wogpog fired up about the convoy, and also thank you to all the people and to Adopt a Trucker. I don't know if I met you. Some of the people, I don't know if I met you on the road or not, but if I do and you recognize me, but I was with Canada Marches after that, and we met a lot of the people after, along the way, but you don't remember everybody. But that is not what I initially put up my hand to say. I just, it's been kind of one of those, yeah, it's just a kind of a crazy day, the way I woke up today, and I had a friend call me, and who witnessed, who witnessed in her building, like a suicide, and well, like that was actually happening as she's talking to me. I woke up and here she is, like in this kind of frantic state. And then at the same time I'm talking to her, I received another text of somebody else who had done the same thing. And I'm not trying to bring a spirit of like, oh, despair. We need to acknowledge right now what we can't control and let it go. Because right now, especially the leaders, especially people who are leaders, who have been leading, who have been fighting, who have been on the front lines, who are exhausted and have felt like other people always leaning to them for the answer, and they don't have energy. And so I just wanted to say this because as we're talking about like how do we fix Canada, what if like the fixing of Canada was really about like there's a lot of reason for bitterness, which is different than a desire for justice. And I feel like bitterness and false responsibility can create despair. And so I just wanted to get on today and just say thank you so much to every person who's the person that, people call when something happens, or the person that maybe is the burden bearer for a lot of other people's sufferings, because oftentimes they seem so strong, so people don't recognize that they too, like all the rest of us, are human. So to all of those people, we look to all the kind of the faces we saw at the convoy, and I know personally like how many of them we love to celebrate in their glory. We love going to the party, but so often we forget like so many of them one of them is like on house arrest. Like there's just all these, maybe the lesser known to the news, but the people who stood up, they made sacrifices, they experienced amazing, incredible experience, but that sacrifice is being paid out. But I actually think we're going to see a shift in Canada. Somebody had said it's almost like karma is so close to us, okay? And you can use whatever word you want. You can use judgment, you can use justice, but there's something that's, when somebody makes an action that's not good or a good action, it ripples out. But those ripples are all coming to their place. And so right now, it's almost like we have to get rid of any excess baggage, because the weight of what we're going to be going through can cause despair. And so the only way to have that strength, I don't care how strong any person thinks they are, is to have that inner strength of making sure I'm not carrying excess baggage of bitterness. And I also have to let go of the fact that I can't fix anything. And I have to accept the things about my own inconsistencies, my own craziness. Because when I do, then I stop judging people for the things I hate in myself, because I don't like that in myself, I push that person away. But what if I accept myself, just with all my messiness and the ups and downs, everything, then I'm actually with myself. Then I can assess reality at a deeper level, and that deeper level includes hope. So, number one, thank you to every single person that's on this call that maybe people don't even know this about you, who really put energy and body and everything out there to stand for others in the last 3 years, and maybe longer. And for those of you who are just exhausted because you've been carrying this burden for way longer than before the convoy, which was truly that open door. It was kind of like there was a rip in the cloud, and we saw things like there was a light that came through from Ottawa that showed how things were, truly. And we're still seeing it for people who are wanting to live in reality, just like WOG was saying, Adopt a Trucker, that if we are listening to the inquiry, well, you can read between the lines the things that you know and you have evidence of. We can suspect it because we can hear the undertones. Because we can hear the undertones because we're not driven by our own. It's not emotions, and I think it was Brian. He was like, our heart is not an emotion. It's not emotions. It's the way, like, it's coming, assessing things from the center of ourselves. That's not. It might be emotional, and it's okay to be emotional because things carry emotions. But if I'm now emotionally reacting like it's driving me, that's the difference. And I think we're in a time where our heart needs to be in a place of peace so that we can assess and be totally prepared, because new strategies will come. And there are strategies we haven't even thought of. And there are things that we won't almost have to put the effort and energy into. So now we have to be attentive. And just kind of like almost like look at people. I'm going to get off because I know I'm preaching and I'm sorry about that. But just that sense of thank
No
you to every
sorries.
one of you. Go ahead.
I said no
And
sorry.
oh,
No,
no sorry.
finish it.
Okay,
Finish her
so
up, Esther. This is beautiful. And just so Adopt a Trucker knows, so we got the guy in here that was doing the Adopt a Trucker funding program, and then we got Esther. And I don't know if you said this, Esther, because I was away from my phone, but Esther was marching with James Topp. These are two Canadian, I don't want to say heroes because I know how modest you guys are, but basically this is two things that gave us a lot of hope concurrently.
and now we have to find that hope in just truly like accepting ourselves, because we will have the strength to love other people, to accept other people. And there might be real bitterness and real wounds of real trauma. I'm not dismissing any of that. I just think that there's like the reason why I have urgency in my voice is because I just see something very clearly. And what I see is the choices you make this year, before we had the luxury of the consequences being really spaced out, that luxury is not given to us. So we almost like need, in a way, to be like, to first of all, see where we are and be so grateful for WOG. Because even for the Adopt a Trucker, or for me, or for any other person, once you're dispersed, you need a place to regather. And I appreciate Global and Zinc and TR6 and communities that kept on like pushing forward to deeper conversation. So I just want to say thank you to every person that's exhausted their efforts in their field in this time. And if anyone in your life just comes to your mind in the next couple of days, they just come to your mind randomly, just reach out to them with a text, because you have no idea, what one kind word, like one I see you, can do. And it could be somebody you don't even want to have a longer conversation with, but just send them like a nice text that's really sincere from the heart. Anyway, that's my word for tonight.
Thanks, Esther. I just want to quickly mention, and we'll get to, I think it's Crow, and then we'll go to they. But Adopt a Trucker, listening to you speak tonight, you can sense the compassion in your voice. I mean, you talk very softly, and its sincerity is there. And we need something like that in a leader, because too many of our leaders, like Trudeau, you can't even stand to listen to him talk. I'm finding the same thing with Pierre Poilievre. We need people like you that have a sincerity in their voice. So thank you for everything you've done, Adopt a Trucker. And I would be more than ready to help with the four amigos. Mike's not here, to help with a space to get your message out and help you financially, because I'm sure there are many Canadians out there that would be more than willing to send you some funds through even just a e-transfer. Go ahead, Crow.
Real quick, I just think these spaces are awesome because these I think it's just R.E. He came up here from Romania, talking about the dictatorships and things like that. I was married in Bucharest too. My wife's Romanian. We just hit her 20 years not long ago. She was 9 when the revolution happened, so she was there in the mix with us too. And some of the stories that she's got under communism is insane. Like it's something out of a movie kind of thing. And I just wanted to kind of throw that out there. That it's amazing that you can meet some of the people that are kind of in these spaces or whatever. Thanks.
Thanks, Crow. They go ahead.
Yeah, I hear people saying that there's not emotion involved. Unfortunately, there is. And there's a lot of people that don't have the, I guess you can say, background of learning certain areas and things, so they're confused and they don't know how things are actually run, and they just want things. That's great. There's going to be a lot of people that don't like things and a lot of people that do like things. But at the same light, you got to either get involved and become, because you got to see the dangers of where when you bring emotion in a left brain thinking society, because everything is angles, 1, 2, 3, ABC. You do things according of a path. And if you don't take those structured paths, then you won't succeed in that endeavor. And the system runs like that as well. You need to be focused and clear on what you're doing and make those changes for everybody. But when everybody lacks and everybody recumbers back and enjoys everything, then you're allowing people that do know how that system works in there to be able to manipulate, and then your life gets affected. Don't get me wrong, I lost 30, 40 grand from my job when I wasn't able to go to the mills because they were saying, no, we're not letting people that are non-vaxxed in. And I'm like, oh, well, go fuck yourself. I guess I'm going to be going to the food bank then because I held my ground. And that's true. You need to hold your ground, but you got to be careful. I'm getting a sense that the dictators are planning and putting these things together through our emotions and through our beliefs. And as you heard people talk about dictators, it's not a theoretical. It's not being philosophical under the retrospects of things. It's looking at our history, looking at how we repeat history, and look at how it's repeating again. And as soon as you've seen the Me Too movements and you've seen all the movements get big, boom, a virus came out, shut everybody down. Here's a gift for you, Trump. You know what I mean? Like, and now all of a sudden everybody's compliant to a degree where they can at least rein in some controls. These control factors work on a global scale. Like the banking systems, the whole energy conglomerate is run by people that are controlling the system itself to maintain it. If they're at the top, they're at the top. No individual really cares as long as their lives aren't touched. People don't have that broad perspective in their mind of a true everybody thing, because everybody wants for themselves. And then they go out, and even going out and trying to express nice, kind gestures to people, you're throwing to the wind unless it has gravity to its reason. So if it really doesn't change anything, it's not going to, but if it does, then it's something worth doing. But to be careful that when we do apply our emotions in there, it makes us drunk. It gets us more in a want of a passion than actually seeing what it is for what it is and knowing how to go about doing it properly. Like building a website, go to GoDaddy. You know, I have 3 websites. It's for shits and giggles, right? And I don't care about letting the system hurt me as a person, because I know who I am. That's where I don't need to protest, because I know my rights irrefutably. Put me in any court and I can always express my right down to the ground level, that I come out on top for them realizing that I'm a person of earth. But it's the word magic that you have to learn in the court systems and things like that. If you're going to do stuff like that, you need to become a pro sayer. So I think that a lot of people don't realize there's many directions of your wants, and these wants need to connect into a oneness, but you have to respect the division as well and keep certain things divided. Because if you bring emotion into a left brain thinking society, then you're going to get a lot of genocides. unfortunately. And when you speak of dictators, it is a real thing. Like, they don't like their people thinking free. And when we leak into their ears and make them wanting to stand up going, hey, wait a minute, clean water, that's our human right. That kind of bugs them, because then we're putting a kink in their chain kind of thing. So to see that everything is an attack, but at the same light, you have to try not to attack. Even the Holocaust, they didn't fight back. They let themselves die, unfortunately, because they said, are you done yet? And that is one of the biggest, craziest, nuttiest things anybody could do, is just be like, because I understand this body is just that. And with the people hurting themselves and killing themselves and things like that, that's why we need to focus on mental health. We need to focus on how do we get each individual to be clear. That's it. Just get them clear and things will fall into place. If you start smashing out windows to try to get things in place, I don't agree with it. And I also don't agree with the fact that I can't not agree with not standing up and saying something, because a squeaky wheel gets the grease. Doing something does something. So in the end, retrospects, it really, to me, would determine, are you on a self journey, or are you on a journey for helping the societal paradigm structured system to be according to all of our well-being? So,
if I get what you're laying down, Yoga, because here's what I would say. Whatever you feel like doing for countering this thing, as long as you're not coming from an emotional place, then you're good. If you find yourself in a it's like a chess game, or it's like a fight, right? Let's call it a boxing fight. As soon as you get the other guy emotional and piss him off, you're screwed. You've lost already. My dad used to say, as soon as you've raised your voice in an argument, then you've already lost. He said, if you can do anything, try to lower your voice. That makes the other person listen even more intently. So I get what you're saying. It's like we needed all of this stuff, as long as it was coming from a place of logic and strategy and thinking about what is the end goal of it. And because we're in this time of turning of narratives, I'm being very careful where I put my energies and how I am directing it. So when people come into the room and they say, I'm a pureblood, or I'm this, or whatever, I'm saying, well, wait a minute, we might be doing the same thing that was done to us. Perhaps the real learning of what the vaccine is that it's actually the penultimate psyop weapon. So we have to be careful and strategic, like how we're going to do it. And even this morning, we were in a room and we were talking about critical thinking again. We're always talking about critical thinking. And I said, guys, we're going to have to level it up. We're going to have to go from critical thinking to strategic thinking, because strategic thinking means we've already done the critical thinking, but what we're doing being effective, right?
I thought you said it was pivotal thinking.
Well, no, you have to get preventative measures in place. Then you have to get something that before it happens, something where you don't get hit by it because of something you did to prevent it, but not something that you need to do because of it, because that's their game. That's their chessboard, like you said so elegantly. And
well, what we're seeing here is we're seeing a narrative turn, guys, in real time, and they're trying to control this narrative turn just like they controlled all of the commission shit and all the law shit. They're operating that gray zone. It's not black and white. There's always a little gray zone just before it turns, black to white. And this narrative turn, I'm trying to be very, very careful. I mean, I think the word that comes to mind is trepidatious, right? I'm being very, very careful about how we're trying to do this, because what narratives we come out, the narratives could be so well designed, and they could be designed to appeal to your emotions, like what you're saying, Yoga. And you say, yeah, this feeds our side. Let's pump this idea. But then you don't realize if you pump that idea, it feeds another circle that you might not want to have come back to you. And the one example I'll use of this is in Ontario, when the head minister, or whatever the fuck thing, government public health guy came out and said, we're not going to recommend masks this year in school. And then Ottawa was going to have a vote on it, or was going to impose masks on their students in one of their high schools or something. And people on our side were demanding that the public health make sure that they do not enforce the mask mandate again. But I said, guys, reverse the polarity. If they can do that, then next time they can tell you to wear masks. You have to be very careful what you wish for in this thing, because if you reverse the situation, in other words, if they were if we were in control or they were in control, we have to be very, like I said, strategic about this stuff.
Well, when I have a minute, that is awesome. That is like it pretty well hit it on the nail. Like it's that where we become our own worst enemy. Well, but if I have a minute later, I'll let people speak here. That I can let you know what I've seen in where I believe the vaccine and where the virus and where it actually originated, or I guess you can say how it procured out of Wuhan. And I seen the political plays. So I'll let other people speak, but I can let you know that if you'd be interested.
Sounds good. Okay, let's do this because Esther's going to do a long winder. Let's go to Brian and then Esther.
Well, I'm usually brief, but I'm going to sabotage you here. I'm going to offer everybody something, and that's a word that's extremely powerful, and that word is good. And what I'm talking about is a former U.S. Navy SEAL, Jocko Willink. He's got this thing. I dropped it down to Bubble. There's a little 2-minute video down there. And he says good. And that's not about putting a positive shine on everything that comes your way. When you watch the video, take your time, do that thing. It's a good thing for your soul. It's not about putting a positive shine on things. It's about just seeing things for what they are. He's a big champion of detachment and removing yourself from the situation and seeing things clearly. And the reason that you guys made me think about Jocko and this word good is when you talked about Stripe freezing all that money. Good. They showed you your cards. They showed you their cards. They showed you what they would do. They showed you that they would freeze accounts. We wouldn't have that awareness right now. So, I mean, you can apply that to this, that, and every other thing. It's just really valuable thing down there in that video in the Bubble from Jocko that will just empower you. And I still practice detachment because all of us are emotional and mental creatures. And it's hard sometimes when something's coming at you in real life speed, real time, to have that. But, that's coming from a guy that was downrange in serious situations for a lot of years. So it's just real valuable. I would just keep that once you understand the concept. Good. I know where that person stands. Good. I know what they will do in reaction to this. It's just extremely powerful, and I'll leave it at that.
I want to jump in here, guys. Breaking news. Monday Night Football game has been suspended in the first quarter. One of the players collapsed on the field, and they were giving him CPR. So something's up. Could be another vaccine thing.
No, it's just sudden and unexpected.
Yeah, let's be clear here. It is only sudden and unexpected tier 6. This is normal. We remember seeing that all the time on Monday Night Football, remember? Okay, so Esther, I was saying that good-heartedly. And I'm going to, I know you're going to.
I actually was going to do a two-liner, but now you just,
I've triggered you. So here's what I want to say, though. We need emotional caring, and we need intellectual caring. We need spiritual care. We need all of this stuff. So it's not one or the other. I believe that there's a complement, and for us to tune into where we need to go, we have to combine. We have to yin and yang this stuff. So there's more to this than just like it's not one dimensional what we're talking about, right? We're talking about multi-dimensional stuff, and I really like the stuff that you hit on about having the home as a sanctuary is one of the things that I thought made me think of that emotional sort of security kind of thing, because I know you hit on that quite a bit, and I think it's super valuable to sort of realize that what we're doing is we're trying to wayfind, and we are getting tugged and pulled in different directions. But I'll throw it to you because you're, of course,
just real quick. If you're not going to talk, I'm cycling some people out. If you want to talk, come back up. But yeah, I'm just because I got people requesting mics. So yeah, go ahead, Esther.
So I just so going back to Yogi, and one of the things I started doing, because I feel like it's worth it in one of WOG's rooms, is that when I listen to people, I take notes on the big, especially when there's hands, like actually taking notes and thinking and receiving what people are saying. Because the thing is, when you raise the quality of the conversation, then it raises that kind of sense of responsibility to come to the conversation and not waste people's time. So that was just a side note, but which is just I just feel like this is going to grow, and I feel like we are growing in conversation to get, like, over time. And so just going back to yoga, and then Brian. So one of the things I was like, he was saying, you know, that's kind of like almost a fear, like if we just react and go with whatever the emotional big thing is, you were just going to repeat history. So it's I agree on like not on something. I agree. I just agree with what both Brian and he said, and I believe they're both very true. But this is the thing about this is that when you're saying like, good, now we know, the key is, yeah, maybe we do tit for tat, but there's a moment when it changes, and because the playing field was not changed by us, but by the cosmos. And so we are still operating in one way, but we're given an invitation to live on that higher battlefield. And on the higher battlefield, you can actually see what's happening. So you see it still happening, but you're not emotionally affected by it, because why are we emotionally affected by things? It is that attachment. It's like if my emotion, I'm attached to the way I think justice should happen. You know, like if I get attached to the way I think justice should happen, I'm blocking off other possibilities of like that could come. Like, you know what? I didn't plan the trucker convoy. They didn't even plan it to be what it is. It was a occurrence of many things coming together. Yes, was there a percentage of those people that were completely based on emotions that they just wanted to go to a party? Absolutely. Totally. But you know what happened? They went and they're like, I listened to people that went there just to see what was going on, and they wanted to party. And I will never forget this one guy. He had been through the whole he went through the whole kind of child, like he was in child services, like in foster homes his whole life, like just a hard upbringing, but like he worked so hard to bring himself up to the man he is. And he was, you know, living a life in Toronto, and then he moved because it was no longer nourishing his soul. Is basically, I think it was when his like daughter was going to daycare where they would like place them in hula hoops, you know. And so then he moved and he built like a cabin, and he had driven into Ottawa, and just think about his whole life, like his life was probably a story of like just hard knocks, probably like Yogi, like learning. His school was really truly the school, like learning through experience. But he changed the pattern. And I think Yogi, it's like you can have a lot of trauma in your life. You can go to the old script, or there might be a new script, you know. And how are we going to be able to receive that new script? We're going to receive it in our homes. Because if we don't have a sanctuary where we can be fully ourselves, then we can't receive something new, because it's like it's in a way, it's like to fully receive something, we actually have to be with ourselves. And I was realizing this when I was by myself for Christmas, and I was actually so happy to be. Other times, you know, in another day, it would be like, oh, this is so sad, but I desired to be. But while I was sitting there, just kind of in this silent day, there was no mess, there was no like nothing, there was nothing around me. But I was like, and I was drinking a cup of coffee, and I realized how often just me by myself, but nobody's making demands on me, how difficult it was just to be totally, you know, in that place where like I'm allowed to just enjoy this cup of coffee and this silence and receive it just for what it is. It doesn't have to be anything more or anything less. But as I was kind of went through this process in the last week and a half, I was kind of like on a little retreat, and it was a realization that like, oh, you know, when duality comes into unity, or the one in the many, when we're at home. So it's kind of like this moment, but you can be in your home many times and never be there. But when you are home, you're actually life-giving to all the people when you're truly home. What are the sufferings of home? It's like you're never there, you're always on your phone, you know, like it's always the thing that takes us away from home. So that was the home thing. But going back to this non-reactive, like you're in the battle, but you're also observing the battle. So there's a Russian martial art that is incredible, and if you didn't know about it, I just want to share it because to look it up, you don't have to take my word for it at all. It is all like, so we have a lot of the Eastern, but it's kind of like it's from the Russian Orthodox warriors from years and years and years. And it's teaching, it's a lot of just like in the Eastern, like, you know, Jiu-Jitsu, all these other ones. It's it's a lot of breath work and kind of that unity of yourself, but it's very unique because I don't even know how to describe it, but it's deeply spiritual, just like all the others. But it really is teaching people kind of through physicality, how to come to that place in your heart, that place. When I'm saying I'm not going to equate your heart with your emotions, because I think you would agree that like when you have a gut feeling and you know, you said, I know who I am, so I can tell people like from the ground that what their rights are. The way that when you know who you are, you know the boundaries of you and the boundaries of other things, then you can actually go into unity with it. When you don't know who you are, you're not yet ready to unite in unity because you're bringing an unknown element and one that maybe you don't even like because you're running away from it.
That's incorrect.
Okay.
What's incorrect? I mean, we're up for debate here. I mean, whatever. But are you done, Esther? First of all, and then we can go to.
Yes, I'm done.
So who wants to get into that?
Would I be able to talk? It's Dr. Trucker.
Yeah, Dr. Trucker, go ahead.
Okay. I want to bounce off of Ottawa because I was there for 3 weeks, and I'm telling people that if we're going to go to the next level from Ottawa, are you willing, when digital ID comes out and digital money, are you willing to take people into your home? Are you willing to feed them like we did in Ottawa? Are you willing to give up your last piece of bread, knowing that God will supply bread again tomorrow? Because if we're willing to do that with our brothers and sisters here in Canada, like we did for 3 weeks in Ottawa, I think we can overcome these people. Because, yeah, they own all the money and they own all the food, but they don't own us, and they don't own the truckers that deliver it, and they don't own the people that work in the stores. So once we realize that we have the power, that we can supply food to each other, love, comfort, being, like she said, being in your home. Like, I would take people in my home, I would feed them. I have no problem with that. And if everyone has that same mindset, no matter, what religion you are, what faith you are, if we can go back like we did in Ottawa and unite under one belief that we need to stick together like family, and no matter who you are, you're family, because you want the same thing I want. You want to be able to have a cup of coffee in your home, go to work when you want, read a book, allow your children to be disciplined under your authority, not government authority. And I think we miss how much power we have. I'll just leave it right there.
Okay, so I'm going to hit a little bit on what Esther just spoke about. This just what you just referred to is an old martial art called Sistema, and it's a Russian martial art. And if you remember the Mongol hordes, there was a place that they never got past, and it was the eastern flank of Russia, and they considered themselves spiritual warriors plus physical warriors, and they designed this thing to basically take down multiple opponents. So they were outnumbered because of that, they had to sort of superhuman themselves. So I try not to talk about certain aspects of my life, but I'm going to talk about this since it was brought up. And then one time, so I've done this martial art, and we were doing this thing where you got 4 guys on each corner, and one guy's holding one guy's holding one hand, one guy's holding the other hand. Same thing on the feet. So you have 4, you're hanging like down, and then you got to do a push-up, right? So you got to do a push-up where you're basically all the way hanging down all the way up. And the other guys were, some guys would do 1, some guys would do 5, and this is not a humble brag or anything like this, but we were working on breath work, and the guy was teaching us, he's like, look, you got to use your breath. When you think you're canned, just start using your breath and use that breathing technique. So you can call it Wim Hof does it with whatever. The yoga guys do it with whatever. This stuff is all a mishmash. It's all originated in the same stuff, right? Just like most religions and things like this. But anyways, I got to going and I got a rhythm. And when I was getting tanked, I had to appeal to my breath. But when my breath wasn't catching up for me, I had to appeal to, you know, whatever you want to call it, my heart, my spirit, whatever it was. So I pretty much tripled everybody in the class. I did 30, and some people couldn't even do 2, right? And it had to do with focusing your mind, using your breath, all that kind of stuff. That's where the Mongol hordes stopped. So you can see it if you go to a Russian restaurant. Usually they'll have it up, a big mural about it or whatever, guys riding horses and all this stuff. Because remember, the Mongol hordes, what they had was an advantage with super duper numbers and super duper good bows, but that's a different story. So I'm with you, Esther. I like it. I like what you're laying down, and I'll just defer to the other co-hosts there about whatever they want to do. Which is apparently nothing. So I guess we'll
No, I'm here, Wog. I'm just kind of keeping an eye on this Monday Night Football thing.
Okay, well, Levi, I guess, and then Lisa, and then Yoga.
Yeah, I sat there and watched the trucker convoy start in start in Canada, and then matter of fact, it even started to come here to America. Even some people here in Kentucky actually started getting in on that convoy. And another thing, I am actually a 2-year veteran of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Anyone that wants to have a good self-defense, it would be something to practice, would be Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, any form of martial arts. It's a really good self-discipline. It also teaches you restraint, but it also can be very handy when it comes into tough situations.
I can appreciate that. By way of reiteration, the same emotional component was voiced on Truth Seekers. Everyone, if you know this man and the power that he holds in helping us, listen to the recording today. Dr. A, who he kept referring to, gave us a technique that we could, also a book recommendation that we could look at to draw in this more heart element over the babble. We were promised chaos in the scriptures if you're a scripture reading person. And we were also promised that this is a spiritual war. So for me personally, I'm not ready, okay? I might sound like I'm ready. I might have a lot of different angles and a lot of positive little blurbs here and there, but personally, I'm readying up because around me here in Los Angeles, I don't see that. We're tearing each other down in society. We're going places. I'm odd man out, and I've been harassed, even just getting dollar store things. So in that moment, what I did is I totally deflected the bully. And I said, Lord, help us all throughout the dollar store. It echoed. And she realized that I was not playing into her BS at all. And it took a little bit of a breath or two for me to not want to clobber this woman. However, I'm in my spiritual garb, you know, the Indian pants and the flowing thing. And the most unattractive thing a spiritual woman can do, besides smoking, is swearing and taking offense to a bully. So that's my work. That's my personal work, is in those moments, is to deflect and just call upon whatever it is you do believe in as your better strength in that moment and realign. We're all realigning right now, myself included, to the truth, to the facts that are coming out. And in that breath work, Iceman has a great technique. He takes people to the Himalayas. That also came to mind, how the breath work overcomes the mind of, oh my gosh, I'm freezing my ass off, you know, I need to breathe. So we're all being called to this, and some of us are going to be resistant. Some of us are going to call us, you know, airy fairies and all that. But when it comes down to the facts, the empirical science and the critical thinking, which moves us forward, is everyone has the truth within their heart. We are embedded with intelligence. And that's why there's geniuses running around everywhere on both sides of the fence. It's because we have that. We haven't been bought out, sold out, gag ordered, afraid. We are not afraid here. And that I like. Thank you very much.
Awesome possum. We don't want to be in a moment of fear or a moment of adulation. So I'm gonna just before I throw to the yoga there, and maybe you want to give us your download about your origin thing, but maybe in a slightly tightened up version. You know, the fear is real.
One sentence to Dr.
Yeah,
Trucker.
skip in there. But the fear is real. We can't be rotating on fear. You know, so that's. I'm gonna say that before we go to you, Esther, and then
Dr.
the yoga.
Trucker, I just wanted to say that I 100% agree with you that whatever that unknown element, whatever that grace, whatever that joy, whatever that thing was in Ottawa that for 3 weeks, like when everyone got together, instead of thinking about what they needed for themselves, they actually thought about what their neighbor needed. Something happened there, and that is the blueprint to the world. And it's been playing out. It's like a blueprint moment showing us we can do this. That like we can do this. So I 100% agree with you, and I think this is why it bothered me so much that the narrative was taken over, because I felt like, no, there's so many treasures still sitting in this moment for us to use for strategy. But we have to let go. I'm not saying let go of fighting for every single person needs to do what they need to do. But I mean, we have to let go of I have to let go of my bitterness over something so that I can receive the goodness of it. That's all. And so when I was talking about I wasn't speaking of you. I was speaking of, I just know so many people are just so beat down and hurt, and I was one of them. So, but it's kind of like, this isn't helping me, and how do I go back to like the joy? It's almost like the trauma of the way it got shut down our memory to the good that existed. And then the ongoing story that people were even afraid to like mention the convoy for so long. We're just mentioning it openly right now, but honestly, because you're like, I don't know where people stand on this, and I just thank you for coming on. Thank you for what you're doing. And that's exactly the question, is like, are we willing to actually make the sacrifices? And as you were asking that question, like, will we bring people into our homes? And one of the things I've noticed, kind of just being on the ground level of where a lot of things hit the fan, is that it's usually not until people have had a measure of suffering, had their controlled comfort, the comfort that they thought they built and they control, somehow broken open, that they can then kind of really bring somebody in. And not just broken open, but broken open all the way so that the light can reach it and bring more into it. So like there's this, if you're afraid, like if somebody's afraid of their own suffering, they can't actually meet anybody else with compassion, because they might be scared of that suffering. This happens a lot when there's like a mother that loses a child. The people that come up to them, because that's the worst imaginable thing, and they're afraid of it, they can't bring life-giving words into that conversation. They can only bring niceties and phrases and like almost put more on that person. So like the truth of this is it's just that like we have the strategies. It was something really big. Something was added. Something was revealed.
But
Something is continuing.
Esther, stress evolves us. This is the one thing that I feel when I'm hearing you speak. I feel a lot of emotion, swirling whirlwind of trying to get a hold and understanding of what is happening. And I get it, but you cannot comprehend the bigger picture. A pixel will never be able to see itself as a TV. So you have to understand you're either going to be able to step back and put emotions aside and look at it through the irrefutability and the altruism with the clarity of what it is and give it its respect for seeing what it is without being emotional about it, or you're going to be emotional about it and you're going to be involved and you're going to get swept up in the currents of the conscience winds. So in the end, you really need to make those choices and decide for yourself where you stand on that plane level. Are you an observer, or are you somebody involved? Are you doing something to make those changes, or are you complaining about those changes, not liking what you see? Where do you stand? There's many, many multivariational aspects to each individual situation. Each situation is contextual. Nobody's life's the same. Nobody cares the same. Everybody is their own unique perspective of how they perceive the world to be. It is their world. I'm just living in it. And when I try to give the respect that, how can I relate? You relate in the life. You're alive. That's enough. So we can talk, either go UFO, fix Canada, politics. You can do whatever you want and talk about whatever you want. But if you get emotional about it, then you're not going to start looking at it for actually what it is. And it'll become more of an assumption, and then what you think you should be doing instead of what actually should be done.
Yeah.
As to the
Yeah,
Well
if
said.
you don't
Well
mind me
said.
cutting in, when I went from Ottawa to Vancouver and back, and I was able to talk to people, like sometimes it was 400, 2,000 in a crowd, I got to listen to these people's stories. I asked them to tell me their stories. I gave out humanitarian awards to people,
But
and
that's your
their
choice to
stories.
take that in. You asked them to tell you. So are you being something that's absorbing the information from them because you're curious, a documentary? Are you looking
No,
to
I
tell
needed it.
people?
I was so burnt out from Ottawa for what they did to me, and in order for me to keep going what I believed, I need to hear it from other people. I needed to hear that they were hurting, and that they needed people like you and everyone talking on this site right now, that
That's
we
where
need
your
to
martial art,
talk to each other.
your martial arts comes in. That's where that practice. It's like people are trying to use the martial arts aspects to go against the government, when in retrospects it's either self-seeking self, or you're seeking to control the system to be able to manipulate it to favor everyone or
Well,
yourself.
let's let him go here, Yoga, and let him, because he's talking about coming back from Ottawa to Vancouver. So what
I got
happened there,
videos. I
Dr.
got
Chucker?
videos of people. I talked to a fireman that was there for 29 years. I'm a volunteer fireman, and that guy put his life out for us every day as a fireman. And to hear that man cry, like 40 years old, when I handed him that award and said, "Man, I can't believe that you would give up your career for me, for the guy down the road." Um, I talked to a lady who was charged, and she couldn't go to any rallies for a whole year. I mean, these people were broken, stabbed, beaten, lost their jobs. This dentist I talked to, like, the stories and the things that I heard burns inside me now more than Ottawa. And that's why I'm continuing to do what I'm doing. I'm so glad that you guys are doing what you're doing. Your voices and to hear your stories makes my heart on fire. Like, it
But it
makes me
also,
want to go back and
can
do
you
Ottawa 10
consider that
times, guys.
that makes us who we are? We are who we are right now on this site, talking with this connectivity, and that evolved us. That stress, that made us realize, made us see what the problems are and what we need to be looking at.
I have hope in Canada. Like, I always thought Canada was down and under, but when you guys came to Ottawa and you poured out your love, man, I got hope. I feel like I'm a 10-year-old kid going to a new neighbor's house to have spaghetti and meet their family.
We all did, bro. It was a lightning rod for all of the so-called fringe minority, and we knew by the thing going up $500,000 per day that this was no fringe minority. I mean, Christ, it was $20 million in 10 days or something. So just to ask you a question there, Adopt a Trucker, where are you based out of? What province are you in?
I'm in Mallorytown. I'm an hour away from Ottawa.
So you're basically by Ottawa. Okay, and then when is this Christina Anderson chick coming
She's
through?
supposed to be coming on the 18th of February.
And you've reached out to these organizers at all, or?
Yeah, I have. I'm just waiting to hear back from them.
All right,
People
well, let's
are
make sure
scared
you.
to pronounce stuff right now because they don't want to get shut down.
Oh yeah, well, let's get you in there, and I think that you need a seat at the table here, and I'm sort of stoked that we're able to sort of crowdsource the stuff. Every day I'm sort of surprised about who drops by. Hey, Yoga, do you want to tell us your theory about where this coronavirus thing came from and all that stuff there, that you were gonna, the quick version if there is one?
You voted in that government.
Well, if you look at the science, they took when the ice started melting up north, they were able to reach a lake, and they extracted like 12 or 14 different prehistoric viruses. And there was a tent that Canada supported for the scientific research. And there was a person of each country that was in that tent. And when they pull up the viruses, they split it up and divvy it up between each country, and it goes to a level 5 bio-quarantine lab, which there's like 5 of them left in like the whole planet.
In like the government.
Yeah, and one of them was in Wuhan. But then what happened was Kim Jong-un saw an opportunity. When Trump came into office, Trump opened up the books and allowed the dictators to see behind the skirt of America. And then he realized where America and NATO were bluffing. And then once the riots were starting to happen with the Me Too thing, and it was going against Trump, and Trump's trying to dictate the world as a dictator, then Kim Jong-un said, here's a gift for you, and then disappeared. And then a virus came out. And that virus firstly attacked our weak and our sickly and our old timers. And those people are the people that know what's going on. They're the old timers that are going senile now, and we left in old folks' homes that knew what happened in World War II and see the dictator's ways. And then it started attacking in towards the younger, more vibrant of the youth. And then now they're trying to go towards our children, because that is the end all be all, because all the dictators had stated before throughout what they were saying is that every country needs to reduce down the population, and they need to reduce their children. And that kind of freaked me out, because that feels to me, you know, some Eastern country, and I'm an infidel, you know, I'm a lazy beast of burden, and they want to reduce my children population in the West because we're too much of an influence in their dictatorship. So there's a real big picture attack back and forth. And yeah, they're swirling their wine and they're eating their lobster and they're laughing. And then they're also having this real fight back and forth. And we as people are on the other side. We are the energy that's being thrown around and steered around. And whatever political party you want to call them on levels of power, there is zero power. Nobody has power but the power they think they have. The real power is in everything. And if we can't find a way to tether ourselves to that everything, we won't be on that same path to unite together, but with the same respects to keep things divided. So we have to have a commonality where there's a balance, and that balance has to be as democratic as possible, the true meaning of it, not what it is today, not what we think we know, something new. The future has to be kind. And I believe in the trucker movement, don't get me wrong. I just don't believe that we should be repeating history and trying to like keep fighting and fighting something that keeps just holding us back and giving us more reason why to fight. Change it.
Correct.
Get this
Correct.
change
So
moving.
when we talk
The
about this
virus,
stuff in these
the
rooms,
virus was created in Europe, and now we are dying.
okay, well, let's just hold it for a sec, Claude. We'll go right to you. Raise your hand. Here's the thing. Exactly what you were just hitting on, Yoga. We can't recreate the convoy. That's why it was a bad idea when they announced that they were going to go back to Ottawa during the commission. I mean, it was super bad timing. It was like, oh, we're going to show them, we're going to piss them off again. It's like, no, that was one moment in time. We have to let go of that to move forward at 100%. And that's why they changed it now to Winnipeg and whatever. You're never going to recreate that thing, but that's human nature that they want to go towards that thing. Now, on the virus thing, like I've been watching this guy on Twitch. His name is JJ Cooey. You can look him up, GigaOhm Biological. I've been pumping him for months here on this thing. And he's a neuroscientist. He lost his job because of it. He applied all of his knowledge to this biological stuff. And the reality here is that we are not here. We didn't just plop out here and then they can go dig up some virus to try to scare us this week. So that's an emotion, right? We're all scared because of this, or that the Wuhan lab created it, or it was a bad thing. It doesn't matter. It all comes back down to the same. They're getting us through a rabbit hole conspiracy or through the mainstream narrative. We're arriving at the same place, which tells us that it is a psyop, a novel, deadly virus. Well, guess what? A novel, deadly virus comes out. It's going to infect one person. It's going to try to replicate to become more less deadly because it wants to spread like an Amway salesman. Okay.
Well, the vaccine created a dictatorship. It steered you.
Let's take care of that in a second. But just let me cover this one, and then we'll go on to the vaccine in 2 seconds. So, what happened here is that we got a big problem because people don't understand that they're following the rabbit hole, and I was one of them. It's one of the earliest guys. February, January, I was on to the lab leak thing already, and I was like, oh shit, That's how they captured us conspiratorial types. I mean, Christ, I knew guys that were very skeptical of anything the government said, and then they constructed this rabbit hole with little breadcrumbs leading down to this lab leak theory, and fuck, did we not go for it? You know what I mean? We went hook, line, and sinker for it. On the conspiracy side, some of the people taking things way more serious than the normies was the conspiracy guys. I knew one guy wearing rubber gloves and a mask in his own car. I mean, he was that goddamn scared. So we have to be skeptical of these constructed rabbit holes because we're collectively learning. We're not going to follow the monkeypox thing or the nuclear war thing. And, I get banned by Kim.com telling them it's a hot take that there's going to be nuclear war in October. Well, I didn't get any fucking apology, right? But whatever. So that's that with that thing. Now, you want to talk about the vaccine for a sec, Yoga? Let's go for that for a sec.
But it's like
yes,
really
Europe
what it
is
is for
dying.
what it
Europe
is.
is dying.
Just raise your hand, bro. I mean, it's like simple spaces stuff. Claude, I'm going to go right to you right after this because you haven't spoken. Then we're going to go to Esther, but you got to raise your hand, bro. Yoga.
Oh, it's like what you said. You need to see it for what it is. And in that, there is the sciences, and like an mRNA, that's an RNA, which involves your zipper gene, which is a duplication of your gene. The M in mRNA stands for memory. Now, in that memory can be any algorithm they choose it to be.
Messenger, actually,
Exactly.
but go on.
And that messenger is the memory. The memory is the information that's put into that M. And it's very, very trusting to allow yourself to pierce your body, to allow that into yourself with that M, because that M can be anything they want it to be. And unfortunately, all the other ways of doing the vaccine went out the window. And I was like, well, why are we going forward in such an advanced technology so quickly and then throw away the old way of doing it when we should be doing them side by side? Because we shouldn't be casting everything out. We should give everything an opportunity. But now that forces me to have to do what you want me to do. And they put it in place after the virus, which was then in place for dictatorship. Now you can be steered. You can go here, you can't go here. You're allowed to go here, you're allowed to work, you're not allowed to work. I can't go to a ice rink. You know what I mean? Like, they're able to take away those luxuries that you're so addicted to. So now they got you addicted to the resources, and then they put down the control over top, and then they dictate this.
Well, it was just a mechanism, and it was just the biggest illustration that vaccines don't work, and I mean all of them. Okay, old school anti-vaxxer, way before this stuff. Someday I'll tell the big story here, my own personal story. Lots of people have personal stories. Like Adopt a Trucker was saying his kid almost got, died from a friggin' MMR shot. And this is like rarely talking about it. It's like hush, like, oh, don't say anything about the vaccine. The doctor says it's okay. It's like, well, let's do circumcision next. I mean, where does it stop, right? But anyways, we got to go to Claude here because Claude is like literally chomping at the bit. Go ahead, Claude. What's up? Where are you from?
Hello, I'm from Ireland, and I just wanted to say one thing. I just wanted to bring up the fact about the vaccine and where we're at here in the European Union. We are in a really bad place. I really mean this. Our hospitals are overwhelmed at the moment. We are told, do not go to the hospital unless you're literally dying. If you're old and in a nursing home, they are telling you, you can't go to hospital. You just can't go. It's best you die here in a nursing home. The vaccine, 95% of people in Ireland took it. And now we're dying. We are dying, I'm telling you, we are dying here in Europe. And I don't know if you guys know about this in the USA or Canada. But we're in a really fucking bad place. I really do. I'm not making this up. Our hospitals are overwhelmed. They're like a war zone. They are like a war zone. It is, I can't explain to you how bad it is here. The United Kingdom is the same. They're in the same situation. The NHS is overwhelmed. They are saying, "Hey, stop! Don't go to hospital." We're in a really bad place. I just want you to know about this. I didn't take the vaccine. Thank God. My wife begged me not to. Oh my God, she saved my life. My wife saved my life. I never took the vaccine. Oh, I'm so happy I didn't. Oh my gosh, guys, please. Oh,
I'm sorry to hear that.
So let's look at this objectively, okay? So let's just look at by numbers. I hear you, bro, and I'm feeling for you. Here's the deal. The deal is most people get it and it doesn't do anything to them. A small percentage get a serious adverse event. Out of those serious adverse events, some people die. That's it. We're looking at 0.4, possibly 0.1%. Those are shitty metrics from 1,000 person sample size. Don't know, don't care. Main message out of that is, if you've gotten them, Merry Christmas, nothing's happened, super. Get off the train. Don't take any more. That's my advice because there's nothing we can do about the past, right? So that's awesome that you didn't and whatever. My point is, at this point, that thing is the most potent psychological operations weapon on this earth. That's my point because it divides us and we continues to divide us. So super important to think about that kind of thing. Hey, Adopt a Trucker, you got any comments on this crap or are we going to Esther?
No, I've talked to so many people because my narrative now is like Esther said, is to love these people. Anyone who's had the third shot, they're waking up. I talk to so many people. I tell them who I am, even if they shame me, because I'm not afraid, and I'm not ashamed of what I did. I did nothing wrong in Ottawa, so I wear Adopt a Trucker shirts, hats. I got merch just so that I want people not to be afraid for what they did. If you go on my website, again, I've been giving out humanitarian awards. I want to give out humanitarian awards for anyone who's willing to put their life up on display, because I tell people if they're coming for everything we have now, your job, your house, your money, what do you have to lose? Fight.
Well, think
Fight
about it this
for
way,
your
though,
life.
bro. Think about it this way. If they print enough money that they don't need to be owning these corporations that this cabal or whatever they are is running, like they make money off us like ants. It's not going
Yeah,
to be
Rock.
it's
Was it
it's
Rock?
not going to be as desperate as we think it is, right? If they think they can have all this stuff and they fuck up that monetary system, then we just make our own monetary system. The true power lies within each of us
I know.
individually and not collect, but we're going to have to use this collectiveness stuff to get this shit going,
And
right?
we have
It's
to share everything you own. Be willing to
totally.
give it up and share. Like I don't
Totally.
care.
So
I'll
I wrote
share
this.
everything.
I wrote this crazy 8-part tweet thing about the future of. Anyways, I don't want to get into it right now. It's going to distract us. But there's some people are going to follow this technology thing till the end of time, and some of us are going to wake up and go organic, right?
Yeah,
An organic human means that I have feebles and foibles and all that stuff, and you got foibles, and we're going to get through it. But anyway,
All
so
my
you don't
kids
this
know how to
Adopt a
pluck
Trucker thing,
feathers.
does that thing still function? Like do you still have like an actual website where people
Yes,
can
yeah, warroomcanada.net. You can
but
look. I
so
got
can they
videos of
donate, but
truckers.
can any of that money go to you? I'm just gonna try
Oh,
to rapid fire you here.
yeah, you
Okay,
can
so
do
none of the
Adopt
money
a
can go to
Trucker.
you for that.
Yeah,
So and we don't know that if you can get into this thing that's coming around because the tickets are like $500 a piece or something. Okay.
Well, they range from 100 to 200 to 500.
Well, whatever, still pretty expensive. Okay, gotcha. Just trying to get a lens here on what's going on. So just for you guys that don't know who you're talking to here with this Adopt a Trucker guy, go to the third tweet in the nest and look at that graph of where the money went, and that's a government graph, I believe, evidence into the commission. If you look at the Adopt a Trucker program there, they were able to get money directly to the trucker. So that's a pretty magnanimous
Barbecues, hot dogs, toques, mittens. I paid for all the stage. I paid for the lawyers to come in. I paid for the internet that went worldwide. It cost me 20 grand. No,
Well,
I
don't they know?
basically we ran the show for the truckers. I'm not
So
again.
so
I'm not tooting my horn.
riddle riddle
Don't
me
get
this then. If you paid for all this stuff, how come the organizer chick of this doesn't just like toss you tickets like for you and your whole family and everything?
because they want the leadership. This is what happened. This is what's happened. Like
Well,
I
she
treated
knows
these
you,
guys
right?
like
Like
gold.
the,
I spent $15,000 on all those people to cover their hotel rooms.
so they and so there's no payback here. Is this what's
No,
going on?
no, I don't. I'm the type of guy. If I lend you $100 and I tell you it's a gift, don't ever try to pay it back. If
Yeah,
I
well, I mean, I get
if I
you. I know
prom-
what you're saying. I know what
yeah,
you're saying. I'm just trying to figure out like how this works. So this is our first time talking, so I'm just trying to get a handle on the situation. But anyways, let's go back to the hands there. Unless you had a,
okay.
let's just go back to the
Oh,
hands. Give you a
shout
couple
out to the
secs.
Irish guy. I'm Irish too, by the way.
Oh, are you right on? Yeah, that's Claude there. Yeah, he had a good little download. Okay, very good. Esther, go ahead, and then we're gonna get some new speak airs up, and then Levi, and then probably Yoga's got something to say.
Oh yeah. So I just was thinking when you're talking, Wog, you're talking about oh yeah, so they tried monkeypox and we decided we didn't want that. So what I really came to is that we're voting on narratives, we're not voting on politicians. So like we're voting on a narrative. And so since we're voting on a narrative, that's what we did. We actually did. We all laughed away. And you know what? People who put online memes, every person's like kind of way they do stuff was included in kind of mocking like monkeypox to like infamy. So if that is true, somebody could dispute that, but if that is true, then it truly is. It's one of action, it's one of reason, and then it's one of emotion, and it is all these different things because what we saw, if I was saying like, oh, what happened in Ottawa's blueprint, you had like people that go to the Latin mass, you had like people doing Joshua marches, you had the Sikhs, it was the unity in diversity that was not constructed by man, and it threatened those who only know how to do things. Like they don't want us to do anything good out of their control. That's the thing. So if it is like, so in our speaking and people's growing and understanding, a lot of people, there's that, maybe it's Sanguru or something, like the deepest problem is ignorance, like ignorance, it's ignorance because we do not, when we don't know enough. When I talk about the heart and the mind, what I'm really, and like a lot of times, because I'm a woman and I am emotional, I'm passionate, I'm not, like if you saw me in situations and people work with me, yeah, I always seem crazy at first. And you're like, who the heck is this person? But the very place I'm called is in the worst moments when everyone else is freaking out. To be the least emotion, to be the least in emotion. But that doesn't mean my heart isn't there. I'm actually it's not emotion, not motion. It's being in a place of stillness to be able to recognize the emotions of things around you, to be then able to choose and to speak from a place of realness and truth or like groundedness when everyone else is emotional. I don't disagree that emotions like messes up. I know at certain times, like I'm like, okay, I'm getting too emotional about this. There are times when we just need to hear, like just like a mother, they need to hear a child cry everything out, because so often we are afraid of emotion because we can't control it. And so if the goal to our, I don't know, like this thing we want is control, then how are we different? Because I think the next plane we're going is, I guess I don't want to say good, like it's like instead of relying on a mediator to tell me what is good, what is not good, what is appropriate, what is not appropriate, I now come to know myself to the point that I assess that. I take back the authority from this mediator. And the reason why I want a mediator is because it's hard work to be responsible for yourself every day, all the time. So it's kind of like the burden of myself is so heavy. I want somebody who will tell me. And then there's also the order of putting structure. So if you're talking about the concept of home, like I'm just going to lay this out, and then I will step back. But if you think about the concept of home, when I speak about home, that is the place where it's appropriate to have emotions. Outside the home, in the battlefield, I'm going to be on the defensive, but I'm going to take the strength. Like, so if you think about home, like the things of home being a feminine kind of aspect, you can only truly have a home if the borders of the home are protected. If the battle outside the home isn't like deteriorating like what's happening in the home. And what we've experienced is an overrun of the battle outside coming in the home because we have a disordered kind of understanding of how masculine and feminine live out. And we have our own parents' wounds and their wounds and this alcoholic and that thing that we've been working through in our own experiences. But the unity, it's not like emotion, not emotion. It's all about the, you know, the right time and the right place, yes, but there is something so important to being listened to without being told how to say something. Now, not in this conversation, I'm not talking about this. I've experienced it. We've all experienced it when somebody comes on and you can just feel the whole shift because there's way too much emotions and your guard goes up. But I think we should be careful for our guard going up. Is my guard going up because, or like, am I feeling kind of uncomfortable because I'm uncomfortable with emotion? Or because I'm so afraid of emotion that I'm afraid of my own emotions because they'll take me out of control. Because guess what? Those are the things that are going to come and hit you. So you have to, it's like befriending your emotions and ordering them. Like the masculine orders things. Like they put order. But the chaos, if you want to say order and chaos, like that chaos is necessary for growth. It's necessary to try new things. And so the kind of conversation of like, yes, any kind of movement, you should not join with the intent of emotion or lose yourself. But there's sometimes, man, if you're at a party, it is so awesome to lose yourself in emotion. So I guess what I'm saying is like, be careful in the way that we say that. It's what is your intention in the action that you're doing? And does the intention line up with the thing that you're doing and the mission that is being expressed? If it's in line with, all the emotion in the world won't harm it if it's in line with it. But if I'm trying, it's basically I get emotional, and that's different from being passionate, which maybe you think I sound very passionate. It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is that this is where we're moving, guys, men. We're moving to a place that has been highly uncomfortable for men and for women because we've been trained out. And that is a place of the deep mystery of the human heart. And that's what we have to access in order to vote on a better narrative, because we
May I
do
check in
create
on
the
this?
story. Yeah.
Hey, wait a minute. Hold on, everybody. I need to chime in here for a minute. Wog, are you still there or are you gone?
No, I'm here, but I'm tied up doing something else. Can you run the room for a second?
Yeah, I got it. Okay, so we get a little bit of room maintenance here. We got too many speakers and got a couple requests that I can't get through. So if you're not going to speak, please drop down. Who is just wanting to jump in there for a minute?
The Yoga Buddha Zen guy.
Okay, go ahead. And we'll get to the hands.
So there's the reason why I know there's a lot of emotion in there is because it's all over the place. And it's trying to rein in on understanding what it is. Yes, you are correct that you're not supposed to put emotion, but you are putting emotion. And then there's also the hypocritical aspects of where you can't have a choice because we are emotion as well. So therefore, we need to work on the practices of ourselves that puts our emotion in check so we are able to see clearly, because those emotions are what create us to make drunk decisions. So, and if we go forward making a decision in our life with that palpability of emotion without the clerical thoughts of truth in what we're looking at, then we're not being that, I guess you can say, unfortunately, it may seem cynical in some cases, or it may seem very harsh or rash in some cases, but it is reality. Like, you love that deer. Well, let's watch that leopard eat it, and now the reality sets in, and I'm going to cry at the window of my car because my heart palpates for it, because my mind isn't looking over at the clarity that's needed to look at the situation for what it is, to actually find those solutions. And when you get to that point of where you are actually at a solution, you'll feel it. It'll impact your life. It'll become a palpability in your experience. You are now generating that experience in front of yourself. And to be a filter for everything, that's fine. Like, the information's there. There's truth, there's lies, there's wish, there's wash, but it's the filter. So who we are as the filter that's filtering that information is what is also reprojecting it back out into a distortion. And yes, you are correct. It is the chaos and the order from the chaos, but you, I feel, are filtering through such emotional lens that everybody really wants to make a difference. Everybody really, really wants change. The passion is dangerously on the edge of, people can do really dumb decisions because they're so emotional about things. And that's why you'll get these things that we look at, that we become emotional. So once again, it's the palpabilities of the rippled effect. And if somebody dies, like me, myself, killing myself, I think of the ripple effect and how many people that would affect in my life. And I love those people, and I would never want to put them into the quench. And that's where I think a lot of people are stuck. And if you keep that quench in your heart, it should be more of a fuel and justifications of why you need to look at it clearly, not a fuel and justifications of why you need to raise your hand in rebellion in a degree of which that is just repeating history. How many times have we walked down the street locked arms? How many times have we thrown a whole bunch of flowers down? How many times do we have to keep reorchestrating the same thing over and over again because we can't get over our emotional selves and we're willing to allow ourselves to be manipulated through us? And the guy that invented the TV, the thing he said was, now all we got to do is get it in their houses. World War II, they started pumping out propaganda. They know about the mind manipulation. They know about how to steer your energy. And if you don't put your emotions in check, then you will be allowing yourself open and susceptible to their manipulations. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. We got some hands up. I don't know who's next, whether it's Levi or Dean. Hopefully you know, but one of the two you go.
It's Levi. It's Levi. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Levi,
give y'all
then Dean and Andrea.
All right. Let me give y'all a scripture y'all can all chew on, because this is a scripture that helps me a lot through my emotions. Let me give you something to chew on, because this is very biblical, but it also comes in a time of where we're at right now in society. But here's something that I would love to throw out to some of you people that are in fear. God has not given us the spirit of fear, but power, love, and of a sound mind. So whether it's chaos, there's going to be a victory. So you just got to think about that for a minute.
Okay, thanks, Levi. Dean, go ahead.
Hi, guys. I'd just like to say to Esther, it's a conscious war that we're in. We're shifting our consciousness. And the moment you go inside yourself and face whatever's inside emotionally, whatever's trying to break free, you're going to have to face it. Every single person is going to have to face it. And through that healing will be more consciousness. And you'll stop fighting yourself, because the majority of people are fighting themselves right now. What's going on in the world is waking everybody up. And it's a constant battle within themselves. They're creating their own reality. I'd also like to give something else to everybody else in the room, if they haven't actually started to do a little bit more research into other layers. COVID's one thing. There's so many layers. Please start to research the law. The corporations, the whole entire law is a lie. It's all corporations. Start with a gentleman called Justin Deception on YouTube. Then find some law books, understand the legalese, and start digging deeper into what more of this matrix, because you'll fully understand how big this is and how much of a lie every single thing you know is. So please start doing a bit more research. Language fraud is another big thing. Dog Latin is another big thing. Language fraud, Chicago Book of Styles on the page 666. More satanic symbolism. Do your research, guys. Start understanding how big this lie is, because COVID is nothing compared to the entire law structure on how big the lie and how big the club is. Don't take my word for it. Just start digging. Thanks.
Go, the Yoga Buddha guy. I'll let you finish around. I'll come back because this is your combo.
I agree with Dean there. I agree with that. It is a lie. And that's why I was trying to say there's a truth in everything, that they can't lie and there is no way to lie. The sun on your face, the birds flying in the sky, watching and helping that flower grow. These little things, it's just how we are perceiving them. So when we get caught up through our emotional things, of say obligations and distractions of opinion, then all of a sudden we lose that clarity of giving the respect to looking at something for what it is in its value without getting ourselves in the way. And the more we can step out of our own way, the more we're able to see what it actually is that is affecting us. And yes, there's bigger pictures, there's many layers. It goes all the way from quanta to cosmic. So you're not going to pin down. It's like, don't try to count every grain of sand in the beach. You need to learn to let go. You need to learn to relax, but then you need to learn to hold on and stand your ground. So we need to more prioritize what it is we're looking at, why we're looking at it, and how we feel about it. And the more we do that, the more we can actually start cycling a propercality, I guess you can say, or it's hard to say because I don't want to pin down in a normality, because normality is just a group consideration of what is to be normal, but more a sensibility towards our own senses of knowing what is right and what is wrong. We raise our children, we wean it out of our society, we stick together, and we learn that yet we are an ant colony, we accept that. But I mean, there's a lot of flat earthers out there. And when you go out there and start bringing emotion out there, if you're intelligent, don't do that. Start separating your intelligence with your emotion and use logic to why you should feel towards something to love, because you will then see the reality of things. You'll see the important cyclic natures that you have with your connection with those things. And then that way you're actually able to do something that can reflect into your reality. And it's palpable, it's physical, it's real. So you're willing to be real, and that's where the real results will be. And if you're willing to get real on it, no matter how much emotion you think, but then at the same light, emotions do something beautiful for us. It gives us a way of perspective of creation. It gives us a way of looking how to evolve into something brand new and make that baby, I guess you can say, make that new creation that helps evolve us forward in time. So we progress to the reasons of why we even exist. So in retrospects, it's a balance. Everything is a balance in life. And as soon as those balances start to lean a little too far one way, it is just that, it's too far. And you'll start to sense it. You'll start to sense it in people's emotions. You'll sense it in societal paradigms, and you'll sense it in the results that we have to live. And unfortunately, democracy is small. It's the only thing that gives that freedom voice to the people. And there are not elites in this sense of where it's a mystic cabal. Yes, I know about Bohemian Grove. I know about the 30-foot owl. I know about what a Moloch is. I know about burning the baby's body down the river. So I understand all these esoteric factors on a lot of reasonings of why they do things symbolically. But aside that point, the strength is in yourself. Who cares what anybody else is doing unless who is there is innocent being harmed? Help them. Help that innocent person. Help that weaker person. And don't look down. Hold your hand out to help them up to your level or the best you can. And know when you're banging your head against the wall. Know when they're lost to the system and they fall back. So I've helped people off heroin. I've helped people get off of these things that sink its talons so deep into you. And you got to be careful that you're not creating an insurrection. You got to be smarter. You got to get smarter than the thing that's intelligent that's beating you. And where it first comes down is in ourselves to see it properly. And the only way to do that is to stop, look, listen, and try to filter it with what it is. Don't try to put too many layers of a mysticism on it. Look at the reality. Right now, you have weather coming at you, and you're distracted with politics. Exactly what they want. They're going to use the weather against you. You don't see what's coming around the back corner. Get ready for 3 more heat waves and a lot more deaths. Get ready for a deeper cycle in the winter because it's going to drop down to -50 in places it never has before, because now you're going to have the day after tomorrow. So the real problems that you're going to be dealing with, you won't be ready for. And they're laughing. We are the energy that's building their pyramid to keep them comfortable and safe. And when I say they, I don't mean anything other than the dictators. The complete separation of dictators, people that want to control mass people versus the people themselves. And we do have that energy. We can use it, but we need to use it for good. We got to use it for positive, and we got to be careful that we're not doing something that we might think is positive, but end up doing more harm than good, let alone hurting yourself. Because if that kindness isn't there, if the truth isn't there, then we're just not doing what we were asked to do. And in my opinion, anyway. And that's to appreciate what you're in, to really respect it. I love the fact that I have water coming down my tap. I don't have to carry a bucket of water on my head for 10 miles. So just to reflect on everything you have, what you're in, what you can do with it, and that your mind itself is an environment and your emotions themselves are an environment. And those environments are within a bigger environment, and so on and so forth. And that there's a tethering that ripples down in this vibrational frequency. And you can choose to tap into it, and you can feel, I don't care. Nothing matters. Oh my God, it's beautiful. The insignificance gives me significance. That fact that we're floating little dust in space, we're a gem that harbored life that's able to concept the reality through our perceptions of experience. So do not deny the reality of your palpability. Do not deny things, but at the same light, know what is taking you over and know what you are doing as making that choice in clarity. So then we can construct something on a real value, on a real basis, and something that'll actually make change. Thanks.
Well, I came up to talk to Esther, but she left. Are you going to come back up, Esther? That's really what I came up for, really, was to get engaged with Esther. But yeah, everything you're saying, I mean, I guess the perspective would be, and I would try to maybe lay this down. Have you ever considered that the chaos that the elites cause is because the humanity actually can work together? And that we already actually do have the solution to our problem? And it's gone on here for a long time, which is the masses can, for the most part, function well together. Right? And when they see that happen, that tells them that their power is slipping away, right? So I mean, I guess the talk about them, I don't necessarily, somebody's mic's on, I think Levin or Levi but if you could close your mic, that'd be awesome. Emotion crosses several paths, right? So what is emotion? It's a regulator, really. It's a matrix of laid emotion or experience. all passing through the lower three chakras. So it spirals through the body, first starting at the mind, then into the lower chakra. So everything you ingest has to go through those lower three chakras. How do you feel about yourself? How do you feel about what goes on here? And how do you feel about the people around you? And everything coming at you is going to be filtered or processed through those experiences. So when we talk about heart and mind, the duality becomes the fact that it can clear all those chakras, and so it goes through your mind, through your lower chakra, you get a chance to see it and speak about it. It's all of that congruent movement that actually solidifies the heart and the mind, because they're in the same resonance. So I think, Esther works really hard to get a good track of her words and find, I don't know if I'd say it's emotion, but soul in it, right? Tap into the soul of it.
But I disagree with one part, that
Go right ahead.
the duality is everywhere. The duality is a vibrational frequency that it goes all the way into dark and energy and everything. It's in everything. You can't deny the duality.
That's not what I'm talking about, though. I'm talking about to have the mind and the heart of a single being in equal resonance.
That's the infinite. That's the connection of the emotion and the
I know
thought.
what it is. Yeah, I know what it is.
But it's not a duality.
Okay, well, then I used the wrong word. But what I'm talking about is that when those two things meet, like Esther's saying, right? Like, there's no emotion.
But she's not in control of it. She doesn't have control. She's not steering it. It's like it bounces all over, and it's the same information.
Hang on. She's young. She's young. You're 50. I'm 50. She's young, right? So anyways, that really, that's not my purpose. Moreover, my purpose, moreover, was, there is emotion, and you're right on when you say tackling it as the primary essence, because the instability of an emotional structure, and you actually not realizing. See, people think some emotions are like just you're a being and you have emotions, but if you look at somebody that's literal, like let's take Sheldon off the Big Bang, there's no emotional registry, because the perception and function of the system is literal. So they don't ever ingest the innuendos that humans would call emotion. And those innuendos come from experiences, trauma, teaching, that kind of stuff. So that's really kind of where I was going, is that you're bang on when it is a massive psyop, and it will play on that emotional registry, and they do know what they're doing. And sometimes the Yoga Buddha guy, I have to wonder if, because humanity's gelled so well, is that the reason for all of the chaos? Because otherwise we would go on living lovely if our entire systems weren't corrupt. And so do we have to be fearful? Because what's really wrong? What is really wrong? Is our government really a disaster? Is the law society and what's going on a disaster? Are the global elites crazy? Or, like, do you get where I'm going? Or
everybody's going out farther and farther on each end of the stick, right? We're just not realizing we're all on the same stick.
There's still beauty in the system, like that. You are understanding, and you gotta see, though, that if you go and chase a utopia, no matter what, it'll always crash. It'll always fumble, and there'll always be a Hitler situation. So we have to be multidiversional, and we have to come from every aspect. It's very difficult. Don't get me wrong. And
so I've lived in a commune before, guys, a self-assembling, leadership-less commune. And let me tell you, the power vacuum is the last thing you want. And the problem here is human nature itself, right? So I have power, I wield it over you and all the rest of it. The key is, like what Dr. Trucker was talking about, he doesn't want to be the hero. He doesn't want to be the leader. He doesn't want to be involved. That's the kind of leader that you want. Because when you're young,
but to me,
you
that's
want
what
to be the leader. When you're young, you want to be the leader, and then you become a leader, and you're like, "Fuck, I just want to go back to working. I don't want to be a I don't want to be a foreman. I don't want to be a leader." You know?
But like
Yeah,
Andrea
I
said,
led a
it's the
quiet life.
intention.
I led a quiet life to this. I was never an activist, never involved in politics. You know what I live by? The 10 Commandments. I believe that God is putting them on everyone's heart. I love my neighbor as myself. I treat myself well. I treat my neighbor well. I don't want to murder anyone. I mean, I believe that if everyone follows the 10 Commandments, which is impossible, but they try to, I mean, you love your neighbor. You don't want to murder your neighbor. You don't want to pour gasoline on something that's already there. Give them your coat. Love
Well, and
them.
I'll wrap up my point, Wog, and then I'll give up the mic, which is they have us resonating in all this instability, but is our system really that bad, or is it just the corruption? If we didn't have the power vacuum, like Wog said, and the corruption, right? Like, would we be standing in the same place? So is
That's
it really
natural.
broken,
It's
or does it
natural.
just need a cleanup?
It's natural human evolution, human grouping, social grouping. You know, it's just natural, and it's just a constant cycle. What we have to try to do is put the mechanisms in place where it's like it's just not allowed or not possible, right? But it's almost impossible to do that because there's always workarounds. We are adaptive, overcoming humans. Go ahead, Yoga, to respond to that quickly, and then we'll get these guys' hands out of the way, and then you and Andrea can dance the dance of new age yogis.
Well, we just need to be like clear, and we need to be decisive. And you have to see things clearly if you're going to try to make those changes, because it is for everyone. So it has to be a non-biased, no emotion, and very, very cynical to the reasons why, in a well-being of truth. And yes, if the corruptions weren't here, we wouldn't be talking. If we didn't have these strifes and turmoils, if we didn't have these miseries, unfortunately, in our world, we wouldn't have something there that's evolving us. Like even a frog, you know, the ambient will come in and start to affect the frog in a way where it'll either adapt or die. And now we are starting to adapt in our, I guess you could say, political atmosphere that we realize reaches in and touches our palpability. So we have to be part. We have to take part. We have to do things that make a difference, but we have to also be smart and not trip on our own feet and not have it somebody else build something up for us that we fall into because we don't realize what we're doing because we're too emotional about it. So it has to get really cut and dry, and it has to be separating emotion and looking at logic, and it has to be looking at paperwork and pushing notices of motion. You got to start doing things properly and start doing things through courts, doing things through the school systems. Like you got to get involved and slowly alter everything. And not one person can do that. Like, I mean, I can't be a lawyer, a judge, and a neuroscientist, you know, like, so we all got to come together to make that change for that betterment. Thank you.
As I said, Yogi, there's nothing you're going to be able to do in a courtroom, brother. They're all corporations and they're all in the club. There's nothing.
I did it. I did it. I went into court and I stood up for my rights, man. I told them to look at me as a persons of earth, and I wanted it on the record. And if I wasn't going to get what I wanted, I was going to bump it up to Supreme Court. So you can fight for your rights. You just need to exercise them.
No, but what I'm saying to you, Yog, I went in the courts and got rid of the judge and got him out of the courtroom because I know the whole lie and how they've done it and how they've manipulated it and the whole language fraud. That's why I ask others to go and start doing research into this, because what you're going to do is free yourself. You're going to completely free your energetic body. No more fears inside of you. I'm a sovereign soul. There's not one judge anywhere on this planet that can touch me because I know the full lie and I know how to deal with a corporate judge. By the way, most of the judges in them courtrooms have a judge's name. That's not even their real name. It's a corporation name. Go on Dun & Bradstreet and look for all the courtrooms in your country, wherever you are in the world. All of them are corporations. It's all a lie. But guess what, guys? What about another opinion, perspective? Yeah. What if this entire process And everything that's happening out there right now in this world is taking every single soul on this planet inside themselves to lift their consciousness. Because guess what? I'm right. Wogpog's right. Andrea's right. We're all correct. But maybe we're all correct at a level of consciousness that may expand. Maybe everything we're going through right now is because the entire planet is shifting their consciousness, is shifting their mindset. So we're struggling at this level of the way human beings behave. What if we're going into a new evolution of consciousness where everybody's going to love everybody? Everybody is going to unite together, because that's all this takes. Everybody uniting together as one. That's all it takes. But so many people have got layers of their own healing to do. Everybody has. Nobody's an exception. And we have to get rid of our consciousness and stop judging each other, judging others. We have to find that love within.
All right, let's get Levi's perspective, and then we'll go back to New Age 9000, and then maybe Unum as well, and then we'll go back to the.
Well, the only thing I can think of is why the global elites are losing control over everything, just because now, and you got this woke culture. Well, I'm not saying woke culture. What I mean is you got cancel culture trying to cancel everything that we stand for as a constitution, everything else. Now, we are becoming woke because COVID came into the play, and we've seen some craziness happen there, and we've seen a lot of other whacked out stuff that's been going on for the past couple of years. Now some of the selected few are finally waking up to, I was asleep, now my eyes are slowly becoming awake. What the hell happened all year? I mean, because, I've been awake. I've been woke. I've been awake since about most of all this stuff since I was 28 years old, 26, 27, 29, 19. I read books about all this crap about ready to happen, a little bit of it. Most of it I follow the Bible. But why they're losing control is because they realize they're getting really scared right now, because they realize once a person or once a group of people, it's just like an ant. If one ant stands up to a big corporation, they think, "Oh, I'm big corporation, or whoever they are, trying to control us." They think, "Well, we've got more money than they do. We got more than what they have." What they still refuse to understand is when one person stands up, and then we all start coming together and start getting unified, start grabbing your brother, start grabbing your sister, we become the threat. We're beyond the threat. We become the resistance and the missile that puts these mother freakers out of business. How can you put something out of business? I'm going to say this in a real way. They can't control we the people. They can control through what they're doing right now. But when we become awoke, and we become awake to what's really going on in our surroundings about us, and we slowly start to rise up and come forth in a way that we need to, then they're going to be the ones that, "Oh my God, I woke in a sleeping giant." When they realize they woke in a sleeping giant, it's going to be too late, because we're going to be at their doorstep.
The gates of hell. Unum, go ahead. How about
Yeah. Hey, good evening.
There you go. Very
You're welcome.
done.
Yeah. All right. Just you guys are talking about the system, the legal system, just the system in general. whether we've ever been in control or whether it's fabrication whatsoever. I think that there's like truth in both of that. Like if it wasn't for our forefathers, the system would be very different. So obviously the system isn't exactly what either party wants. But I do think for the most part, this was highly influenced in a desired direction. And this goes back, I think, thousands of years. Took a while for enough people to gather momentum and bring us to where we are today. But I think there's some pieces of evidence as to where and why this started. I think I'm going to connect a couple dots here and just throwing out some stuff. All right, so don't read too much into it. But I don't know if anybody's looked at Ancient Apocalypse, the #1 show on Netflix, oddly, which I've never recommended anything on Netflix before. But given that this is Graham Hancock, and I know what he's saying, I love that show. I do believe that as a civilization, we've had certain knowledges in the past that we don't have right now publicly available to us. I think there's think about the burning of the Library of Alexandria. There's a lot of ancient scrolls in there. I think when you want to look at Freemasonry and how they were very influential in setting up the United States, even the Constitution, I think that was to some extent part of the plan to free consciousness into building up key technologies. I think when you look at things like Knights Templars, how they were, they're Freemasons. They were Freemasons going around the world, seizing artifacts. Could those artifacts have been documents or proofs or old technologies, or just old understandings, old teachings that they've hogged and that they're now releasing through society, through us now today, but pushing only key technologies and suppressing others, because they understand that if they allow us to just go free, we will create all sorts of stuff on all sorts of different paths that will make us ungovernable. So the specific technologies that have been driven and funded by government and these oligarchs have a lot to do with control systems through computers, AI. And I think that's the ultimate agenda, is that, and the godsend is the internet, but at the same time they understand the importance of it, which is why it's so controlled. Think about big tech, but it's given us a tool. At the same time, it's part of what they need for their systems. So I think that's kind of a big truth. I don't think it's the whole truth. But yeah, basically, I think that's kind of the essence of what I wanted to get to. And I'm highly concerned with how a lot of the cities around the world are putting in these systems that are all connected to servers, to the internet, and can be, just updated with softwares. And they're all control systems. They're all control systems. And there's this huge push for AI, which would be vital to manage these complex systems. If you're trying to manage billions of people, you need to have a certain level of automation. I think this is where AI comes in.
All right. Well, someone's starting to light their Bic, so that sounds awesome. Or actually, it's not a Bic, it's a Zippo. I know that sound. Go ahead there. I don't know who's next. Was it Dean or Yoga? I think it was Dean, then Yoga, and then we'll figure out the new guys.
Well, let Heiku speak, because me and Yogi have spoke a few times. She's just put a hand up.
Oh yeah, Heiku's very fancy pantsing. So I think it was Yoga first though, and then Heiku. So we'll do Yoga's repartee, and then Heiku, which is also a master wordsmith. Go ahead there, Yoga.
Yeah, that's one thing that's true, is it is magic. Like, words are magic and sentences are conjuring. So you're conjuring the magic every time you say something. So I want to relay through from me in my palpabilities and stories in my mind and how I believe to someone else. Then it goes and vibrates into their head, and it's all vibration. But at the same light, I get what you mean by it's a lie, but we have to come to terms that it's a lie that we created for ourselves. It's something that, whereas we decided to take that bite of that knowledge, and we're allowing that knowledge to corrupt us. We're letting that knowledge make those passions. And in the retrospects of the Ten Commandments, those, you can give that to any superiority, godlike creature, or anything you want. You can give it to an alien. You can wherever you think it came from. But if you look at them, they're just sensible knowledge. If you take any of those to a fruition, you will destroy everything you think you know. So if we don't hone in on that and the message and be able to decipher the difference and look at the multiple aspects of everything. We have to separate our emotions when we want to start fixing a system. We have to then apply our emotions when that system starts hurting people. So we need kind of a push and pull of when to know to do the right thing. So you're not being aberrants. You're not being something that's just throwing at it, because if we just throw at it, they don't care. What do they care? And what does the earth care? We're going to be long gone, and the earth will continue on, and whatever. It's whatever we decided to make of it, and that'll be that. But for now, right now, in the minute retrospects of all of it, what really matters? Your experience, the thing that looking in front of you. And if you can see that there's some issues, make a point of saying something. Question your authority, think for yourself, and don't give up how to know to do it for yourself for the luxury of having it given to you, or don't expect anybody to do it for you if it's something that you come up with. So you want to group a bunch of people together when you could be more adequate to a change that if you went and got involved and became a lawyer yourself. So, and as with the courts, they have to abide, and you were able to move that judge over because that is your right. That's what I mean. Like, as soon as you cross that gate, you got to understand that you're stepping on a judge's bridge. You're stepping on the bridge of a deck of a ship. So you're automatically forfeiting your admiral's rights, and you have lost the rights now as of a person of this earth. And you have to let them recognize that before you step on their bridge, because then they become a judge and not a delegator of money, because everything is money. Everything is a delegation of a passing of energy, and money is in that loop. And that's what gives you your freaking turkey dinners, and that's what gives you your Christmases and your consumerisms. That's at the best. But then we have this emotional struggle that we want to go home and drink our tea that we ordered from Hawaii because it's a latte that you can't get and it's got special spices. But then we argue the fact that, our system's corrupt. But I love the fact that that got mailed to me through Amazon. And in that, whereas the structured order of things need to be in their places, but the corruption needs to be weaned out. And we have to do it with the kindness and the love and the appreciation, but we have to do it in such a way that we're not staying gullible and going, oh, okay, just keep letting it happen. Instead, get involved. Go in and read a book about it. Go in and see something, but do it as in you're going in to be official, because that's what the whole thing is. Either that or wait for it to crumble. One of the two, because it's not going to come down to anything in between other than you're going to be out there doing something really for the people in the system, or you're going to be getting away from the system as much as you can to keep you and your own safe, because you don't, it's just too much for you, or whatever the reasons. But in the end, it's a contextual situation of what you're in. And if you can connect to the universe, kudos. Like, if you can get that Christ conscious going, if you can get that, my mind expansion of where I'm everything and all of it, kudos. But remember, you're going to go on a journey, and hopefully you're prepared. Stillness, meditation, calmness to see clarity, because that journey will chew you up and spit you out if you can't accept what you're looking at, because it gets gnarly. You think you've done 10 hits of acid, you wait until you're on that kind of journey. And I really honor the fact that there's a lot of wit in this room, and that is where the connection is. But we got to make sure that there's people that say they don't want something, but in reality, I can kind of see into their truth in their heart that they're still leaning into that. I'd still like to fix my life. Well, we all would. We would all love fame. We would all love the fortune. It would be a much different, situation for you to be able to do something in the world. But these kind people like ourselves end up poor because we give it all away. We end up poor because we're trying for other people and we're trying to help that sick next to us. So it really comes down to, if you're going to separate your humanity for the want of your luxury in your life that costs money, because money doesn't give a shit about you or me. The virus doesn't give a shit about borders. And the government is structured by us, but then has been captured by people that want to steer us into their image. And that's basically what I feel it comes down to. And if we can't get it on the bandwagon, then we got to wait it out. Because, I mean, what else you got? So, I mean, good luck to the next 100,000 years, right?
Come on, Haiku.
Oh, excuse me. This isn't Haiku. This is her cousin, Tammy Lou. I'm visiting from Tennessee. She doesn't know I have her phone right now. I'm going to be in such trouble if she finds out. We're like sisters. She stepped out to look at the moon. Have you seen the moon tonight? It's so grounding. She calls it the Panther Moon. Oh, I think I hear her coming. I wanted to share. Wog, I heard you say Gates of Hell. You might like to hear Dolly Parton sing the cover of Led Zeppelin's Stairway to Hell. She does one amazing job. I work at Dollywood, and sometimes I come visit my cousin just for some fun and just hanging out. I work for Dolly Parton. Even though she gave $1 million to the Vanderbilt University for that bogus vaccine, I love her anyway. You know, she donates books every month for kids. It's a book a month club. You might want to check it out. Oh, I think I hear Haiku coming now. Thanks for listening.
I didn't expect that. That was beautiful. Can I just add another layer to this Christ consciousness that Yogi's talking? What if every single one of you people and the people that are first wavers, second wavers woke up? Okay, what if you're meant to go through a conscious journey within yourself? Then what if we get to a point where you're going to walk the planet the same as Christ did? Christ walked through an ascension process. What if your vessel, your body, can carry so much light that you can affect people around you without even speaking?
I believe in that.
Yeah.
I believe
Okay,
that.
okay, Yogi. So let me just finish, bud. So what if something is holding us back from getting to that level of consciousness? What if stories are holding you back from that level of consciousness? What if the pain and the things you won't face inside yourself is holding you back from another layer of consciousness? What if all them things are holding you back from being what your true purpose is at this time? Because we believe our true purpose is to keep putting truth out there and keep fighting the system. But all you're doing is playing the game of the system. They're just looping you backwards and forwards inside yourselves. What's it going to take for you to let go of all that? Stop looking outside of yourself and going inside. What if you ask the universe the questions? Words are spells. Words are powerful. That's why they've twisted them in your law system and your constitution that's fake. It's not real. What if there's more? And the only person who's holding, the only thing that's holding you back is yourself. What if you're more powerful than you believe right in this moment? There's a reason why you were awake before the rest of humanity. Now think of consciousness. How many of you people have sat there with individuals and talked to them till you were blue in the face and they still just didn't get it or wouldn't accept it or don't believe it? And we're talking to COVID, we're talking to ejections, we're talking to so many things. Why is that? Because their consciousness will not accept it. Why is your consciousness awake? Do you ever ask these questions? Why are you awake and can see everything, but others can't? Family members, friends? Because there's a reason for it. Because you're all here to walk a path of consciousness, to expand your consciousness to the unknown of consciousness that is not here right now on this plane. And the only way you're going to find that is by going inside, letting go of the stories. Because I'm sorry, the whole of it is a lie. So many of you have holding on to stories. This might be true, that might be true. They're all stories. They're just like books, stories. The thing is, you don't know for a fact that any of it is true. And the only thing you know that is true is this present moment right now. We can all read stories, we can all read books, and we can hold on to it. The title, Fixing Canada and UFOs. Most people don't believe there is UFOs. And they consciously won't allow any of that to come into their consciousness. What if you're holding yourselves back right now in this moment by holding on to things as if they're true? Me personally, I've done years of research. I've fought the law systems. Right now, in my vessel, in my space, I know absolutely nothing because I don't hold on to anything being true. I spend my time being an observer, always, and not holding on to anything as being truth.
I'd like to respond. If you go on my Twitter, you'll see that I regurgitate a lot of that stuff too. And a lot of people just don't get it. And you can keep saying it over and over again, and it's true. But then there's the tangible aspects of the reality we live in that effectively is a palpable system that affects everybody's lives. So we got, like, say, for example, when I talk about doing my aquaponics or I talk about growing in my garden, you know, I have to take into considerations that, yeah, it's the best to do, but it's not for somebody in an apartment. So they're not able to do 1,000 liters of a fish tank, you know. So it really, when it comes down to it, we can delve into the rabbit hole of trying to find our unity of consciousness in ourselves, because all I do is project out my third eye. And when I project out my third eye, I try to influence people to create their Merkaba, which is basically the shield self soul ship. And if they can find it in themselves that you know, they are powerful beings, but then at the same light, you have to be able to jump on the both aspects of the duality and the contradiction aspects of things. That's why I said the duality works on a cosmic level. It's positive and negative. And when it really comes down to it, a negative is just a form of energy in of itself. And what we find as to be a negative is our personal opinions of that. And that is what affects our palpabilities that we don't like. I don't like getting stabbed and robbed. So I like to do something to work against that. And when we lose our way, you can see that it starts to really get sewn into the systems. And a lot of people, they don't know where to go or what to do. And unfortunately, there's more sewn in our systems that are doing more harm to us than good. So to the average citizen, get clear, in more ways than one. Get clear geographically and get clear mentally. And as if you're in the system, get clear, get your head clear space, get your life cleaned up. Don't let the system take you down, because if they're rotting you away, then you're letting evolution do its cycle where you're going to just get weaned out. You're not strong enough. You're not adapting. You're not being, as they say, like bamboo. You're not being flexible. And then that way you can be involved to make changes. And trust is lost. So to trust people is really hard. I don't trust anybody. And then I learned to trust the people around me because they've proved themselves over time. Everybody deserves trust given, but nobody actually should be getting that trust because they're abusing it. They're just manipulating each other, and everybody's 5 dogs to 1 bull. So I see what you're saying when everybody's in a consciousness and we're the global one mindset, but we can't not separate ourselves or have the respect for separation, because our individualism is very important. Ourselves in a self is important. And my unique perspective for my art is important. And the importance is being ignored. And the fact that, one person is greater than another person is part of the problem, because we're all definitive. We're all the same, just in a different way. So if you put all our brains out on a table, you tell me who's who, it would be difficult for you because it's how you're using it. So then when we're using these tools properly, we can unify. And like I mentioned in the other page before, was the truth is like a spider web, and we come from many directions, but when we get to the center, it'll seem identical. Everybody will seem like they're talking about the exact same thing. But you can't let the emotions get in there. You can't let it get distracted. And if you want to make real changes, make real changes. If you want to find yourself, go on the self journey. But at least let everybody know where you're on when you're speaking about the plan of what you're talking about. Because mixing the two, that's what I feel is frustrating. When everybody's jumping from one foot to the next and bouncing around like a pinball on so many different multiple aspects, it's more like it's a counseling thing. Because if you're going to fix Canada, do it real. If you're going to talk about UFOs, talk real about it. Don't talk imaginative. Like I seen one. I was sitting at a superstore and I looked up and I saw one. I looked over at my daughter. I said, "Do you see that?" She's like, "Yeah." I said, "Okay, I'm not crazy." I did it like a good scientist would do it, just trying to take off all the variables so I can make sure that I have a sound mind on what I'm looking at. And I went through my own experiences and I got my own things that are personal, but it's there. There are things there, and there is something influencing us. And I do believe it has to do with something related with UFOs. And, I believe the government has a bunch of ships too they're not talking to us about, being 30 so odd years advanced than us. So we can delve many rabbit holes. They love it. They throw out conspiracy after conspiracy. And the more you think something, the more they'll just let you roll down that hill and get your own inertia so that you're fighting yourself. When in reality, the truth is in ourselves. And when we see ourselves, how we see ourselves, they say, don't believe in what other people think of you. That actually does matter, because how people think of you affects you and also affects how you are vibrating out to them. So to keep yourself like that commercial with the most sophisticated man, like keep yourself together, keep your head on your shoulders, look clearly in front of you, connect to the universe and realize you're that Buddha inside yourself too. Some guy sat under a tree and looked up at the stars and figured out everything, when we have all this technology today and we can't get our heads out of our own asses. So it's like you can see that the chaotic mess is purposely steered too faulty. And, unfortunately, not many people are going to be able to jump on that boat. And when the time comes and we have to come together, hopefully we can shaman the idea into our understanding of how we should be in life, and then structure our law systems. But then our law systems from the nautical come from what is God endowed to us as a being. So when you fall back in the law aspects of things, it is creation. So the creation that you are being given in is what endowed your law. But then after that, the nautical pulled it, and so did society. Once that happened, a steer mechanism was able to be manipulated. So to understand it, I agree. Learn law, learn the system, be the fish that learns the water in which it swims. Otherwise, you'll just be food for a shark. Thank you.
Go on, Jacobs. Unum?
Hey, I'm sorry, I'm a little distracted. But no, I like what you guys are saying. I think that's what it comes down to. I think, you know, for me, my spiritual journey, my trying to understand what I am, what we are, you know, getting to a fundamental belief that there is an afterlife, or, you know, what my perception of that is. I mean, that's a pretty big difference from like somebody like my dad who's afraid of death. I can face that thing. You know, I'm afraid of sufferance. I mean, I wouldn't say afraid, but suffering sucks. You know, I think through death we have to go through some suffering, but ultimately I'm not afraid of death. I'm not afraid of letting go, just because I do believe fundamentally that there's some sort of reincarnation that happens. You know, for me, all it was just watching a lot of, or just reading a lot of books, listening to different perspectives. Somebody said it properly. Like, I guess it's like, I try to not hold on to anything as truth. I try to just take the information in and hold it and hold it and hold it until, you know, more and more information comes in, and then either strains or weakens my convictions. And I think that's how you ultimately converge on a certain truth. And truth for me is, yeah, there's definitely a group of people who are coordinating on both sides, who create issues, and then also then go on the other side and lead the controlled opposition. And then they've been leading our species for thousands of years. But ultimately, it's, you know, we just have to realize that what they're really after is they're trying to tame and curb, you know, collective consciousness, which is all of us. Without us within these biological bodies, you know, in a sense, projecting the physical world, there's nothing. Like, if a tree in the forest falls, nobody hears it. Did a tree fall in the forest? Yes and no. I think that's true for a lot of things, but I think without consciousness, there's nothing. But, you know, so I just think our journey here, what is it? I'm not sure. I think, at least for me, I think in a sense, I'm here to, like many of you guys, I feel like part of my duty is just to make sure that we don't get enslaved to a, you know, whatever it is, a centralized system where we're not, our kids won't be able to have free will, and, you know, won't basically be conscious, will basically be enslaved. Yeah, so I guess that's kind of it. And I mean, like, in terms of aliens, I tend to not get into that stuff. I'm very open-minded to it. My dad watches all the ancient alien shows, which I don't believe all that, but so I've had those conversations. I think it's a little deep down the rabbit hole, but I think something that's very curious, and I don't know if there's any truth to this, but the post that Kanye West shared that got him banned, I don't know which one, if it was one that Musk, or if it was when it was Twitter. There's one of those was basically a Star of David with a swastika in the middle, and that's an actual symbol used by a sort of religious movement that believes that aliens, yeah, realism. And it's an interesting concept. I don't know enough about them, but I've kind of seen that a long time ago. I think that, yeah, there was a lot of differences
Go to
between.
Montreal, go to the drum circle in Montreal, and you'll be surrounded by them. They're everywhere. They all have tattoos of the sun on their back.
Tattoo of the what?
Sort of the similar spot. They have a tattoo of the sun on their back in the same
sun.
spot.
Okay.
Yeah, they have a specific sort of tattoo thing. So the sun figures into it. Lots of hot chicks. Lots of super cuties. Okay, let's wind her. Let's go to Dr. Jacobs here. We need some redneck counterbalancing here, Dr. Jacobs.
Well, I have been listening for a little while, and I find it pretty hard to believe that if you think this collective conscious circle jerk is going to get us out of this, I guess I'm on a different road, because I tell you, if that's what you think, or anybody thinks is going to get us out of this mess that we're in, then I might as well get on another boat and go down a different river. So just listening and everything else, I tell you, it's going to be noses to the grindstone and some hard work that's going to get us out of this, and some real deep thinking that's going to get us out of this. It isn't going to be holding hands, jerking off, and singing "Kum fucking Baya" that's going to save us.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Jacobs.
Thanks for that, Dr. Jacobs.
Oh, fuck. Go ahead, Dean, and then go to Andrea.
It's okay, brother. You'll get there.
Don't fuck around. Just tell us how you really feel.
I'm just going to tell you all, you're all divine beings. You're all part of creation. And the quicker you find that power within yourselves, the quicker you'll start to understand it. We're here to teach everybody else that they're divine beings, because everybody is a divine being. Every human being on this planet is part of creation. So on another note, Jacobs, the worldwide referendum has already begun, brother. It's very simple. We live in a democracy. Well, the word fakeness, how they control the majority of humanity that are still sleeping is with their fake democracy. So democracy is the way forward, and that's collecting the voice of the people. It's already begun. The worldwide referendum has begun. Most people don't know it's begun. Most people aren't even ready to believe it's begun, or even believe that it's even possible, because everyone's going through their layers of consciousness and stripping it. We're all equal, every single one of us. If you go on my profile, GPMS has already begun. It's spreading all over the world right now. It's a website that's collecting the voice of the people. There's a proposal being put forward, and if it resonates with your heart, what you want for all and everybody, consent your voice, consent your vote. But don't think about everybody else when you're consenting your vote. Sit inside yourself and sit there and say, what do you want? Not everybody else, not your family, not your children. What do you want? And then decide for yourself. But it's going to happen. It's just how long it takes. And how long it takes is how quickly people let go of their stories and everything else and go through these layers of consciousness. Because we're all going to end up at the same place. But I've got some news for you all. You're all divine beings. And at this point, you might not believe it, but you're going to be teaching the rest of humanity that they're divine beings. And Christ walked on a planet, and he said to you, and look at the Bible, he said, do as I do. Don't worship me. He says, do as I do. And what he did was walk an ascension path. And his vibration, his frequency, his light did so much on this planet that everybody knows who Christ was. So a million of us Christed ones walking with that light, it won't take long before this planet's healed. We haven't got long to go, guys. This is the biggest year you're going to ever see in this entire journey. And remember, I said that.
And don't forget, he said, narrow is the gate, and few will find it.
They're all going to find it, brother.
And I was going to say,
Everybody is.
are we sure that he actually said that?
In the Bible, that's what it says, do as I do.
No, I mean that there's a narrow gate. Is the gate only narrow because the mind matches its narrowness?
Yeah, good point.
Well, I don't think you could ask that question if you can't admit who he is.
Well, what does that mean? What does that mean? I'd like clarification on that comment, please.
I'd like to chime in. I think, I'm not religious. I don't go to church. My Yoga Buddha Zen guy thing, those are just concepts. Everything is a concept. So even God is a concept. The devil is a concept. So in the structures of me trying to realize what's in front of me, I do believe in things. I do believe in truth. And how do I filter that truth is through my palpable experience of what I know that affects me and how it feels for me. So my general experience itself is my truth. And when other things come into the picture, you got to be able to just kind of decipher if it's going to kind of distort that or not, or if you're going to distort the message of whatever's being sent to you. So as of to Jesus walking the planet, it was a dude like you and me, he went over and shat under the tree too. So, I mean, the guy,
same as us.
But the guy did good. The guy was going against those tyrannies, those tyrants. He was, he sat there and he looked at a war in his land and left, went to Tibet. I'd like to mention that he sat with the gurus. He sat with the three initiates. So, I mean, if you read the Book of Enoch and the Book of Enki and the three initiates and the Hermetica, like I have in my library here, you understand those ethical values that come down to what it means to be a human being human. And when he went back with that message, you get what you get because you're lathering yourself with lamb's blood going into a cave of lions, So unfortunately, he was made an example of, and then he was pinned to a cross, and then everybody has that around their neck, which to me is almost disgusting because, he died for you, but why do you got to idolize an idol around your neck of something but he died on? That's like remembering torture of the guy, So in me, it's in ourselves and it's in everything we look at. And what's divine is everything, not just people, not just human, but then human comes up with the mechanical thinking. So we start thinking mechanically in our minds and we start using ourselves to steer that mechanical thought that distorts that nature and distorts the oneness that we should realize with it. And we give it an other. So we have a good and a bad that comes with an ego. And we need to reduce that ego so we can see clearly. But we don't need to get rid of that ego so much that we lose our individualism. We don't want to globulize into one big chronomorg, right? So we don't want to go into something that we regret making those decisions. But as for Jesus walking the land, the guy was just trying to tell everybody to smarten up. And look what it got him, like go in and whip everybody enough and they're going to turn around and they're going to try to kill you for it. So, and he mentally whipped everybody and the people in control wouldn't have it. And it's no different today. It's like I said, it's history repeating itself. And if you want to connect to yourself, that's where the truth is. The truth is in yourself. It's not in what you believe. It's believing in yourself. and it's having that locked stare on palpability, the experience, the importance of the experience itself. And in that, we can find whatever we need. It's like I guess you could say the Akashic record, where then you're able to kind of download that information that you need because you're that observer. And it's very important to be that observer. Otherwise, what's the point of an experience if you're not there to be an observer of it? So, and no matter how much wishy-washy you want to be about it, that's fine and dandy. That's you taking it and playing with it and shaping the clay to what you want to see it fit as. But then there is what there is. There's reality. And unless we're not willing to shed our own opinions of the reality, then we're not willing to look at the truth of what is going to be affecting us down the line. And then that way, we're not putting anything in preventative measures to prevent ourselves from getting hit. So if we don't look at reality, then we're not going to get real results. But at the same light, if we don't look at the esoterical spiritual factors of things, then we're not going to find ourselves in ourselves. And we're not going to be able to open our mind's eye. We're not going to be able to open our hearts. We're not going to be able to control these factors, which is unfortunately through evolution. It comes out of our animal self, our mammalia part. We climbed out of the ocean and our brain stem went all the way down to our tail. And then eventually everything got pushed back up, and then it evolved lobes on the front for our frontal cortex for us to be able to have critical thinking. So in the end, we're either going to utilize the tools that we have as a gift, we're going to appreciate them, and we're going to really hone those in. Like, we're going to become the ninjas of our time mentally. And it really doesn't take much other than a choice. So we can choose to keep going around in circles. We can choose to get emotional about it. We can choose whatever we want to choose. But just know that when you make those choices, that you realize that they have cause and effects. And are you helping or not? Thanks.
They said Christ was the Son of God. But what you don't realize is, or some people are a little bit blocked with, all men and women are sons of God. And all the masculine, we're in the logical, but we need to open our hearts with the feminine. And the feminine need to open up their minds a little bit with the logical. Because the truth is, we're both male and female.
But I never said son of God. Like, we all are. Everything is. The grass is. Everything. So
yeah, you never said that, but a lot of people believe that Christ was the Son of God. But what they don't realize is we're all the sons and daughters of God. The creator, whatever word you want to use, there's a creator of all.
Yeah, and you can't give it a silhouette because it is all silhouettes.
That was a belief of early Christians called Gnostic Christianity, which was eradicated by the Romans.
Correct. And I'd recommend a book to read, The Agnostic. Let me just think of the book.
I recommend one as well. It's called The Three Initiates. And
yeah, I've read it. The Agnostic Circle. Understand the circles of astrology, and we're in the 9th cycle right now. The truth cycle, the Christ consciousness.
And it's within each of us, all of us. And we just need to make a choice to see it.
Yep. And find that love within you for everything and everyone. Even the person that's shouting at you or being aggressive towards you in front of you, have boundaries. Have boundaries. That's the important thing. Finding the boundaries within yourself. But sit and observe what pain that person's going through within themselves. What made them that person? Because every single one of us has been angry, judgmental. Every one of us has done something wrong in our life. That's why we're all connected.
So real quick, you guys.
So you just
real
put.
quick. Yeah.
The yoga put the Christ consciousness and crawled
give me
out
a second.
the amoeba out of the water.
So just real quick, you guys. down in the right-hand corner is the comments section. If people could go down there, because it's been a bit, just like and retweet that base tweet, right? Like, retweet. We're 7 away from 100 likes, 7 away from 80 retweets. If everybody could just go down there and do that. If you haven't done it yet. If you have, yeah, just tweet out the room and everything. Keep the conversation going. Okay.
Done and doneer.
Do I have to retweet it?
You have to do it twice.
Do what twice? Eat wieners and jalapenos?
Circumcision, you have to get a second one.
Hey, I already got gypped on the
You're going to
first
be
one.
so bitter about it, you're just going to happen again.
Yeah, that's right.
We're just going to keep whittling away at it till you embrace it.
Yeah, well,
it's a
if you
female
get circumcised again, and you take that skin
okay.
and make eyelids out of it,
Go
you'll
ahead,
have
Sam.
some great foresight.
I don't think that's very nice. Maybe I'm confused.
Well, it's not nice because, yeah, Wogpog has fat eyelids and he's very self-conscious about it. They're just like cellulite ridden.
Happy New Year's, Ink, honey. I text you in the DM, but I'll say it out loud now.
Happy New Year there, Andrea.
Oh, and Adrian. Hi, Adrian. Everyone else I think I saw. Okay, who's next in the battle? Let's go. Move it along. My hands up. Who's next?
I don't watch. You guys gotta self-assemble that.
Own him. And then Dagmar.
Dagmar, you can go ahead.
I saw some rumbling by Unum. Okay, I'll go ahead. One thing I did notice is that our hands go back, whereas before, when we put up our hands and then I don't know, when you did something, it would go away and then you'd have to put your hand up again. I'm noticing that that doesn't happen, or if it does, it comes back or something like that. I had suggested that they put a fix in there to number them, that would like automatically number as the hands go up in a room, that would be really great. And then you wouldn't have to worry about, keeping track of that. It's automatically done for you. So hopefully that will happen. I don't know if anybody saw that, you know what I mean? There's like millions of followers with Mr. Musk. Sounds funny saying Mr. Musk.
I don't think that us hosts would enjoy that, because then we'd actually have to. If anything, I would like the option to be able to disable hands. That would be my preference.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, maybe that should be something that you have the option for as you enter a space. You know what I mean?
Or we
there's
could color code. So the first hand that goes up should be like the black hand, and then you go with the browner
Oh
hand.
man,
And then,
you know what that would cost? That would
And it would
cost
be
so much. Yeah.
it'd be really hard for the people on here that
What
can't
if I
count
could
to
raise
10.
my little fragment of my foreskin up in the air and just be like, if we could have customizable things, it's like, oh, I wish I had this thing. It could be a little reminder to everybody about all the millions of children every year getting their wieners. See, it's a war on men. And you know what? When Yoga's hitting on here, the unsaid part that he's saying here is that this whole psyop has been aimed at one particular gender that is emotionally whatever. They're tugging on emotions. And if you capture them, then you capture the wieners, because the wieners follows the, I'll let you guys fill in the blanks.
Yeah. Yeah.
The vaginas, is that the blank?
Interesting take, for sure.
Holy, we certainly went left. I just wanted to share something with everybody. I tried to get into some spaces earlier and I just couldn't do it. I don't know what it was. It just like everybody was starting to irritate me. Not everybody, but I mean, it just seemed like everybody was preaching to me the whole time, right? And I'm not specifically me, but I mean, I was taking it like that. And then I don't know what happened, but somewhere along the way, I just started realizing that there's nothing we can do about, like we could talk to each other and say, here's a suggestion or idea, or this is what works for me type of thing. But we can't go around trying to change everybody and telling people what they should do and have to do and what have you. And I think that's where my irritation starts to really start to happen, is when people are saying those things to me. I don't know. I'm very secluded and I keep to myself, and I always have been this way. And I think I'm more affected by those kind of things just because, I really filter out a lot of that for most of my life. Um, and I think what's happening all day is I'm trying to get to the heart of, what's really bothering me about it all. And because I really like spaces, it kind of, that camaraderie and getting together with like-minded people, or like-ish minded people. Anyways, I just wanted to share that with you and say, I'm really thankful that everybody's out there, even the people that, you just kind of zone out on when they're talking, just because, I don't know, it doesn't relate to you. And then somebody comes up and that says that they were like amazing and they helped them so
No
much.
digs at the host or co-host, please.
Talking specifically about anybody, because it's like I'm sure all of us at one point don't we're not relatable. There we go. I think that's what the point I'm trying to make, is that we're all just human beings. We're all just, trying to share what works for us, except when you're preaching at people and telling them what they should and shouldn't be doing, and you're an asshole if you're not doing it, and blah 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 blah, all those kind of things. And I have two foreskin stories I'd like to share. Okay, so a girlfriend of mine, she went to be a PSA, and she was telling me that she had a really bad day. And why she had a bad day is that, when you're not circumcised and you get really old and you're not able to clean yourself properly, it's bad. She said she had to keep, coming back and forth to clean the gentleman, just because she was, she couldn't hide it. She was getting sick, and it was just like the grossest smell she ever smelt in her life. So for that, you might be happy about being circumcised, that no young lady will ever have to clean your cheesy folds. There we go. And then the second,
Or in the case of Wogpog, his cheesy stub.
there we go. The second one it's a little more serious. My brother, he's quite younger. I think he's 15 years younger than me. He wasn't circumcised. And, when he was, I think, about 10, because he didn't clean himself properly or something, he got infected, and then they ended up having to circumcise him, at 10. So, I mean, it goes both ways. It can go all kinds of different ways, and that's my foreskin story.
So you're Wogpog's older sister? Is that what you're telling us? You're doxing him?
Hey, bro.
I literally just got on here, and that was awesome.
Also, real quick up in the nest, I just wanted to mention, if we got any French speakers, we got our buddy Guillaume running a French-speaking space, trying to get more people talking like this, and in the francophone Twitter spaces. So yeah, if there's any French speakers, feel free to pop over there. Guillaume's often in here, but he's trying to spread this stuff out, and the French stuff.
Isn't that tree prehistoric on your icon?
It's timeless.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And I think Carolyn hasn't spoken yet.
Okay. Hi there. How are you? Nice to be in this space. It's after midnight for me, folks. Foreskin stories. My God. The only thing I can think of is a nurse. I'm a nurse, and I'm a retired nurse now. and I had to explain to an elderly gentleman that we were going to take him in and there was going to be some work done for him. And I was working in a psychiatric facility at that time, and I did explain it to him, but I don't think he understood very well. So every time that I walked by after he had the surgical procedure, he felt that I had stolen his penis and put it in my pocket. It made a harsh, difficult kind of working relationship with that particular patient, to the point that I actually had to ask another nurse to take his case because he just stopped relating to me. That's my foreskin story, folks. Anyway, basically, I just popped in because it seemed like people were getting distressed about talk about Jesus or something. I'm going to tell you flat out, I'm a Christian. I'm going to tell you flat out, I believe in the Trinity. So I'm going to just tell you, for me, it works. That's all I'm going to say. And that's all I can honestly say about the whole deal. And I say that because because I've sat, at the bedside of a mom who was dying of AIDS, and she had a 2-year-old child that was going into foster care, and she didn't know what to do about it. And I, honest to God, had no answers for her. And so the only thing that I could do in my heart of hearts was pray. I didn't even necessarily say anything to her about it, but for me, it just works. That's all I can truthfully tell you. And my life has been such that I have not had the luxury of being judgmental about anybody else. I really haven't. I've had patients who were pedophiles. I've had patients who were murderers. I've had patients who have done some weird and strange things. That's just the way it works. You're a nurse. They're your patient. You do the best you can for them. So I think that I have seen in Canada and during the Freedom Convoy movement, I have seen a lot of people that are professing Christian that step forward with that. And there's a lot of variety in Christians. Some of them can get very judgmental. Some of them, I think, maybe not so. I don't know. But I've also seen a big rise towards an anti-Christian type thing. I don't know if that makes sense to anybody, but that's just the way I see it, folks. And anyway, I won't blabber on anymore, but I just thought that for me, faith in Christ is pretty important. It centers me and it helps me to feel that maybe, just maybe, that love is the most important thing, and that somehow or another it will all work out. But everybody has their own thing. That's it. That's all. Thank you very much for the mic.
Awesome, Carolyn. That was beautiful. I'm going to tell a couple of weirdo stories for you guys. Confirmed atheist over here, or agnostic, I don't know, your choice. No, I'm just joking about that. Basically nothing. I don't even put
Atheist in the streets, agnostic in the sheets.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm actually surprised you're talking, and I'm actually stoked to hear you talk.
I know, right?
Well,
You're all excited now.
well, we
So,
wouldn't have either an atheist or an agnostic if there wasn't a God.
ooh, touche. Here we go. You gotta get the 1970s book, Atheism: The Case Against God. So there is a reason that we're in the shithole that we're at right now, and it is because of the loss of religion and morality. There is a path that you can achieve something similar through philosophy plus fatalism, and that's my little throwing speech that I always throw out there. But I did want to tell this story, and I think that prayer works for people. Belief is very important, and the real question is, how come people that pray, that are Muslim, or people that pray that are other faiths, how come their prayer works, right? But I'm not going to get into that one, but I will say this. I've told the story lots of times that I've been in, used to live in a third world shithole, and these ladies, I can't remember what the exact circumstance was, but they were very concerned for me when I told them what I wanted to do. They're like, "Oh, that's super bad, super dangerous. Don't do that." And anyways, there was a Christian busload basically that had unloaded in front of me. And I told them what I was up to, and obviously I'm like the one white guy in the, Timbuktu or whatever. And they were like, well, we want to give you a blessing. And I'm like, no, I'm good. I'm like, no, we want to give. Anyway, so this went on for a while, and I was like, okay, I'm not going to win. These people, mainly older ladies, and I think it was all ladies actually. So, and they were like, we want to give you a blessing. I'm like, okay, sure, fine, give me a blessing. And they all put their hand over my heart, and I'm talking like 15 people, and they all prayed in some language I don't understand, and I don't even know what faith were. I assumed they were Christian, but who knows? So anyways, and yeah, it was palpable, man. Like I could feel it in my body, like crazy amounts of energy. So, is prayer real? Is all of this stuff real? Is there some stuff we haven't explained? Like acupuncture 20 years ago is considered woo-woo, and now it's out here in BC, it's paid by our Medicare system, right? So it's super interesting stuff. So, it's whatever you believe in, right? We got the placebo effect, the nocebo effect. I mean, the power of our consciousness. That's what this war is about. It's about our consciousness. And I just one final parting thing, and I've referred to this many times. I've never heard Martin Luther King in one of his speech refer to righteous anger. I've heard him refer to righteous indignation. And I posit that there's a big difference between those two, but we'll let you guys self-assemble yourselves, but don't let if there's room take over artists, then we'll have to step in and pee spank. So try to keep it real if you can. On that note, I have no idea who's next. So who's the new speakers? LA hasn't spoken. How about LA and then Derek?
I'll speak when there's other people that had their hands up. So I'll go ahead and speak when everybody else has said their stuff. But that was pretty freaking awesome, man.
I feel
You should hear the in the sheet stories. Anyways, with that one, go to LA.
I feel like I should sing Jesus Take the Wheel. Leave it to you guys to come into I come into a space and there's foreskin Jesus, and then my eyes really lit up when I heard circle jerk, and I've been waiting my entire life, really my entire adult life, to say circle jerk in a way that was not incredibly perverse or offensive, and I knight the Zinc and Wog as the Canadian circle jerk Twitter hosts extraordinaire. So that just made my night hearing that. It was just used in such a way that was not offensive, and it was like, yeah, this is the circle jerk leaders right here.
It did actually offend.
That was really good, and I just think it's so amazing how there's this collection of familiar voices and people who are sitting here listening, and
I
it
remember
jumps
you.
from this. I think that's amazing, and the speaking about spiritual Jesus. Listen, Jesus is going to save my life. I believe. I think he's going to save me, or at least I'll look good when I go. I just love all the open minds and hearts here, and
Is Jesus the name of your plastic surgery?
yes, it's called. I can't even come up with something funny here. I was coming here to
Jesus.
laugh.
He looks like that guy from Big Lebowski.
Jesus is
Jesus.
he's gonna tighten my face, and thank you for your usual hosting skills that just have everybody talking about everything. It makes me laugh, it makes you cry. It's amazing. So I just want to say that.
No, you had more juicy stuff. You're always so funny.
I think I remember you from a long time
fun.
ago, and you haven't been around for a while. Is that true, or am I?
No, she hangs out in other people's rooms, the cooler kids' rooms. She doesn't
I
want to
was
come
in
to
the
the.
French room talking about my tarte
10-4,
recipe, then we
10-4.
cleared. All right, over.
Hey, what about raclette? Do we have any knowledge of raclette in the room?
I didn't know you spoke French, LA.
And neither did I.
it's the perfect symptom of Twitter know-it-all-itis. It's like, I'm going into a German room because I think I can speak German.
You can speak French because you are French and people believe you. You're winning, okay? You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Fake it till you make it, baby. Don't let them ever see you.
So, I guess it was either Andrea or Yoga or Dean. Which one of you guys wants to?
Andrea's up next.
Well, I want to.
Okay, Dean, you keep track. You're the new keeper tracker. Thank you. Go ahead, Andrea.
I mean, you got to admit it, right? It's so fun from one thing to the next. But Dean, I was gonna say I came up actually an hour ago to say how much I liked your whole speech on nothing's truth. And then when everybody started talking about Jesus and like the son of whatever God, I kind of went to my Twitter feed just to see what was rolling around there while you guys were chatting, and what pops up is this video about how everyone is the child of whatever creator. So I threw it in the bubble. It's really a cute video, actually. But anyway,
So maybe that was a beautiful timing of the universe and synchronicity, just putting it there.
that's what I'm saying, Dean, is that it sort of validated the conversation we were having, don't you think? But not so random. Where'd he go? There he is. But yeah, I mean, I guess I'll say this just for fun, because I laughed so hard after DR took the mic. You know, those of us that talk about an evolution of consciousness or where we're at, no one's asking everyone to sit around and have an evolved consciousness. Like, it's part of the parcel, right? And you have to understand how to play in the game. But you also need awareness and action, you know, but they have to be facilitated from the right energy. So that's all I'll say, because now I'm just laughing at all the silly.
I think there should be some silly mixed into the spaces because that makes it a little bit more interesting. Just that's my 2 cents. But go ahead. I'm sorry for interrupting again, like I do.
No, I was done. It's fun. It's good times. Laughter's, what do they call it? The medicine of the gods, right? Humor. Gotta laugh it up. Ha ha ha.
Was that Socrates?
I don't know. I just know it. I don't know where I got it from. Log
Heracles?
comes in my head. I write it down on a piece of
Calig-
paper and I run
Caligula?
with it.
Caligula? Why didn't Monty Python do like a full length like Roman takedown? I mean, the Life of Brian was sort of that, but anyways, I dream on.
Go on, Yoga.
Well, I feel that we need to take some things seriously and some things jokingly and some things not so serious. So when somebody says circle jerk in the direction of the people that are able to take a self journey is directing an insult or making another of, the joking aside, but then with joking itself, it is a healthy thing. And if we can't get past things with a little bit of humor, and if you can't take a joke, then it just makes it not worth it. It makes it not fun. Like, I even go to work and we're laughing and we're a crew and we're a team. And when we're in the mill, we have to protect ourselves, because even when the mill says, it's just water, you assume acid, because when I'm doing a hydrochloric acid at 150,000 gallon tanks and I'm sandblasting at 200 PSI, I don't give a shit what anybody says, man. I got my own back. You know what I mean? Like, I'm putting myself in a dangerous situation. So, and I hope the people next to me have my back too. And it's not that we're getting together to just group to go against a bigger fight. It's not even that. It's that I can trust, and you can tell the truth to somebody and they're not going to make fun of you on it. And in addition to, you can still find each other on that commonality where you can make those jokes and not have it be where it is targeting, I guess you can say. So I felt it was a little focal in. And as to the circumcision thing, I don't know, you can take the conversation any which way you'd like to take it. I have opinions on some. The only thing I could think of that situation is, it's a superstition, and it's just a historical practice that's been passed down with a superstition. And if you mutilate your body, then consider the girls that have to go through it too, in like India, things like that, right? So I don't think that we should be mutilating our body. We should be cherishing our body and, trying to hone in that vessel and make ourselves a better tool every day that learns from its experience. And I understand that people are young, but time is running out and you got to hurry this shit up and get your mind clear and get your mind right and get your shit together and get it all in one bag and start doing something for the good, for yourself, for the positive, because that's where humanity needs you. That's where We all need you. We all need each other, and it's like the ant thing. We got to understand we're a part of a colony. So I don't know. You can take it however you'd like to take it, but to each their own. Take my opinion with a grain of salt, and you do you, because you're going to do it anyway.
Well said, Yoga. I'd just like to point out another thing. It's finding the love for yourself. Are you struggling to find that love for oneself, for yourself, without anybody else, no expectations of others? Finding that love for yourself. You can't truly love another person until you can love yourself.
But you can
Anybody-
still love yourself in an illusion. You can still be deluded in that love. It's what I'm saying. You're not applying the truth before the love. You're throwing the love out there, and that's just throwing a bunch of fear in everybody's head.
But that's what I'm saying. Stop throwing the love out to everyone else. You've got to do it to yourself first. So you've got to find that love within yourself. But there's also another aspect. If you go into a situation and you trigger to somebody else's comments or somebody else's words, that's you. Because there could be 5 people there listening to that same individual, and 4 other people didn't trigger to what that person said. You've triggered because there's something inside you that needs healing. So I'm grateful for people triggering me. And I tell that individual, thank you very much for showing me something inside me that I need to heal. And just on a lighter note, with foreskin, my friend, when we were 20, he was 24, kept having sex with girls, and he kept snapping his banjo. So the doctor had said to him that he'd had to get his foreskin cut off. So he asked me to go to the hospital with him. So we got into the hospital, and he's all worried. So I changed the conversation, and I'm like, I'm saying to my friend, look at that beautiful nurse over there. And we're just giggling away, and I'm just changing his thought process with beautiful nurses walking around. And then all of a sudden, this doctor come over and tapped him on the. It's time now. You're going in. I've never seen anybody go so white in such an instant. It was beautiful to watch.
I'd like to say to you, though, it's not, I feel, a form of healing for myself, because I don't own the truth. All I can do is own up to it. And as an observer, as elegantly yourself, we can only observe what it is, and we can only give it its respect for looking at it for what it is. So I don't feel that I'm healing anything in myself, because I can see that it's the same for you as it is for me. We both jump in that icy, freezing lake. It's going to do the same thing to you, only you're going to have a different perspective of the same thing.
I'm so glad I did not know what happened to me. Like, you guys are telling me, oh my God, like that literally, I can feel PSD almost. You know what I'm saying? Because that, like, sucks, dude. Like, literally, like, fucking with your dick, that's fucked up, man. And, like, to have them, like, oh my gosh, dude, I really, like, I was a baby when this happened. I didn't know when anything of this shit happened. But holy shit, man, that really sucks, and I feel bad for you guys. I honestly, truly feel bad for you guys that had to go through this at an older age, when you're cognitive to understanding what was going on. Man, that sucks, man. I'm sorry, man.
Just a quick one I'm going to throw out before Lisa speaks. What is love? Just think about it. What is love? For me, truth is love. Just think about it, guys. Go on, Lisa.
Have you ever read the 4 Agreements?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a good lesson, just to teach you just a little bit about whole, the old days and how they used to think. I mean, it's ancient times of thinking of Aztec style, and it is to love yourself. Give yourself truth, give yourself love. That's the king. And thank you for saying that, because that needs to be instilled in everyone. And so far, it's not happening enough, my friend. It sucks.
That book taught me how to humble up. That don't take anything personal, because nothing's super personal. We're all just like deer in the headlights.
Yeah, you can never take
You
anything
know,
personal, because you know what? Yeah, there's so many chapters. I mean, it's so great. I have it on video. I've given that book away as gifts to friends, that some people that I know that
yep,
need it. And it's just it
yep.
is literally a very good, just a little simple lesson. It's a very easy read. I mean, it's also educational in the sense of, like, you kind of understand, like, how the Aztecs kind of, like, had their, system set up. So I don't know. But yeah, love
Right.
everybody, man. It's all about love, man.
Well, if he asked, I love the English accent too. It's like, what is love? So I asked myself, what is love to me? Do I love being here? And what's my intention in loving being here? I question everything. So I'll answer. What is love to me? Well, love to me is what we're all about. It's everything. It's every molecule of goodness. It's look at nature. That's the expression of love. We had a creator that loved us so much that he gave us that. Okay, we love nature. By nature, we love music. So, but if I target it to one thing, love is the expression of oneself to show that they give a shit. And moving back to Wagpog's question about why does prayer work? They have prayer hospitals in China under the Buddhist beliefs. And they shrink tumors. They pray on the person. And this also happens in India on Mount Pune, at the Pune hospital I wanted to study in. I'm going to go to India and look over there. So you asked, I'm going to paraphrase. It was, why do people preach to different gods, and yet the prayers are answered? Because there's one God. That's what we call source. That's what we call, the universe. And we have varying ways of coming about this according to our ethnocentric, what we were taught as kids. Our belief systems we really hold on to, where sometimes if we got to lose our mind, just delete button all of it. Be so open like a sponge to just go, maybe. Because I believe 90% of all this is misunderstandings, and we're going to find the truth later. Only because, going back to loving yourself, yeah, of course. You can't give to anything until you're fed. Plug in, if it's whatever it is, but make sure your future self is going to smile. That's what I say to myself every day. I go into treatment for whatever is going on with my skin. Want to call it a prion? I investigated. It seems like that. I don't have a confirmation because county hospital wants to lock me down. That's the truth. So, but loving myself and facing this illness, it's not anybody else's problem. I had the markers with spike protein long ago. Why there wasn't one American doctor in all the private health I had till I had to go to public health? My question, I have no regrets studying Asian medicine because it works. Okay, guys? 15,000 illnesses, 15,000 cures. County hospital a block away from me, 11,000 illnesses, 500 cures. So in saying that, I'll say this. Dr. A on Truth Seekers, this 3 points he made is that we're all connected. That's why we're connecting. That's why Truth Seeker asked me, why are we in the same room? We're connecting. Dude, chill out. And there's an action required to make this connection. And at the end of it, it's based in he's a Jesus believer, but he's bringing up Indra. He's bringing up Indra to make a point. And so somewhere in this, there's a diamond at the end. So we're all on this quest, right? Different pathways to God. He honors that. There's no poo-pooing because you're not in the Jesus club to Jesus people. It shouldn't be, because I didn't know what being judged was when my life was successful. It was only when I fell to my knees and everyone judged me for various different things where I learned not to be judgmental. So I'll leave that thought there. And I'm good. I just think that moving forward, they'll know us by our fruit. Just that's my big thing. And one came to me, the wheat and the chaff in the car. I was coming back from an errand just now, and it's the wheat and the chaff. Take that in. There's a division happening, and God promised this in the last days. I'll stand on that. The flabby ones, that don't have the muscle, poof, they get burned up. Chaff just lights up. If any farmers out there, got some Canadian farmers.
I haven't become
So
emperor yet, and that will happen when I become emperor of the universe. Little
So
boot button,
I'm
I'm
gonna
like,
leave
oh,
on a chuckle. I'm gonna leave on a chuckle with the foreskin thing. Not to gross you guys out, but I knew a guy who had to clean his thing with a Q-tip his whole life. Ugh. Okay, bye.
Boom.
Mic drop.
I just threw up in my mouth.
I guess I'll take it. As to the religion thing that was said before, nobody's knocking Jesus, nobody's knocking anybody's religion. Like, everybody's endowed to their direction that they can come in on it from. But as to love healing things, yes, to a degree, but you can't give all the credit to the phantom of the name. You can't give the romance to the name, because then you're not taking it into consideration of what it really is. And in the truth, if you just throw love in there, in that mystical idea of, unicorn and happy-go-lucky land, what you believe it to be, then you're missing the point, because it is a vibrational frequency. Sound and cymatics runs the universe and the cosmos and everything to come together, to pull together like gravity, to make those stones that are floating loosely in space to come together and unify and to create a planet. So that influence in itself is a higher vibrational frequency. When those higher vibrational frequencies get, I guess you can say, ohmed into the practice, then the cancer gets influenced to recede back. So you can do the same practice with a singing bowl. You can do the same practice with the music you choose to listen to. So with those harmonic tones of the 7 frequencies and the 7 chakras, you may not only understand that there's not 7, there's hundreds of thousands. The 7 are for the basic. That's like your Google. When you go on the internet, there's the internet, and then there's the real internet. That's exactly. And that, if you take that and say, take the same sound the liver has, and the liver vibrates at a very specific frequency. And if you can get that singing bowl in front of yourself and ring it with your liver will be convinced, or I guess you can say it can be like placeboed into believing that it's healthy. And what happens then is you're influencing the direction of the endorphin within the organ. And that starts a recorrective pattern that it influences. So when you get it in that field and hold it in that field, you'll influence the direction of that field. So you can heal yourself with sound and vibrational frequency. And we don't realize that our thoughts do the same thing. So if you can change the magnetic or the electrical field of your mind or your heart, you have the actual stuff to change the atoms in existence. So you are able to shape, play with stuff. You are every day. So you move forward every day. You have to accept that embracement of change forward. And what we change into is the choice of why we need to make the choice clearly. It's because that's our result. That's what we're going forward into, and that's what we'll become. So that must be what we have to look at. And you have to look ahead. You have to have a little forethought. At the same time, you have to have a little bit of now moment. And at the same time, you have to reflect on what happened so we can learn how to go forward properly and take that information from our ancestors, from the shamans, from all the people that are telling us, hey, this is going on. And you need to pay attention to this, because you're not only hurting yourself, you're hurting everybody else, and you're hurting the earth, and you're hurting, like, even if UFOs were to come down and land, they don't want to talk to us. We're shoot first, talk later. So sorry, we're out of here. There goes our chance for intergalactic travel, because somebody bumped us up in evolution in the tech world. So really, when it comes down to it, we have to balance ourselves out. We have to balance our spirit, which would be our electromagnetic frequency to the Earth's electromagnetic frequency. And you got to think of it as science. You got to go in there with you're cutting it up to see what it is all about, because that's what we do. We're explorers. We're trying to understand our world. Now we got to put a little heart in there that adds a little empathy. Hey, I don't like getting cut in half. Maybe I don't want to cut that kitten in half, so I know what it looks like on the inside. But you have to understand that if you don't respect the origins, like the morbidities that came throughout history, we wouldn't have a lot of stuff that we take for granted today. And if you're going to use the stuff today, I can't say that an argument is good enough without the respects due to the origins of its process. So I say reflect your history, try to have clarity in yourself, calm yourself, relax yourself, joke around, have fun, but know when you need to take it serious. And when that severity comes in, that it's clear, so we don't end up with a bunch of pitchforks and burning flags at the gates, because we got to find how the consciousness and the societal paradigms are being manipulated, because we're in it. So therefore, they have to combine somehow the way we think, what we choose to do in our lives, the simple little things. So that's all. Thanks.
What if the real convergence was us?
Exactly.
Well, how can it not be? We are what it's going to take. We are the ones that have to do the difference to make the change, to be the change. And what it changes into is what we have to decide on when we unify, as well as to decide on when we're sitting at the end of the bed going, is this it for me? Can I grow any further than this? So we have to do it on different levels of where we're thinking. So if you're going to think theoretical, then keep it theoretical and make it a reality into what you got to do to make it that reality to exist.
Solutions only, a solutions only spaces.
Well, yes. I'd suggest solutions only.
Propose? Like really sticking, like Wagpog does. He sticks to the solutions thing when he's on it. Huh?
I agree with that. I agree with that 100%.
Yeah.
You got to
Because
grab
here or there, it's not going to matter in the end what you believe, who you believe, why you believe. It's going to matter that you believe, and you guys believe, or you wouldn't be here. So let's move on. Make a plan. The Canadians need a plan fast, like a resistance that signifies, or we got to get the wheelchairs out in the United States and just show people like Johnny, my heart is out to him. I feel a duty. I'll fly. I'm serious. Okay, so that's what I like. When we talk about philosophy, I think we're all on the same page. I think we're playing the same song, and the ones that are about to off themselves with the whiskey tonight going, and they're on the same damn subject. Just freshen it up. I think for me, that's how I'm going to look at it for this new process I'm going through. That's all.
I really reiterating for Wagpog and how things with the acupuncture and how the relation of the energy, it's quantum and the connection of ourselves with the cosmic energy, and we can affect it through sound and vibration. So that was what I was referring to.
Were those tuning forks you were using earlier?
That was me. I was just doing a singing bowl. I was just recently talking about this earlier with somebody else, that how sound is the most most sensitive to the other thing for myself, but I think everyone has their own sense. That's really, excuse me, I started coughing, but they have their own sense that is like tuning to that place that we're supposed to go higher. And some people, it's like really through sight. Other people, it's really through taste or smell. And some people, it's really through like sound. Like it comes in through the physical ear, but that's the kind of instrument that's the most connected to that deeper or like, I don't know, whatever words you want to use, deeper consciousness, knowing, whatever. So I recently got a singing bowl, and then but I've just been experimenting. Like, it's funny because we're meant to explore. It's kind of like you're testing. You're like, you're the experiment. Like, how do we break into this thing? And so there's like this kind of like, okay, what does this resonate with me? Does this resonate with me? Does it like, and so I noticed that, I don't know if you have ever tried binaural beats. So if you can go on like Spotify or whatever, but actually the CIA were using this method for astro travel. Like they were trying to expand consciousness, and basically they were trying to hack the system way before we were. And they had no, they just didn't have any moral scruples about what they used. Just like we would maybe use rabbits, they were just using us in the same way. So, and they still are. But so if you think about it, like pressing into those places, like what is the thing? How do you get connected on a very practical level to a higher level? I think sound is deeply, because it's the place where we can hear frequency. Like it can come into our physical sense. So like if you have sometimes you have a gut reaction, or you have just a disgust, or you have, and you don't know if it is emotions. You don't know if it's not emotions. So you can't assess reality yet. But like with the singing bowl, it kind of unifies the forces with the tone. It's almost like the tone, you're being obedient to the tone.
Yeah, that I noticed a shift. I just wanted to, I was listening to him, but I was like, oh, this is nice what he's got going on. Yeah, so it is, everything is energy, and our choice is the only thing we really own. That has a lot of energetic potential, doesn't it, for our next thing? So yeah, I think of solutions like this. I'll just throw one out. Releasing things that bring you, not going to be specific, releasing things that do not, okay, you can't say not to your subconscious, so I'm backing up. Releasing things that fail to serve you. How about that? Because you don't want to be repetitive, or we don't want to feel like the paid opposition has the floor a lot of this time. So there could be a code word like the other side has, like hot dog. Anyway,
I think hot dog.
I think it's
Squirrel.
cheese pizza. That's the code word the other side uses.
Cheesy pizza, cheese pizza. I've heard that too, but the 60 times hot dog, I got the clue. I left the room. So we're realizing that I'm not dropping in on them because I'm new to Back to Spaces. I'm just checking out why I even have these people on my follows, or I follow, really. And so I know the Canadians, they're the ones that just stuck out to me. I'm so glad you guys are still around, because one, that's how an American activist prior to, well, I won't mention that. There was an act that was passed, and it doesn't serve a good, solid, hardworking, beautiful believer, or whatever they're finding their path on, their belief systems. Everyone had a chance and a choice. That's the world I thought. Now, I always wondered why the sheriffs would come to my classroom and convince us that he's the guy to call with his puppet. And I trusted it, okay? But this is the same team when I grow up that are cited for torture by the United Nations. So I get confused, you know what I mean, as a big girl. And I don't think I could ever run for president anymore like I did when I was 7. And I don't have the kind of, I don't have animosity because like a typical low-lying activist, let me call myself that way, because I don't want to boast. I don't really know the numbers. No, I don't have that data. But what I want to say is that I just have learned through the tragedies, you guys, that this shit matters. And I'm not spiteful or angry or I wanted that good old American apple pie. But instead I have to say, bye-bye, Miss American Pie, you know? And that's disgusting, really. It all is. So now that the truth is emerging and we're trying to master our emotions and be passionate but not overbearing, and that's a task for those who made a vow to do no harm like myself, and also a vow to poverty is what it looks like I needed to know. So I realized that I asked for it, yeah. When people say, oh, you put those fake boobs in your body, you dummy, you could have flown in a bus and broken plastic polymer across your, all that. I didn't know that at 23 when the doctor said they're good for a lifetime and I was a model. Okay, nobody was in the room with me that day with all your research in your brains. So I made that choice. I made a stupid choice, but it must have been what I asked for in the cards to have the spike protein, which now becomes like the big